Chapter 3681 The Two Core Disciples. There were two divisions for the core disciples, test, one for gods and one for kings of gods. The difficulty of the tests corresponded to the inner disciples, cultivation bases. Inner disciples who were gods who failed to become kings of gods after reaching 5,000 years old will be stripped of their titles as inner disciples. They will then become outer aides and be sent out of the main estate to manage the sect's properties outside. On the other hand, regardless of their cultivation bases, kings of gods will no longer be inner disciples once they reach the age of 10,000. Those who are intermediate kings of gods or stronger will become inner elders, while those rudimentary kings of gods will become outer elders. After spending some time in the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the sect's inner workings as well. In the Hidden Fog sect, outer elders, outer aides, and outer disciples were ranked at the bottom. Whereas in the inner sect, ranked in descending order, were the sect leader, supreme elders, vice-sect leaders, guardians, core elders, core disciples, inner elders, inner aides, and inner disciples. Usually, outer aides were at least advanced gods, and outer elders were rudimentary gods. Inner aides were at least intermediate kings of gods, while inner elders were at least advanced kings of gods. Even if they shared the same cultivation bases, naturally, their strengths would vary. The difference in strength between advanced kings of gods who were core elders and inner elders was rather vast. As for the supreme elders and guardians, they were all mostly lords of gods. Due to their high status, the treatment their disciples, even if they were just gods, received was on par with that of an inner elder. Apart from that, due to the difficulty of the core disciples test, there were no more than 100 core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect before. Hence, core disciples were highly valued since they would become core elders of the sect at least in the future. I won't have to worry about the members of the Hidden Fog sect looking for trouble with me after I become a core disciple. After all, core disciples are highly valued. While Duan Ling Tian made his way to the trial pavilion to take the core disciples test, he began to think of his next move. He did not forget the reason why he had risked his life to come to the profound energy land. He was here to raise his cultivation base as quickly as possible. After that, he would head to the divine offering land to rescue his wife, Ka, so their family would be whole again. At this time, there were many inner disciples around Duan Ling Tian as well. Although some of them were qualified to participate in the core disciples test, they knew it was unlikely they would pass. Nevertheless, they decided to participate to gain experience. Although I know I won't pass the test to become a core disciple, I'm still excited to see how Duan Ling Tian performs during the test. One of the inner disciples, who was a god, said excitedly. Another inner disciple, who was a king of gods, said enviously, since I'll be taking the test for kings of gods, I won't be able to watch Duan Ling Tian while he takes the test. Over the last few months, Duan Ling Tian had grown even more popular than before. Among all the disciples, only the core disciples were more popular than him. After all, not only did he rank first in the Heavenly Stairs battle shortly after joining the Hidden Fog sect, but he even killed Qiyu, one of the 10 strongest gods among the disciples, with ease. For these reasons, his fame skyrocketed and many people were eager to see his performance during the core disciples test. Since a long time ago, everyone had already known of Duan Ling Tian's intention to participate in the core disciples test. In the beginning, no one paid attention to him since he was just an unknown newcomer. Things naturally changed after his shocking performance during the Heavenly Stairs battle and Qiyu's death. Currently, almost everyone in the sect was looking forward to watching Duan Ling Tian's performance. A huge stone tablet hovered horizontally in the sky above the trial pavilion. An aloof young man with sword-like brows who dressed in a long black robe hovered above the stone tablet with his hands on his back as he looked down at the trial pavilion. At this moment, a voice rang from afar. "Shi Tongming, you came to watch the show as well." Soon enough, a young man dressed in a long green robe appeared behind the black-clad young man. His eyebrows were slender, and he carried a sheathed long sword on his back. He looked surprised to see the black-clad young man at the trial pavilion. "Why did you come, Lin Yijian?" Shi Tongming, the black-clad young man, asked as he glanced at the green-clad young man. Lin Yijian, the green-clad young man, chuckled before he said, "I have nothing better to do, so I came to watch the show. I bet you're curious like me and want to see how Duan Ling Tian performs, right? Although I doubt he'll be able to pass the test, I still look forward to his performance. After all, he has comprehended the sword Dao to the rudimentary stage." Shi Tongming shook his head. No, I only came because my master sent me here. If Duan Ling Tian passes the test, my master wants me to bring Duan Ling Tian over to meet him. He intends to accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple. Really? Lin Yijian was shocked upon hearing Shi Tongming's words. After all, he knew that Shi Tongming's master was the strongest supreme elder in the Hidden Fog sect. Even the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect was very respectful to Shi Tongming's master. How could he not be shocked when he learned of Shi Tongming's master's intention to accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple if Duan Ling Tian passed the core disciples test? Those inner disciples who had been in the Hidden Fog sect for a long time would easily recognize Shi Tongming and Lin Yijian. They were two of the 62 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. One could only imagine how strong and talented they were. This was Duan Ling Tian's first time coming to the trial pavilion. It was quaint, and the entrance archway was tall and wide. After passing through the archway, one would see a vast field. At this time, a loud voice rang from the trial pavilion. Only inner disciples participating in the test are allowed in. Those who have no business here should leave now. Otherwise, they'll be punished. With this, a group of inner disciples hurriedly left the trial pavilion. At the same time, they began to complain among themselves. Why aren't we allowed in there? There's never been such a rule before. Perhaps, there are too many participants this time. I wouldn't have bothered coming if it weren't for Duan Ling Tian. Despite their complaints, they could only obey the order given. After all, inner aides had the authority to kill them if necessary. When the group of inner disciples who were not participating in the core disciples test left, the number of people on the field decreased drastically. In the end, there were only about 100 people on the field. Due to how big the field was, it looked like they were not many people. Inner disciples who are kings of gods, you may enter now. As soon as the voice fell, a spatial tear appeared at the end of the field. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised to see it was completely dark in the spatial tier. He had learned beforehand that the tests would be conducted in independent realms created by the Pavilion Master and the Vice Pavilion Master of the Trial Pavilion. Normally, inner disciples who are gods will be tested in the Vice Pavilion Master's little world while kings of gods will be tested in the Pavilion Master's little world. All this while, inner disciples who are gods would enter the little world first. Why is the other way around this time? Something's not right. The force from this little world for the kings of gods seems like it's from Elder Tang Chun. It's the aura of an advanced king of gods. This little world is from Elder Tang Chun. Shouldn't it be from the Pavilion Master who's a lord of gods? He's a guardian of the sect, and all 19 guardians are lords of gods. Don't tell me the kings of gods are taking the test in Vice Pavilion Master's little world while the gods are taking the test in the Pavilion Master's little world. Why would they do something like this? Naturally, no one, including Duan Ling Tian, knew that the Pavilion Master of the Trial Pavilion who was in charge of the core disciples test had changed his mind at the last minute due to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3682 The Pinnacle Abyss. Isn't Tu Feng, the second elder's disciple, participating? Look, that's the second elder's disciples, Li Yu. As the inner disciples who were kings of gods entered the little world, Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversations in his surroundings and turned to look at one of the kings of gods. He was a young man dressed in a blue robe. When he saw Duan Ling Tian staring at him, he returned the stare with an indifferent and emotionless gaze. Following that, he entered the little world. After listening to the conversations in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Tu Feng would usually come to watch the test. For this reason, Tu Feng's sudden absence roused everyone's curiosity. He naturally did not care if Tu Feng was present or not since it did not affect him at all. If it were not for the people mentioning Tu Feng, he would not have thought about Tu Feng at all. Since Tu Feng wanted Duan Ling Tian dead, Duan Ling Tian had also considered Tu Feng an enemy. After breaking through and becoming a king of gods, he would deal with Tu Feng. He did not care that Tu Feng was the disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. When all the inner disciples who were kings of gods entered the little world, the tear in the void finally mended itself. With that, only inner disciples who were gods like Duan Ling Tian were left. There were only roughly 30 people left on the site. Many disciples of high-ranking officials did not participate in the core disciples test because they felt it was unnecessary. Hence, most of the inner disciples who were gods participating in the core disciples test were those without masters or elders in the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, the number of participants this year was rather high. Usually, Even 10 participants were considered a high number. This was because many people were unwilling to participate in the test even if it was just to gain experience because one could get seriously injured. At this moment, a few inner disciples could no longer hold back their curiosity. They gathered around him before one of them asked, Duan Ling Tian, are you confident about passing the test? You'll find out when the results are out, Duan Ling Tian replied. Faced with these people who only wished to gossip, he wore a faint smile on his face. It seems like you're quite confident. At this time, a slender young man dressed in a cyan robe grinned and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yaoji, an advanced god. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Upon seeing the friendly smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, Zhang Yaoji's eyes brightened. With this, the other inner disciples around Duan Ling Tian began to enthusiastically introduce themselves as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered the other inner disciples seemed to be giving Zhang Yaoji a wide berth as though Zhang Yaoji was a fearsome beast. He thought to himself, it seems like Zhang Yaoji's background isn't simple. After waiting for a while, the second little world still did not appear. The trial pavilion was incredibly silent. Apart from the voices of a few disciples, there was no other sound at all. An inner disciple looked at Zhang Yaoji at this moment and asked, Senior brother Zhang, why don't you hurry things up? Hurry things up? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. On the other hand, Zhang Yaoji nodded slightly as he said, it's indeed taking a little too long. Following that, under everyone's gazes, Zhang Yaoji looked at the trial pavilion before he loudly said, Old geezer. What the hell are you doing? How long are you going to make us wait? Old geezer, who's he talking to? Duan Ling Tian was even more puzzled upon hearing these words. Duan Ling Tian looked around him and found that nobody looked surprised at all as though this was a common occurrence. At this time, a scoff rang in the air followed by a voice that said, how can you be so impatient? In the next moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic aura and sword-like brows. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Everyone bowed and greeted the middle-aged man respectfully as soon as he appeared. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally realized the middle-aged man, who resembled Zhang Yaoji, was Zhang Tianheng, the Pavilion Master of the Trial Pavilion and also a guardian of the Hidden Fog sect. He also understood now why the other inner disciples were so respectful to Zhang Yaoji. As it turned out, Zhang Yaoji's father was a guardian of the Hidden Fog sect. Greetings, Pavilion Master, Duan Ling Tian said belatedly. See that, why can't you be as calm and patient as Duan Ling Tian? Zhang Tianheng asked as he looked at Zhang Yaoji. Zhang Yaoji retorted, Duan Ling Tian is calm and patient because his father gave him high talent and comprehension skills. What have you given me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianheng only shook his head helplessly and said, Brat, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, I've decided to take over the test for inner disciples who are gods because of you. I'm honored, Pavilion Master, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had been confused as to why kings of gods were not taken to the little world of the Pavilion Master of the Trial Pavilion. He did not expect the reason for the sudden change was due to him. Zhang Tianheng looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly as he said, there's no need to be too modest. Vice sect leader Marong has a very discerning eye, and he rarely makes mistakes in his judgment. For you to receive 2 recommendations from him, you're obviously extraordinary. I'm curious if you'll be able to pass the core disciples test today. He paused briefly before he continued to say, in any case, I won't show favoritism today. Even if I want to, it's impossible since everything in the little world will be recorded and presented to the sect leader. The results will be verified by the sect leader, after all. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he listened to Zhang Tianheng. After all, he did not expect to be shown any partiality. In his opinion, as long as the person in charge did not deliberately make things difficult for him, he had no issue at all. He was also relieved when he learned that the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect would verify the results. This meant that other elders would not be able to play tricks to make things difficult for him. Seeing the lack of reaction from Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Tianheng looked at him appreciatively before he said, all right, all of you can enter as well. With that, Zhang Tianheng opened up an entrance to his little world. After entering the little world, Duan Ling Tian and the others found that they seemed to be at the bottom of an abyss. It was dark all around. When they looked up, they saw a faint light that seemed out of their reach. Where are we? The core disciples. Test is different every time. I wonder if the test this time is to leave this place. That sounds too simple, right? We can just fly out, after all. Simple. Are you serious? From what I heard, Pavilion Master Zhang's little world is filled with fearsome beasts that he captured and death warriors. All of them are said to be as strong as kings of gods. You're saying that we have to face the beasts and death warriors to leave this place? At this time, a sonorous voice rang from above. At this moment, you're in the pinnacle abyss in my little world. To be precise, you're at the bottom of the abyss. To pass the test and become a core disciple, you only need to leave the abyss. Everyone could recognize Zhang Tianheng's voice immediately. See, it's just as I've said. Come on, let's go up. With that, a few people took the initiative and began to fly out of the abyss. However, they were only 100 meters in the air before growls began to echo in the abyss. Following that, dozens of figures emerged from the darkness, accompanied by saber rays, sword rays, and divine energies boosted with all kinds of laws that surged violently. Although a few of the inner sect disciples reacted rather quickly, they were still thrown to the ground in the end. Chapter 3683 The Death Slaves. Someone exclaimed, "Those are the death slaves." Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of people in the air. There were at least a dozen young men, middle-aged men, and old men. Their eyes were lifeless, looking as though they had lost their souls. After probing them with his divine consciousness, he discovered that although they looked normal outwardly, they were without fluctuations and completely emotionless. Death slaves. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard these words. Zhang Yaoji, who was standing nearby, overheard Duan Ling Tian and asked, "You've never heard of death slaves?" "That's right," Duan Ling Tian said. He was rather curious about the death slaves. He had encountered death warriors while he was in the 10 Stars Students' Trial Grounds back when he was still in the Hidden Fog Academy. However, the death warriors were not emotionless or lifeless like the death slaves. Perhaps, due to their lack of emotions, the death slaves attacked fearlessly without caring about sustaining injuries, making them ferocious opponents. Unless one was stronger than the death slaves and could kill them quickly, it was inevitable that one would sustain injuries while fighting the death slaves. Who were they before they became death slaves? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Zhang Yaoji shook his head and said with a sigh, "They could be anyone." This is one of the darker aspects of the realms of gods. Prisoners are usually turned into death slaves if they didn't die while being imprisoned. Even a king of gods with a strong soul can easily turn an advanced god into a death slave. Accordingly, a lord of god is needed to turn kings of gods into death slaves. Usually, those with strong soul attacks can create death slaves. In the realms of gods, death slaves are treated like commodities. You can buy them as long as you're wealthy enough. Death slaves are loyal to their masters, so one need not fear betrayal. Even rudimentary gods or those who have yet to attain godhood can control death slaves who are kings of gods or lords of gods as long as they possess the token that controls the death slaves. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spines after he listened to Zhang Yaoji's explanation. It seemed like there was no cure after one was turned into a death slave. Moreover, only those who were skilled in soul attacks were capable of creating death slaves. Soul defense divine artifacts could provide somewhat of a protection against being turned into a death slave unless the divine artifacts were destroyed. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, Zhang Yaoji said with a smile, "Don't worry. No one would dare to do such a thing in the sect without permission. Regardless of status, those who violate this rule will be punished. It's the same in all forces. Members are prohibited from turning fellow members into death slaves. Even if one commits a great crime, it's likely that one will be sentenced to death rather than being turned into a death slave due to ethical reasons. However, those who don't belong to any forces are different. They don't have any scruples and are profit-driven. Since the demand for death slaves is high, many of them will create death slaves to be sold. For this reason, you have to be careful when you leave the sect. It's better not to wander outside alone before you're strong enough. Who knows if you'll be captured and turned into a death slave? With that, you'll just be a weapon in someone else's hand. Who knows if you'll be used to hurt your family and your friends? After all, death slaves are devoid of emotions. They'll only do their master's bidding. In any case, my father deliberately placed these death slaves here to prevent us from leaving. After Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, his body shone with a golden light as he shot out and attacked the death slaves. Tens of thousands of golden sword rays sailed in the air. Based on this, it was easy to see that Zhang Yaoji had comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, it was obvious that he had just cast a triple fused profundity. Zhang Yaoji managed to push a few death slaves back with his attack. However, he was quickly overwhelmed as the remaining death slaves charged toward him. With this, he bellowed, "Hurry up and help me." With this, the inner disciples rushed up. They joined forces to deal with the death slaves and managed to push the death slaves back. It did not take long before they successfully forced the death slaves to retreat. Apart from a few injured death slaves, none of them died. The death slaves are all advanced gods who had comprehended many double-fused profundities. Moreover, they even possess primitive divine artifacts, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He also realized that Zhang Tianheng must have ordered the death slaves to retreat once the death slaves were overwhelmed. After all, death slaves were expensive. It would be wasteful to kill them just because of the core disciples. Test. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian passed the first obstacle without having to do anything. Zhang Yaoji is as strong as Qi Yu. This means he must be among one of the 10 strongest inner disciples who are gods, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at Zhang Yaoji. With that, he turned to Zhang Yaoji and said, "I didn't expect you to be strong. I'm nothing compared to monstrous talent like you," Zhang Yaoji said with a wry smile. "It would take a lot of effort on my part to defeat Qi Yu, let alone kill him with a single strike like you did. So you're capable of defeating Qi Yu. This means your rank among the 10 strongest inner disciples who are gods is higher than his. Of course, I'm in the top 5 after all," Zhang Yaoji said proudly. However, after a moment, he added with a sigh, "Even then, none of us can compare to a genius like you." At this moment, one of the inner disciples shook his head and said with a chuckle, "Senior brother Zhang, how can you compare yourself to senior brother Duan?" That's right, senior brother Duan has a high chance of becoming a core disciple, after all. It's foolish to compare yourself to him, another inner disciple said. All right, let's move on," Zhang Yaoji said, stopping his peers from further inflicting damage on his ego. Then, he said, "Since we won't be able to pass the test anyway, I suggest we help Duan Ling Tian as far as we can so he can conserve his strength to face the more difficult obstacles. With this, he has an even higher chance of becoming a core disciple. If he succeeds, we can brag to the others about witnessing Duan Ling Tian becoming the first core disciple in 10,000 years." The inner disciples' eyes brightened upon hearing these words. "Sounds exciting. I agree. Senior brother Duan, you should conserve your strength. We'll try our best to help you go as far as possible." The inner disciples were very enthusiastic about Zhang Yaoji's suggestion. Although Duan Ling Tian did not think it was necessary, he did not refuse their kind intentions. "Thank you. All right, let's go." Zhang Yaoji took the lead and flew up into the air before the inner disciples followed suit. In just a moment, fearsome beasts as huge as a small hill appeared, staring at them menacingly. Zhang Yaoji and the inner disciples charged at the demon beasts. It took them a bit longer to force the beasts to retreat compared to the death slaves, but they still succeeded in the end. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianheng was naturally privy to what was happening in his little world. He thought to himself, "This brat, he can barely take care of himself, and yet, he wants to help Duan Ling Tian." After a moment, Zhang Tianheng turned to look at the old man standing next to him and asked, "How's the test for the inner disciples who are kings of gods going?" Chapter 3684 Invincible. The old man standing next to Zhang Tianheng was one of the vice pavilion masters of the trial pavilion. He was a powerful inner elder, second only to the 19 core elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Among the inner elders, he was also the most likely to be promoted to a core elder. "Pavilion master, rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly," the old man said with a reassuring smile. "Is there anyone particularly outstanding?" Zhang Tianheng asked. "Do you think we'll finally have a new core disciple this time?" The old man said with a wry smile, "Pavilion master, core disciples are rare. Based on their mediocre performance, I don't think there'll be any core disciples from my side. I think Duan Ling Tian alone has a good chance of becoming a core disciple." After a brief pause, he asked curiously, "How's Duan Ling Tian faring, Pavilion master?" "He hasn't made a move yet," Zhang Tianheng said as he shook his head helplessly. that son of mine has persuaded the other inner disciples to help Duan Ling Tian clear the obstacles to help Duan Ling Tian conserve his energy so Duan Ling Tian has a higher chance of becoming a core disciple. I really don't know what he's thinking. The old man smiled wryly and said, it seems like the young master doesn't know the difficulty Duan Ling Tian will have to face at the end of the test won't change even if they help him. Moreover, we can easily change the test. Zhang Tianheng was the master of the little world, after all. All the obstacles in the little world were arranged by him. He could easily manipulate and change everything in his little world with just a thought. It was similar to how the supreme powerhouses who created realms of gods had control over the realms of gods. It was said that realms of gods were just little worlds of supreme powerhouses, after all. That's why I said that boy is a fool who's only wasting his energy, Zhang Tianheng said. The old man shook his head and said, I beg to differ, Pavilion Master. Perhaps, the young master is trying to befriend Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian fails to become a core disciple today, there's no doubt he's going to be a powerhouse of the sect in the future. I wouldn't have worried so much if he's so sensible. Knowing him, he just wants to brag to others that he personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian passing the test to become a core disciple, Zhang Tianheng said. Zhang Yaoji was naturally unaware of his father's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have thought that indeed his father knew him the best. Duan Ling Tian did not make a move at all during the first few obstacles. He only got involved when Zhang Yaoji and the others were overwhelmed and nearly injured. The danger was neutralized as soon as Duan Ling Tian's spatial energy swept out, forcing the death slaves and demon beasts to retreat. The demon beasts looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully. Despite possessing no intelligence, they possessed their instincts, after all. On the contrary, the death slaves were devoid of emotions so they knew no fear. However, due to Zhang Tianheng's arrangement, they did not rush out again once they had been forced to retreat. After a few more rounds, all of the inner disciples were forced to surrender except for Zhang Tianheng and another 2 inner disciples. Senior brother Duan, this is as far as we can help you, one of the inner disciples said with a wry smile. If you didn't help us the last 2 times, we would have been eliminated. We've reached our limits. Good luck, senior brother Duan. We can only do this much to help you. The weaker inner disciples nodded in agreement. All of them were looking forward to Duan Ling Tian passing the core disciples test. At this time, one disciple looked up and sighed. It's too difficult. After such a long time, we're only halfway through. That's right. I wonder how senior Shui Haichun passed the test 10,000 years ago. The remaining inner disciples watched as Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Yaoji, and the other 2 inner disciples continued flying up. They discovered that without them, Duan Ling Tian and the others' progress seemed to have sped up. The death slaves and the demon's beasts did not even have a chance to approach the trio before they were forced to retreat by Duan Ling Tian. Due to the number of people earlier, Duan Ling Tian had restrained his strength in fear of injuring the other inner disciples. One of the younger inner disciples muttered to himself, I wonder when I'll become as strong as senior brother Duan. Another inner disciple overheard this and said as he shook his head, it's considered very good if you can even be as strong as senior brother Zhang. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian discovered the other 2 inner disciples had strength comparable to Qi Yu. They seemed to have comprehended triple-fused profundities as well. He thought to himself, they must be among the top 10 strongest inner disciples who are gods. As time passed, Zhang Yaoji and the other 2 inner disciples were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It's getting more difficult. Let's rest for a while. Zhang Yaoji could not help but curse inwardly when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking completely unaffected. After a moment, he said, that's right. Duan Ling Tian, you haven't met these 2 prior to this, right? Then, Zhang Yaoji pointed at the aloof young man dressed in a long gray robe and said, this is a Chu, guardian Yun Wai's 4th disciple. Following that, he pointed at a middle-aged man dressed in a long light blue robe with an ordinary appearance but extraordinary bearing before he continued to say, and this is Sha Yu Ting. He's the 3rd elder's 2nd disciple. These 2, as you've probably guessed, are among the 10 strongest inner disciples who are gods. Your reputation precedes you. I have to say you live up to your reputation, Sha Yu Ting said with a smile. The aloof A Chu smiled awkwardly and said, you're really extraordinary. However, before Duan Ling Tian could respond, a loud roar rang from above. In the next moment, a huge demon beast carrying a dozen death slaves on its back descended. Then, the death slaves leapt off its back one after another. Zhang Yaoji cursed, that old geezer is too much. He won't even let us have a short break. Previously, there would be a short period of rest before the next wave of death slaves and demon beasts appeared. Currently, that was clearly not the case anymore. Chu and Sha Yu Ting's expressions turned grim immediately. The trio was just about to mobilize their divine energies to fight when Duan Ling Tian said, "The three of you can take a break. I'll handle this." With that, Duan Ling Tian flew out with a primitive divine sword in hand. He swung his sword, unleashing a huge sword ray at the demon beast and death slaves. Just like that, the demon beast and the death slaves were sent flying back. Blood spurted in the air immediately. Some of the death slaves were so injured that they began to vomit blood. Then, as though they had just received an order, all of them retreated immediately. The trio watched in shock. That's the sword Dao, right? The trio knew that the demon beast and the death slaves were really strong. Even if they joined forces, they would barely be able to defeat them due to their exhaustion. Perhaps, at the peak of the strength, two of them would be enough to deal with the demon beast and the death slaves. Nonetheless, they still would not be able to defeat the demon beast and the death slaves with just a strike. If I was the target of that attack, I would definitely die. It seems like Qi Yu didn't die in vain, Sha Yu Ting muttered to himself. However, the upcoming obstacles won't be easy for him either, Zhang Yaoji said as he watched Duan Ling Tian continue to advance. However, to his shock, Duan Ling Tian managed to clear the next few obstacles with just a strike again. Heavens, how's this possible? Zhang Yaoji was shocked. Chu solemnly said, he must have comprehended two triple-fused profundities from the law of space. Combined with the rudimentary stage of the sword Dao, it's only natural that he's so powerful. In fact, his current strength far surpasses that of Shui Haichuan's 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3685 Did Duan Ling Tian fail the core disciples? Test. At this time, countless sword rays appeared within Duan Ling Tian's spatial energy before they launched into the sky, dispelling the darkness. Zhang Yaoji, Aqju, and Sha Yu Ting looked at the dazzling gray sword rays in shock. Even from a distance, they could sense how powerful the sword rays were. TLL attack using all my strength now. The divine energy coursed through Duan Ling Tian's 99 heavenly veins before they surged out at top speed. With the force of the two triple-fused profundities from the law of space, the spatial energy grew even stronger. The demon beasts that charged at Duan Ling Tian were sent flying, suffering serious injuries. Similarly, the death slaves were also injured. Some of the death slaves who were too slow were killed immediately by the sword rays. Blood rained down immediately. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was on the cusp of becoming a king of gods. Due to his talent, after consuming 6 auspicious pills, the effects were like ordinary gods who had consumed 8 auspicious pills. With his cultivation base, law of space, and the sword Dao, he easily flew up, seemingly unstoppable. This was his first time unleashing this level of strength since coming to the profound energy land. It was much stronger than what he had shown when he killed Qi Yu. He made it. Duan Ling Tian continued to rise in the air, easily clearing the obstacles that stood in his path. The core disciples' test did not seem to trouble him at all. The inner disciples continued to watch until Duan Ling Tian finally flew out of the pinnacle abyss. He's out. He made it. With this, our Hidden Fog sect finally has a new core disciple after 10,000 years. The inner disciples cheered excitedly. It was as though they were the ones who had passed the core disciples' test. Complex expressions could be seen on the faces of Zhang Yaoji, Aqju, and Sha Yu Ting. At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked into the abyss from the top. Naturally, he was not surprised that he had passed the core disciples' test. Moreover, he did not even unleash his full strength to do so. TT will be quite impossible to defeat an opponent who has a higher cultivation base after one has attained godhood. I am quite certain only a few gods are capable of defeating me right now. Duan Ling Tian had comprehended a quadruple fused profundity from the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, after all. Moreover, possessed a prominent divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, that contained an artifact soul. As his cultivation base rose, the 7 orifices, exquisite would grow stronger as well. This applied to Wanzhi, the sword, soul, as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianheng, the pavilion master of the trial pavilion, was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian flying out of the abyss. After all, He was the one who had set the difficulty of the test. He had made sure it would not be easy for Duan Tian, who had managed to kill Qju with just a strike, to pass the test. That boy hid his strength. Pavilion Master, what's wrong? The old man, the vice pavilion master of the trial pavilion, standing next to Zhang Tianheng, asked when he saw the change in Zhang Tianheng's expression. Duan Tian just passed the core disciples test, Zhang Tianheng said, with a complicated gaze. What? The old man was shocked as well. Didn't the test just start a while ago? How did he pass the test so quickly? What kind of test did you set for them? There were various kinds of tests that were passed down from ancient times in the Hidden Fog sect that were used for the core disciples test. Zhang Tianheng replied, sighing, the Extreme Abyss test. The Extreme Abyss was one of the classic tests. Inner disciples would have difficulty passing it unless they had sufficient strength. He passed the Extreme Abyss test so quickly. The old man's eyes widened in shock as he asked, does this mean he was hiding his real strength previously? The old man had long heard about Duan Tian. After killing Qju with just a strike, there were not many people in the Hidden Fog sect who had yet to hear about Duan Tian. He was now known as the strongest god in the Hidden Fog sect, after all. Nevertheless, he did not think Duan Tian would be able to pass the test so easily. After all, the test was so difficult that even geniuses had failed them. Moreover, based on the strength Duan Tian had shown during his battle with Qiyu, it was not sufficient for him to pass the test. All. For this reason, he thought that Duan Tian must have hidden his strength. Not only did he hide his strength, but he's much stronger than we imagined. He has comprehended two triple fused profundities from the law of space. Zhang Tianheng said with a sigh. What? He comprehended two triple fused profundities from the law of space, the old man exclaimed as his expression changed again. That's right, TD say his comprehension of the law of space is on par with yours, Zhang Tianheng said. Similar to Duan Tian, the old man had also comprehended the law of space in two triple fused profundity. With his comprehension of the law of space in his bloodline power, he was confident that he was the strongest among the inner elders. How could he not be shocked that Duan Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old, had comprehended the law of space to the same extent that he had? Now you know how he managed to pass the core disciples test and became the first core disciple in 10,000 years, Zhang Tianheng said with a smile. Then, before he left, he said, all right, TM going to send the floating image Peril to the sect leader now. Once he verifies the result, Duan Tian will officially become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Outside the trial pavilion, Guardian Zhang, a few core disciples and a huge number of inner disciples were waiting outside for the result of the core disciples test. Hence, a commotion broke out as soon as Zhang Tianheng flew out of the trial pavilion. So many people came to watch the show. Zhang Tianheng asked with a smile when he saw the crowd. One of the inner disciples mustered up his courage before he stepped forward and asked, Guardian Zhang, as the pavilion master of the trial pavilion, do you think Duan Tian has a chance of passing the core disciples test, becoming the first advanced god to become a core disciple in 10,000 years? Since only a short time had passed since the test began, naturally no one thought that it had ended. It did not even occur to them that Duan Tian had already passed the test. Moreover, they were unaware that Zhang Tian had personally taken charge of the test for inner disciples who were gods. Hence, they did not think too much of the fact that he was leaving the trial pavilion. Everyone looked at Zhang Tianheng with burning eyes, waiting for Zhang Tianheng's answer. Zhang Tianheng said with a smile, well, I can answer this question. However, I think it's best that I let Duan Tian answer your question now. As soon as Zhang Tianheng's voice fell, Duan Tian appeared next to him. Immediately, Duan Tian had been waiting for Zhang Tianheng to send him out from the little world just a moment ago. As soon as he appeared, he discovered he was surrounded by a group of inner disciples outside of the trial pavilion. TD's Duan Tian. Why is Duan Tian out so soon? Did he fail the test? The group of inner disciples whispered among themselves when they saw. At the same time, Zhang Tianheng flashed and flew away, leaving Duan Tian to deal with the crowd. At this time, a voice imbued with divine energy that was dripping with mockery rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian, didn't you brag about becoming the first core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years? Why are you eliminated so quickly? Tu Feng. Duan Ling Tian recognized the owner of the voice immediately. Tu Feng was the disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect whom Duan Ling Tian had first met in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Chapter 3686 Duan Ling Tian enters the extreme martial arena again. This was Duan Ling Tian's second time meeting Tu Feng. His eyes glinted coldly as a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Tu Feng, what makes you think I was eliminated? What if I've already passed the test? Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air with his hands clasped on his back as he looked at Tu Feng disdainfully. Passed the test. Duan Ling Tian passed the test. The inner disciples, including a few core disciples, looked at Duan Ling Tian strangely upon hearing these words. Tu Feng chuckled. His scorn was apparent on his face as he said, Duan Ling Tian, did you want to become a core disciple so badly that you've gone crazy? You just started the test not too long ago, but you said you've already passed the test. Even Senior Shui Haichuan spent half a day before he passed the test 10,000 years ago. Even then, he was injured. You expect me to believe that not only did you pass the test, but you even did so without sustaining any injuries. The crowd began to whisper among themselves upon hearing these words. Yu Feng has a point. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian gave up because he knew he couldn't pass the test. It's embarrassing enough that he bragged about passing the test previously, but it's even worse now that he's lying about it. Who knows what's going on in his mind? Suspicion and doubts could be seen in the crowd's eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was not that they did not think Duan Ling Tian was not capable of passing the test. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here today. However, they truly found it difficult to believe that he passed the test in such a short time. Idiot, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Tu Feng. Everyone fell silent immediately. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to openly embarrass Tu Feng. Tu Feng only laughed before he said viciously, Duan Ling Tian, since you openly embarrass me without due reason, according to the sect rules, you're not allowed to refuse my challenge. If I challenge you to a duel in the extreme martial arena. I'm challenging you to fight in the extreme martial arena now. According to the arena's rules, you can't surrender within 10 breaths. I'm really curious to see if you can hold on for more than 10 breaths against me. A hint of excitement could be seen in Tu Feng's eyes at this moment. He had been trying to figure out ways to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Hidden Fog sect so he could kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would give him such a great opportunity. Although Duan Ling Tian was very talented, he was very confident that he, as a rudimentary king of gods, would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian within 10 breaths. I didn't know there's such a rule. Did you make this up? It's a crime to lie about the rules, Duan Ling Tian asked as he cocked an eyebrow. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the crowd shook their heads. Did Duan Ling Tian not read the inner disciple manual? Tu Feng's smile grew even wider as he said, I dare not treat our sect's rules as joke. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone here. At this moment, one of the inner disciples hurriedly said, Duan Ling Tian, there's such a rule. Senior brother Tu didn't make it up. Hurry up and apologize. To him. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, if you kneel and lick my boots until it's clean before crawling between my legs, I'll consider forgiving you. Clearly, Tu Feng had no intention of letting Duan Ling Tian back out of the challenge. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish. A death wish, me? Tu Feng laughed. Then, he said confidently, Duan Ling Tian, you're crazy. Although you're strong and talented, it's still not enough for you to kill me. An advanced god like you thinks you can kill a rudimentary king of gods? How ridiculous. Even if my comprehension of the law isn't as profound as yours, I can kill you with just the difference between our cultivation bases. To wait for you at the extreme martial arena, Duan Ling Tian said before he flew away. You're the one who has a death wish. Tu Feng scoffed before he flew toward the extreme martial arena as well. With this, the crowd outside the trial pavilion began to make their way to the extreme martial arena. After all, they had gathered to see if Duan Ling Tian would pass the test and become the first core disciple in 10,000 years. Now that Duan Ling Tian had left, there was no point in staying here. At this moment, Lin Yijian, the green-clad young man who was carrying a sheathed sword on his back, asked, Shi Tongming, are you going to watch the fight? Shi Tongming, the young man hovering above a stone tablet, did not answer. Lin Yijian flew away immediately. Upon seeing this, another young man standing nearby said, Lin Yijian, ears not. Like you don't know Shi Tongming is famous for being taciturn. Why do you even bother talking to him? Come on, let's go and watch the battle. I really wonder if Duan Ling Tian is capable of defeating Tu Feng, who's a rudimentary king of gods. The young man, similar to Lin Yijian and Shi Tongming, was also a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian was the first to enter the extreme martial arena, where he had previously killed Qi Yu. The arrival of Tu Feng and the other inner disciples attracted the attention of the other inner and outer disciples who were sparring at the martial square. With this, a large crowd formed to watch the battle. The newcomers were naturally unaware of what had happened. What's going on? Are they going to battle at the extreme martial arena? Hey, isn't that senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Isn't he supposed to be at the trial pavilion now for the core disciples test? Why is he at the extreme martial arena? You're right, that's senior brother Duan. Duan Ling Tian had become famous after his battle with Qi Yu, so many people recognized him immediately. Most of the people present had also watched his battle with Qi Yu previously. Is that senior brother Tu Feng? Senior brother Tu is a rudimentary king of gods, right? He's entering the arena as well. Don't tell me he's going to fight senior brother Duan. After a moment, those in the know filled the others in on what happened at the trial pavilion. Senior brother Duan openly humiliated senior brother Tu by calling him an idiot. So that's why senior brother Tu challenged senior brother Duan to a battle in the extreme martial arena. Heavens, senior brother Duan is too impulsive. Senior brother Tu is a rudimentary king of gods, after all. How can an advanced god be a match for a rudimentary king of gods? Although senior brother Duan's comprehension of the law is more profound than senior brother Tu's, it can't make up for the gap between their cultivation bases. No one thought Duan Ling Tian stood a chance against Tu Feng. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared, attracting many people's attention. It was none other than Tang Wuyan, the most beautiful disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. She wore a purple robe today, looking fairy-like. Most of the male disciples were immediately mesmerized by her beauty. Tang Wuyan said through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, what are you doing? You know Tu Feng harbors ill intentions, so why would you agree to fight him in the extreme martial arena? Step out of the arena now. I've already contacted my granduncle. He'll be here soon to help you deal with this matter. Later, just apologize to Tu Feng. After that, you can just ignore him. Tang Wuyan had rushed over as soon as she heard about what happened. She was incredibly worried, and the only thing she could think about during her journey here was how she could persuade Duan Ling Tian to give up on his fight with Tu Feng. She even contacted her granduncle, Tang Chun, and urged him to hurry over just to be safe. Chapter 3687 Unbelievable. Tang Wuyan, who had already learned about what happened, continued to persuade Duan Ling Tang through voice transmission. When my granduncle arrives, Tu Feng won't dare to act too arrogantly, since he still has to consider my granduncle, Tang Wuyan said. There's no need for all these, Duan Ling Tian said. In fact, he had already sensed the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude toward him, and he felt rather helpless about it and could only try to draw a line between them. Hence, he rejected her. Don't interfere in this matter. I can handle it. You're going to handle it. How? Tang Wuyan said with a frown. You're only an advanced god, he's a rudimentary king of gods. Even if your comprehension of the law is more profound than his, you still won't be a match for him. There's no need for you to worry about this, Duan Ling Tian said icily. Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyan was stunned. She could feel that Duan Ling Tian was trying to distance himself from her, which caught her off guard. Why is he like this? Is he afraid of implicating me and that I'd offend Tu Feng as well? Tang Wuyan thought to herself. Warmth suffused her heart. Duan Ling Tian would have felt speechless if he was aware of Tang Wuyan's thoughts. He was not worried about her, after all. He only wanted to distance himself from her because he could sense the change in her attitude toward him. Perhaps, if he were single, he would have felt flattered even if he did not like her. After all, she was the most beautiful disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. It was undoubtedly flattering being able to catch her attention. Even if Tang Wu Yan might not have fallen in love with him, she was already showing signs of. Hence, he wanted to destroy all her hopes and feelings before they grew strong. At this moment, the two inner elders on duty at the extreme martial arena finally appeared. They were not the same two inner elders from before. After all, the inner elders would take turns standing guard at the arena. Duan Ling Tian, Tu Feng, or both of you going to fight in the extreme martial arena? Elders, I hope you'll be my witnesses. According to the rules of the extreme martial arena, one can't surrender within 10 breaths. I hope you'll strictly enforce this rule, Tu Feng said with a grin as he looked at the two elders. I hope none of you will show favoritism and allow him to surrender before the time is up. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to speak to my master about it. Tu Feng was clearly threatening the two inner elders on duty at the extreme martial arena with his master. Although the two inner elders were displeased at being threatened, they did not show their dissatisfaction on their faces. Don't worry, Tu Feng. We'll abide by the rules. There's no favoritism here. Very good. Tu Feng nodded, satisfied. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian frostily as he said, Duan Ling Tian, I really admire your courage. Unfortunately, you can't refuse my challenge since you humiliated me. With this, the two inner elders had a rough idea of what had transpired. They had been wondering why Duan Ling Tian, an advanced god, would challenge a king of god like Tu Feng. As it turned out, it was because Duan Ling Tian had no choice. Junior nephew Tu Feng, an old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was none other than Tang Chun. He had been called here by his grandniece, Tang Wuyan. Similar to everyone, he did not understand why Duan Ling Tian was so confident. He thought Duan Ling Tian might have had a breakthrough, so he probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian was still an advanced god, he hurriedly said to Tu Feng, I heard about what happened. Is it possible for you to stop this for my sake? I'll ask him to apologize to you. Tang Chun spoke to Tu Feng as soon as he appeared because he knew Tu Feng was the only one who could stop the fight now. Tang Chun was considered relatively strong among the inner elders, so his status was not too low. Perhaps, if this was an ordinary challenge, Tu Feng might have given in consideration of Tang Chun. However, his opponent today was Duan Ling Tian. Not only did he want to kill Duan Ling Tian, but his master had also ordered him to kill Duan Ling Tian. With this, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Elder Tang Chun, I've already given him a chance to apologize, but he refused, Tu Feng calmly said as he glanced at Tang Chun. Hence, I hope you won't blame me for not rescinding my challenge. Naturally, if you really want to stop, you can speak to my master. If my master has no objections, then I will naturally stop. Tang Chun's expression soured as soon as he heard Tu Feng's words. However, in the end, he still sent a message to the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. It did not take long before he received a reply. Tang Chun, you should be old enough to know not to interfere in the juniors' affairs. Initially, Tang Chun had assumed Wu Feng Yin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, would take a step back for him. He truly did not expect such a response. Soon enough, realization dawned on Tang Chun. I almost forgot that Duan Ling Tian rejected Wu Feng Yin previously. Previously, Qi Yu targeted Duan Ling Tian under Tu Feng's orders as well. What to do? The gap between Duan Ling Tian and Tu Feng's strength isn't small. Thinking of this, Tu Feng broke out in cold sweat. Perhaps, it's Wu Feng Yin's intention to kill Duan Ling Tian using Tu Feng's hand. Should I remind him that Duan Ling Tian has a strong background? That's right, how could I forget about this? With Duan Ling Tian's mysterious background and the few miraculous events surrounding him, how could he agree to fight Tu Feng if he weren't confident? Tang Chun subconsciously looked at Duan Ling Tian and discovered that Duan Ling Tian was as calm as ever. There was no trace of panic on Duan Ling Tian's face at all. With this, he felt at ease immediately. I was too anxious after being urged repeatedly by Wu Yan to come over. I even forgot that he has a mysterious background. Tang Chun could still vividly remember the Zhang clan's reverence toward Duan Ling Tian previously while they were in Skywind City. Meanwhile, when Tang Wuyan saw Tang Chun's lack of response, she hurriedly asked through voice transmission, "Granduncle, have you spoken to the second elder?" The fight between Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun was about to start, after all, but Tang Chun had yet to say anything. How could she not feel anxious? At this time, Tu Feng had already his terrifying divine energy that was unique to kings of gods. I've spoken to him, but he refuses to stop Tu Feng, Tang Chun replied, through voice transmission. In any case, don't worry. Duan Ling Tian must be confident since he easily agreed to the challenge. Can't you see how calm he is? It's as though he's certain of his victory. Are you sure? What if he's just blindly confident? Tang Wuyan was extremely worried. Although Duan Ling Tian looked calm, she did not think he had a chance of defeating Tu Feng considering the difference in their strengths. After a moment, she said again, "Granduncle, why don't you ask for vice sect leader Merong's help?" He recommended Duan Ling Tian to join the sect in the core disciples test, right? If you tell him about this, he definitely won't just stand aside and watch. There's no need for that, Tang Chun said just as Tang Wuyan was about to urge him again. Tang Wuyan turned to look at Tang Chun and saw that he was staring intently at the extreme martial arena. She could even see his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he gulped. At this time, she also discovered everyone had fallen silent. Curious, she turned to look at the extreme martial arena. She was a purple figure hovering in the air near where Tu Feng was originally standing. However, Tu Feng had disappeared. What remained was only a cloud of blood mist and the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Tu Feng dead. Tang Wuyan's brown eyes widened in shock, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face. Similarly, everyone was in shock and disbelief as well. Some of them even looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully. None of them could clearly see what happened. All they saw was Duan Ling Tian suddenly appearing next to Tu Feng. Tu Feng had barely reacted before countless sword rays burst forth, mincing Tu Feng until nothing but a cloud of blood mist was left. The two inner elders on duty at the extreme martial arena looked at each other in shock and disbelief as well. He's unbelievably fast. Does he have 99 heavenly veins? Only those with 99 heavenly veins are capable of mobilizing their divine energies at such a speed. Moreover, didn't you notice that apart from the rudimentary sword Dao, instead of just one, he had cast two triple fused profundities from the law of space? I did. This means he had held back when he fought Qi Yu previously. His strength has surpassed Shui Hai Chun's strength 10,000 years ago before Shu Hai Chuan became a king of gods. Chapter 3688 Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Lei, Supreme Elder Yun, and Supreme Elder Wu. Duan Ling Tian had moved at lightning speed, teleporting next to Tu Feng as soon as Tu Feng had mobilized his divine energy. Tu Feng could barely react to his attack before he easily killed Tu Feng. Perhaps, if he had given Tu Feng a few extra seconds, Tu Feng might have been able to defend against. Alas, Tu Feng was too slow. Just a difference of a few seconds resulted in his death. Duan Ling Tian had easily killed Tu Feng by relying on his 99 heavenly veins and teleportation profundity to catch Tu Feng off guard. Ordinary people would not have dared to take this risk even if they had comprehended two triple fused profundities in the rudimentary sword Dao and possessed 99 heavenly veins. After all, if their opponent successfully blocked the attack, they would then be left open for attacks. However, there was no risk for Duan Ling Tian since his true strength far surpassed Tu Feng's strength. Even if Tu Feng managed to block his attack, he could still turn things around. At worst, he would have to reveal one of his trump cards. In fact, whether he would have to reveal his trump card or not was the only gamble he took. To him, Tu Feng's death was a foregone conclusion. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was very pleased that he managed to kill Tu Feng without having to reveal more of his strength. What he had revealed here was the same as what he had shown during the core disciples test in Zhang Tianheng's little world. He had only shown his cultivation base that was at the stage of an advanced god, two triple fused profundities from the law of space, the rudimentary sword Dao, and a primitive divine sword. The only thing he had exposed here was his 99 heavenly veins. However, as long as he was careful, no one would be able to 100% confirm he possessed 99 heavenly veins. Even if the matter was exposed, it was not a big deal. After all, 99 heavenly veins might be rare in the Devata realms, but they were rather common in the realms of gods. After all, most inhabitants of the realms of gods were descendants of supreme powerhouses. At this time, high up in the sky above the extreme martial arena, Lin Yijian, a core disciple, said confidently, "He has definitely passed the core disciples test. This is my first meeting an advanced god who has comprehended two triple fused profundities from a supreme law. The core disciples test might be difficult for the inner disciples, but it's not difficult for Duan Ling Tian at all." Another core disciple nodded in agreement. At this time, a black-clad young man, Shi Tongming, swooped down on stone tablet under his feet and landed in the extreme martial arena. After putting away the stone tablet, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and called out, "Duan Ling Tian." Upon seeing Shi Tongming, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. "That's senior brother Shi Tongming. I didn't expect to see senior brother Shi Tongming here again after so many years." When he was an inner disciple, he was considered the strongest inner disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. After breaking through and becoming a rudimentary king of gods, he passed the core disciples test and became a core disciple. Everyone knows that. The important thing is that after becoming a core disciple, Supreme Elder Lei took a liking to him because of his outstanding performance and accepted him as his disciple. Supreme Elder Lei, he's the strongest among the 4 Supreme Elders of our Hidden Fog sect, right? That's right. Supreme Elder Lei, Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Yun, and Supreme Elder Wu are the strongest elders in the Hidden Fog sect. Even the sect leader is respectful to them. So you can imagine how high senior brother Shi Tongming's innate talent and comprehension skills are as Supreme Elder Lei's direct disciple. Through the conversations in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian learned of Shi Tongming's identity. He knew from before that the 4 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect were the strongest powerhouses in the Hidden Fog sect. They were even stronger than the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. The sect leader, vice sect leaders, core elders, and guardians were just juniors when faced with them. Regardless of positions, all of them were respectful toward the Supreme Elders. This was a world where the strong were revered, after all. "Senior brother Shi, what's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to ask. "Did you pass the core disciples test?" Shi Tongming bluntly asked. After Duan Ling Tian killed Tu Feng, most people had already guessed that Duan Ling Tian had passed the core disciples test. Nevertheless, they were still stunned when they heard it from Duan Ling Tian. "Very good," Shi Tongming said directly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian appreciatively. "Duan Ling Tian, my master is Supreme Elder Lei. Would you like to accept him as your master? With that, I'll be your senior brother. Whoever who offends in the future will have to contend with me." Shi Tongming was not very good with words, so he spoke frankly. An uproar broke out as soon as Shi Tongming finished speaking. Supreme Elder Lei wants to accept Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. Based on the fact that senior brother Shi asking Duan Ling Tian if he had passed the core disciples test proved that Supreme Elder Lei only planned to accept him as a disciple if he passed the test. Supreme Elder Lei is one of the 4 Supreme Elders in the Hidden Fog sect. If Duan Ling Tian becomes his disciple, he'll be able to do as he pleases in the sect. 1 meter so jealous. I wish I were Duan Ling Tian. Even the 2 inner elders on duty at the extreme martial arena were looking at Duan Ling Tian enviously. This showed that Duan Ling Tian was on a meteoric rise. Supreme Elder Lei, a hint of joy could be seen on Tang Wuyan's face when she recovered from the shock. It was as though she herself was about to become a disciple of the Supreme Elder. Similar to the others, she did not have any doubt that Duan Ling Tian would agree to become a Supreme Elder's disciple even if he had previously rejected the invitation of guardians and core elders. After all, they could not compare to the Supreme Elders. It was likely he had rejected the others because he was waiting to become a disciple of one of the Supreme Elders, at this time. "Senior brother Shi," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "please convey my gratitude to Supreme Elder Lei, but unfortunately, I have to refuse his kind intentions since I already have a master." Shi Tongming was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. When he recovered, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a profound gaze and said, "I see. Well, that's a pity." Following that, Shi Tongming did not waste any more words and flew away on the stone tablet that had appeared under his feet. In just a blink of an eye, he vanished before everyone's eyes. At this time, the crowd finally recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian's refusal. No one expected him to refuse Shi Tongming. After all, this was the best way to elevate his status in the Hidden Fog sect. Can't believe Duan Lingtian rejected Supreme Elder Lei. Well, geniuses are prideful and arrogant, after all. Most people did not understand Duan Lingtian's decision, and Tang Wuyan was the same. She hurriedly sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you should have agreed to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. With that, the second elder won't dare to act against you for killing Tu Feng. Now that you killed Tu Feng, the second elder definitely won't let it slide. He's famous of being overprotective of his disciples. If you're Supreme Elder Lei's disciple, he won't dare to act rashly. Being Supreme Elder Lei's disciple is like having an extra life-saving charm. Tang Wuyan's thoughts were very simple. Since Duan Lingtian killed Tu Feng, Wu Fengyin definitely will seek revenge from him. By refusing to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple, he was only putting himself in danger. Everyone has their own aspirations, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. You. Tang Wuyan's face reddened in anger. She stomped her foot helplessly before she turned to leave, looking like a girl who had just fought with her lover. At the same time, Wu Fengyin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, sighed in relief when he found out that Duan Lingtian refused to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. His eyes glinted coldly as he muttered to himself, "Foolish brat. I wouldn't dare to act rashly against you if you'd become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. With this, I can act without any worries." Chapter 3689. Ding Yan left without notice. Almost as soon as Tu Feng died, Wu Fengyin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, had received voice transmission notifying him of Tu Feng's death. Initially, he did not believe it. However, after receiving a few more voice transmissions, he had no choice but to believe that Duan Lingtian, an advanced god, killed his disciple, a rudimentary king of gods, even if he did not want to. He was naturally furious. Tu Feng was the first disciple he had accepted. Although he was usually strict with Tu Feng, he regarded Tu Feng as his son. How could not be angered by Tu Feng's death? He was almost overwhelmed by the urge to head to the extreme martial arena immediately to kill Duan Lingtian before he forcefully calmed himself down. After all, if he really killed Duan Lingtian, he would be sentenced to death even if he was the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Filled with the desire to seek revenge for his first disciple, he was naturally anxious when he learned of Supreme Elder Lei's intention to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Supreme Elder Lei was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Hidden Fog sect and could easily kill him with a snap of his fingers. He naturally did not dare to offend someone like Supreme Elder Lei. If he acted against Supreme Elder Lei's direct disciple, he would only be asking for trouble. Hence, despite feeling extremely unwilling, he was ready to dismiss all ideas of revenge. After all, like many others, he had no doubt Duan Lingtian would agree to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciples. To his surprise, Duan Lingtian actually refused Supreme Elder Lei. How could he not feel ecstatic? With this, he could proceed with his revenge. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension skills are too high. I must find a chance to kill him to avoid future troubles. Even if I don't act against him, he won't reconcile with me. Instead of waiting until he grows stronger, I have to kill him as soon as possible, Wu Fengyin thought to himself as his eyes gleamed with killing intent. The news of Duan Lingtian, an advanced god, easily killing Tu Feng, a rudimentary king of gods, spread like a wildfire in the Hidden Fog sect. Everyone was shocked. Never in the history of the Hidden Fog sect did something like that happen. Following that, news of Duan Lingtian passing the core disciples test and becoming the first core disciple in 10,000 years spread as well. The sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect had personally announced the result. With that, Duan Lingtian officially became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Naturally, there were some who found it difficult to accept. They questioned the legitimacy of the result and wondered if Duan Lingtian had cheated during the test. However, these doubts and suspicions were washed away when it was made known that Duan Lingtian had comprehended two triple-fused profundities from the law of space, the rudimentary sword Dao, and possessed a primitive divine sword. With these, it was reasonable that he had passed the core disciples test. That kid really didn't disappoint me. My recommendations aren't in vain. Mirong Sui Feng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, was delighted when he received the news from the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was not completely confident, he had recommended Duan Ling Tian to enter the Hidden Fog Academy in advance because he had hoped Duan Ling Tian would be the first god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Unlike most people, Mirong Sui Feng was aware of Duan Ling Tian's performance during the 10 Stars students' trial. Hence, he knew Duan Ling Tian was stronger than he seemed. Meanwhile, many of the teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy had also learned about Duan Ling Tian's feats in the Hidden Fog sect. Apart from being teachers of the academy, they were also inner and outer elders of the Hidden Fog sect. How could they not know what was happening in the sect? Duan Ling Tian is truly amazing. He's the first core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. If I didn't hear, many people didn't know what Duan Ling Tian experienced in the 10-star students' trial of Hidden Fog Academy, but he did. Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than he seemed, and that turned out to be the truth. At this moment, all the teachers in Hidden Fog Academy also received the news as well. On the one hand, they were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, and on the other hand, they were also the inner sect elders or the outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They had their own contacts in the Hidden Fog sect, so it was not difficult for them to know what happened there. Naturally, once the teachers learned of it, the students also gradually learned about it. Duan Ling Tian is amazing. The first core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. If I didn't hear this from the teachers, I wouldn't have believed it. That's right, he achieved so much so soon after he left the Hidden Fog Academy. He's truly remarkable, whether they knew him or not. All of them were in awe and fearful of Duan Ling Tian after hearing about his feats in the Hidden Fog sect, back in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian, you're really amazing. I'll be joining the Hidden Fog sect soon. You must take me under your wings when I arrive. Duan Ling Tian received a message from Hu Qingning after Tang Chun led him to residence for core disciples. Hu Qingning, the young master of the King rank 10,000 Leaves sect, was a 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know Hu Qingning for a long time, Hu Qingning was one of the two people he regarded as friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. The other person he regarded as a friend was Ding Yan. Ding Yan was not as strong as Hu Qingning, but Duan Ling Tian was intrigued by Ding Yan. His curiosity was piqued because, during the 10 Stars trial, Ding Yan had told him that as long as he stayed by Ding Yan's side, the other king rank forces would not dare to act against him due to Ding Yan's identity. Based on these words, it could be seen that Ding Yan had a strong background. The mystery was that no one in the Hidden Fog Academy seemed aware of this. After Duan Ling Tian settled down, he replied to Hu Qingning with a smile on his face, "You can look for me if you encounter any trouble in the Hidden Fog sect. However, I'll only help you if you're not in the wrong. Otherwise, I won't care about you at all." "Do I look like a bad person?" Hu Qingning asked, feigning indignance. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he replied, "Well, I think." Before he finished listening to Duan Ling Tian's reply, Hu Qingning sighed in relief. However, he realized he had sighed in relief too early when he heard Duan Ling Tian's following message. "I think you're a bad person. Can't you just finish your sentence all at once?" Hu Qingning asked, indignantly. All right, I'm joking with you," Duan Ling Tian replied, "That's right. I just remembered something. Before the 10 Stars trial, I remember you said you wanted to have a discussion and sparring session with me so we can learn from each other. However, I became busy after that. When you arrive at the Hidden Fog sect, we can have a discussion and a sparring session." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, Hu Qingning, who was in the Hidden Fog Academy, shuddered. "Spar with you? Who dares to spar with a monster like you?" Hu Qingning hastily replied, Did I say that? You must have been mistaken. Anyway, let's put that aside for now. There's something I want to tell you. Did you know that not long after you left the academy, Ding Yan suddenly dropped out of the academy? He didn't say anything to anyone, and I only found out from the others that he had applied to leave the academy. I sent him messages, but I haven't heard from him. Have you spoken to him recently? Due to Duan Ling Tian, Hu Qingning and Ding Yan became acquainted and exchanged soul pearls with each other. Dropped out of the academy. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. With that, he sent a message to Ding Yan through the soul pearl Ding Yan had given him. However, there was no response. Haven't spoken to him recently. I just sent him a message, but there's no response as well, Duan Ling Tian said before he asked, did he behave abnormally before he left? No, Hu Qingning said with a sigh, I'd asked my father to investigate Ding Yan, but my father couldn't find anything about Ding Yan at all. He's really mysterious. I don't know where he came from. After Duan Ling Tian was done talking to Hu Qingning, he turned to ask Tang Chun, Elder Tang Chun, can you help me contact Vice Sect Leader Murong? Of course. What's the matter? Can you help me ask him if he knows anything about the origins of Ding Yan, a 10 stars? Student. Duan Ling Tian asked. Tang Chun sent a message to Murong Sui Feng, and it did not take long before he received a reply from Murong Sui Feng. Vice Sect Leader Murong said he doesn't know anything about Ding Yan's origin. All he knows is that Ding Yan entered the academy through the 9 stars assessment. I've asked other people I know in the academy, and none of them knows anything. Tang Chun had clearly done his best to help Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, feeling slightly uneasy. Ding Yan should be fine, right? After a moment, he calmed down. There was no point in worrying about Ding Yan now since there was nothing he could do. The most important thing was to increase his strength now. With this, if need be, he would be able to help Ding Yan in the future. After showing Duan Ling Tian to his new residence, Tang Chun led Duan Ling Tian to register his new identity as a core disciple. He would be given a new identity token, and he would be rewarded as well. The reward had at least the value of a mediocre divine artifact. During their journey there, he asked, Elder Tang Chun, if there's nothing I like from the list rewards for becoming a core disciple, can I ask for something else? Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be interested in the rewards, so he had hoped to exchange it for something else. Tang Chun shook his head. Under normal circumstances, that's not allowed. Chapter 3690 Exchanging for Auspicious Pills. I can't. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He did not think it would be a problem to ask for another reward. He had hoped to exchange for auspicious pills. He needed the pills now. If he had 2 auspicious pills, he was sure he would be able to break through and become a king of gods. With 1 auspicious pill, he was more than 50% certain he would be able to become a king of gods. He had come to this conclusion based on his experience and the things he had heard. Are auspicious pills among the rewards? Duan Ling Tian asked hopefully. Auspicious pills? After a moment, Tang Chun shook his head and said, no. Auspicious pills are only useful to gods. Before you came along, the core disciples are all king of gods, after all. Do you want auspicious pills? In fact, it's not difficult for you to obtain auspicious pills, Tang Chun said. You can choose something of higher value later from the rewards and exchange them for auspicious pills. I think it won't be difficult to find someone who's willing to exchange them with you. I have given Wu Yan the few auspicious pills in my possession. If she hasn't consumed them, I'm sure she'll be willing to give them to you. Tang Chun looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully after he finished speaking to see if Duan Ling Tian had any reaction. He felt slightly disappointed when he saw that Duan Ling Tian had no reaction at all. Was his grandniece not charming enough? Duan Ling Tian asked, do you know of anyone I can exchange for auspicious pills with? I don't. Tang Chun shook his head and said, auspicious pills are useful to gods, and we have no lack of gods in the sect. Many elders would give them to their disciples or descendants like me. Choose something that is of high value and is highly coveted later. With that, you'll have a higher chance of exchanging for the auspicious pills. However, you can try the trading hall in the sect. Usually, they have auspicious pills. Why don't we go to the trading hall to have a look? Duan Ling Tian agreed to it immediately. He cared more about the auspicious pills than the reward for becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. With that, Tang Chun changed direction and led Duan Ling Tian to the Hidden Fog sect's trading hall. The trading hall was several times bigger than the trial pavilion. There were many booths in the hall that were manned by disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Based on the identity tokens at their waists, they were inner and outer disciples. In front of some of the booths, items that the booth owners were listed as well. Many of them were looking for auspicious pills in the primary, secondary, tertiary divine pills. They also listed the items they were willing to exchange for things they wanted. Let's see if anyone's willing to part with their auspicious pills in exchange for something else, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he walked past the booths. Many people greeted Tang Chun respectfully when they saw him. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they were naturally very enthusiastic. Senior Brother Duan, hello. Senior Brother Duan, I saw your fight with Tu Feng. You're really amazing. You're the first person to achieve such a feat in the Hidden Fog sect. Senior brother Duan, I admire you a lot. The inner and outer disciples gathered around Duan Lingtian like ardent fans of celebrities on Earth in his previous life. Duan Lingtian remained friendly when faced with the enthusiastic group of disciples. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Then, he asked, "Hey, do any of you know of someone who's willing to exchange their auspicious pills with something else? I want to exchange for a few auspicious pills." As soon as his words fell, many of the disciples instinctively looked in the same direction before someone took the lead to say, "Senior brother Duan, there's a senior brother over there who wants to exchange his auspicious pills for a mediocre divine artifact." Duan Lingtian's eye brightened even more. He had plenty of mediocre divine artifacts. After all, the Zhang clan had given him a few mediocre divine artifacts as tokens of their apology, and there were also the mediocre divine artifacts he obtained when he was still in the Devata realms. "Senior brother Duan, it's not worth it. A mediocre divine artifact is much more precious than the 2 auspicious pills he has." "That's right. Normally, you can exchange for 4 auspicious pills with a mediocre divine artifact. Some people are even willing to use 5 auspicious pills to exchange for a mediocre divine artifact." The disciples quickly reminded Duan Lingtian, afraid he would suffer a loss from the exchange. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had a mediocre artifact, he would only have one that he was rewarded with for becoming a core disciple. After all, if he already had a mediocre divine artifact, he would not have used a primitive divine artifact during his battles. "Thank you for your reminders," Duan Lingtian said with a smile before he made his way in the direction the others were looking at earlier. As he walked, the other disciples instinctively made way for him. Is senior brother Duan really going to exchange a mediocre divine artifact for the auspicious pills? Why would he when he clearly knows it would be a loss? Perhaps, he urgently needs the auspicious pills. Everyone watched curiously as Duan Lingtian walked to a booth manned by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary, but he had a pair of piercing eyes. When he saw Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Junior brother Duan, I've long heard about you. You're as handsome and suave as rumored." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Based on how the man addressed him, he was certain the man was an inner disciple who was a king of gods. Wu Feng, Tang Chun, who had just walked over, exclaimed in surprise, "I haven't seen you in a long time. When did you return to the sect?" Elder Tang Chun, Wu Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, rose to his feet immediately and bowed as he said, "I returned a few days ago. I haven't had the time to visit you." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by how respectful Wu Feng was toward Tang Chun. Tang Chun asked, "Why didn't you tell me you need a mediocre divine artifact?" Then, he brought out a 5-foot-long silver saber before he continued to say, "You can have this mediocre divine artifact. As for the 2 auspicious pills, you can give them to Duan Lingtian." As Tang Chun spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, helping Duan Lingtian would definitely benefit him. Moreover, since he had a good relationship with Wu Feng, even if it was a loss to give Wu Feng the mediocre divine artifact in exchange for 2 auspicious pills, he did not mind. With this, he would be able to please both sides. Wu Feng smiled wryly and waved his hand. "Elder Tang Chun, I haven't repaid you for saving my life. How can I take your item? I'll give these 2 auspicious pills to Duan Lingtian. As for the mediocre divine artifact, you can keep it." After that, Wu Feng brought a pill bottle out and gave it to Duan Lingtian as he said, "Junior brother Duan, since you have a good relationship with Elder Tang Chun, I'll give these 2 auspicious pills to you." Tang Chun frowned and was about to speak up when Duan Lingtian said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Wu Feng. However, I can't take your things for free. In fact, I have a mediocre divine artifact that you can have." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he brought out a sword that shone with a blue light. Although it was also a mediocre divine artifact, it was clearly of a higher quality compared to Tang Chun's mediocre divine artifact. Wu Feng's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the sword. Upon seeing this, Tang Chun could only smile wryly and put his mediocre divine artifact away. Again, he had forgotten that Duan Lingtian had a strong background. It was only natural that Duan Lingtian did not lack mediocre divine artifacts. Moreover, the Zhang clan might have also given Duan Lingtian a few mediocre divine artifacts as a token of their apology. He could still remember how Zhang the second master of the Zhang clan, had humbled himself in front of Duan Lingtian. Wu Feng looked at the mediocre divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's hand with bright eyes as he solemnly said, "Junior brother Duan, it'd indeed be a loss for you to exchange for 2 auspicious pills with a mediocre divine artifact. I'll owe you a favor for this." Wu Feng really wanted a mediocre divine artifact, so he quickly exchanged them with 2 auspicious pills. Since he knew the exchange was slightly unfair, he took the initiative to say he would owe Duan Lingtian a favor. After the exchange, he exchanged soul pearls with Duan Lingtian as well. "Senior brother Wu Feng, you're too polite. In my eyes, the value of these 2 auspicious pills isn't any less than a mediocre divine artifact," Duan Lingtian said as he put the pill bottle that contained the 2 auspicious pills away. He could barely contain the excitement in his heart at this moment. As long as the efficacy of the pills was not exaggerated, he would become a king of gods after consuming the 2 pills. "TM a man of my word," Wu Feng said firmly despite Duan Lingtian's words. With this, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Wu Feng whom he had just met. Chapter 3691 An Emperor of God's Divine Sanctuary. The eyes of the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples were filled with envy when they saw Duan Lingtian exchanging for 2 auspicious pills with a mediocre divine sword from Wu Feng. Senior brother Duan exchanged his reward for being a core disciple just like that. In our sect, almost all core disciples obtained their first mediocre artifacts from the reward. It'll be difficult for senior brother Duan to obtain another mediocre divine artifact in the future now that he has given this one away. Most of the disciples present on the scene assumed that the mediocre divine artifact Duan Lingtian had used to exchange for 2 auspicious pills was the reward he received for becoming a core disciple. They knew that among the list rewards there would be a mediocre divine artifact. The corners of Tang Chun's lips twitched when he heard the whispers in his surroundings. Only he alone knew that Duan Lingtian had yet to register as a core disciple and had not claimed his reward. Hence, the mediocre divine artifact Duan Lingtian had used for the exchange was something he had already owned. This meant that Duan Lingtian deliberately used a primitive divine artifact to decapitate Qi Yu and kill Tu Feng in the extreme martial arena. "Junior brother Duan, since you're so eager to obtain the auspicious pills, does this mean you're about to break through and become a king of gods?" Duan Lingtian nodded to Wu Feng and was about to tell Tang Chun they could leave to register himself as a core disciple when he heard Wu Feng's question. He was briefly stunned by the question and instinctively tuned to look at Wu Feng, who was looking at him knowingly. Then, he responded, through voice transmission, with a, "Yes." "How long will it take for you to break through?" Wu Feng continued to ask through voice transmission before he said, "If you're breaking through soon, I might be able to repay you soon." "Senior brother Wu Feng, there's really no need for you to repay the favor," Duan Lingtian said. "To me, the value of these 2 auspicious pills is far higher than that of a mediocre divine artifact. Junior brother Duan, don't refuse me just yet," Wu Feng said through voice transmission. "I think you're a trustworthy person, so I'll be frank with you. The reason why I need the mediocre divine artifact so badly is so that I can increase my strength. I need to increase my strength quickly because I and another 4 people discovered a divine sanctuary. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been left behind by an emperor of gods. The 5 of us hold a key each to open the door to the divine sanctuary, and we've decided to open it soon. To be able to obtain more treasures, I have to increase my strength. I can only rely on external items to increase my strength in such a short time." Wu Feng paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian intently and continued to say through voice transmission, "Junior brother Duan, we've agreed to enter the divine sanctuary in 3 months. Since the journey there would take a month, we'll be leaving the sect in 2 months. Each of the 5 of us can bring a companion. However, the caveat is that our companions can't be stronger than a rudimentary king of gods. I was planning to invite my friend who's also an inner sect disciple to go with me. However, if you're able to break through within 2 months, would you like to come with.Me?" Wu Feng said again, "I'm also looking forward to seeing your performance after you become a rudimentary king of gods. After all, you're an advanced god who managed to kill a rudimentary king of gods. Naturally, I also have selfish intentions. Since you're so strong, I'll definitely have an advantage as well." In Wu Feng's opinion, Duan Lingtian would become terrifyingly strong after becoming a rudimentary king of gods. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng, a rudimentary king of gods, when he was just an advanced god. With this, not many of Duan Ling Tian's peers in the Eastern Ridge Mansion were a match for Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, only those prodigies from Emperor rank forces were a match for Duan Ling Tian. A divine sanctuary that might be left behind by an emperor of gods. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He was naturally tempted by this offer. An emperor of gods was very influential and was the backbone of an emperor rank force. In realms of gods, emperor rank forces were only second to supreme rank forces. In the Eastern Ridge Mansion where the Hidden Fog sect was located, there were no supreme rank forces at all. The strongest forces were only emperor rank forces. Hence, in the Eastern Ridge Mansions, emperor rank forces and emperors of gods were the strongest. Hence, there was no doubt that the divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods would contain many treasures. They've no use for divine artifacts since I already have the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, I do need divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs that can help me raise my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian gave into temptation and said to Wu Feng, "All right. Senior Wu Feng, if I break through within the time frame, I'll let you know. If everything goes according to plan, I should be able to break through in 2 months." "All right, TL wait for your good news," Wu Feng said. After a moment, he added, "In fact, if you still haven't broken through after 2 months, you can still come with me. There's no limit on cultivation bases to enter the divine sanctuary, after all. Even if you're still an advanced god, your strength isn't inferior to mine. Perhaps, due to the fact that the 5 of us are rudimentary kings of gods, I automatically thought you should also be a rudimentary king of gods in order to join us." Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude. Although he was confident about breaking through in 2 months, he could not 100% guarantee that would be the case. After all, it would depend on the efficacy of the auspicious pills being as exaggerated as rumored. "If you come with me, the others will definitely underestimate you. This can also work to our advantage in the divine sanctuary," Wu Feng said with a chuckle. "Naturally, it'd still be best if you can break through." Duan Ling Tian continued chatting with Wu Feng for a few more moments before he finally took his leave. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun left the trading hall to register Duan Ling Tian as a core disciple. The registration process was rather simple. Duan Ling Tian only needed to hand over his inner disciple's identity token before he was given a core disciple's identity token. After that, the core elder responsible for the registration asked, "Do you want to claim your reward for being a core disciple now?" The core elder was the 17th core elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, even Tang Chun was very respectful to him. He was a slightly rotund middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. He looked more like a wealthy businessman than a king of gods. As a core elder, he was one of the stronger advanced kings of gods in the Hidden Fog sect. He was comparable to Wu Feng Yin, the 2nd core elder of the Hidden Fog sect. After all, the ranked core elders mostly had similar strengths apart from a few powerful ones. Some core elders who ranked lower were even stronger than those who were ranked higher. Then, the core elder led Duan Ling Tian to a secret room where the rewards were stored. On the other hand, Tang Chun finally took his leave. After that, the core elder would find someone to lead Duan Ling Tian to the core disciples' residence. Before he left, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "If none of the rewards catches your eyes, you should pick a mediocre divine artifact. You can exchange it for something else with it. You can exchange for another few more auspicious pills with it." Duan Ling Tian only replied perfunctorily. He had decided to select whatever he needed regardless if it was of a lower value compared to a mediocre divine artifact or not. Moreover, even if there was something he wanted that he could exchange for with mediocre divine artifacts, he still had plenty of mediocre divine artifacts in his possession. On the way to the secret room, the 17th core elder narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I've heard about you a long time ago. I also heard you rejected Elder Lei." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Yes, I already have a master in the Devata realm, so I can't possibly acknowledge another master." In fact, Duan Ling Tian had spoken to Feng Qingyong about this in the past. Feng Qingyong had told him not to worry about such things and that he would not take offense even if Duan Ling Tian acknowledged another master. Instead of caring about such trivial matters, Feng Qingyong thought it was more important that Duan Ling Tian kept him in his heart. After all, there was no lack of people who killed their masters for their benefit. On the flip side, there were also those who had multiple masters but were respectful to all their masters and did not judge their masters based on their master's strengths. Hence, in his opinion, titles were nothing, what mattered was the heart. Chapter 3692 Shengguan Shangfeng. Despite Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of accepting another master. At least, not for now. Perhaps, that might change in the future. You're from a Devata realm? The 17th Core Elder asked with a hint of pity when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, inhabitants of realms of gods held an advantage over those from the Devata realms. Since most inhabitants of Devata realms were not descendants of supreme powerhouses, they naturally did not have bloodline powers. Bloodline powers naturally contributed greatly to one's strength. If two opponents with the same cultivation base fought, the party with the bloodline power would be able to easily defeat the other party with a bloodline power. The 17th Core Elder tried to change the subject and said, "Your master will definitely be happy if he knows how filial you are in this regard." When they arrived at the entrance of the secret room where the rewards were stored, the 17th Elder deactivated the formation at the entrance before he said, "Go in and choose whatever you want." When Duan Ling Tian first stepped foot into the secret room, he first saw a huge room. Rows and rows of shelves stood in the middle. There were weapons, pills, jade tokens, divine fruits, divine herbs, and kinds of things. When Duan Ling Tian was looking at the jade tokens, the 17th Core Elder said, "There's a brief description for all the memory jade tokens, you can see them by extending a strand of your divine consciousness into the jade tokens. In fact, this is the same for all the items." Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded before he wandered the vast secret room. As soon as he extended a strand of his divine consciousness into an item, a brief description of the item would appear in his mind. 3 superb sun pills can boost a king of God's cultivation base. Its effect is even much better than divine rocks, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself after he extended his divine consciousness into a pill bottle that stood next to the memory jade token. Similar to many pills, the superb sun pills would lose much of its efficacy once one had eaten it thrice. If one had taken more than 10 pills, the pills would lose efficacy immediately. These pills are only valuable to those who have yet to ingest them, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was disinterested in the pills because the Zhang clan had given him more than a dozen superb sun pills. Bone-melting jade. This is a mediocre divine artifact. Apart from possessing high offensive strength, it has a special ability. It could create a type of poison that can erode and melt one's bones. This is especially suitable for those who had comprehended the law of water, Duan Ling Tian murmured after, extending a strand of his divine consciousness into a simple jade token with lines and patterns etched on it. They prevented divine consciousness from probing it. This mediocre divine artifact is rather good. It's stronger than most of the mediocre divine artifacts I own, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Nonetheless, he had no intention of claiming it. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he greeted Zhang Jin. "Greetings, Elder Zhang Jin." Zhang Jin said enthusiastically, "Duan Ling Tian, I've long heard about you. It's really a pity you rejected Elder Lei's offer to be his disciple." He shook his head as he continued to say regretfully, "You're too young and impulsive. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, your status will be elevated in the sect. Even the sect leader will pay more attention to you. Everyone has different aspirations," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Elder Zhang Jin, please lead me to the core disciples' training ground." Alright, Zhang Jin shook his head and sighed. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the 17th Elder and followed Zhang Jin. After passing a building, they took to the sky. Duan Ling Tian could see the picturesque scenery in the hidden fog sect's estate from above. However, he did not think much of it since he had already grown used to seeing it. "Duan Ling Tian, since you're the first advanced god to become a core disciple in 10,000 years, let me tell you something that's not in the core disciple manual," Zhang Jin said. While Zhang Jin was patiently briefing Duan Ling Tian, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Jin and Duan Ling Tian, causing Zhang Jin to trail off. The person who blocked their path was a stern-looking tall and burly young man dressed in a scarlet robe. His long black hair draped down his back, and a scarlet ribbon was tied around his head. As soon as he appeared, he nodded and greeted Zhang Jin. "Greetings, Elder Zhang Jin." Before Zhang Jin could speak, the young man turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked indifferently, "Are you Duan Ling Tian, the new core disciple?" Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. The young man's attitude toward him was clearly frosty compared to the way the young man had spoken to Zhang Jin. Hence, he ignored the young man's question. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Jin, who sensed Duan Lingtian's displeasure, said, "This is Shangguan Shangfeng. He's the eldest disciple of Elder Feng. He's one of the top 3 strongest among the 62 core disciples. Well, there are 63 core disciples now, including you. He's an intermediate king of gods, capable of defeating inner elders of the sect." Zhang Jin had deliberately brought Shangguan Shangfeng's strength to remind Duan Lingtian to be polite to Shangguan Shangfeng. At this time, Shangguan Shangfeng said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Hand over your 2 auspicious pills. I want them." Chapter 3693 Threat. With this, Duan Lingtian finally realized why Shangguan Shangfeng had shown up. As it turned out, Shangguan Shangfeng coveted the 2 auspicious pills he had just obtained from the trading hall. Needless to say, he was displeased with Shangguan Shangfeng's domineering tone. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shangguan Shangfeng and said, "I have a need for the 2 auspicious pills, so I won't be giving them to anyone." Zhang Jin's expression changed upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like Duan Lingtian did not understand the predicament he was in. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian were Elder Lei's disciple, it would be fine for Duan Lingtian to act like this. Currently, Duan Lingtian had no backing, hence, it was not wise for Duan Liangtian to offend Shangguan Shangfeng. "Originally, I was planning to give you 2 primitive divine artifacts for the 2 auspicious pills. However, since you're so ignorant, I'll only give you 1 now," Shangguan Shangfeng said with a contemptuous smile on his face. At the same time, a 3-foot-long green blade glowing with a faint light, obviously a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul, appeared in his hand. In a lord rank force like the Hidden Fog sect, there were hardly any primitive divine artifacts with souls. Even if there was, it would be snatched away by emperor rank forces. As for prominent divine artifacts with souls, even emperor rank forces did not have them. Only supreme rank forces had prominent divine artifacts with souls. Even then, usually, only those with high ranks possessed the prominent divine artifacts with souls. A primitive divine artifact. Zhang Jin sighed upon hearing Shangguan Shangfeng as though he was not surprised by Shangguan Shangfeng's behavior. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian only laughed. Primitive divine artifacts, especially those without souls, were far less valuable than mediocre divine artifacts. Even if one could exchange for 10 primitive divine artifacts with 1 mediocre divine artifact, no one would do such a thing. Perhaps, some people might think twice if they were offered a dozen of 20 primitive divine artifacts for 1 mediocre divine artifact. In the Hidden Fog sect's trading hall, no one would exchange for 10 primitive divine artifacts with an auspicious pill, since auspicious pills were much rarer than primitive divine artifacts. After all, in the sect, almost all inner disciples owned a primitive divine artifact, but very few people owned auspicious pills. Not only could they use pills themselves, but even if they could not, they could exchange for other things with them. "How about this? I'll give you 10 primitive divine artifacts if you give me 1 auspicious pill," Duan Lingtian said, clearly mocking Shangguan Shangfei's ridiculous offer. Not even the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect would make such a shameless and outrageous offer. "Elder Zhang Jin, let's go," Duan Lingtian called out and flew toward the core disciples' residence. Zhang Jin regained his senses and flew after Duan Lingtian. Then, he resumed explaining some matters to Duan Lingtian that were not in the core disciple manual. He was very patient, and Duan Lingtian listened attentively as well. Inwardly, Duan Lingtian was suppressing the raging fury in his heart. "Shangguan Shangfeng, you'll regret robbing me of my 2 auspicious pills today. In the future, my revenge won't be as simple as demanding 2 auspicious pills in return." Having lived 2 lives, Duan Lingtian had encountered many difficulties and setbacks. He naturally understood the principle of retreating to advance. There were things he would compromise on, and there were things he would not compromise on no matter what. This time, it was just the loss of 2 auspicious pills that would slightly delay his breakthrough. It was not worth risking his life over. "It seems like I'll only be able to enter the divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods as an advanced god," Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this time, Shangguan Shangfeng, who had snatched away Duan Lingtian's 2 auspicious, went to an independent courtyard at the top of a peak. "Long Shao, I've done what you asked me to do," Shangguan Shangfeng said to someone inside the courtyard. At this time, a tall and muscular young man dressed in dark golden robes emerged from the courtyard. He was handsome, and his bearing was majestic, just like a young emperor looking down on the world. Duan Ling Tian is really cowardly. He has no backbone at all, Shangguan Shangfeng said. I only threatened him a little, and he easily gave up his 2 auspicious pills. In my opinion, someone like that isn't worthy of being Elder Lei's disciple or even being one of us. Chapter 3694 Long Shao. My master seems to be fond of him. I wouldn't have paid any attention to him if it weren't for my master, the tall young man said derisively as he shook his head. So what if he's a genius if he can't grow stronger? The young man was Long Shao, Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Shi Tongming, who had conveyed Elder Lei's intention to accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple previously, was his junior brother. Long Shao could tell that his master was slightly displeased by Duan Ling Tian's refusal even if his master did not say much. For this reason, he began to hate Duan Ling Tian. When he heard that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the trading hall to exchange for 2 auspicious pills, he had asked his close friend, Shangguan Shangfeng, who was Elder Feng's eldest disciple, to snatch the 2 auspicious pills from Duan Ling Tian to vent his anger. Due to their close relationship, Shangguan Shangfeng readily agreed to help Long Shao. Are you going to ignore him after this, or do you still plan to look for trouble with him? Shangguan Shangfeng asked. He dares to refuse my master. I naturally won't let him off so easily, Long Shao said with a scoff as his eyes glinted icily. We'll humiliate him later and rub salt in his wounds. Shangguan Shangfeng laughed. All right, update me about your plans. I'm very interested in this matter. We should find a chance to get rid of him for good after he becomes a king of gods. Based on his behavior today, he's either a coward or he's hiding his strength. If we don't get rid of him, based on his talent and comprehension skills, he'll definitely surpass us in the future. At that time, it'd be disastrous for us if he decides to seek revenge. Killing intent flashed in Shangguan Shangfeng's eyes at the end of his words. There's no rush, Long Shao said with a faint smile. I want to see him crawl 10 miles to beg my master to accept him as a disciple. However, based on my master's character, I know he won't accept Duan Ling Tian again. We can take our time and kill him once he becomes a king of gods when he thinks his future is incomparably bright. You're right, Shangguan Shangfeng said with a nod. I didn't expect us to share the same idea. The loss of the 2 auspicious pills hindered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation progress greatly. After all, the 2 pills could have helped him to become a king of gods in just a day. Although he had several divine pills that could help with his cultivation, none of them could compare to the auspicious pills. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian could not even use the consolidation divine fruit that he had obtained as a reward for becoming a core disciple. That's right, Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought to himself, I forgot about the Zhang clan. After the incident at Zhang clan's restaurant in Skywind City, the Zhang clan had been very respectful toward him and had compensated him generously for their transgression. If he was not mistaken, they must have given him half of their wealth as compensation. This meant that the Zhang clan must still have at least 5 auspicious pills. T should look for Zhang Tian Nu. With that, Duan Ling Tian left his new residence that was located near the core disciples' training ground. The training ground was located in a mountain range, and more than 100 courtyards of various shapes and sizes were scattered in its surroundings. Only a few dozen of the courtyards were occupied. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he had casually picked an empty courtyard to live in. After all, similar to the inner disciples' residence, and unlike the 10 stars students' residence, the cultivation environment was the same no matter which courtyard he picked. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally found Zhang Tian Nu. Young Master Duan, how can I help you? Zhang Tian Nu was shocked and anxious when he saw Duan Ling Tian had come looking for him. Duan Ling Tian's recent performance had shocked everyone in the Hidden Fog sect, including Zhang Tian Nu. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so monstrously talented and to have such a profound comprehension of the law of space. Based on Duan Ling Tian's rise in the Hidden Fog sect, it would not take long for Duan Ling Tian to be able to easily overpower the Zhang clan. They've a request. Can you ask your godfather if he still has any auspicious pills left? I'm willing to exchange a mediocre divine artifact for 3 auspicious pills, Duan Ling Tian bluntly said. The Zhang clan should be willing to make this trade since Duan Ling Tian was offering something of high value to them. TL speak to my godfather about this, Zhang Tian Nu said. He did not waste time and sent his godfather, the clan leader of Skywind City's Zhang clan. Soon enough, after receiving a reply, Zhang Tiannu said apologetically, "Young Master Duan, my godfather apologizes. Indeed, we had 5 auspicious pills. However, they've been recently distributed to the younger generation, so we only have 1 left. My godfather said he'll send the remaining 1 to .You, but there's no need for you to give us anything in return." Although Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed, he was still happy to obtain 1 auspicious pill. "Please tell your clan leader that I'm grateful for his kind gesture." Although Duan Ling Tian had been ruthless toward the Zhang clan in the past, he had let go of his grudge since the Zhang clan had been very cooperative. However, when he recalled his encounter with the Zhang clan's death warriors, he reminded himself to not let his guard down. The only reason the Zhang clan feared him so deeply was due to their misunderstanding of his and Duan Chaoyu's relationship. Without Duan Chaoyu and Yu Chuyan, the Zhang clan would not have been so submissive. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence, he saw someone waiting for him at the entrance. It was a tall and muscular young man dressed in a dark golden robe. He was rather handsome and had a majestic and dignified air about him. "You are..." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. "Long Xiao," the young man said before he disappeared and reappeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and sized Duan Ling Tian up. Long Xiao, an ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. After Shangguan Shangfeng had snatched his 2 auspicious pills, Zhang Jin had briefly spoken about Long Xiao. Hence, he knew Long Xiao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Elder Lei was one of the 4 supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian had refused his invitation through Shi Tongming. Zhang Jin had brought up Long Xiao because he had suspected Shangguan Shangfeng's actions had something to do with Long Xiao, since Long Xiao had a good relationship with Shangguan Shangfeng. Moreover, Shangguan Shangfeng had no use for the auspicious pills, and it was below him to snatch auspicious pills from his juniors. After all, he had to maintain his reputation and his master's reputation. Although Zhang Jin had said this was just his speculation and he was not sure, Duan Ling Tian thought that it was highly likely that Zhang Jin was right. Long Xiao said arrogantly, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Xiao, Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Shi Tongming, whom you previously met, is my junior brother. How can I help you?" Duan Ling Tian asked tonelessly. "Eyes nothing," Long Xiao said mockingly as he shook his head. "I heard that someone snatched away your 2 auspicious pills, which you'd traded for with a mediocre divine artifact. I heard the culprit is Shangguan Shangfeng, Elder Feng's eldest disciple. So, did you come to mock me?" Duan Ling Tian remained calm. He had long guessed that Long Xiao had come to rub salt on his wound. "Of course not," Long Xiao said as he shook his head. "I'm here to provide you with a solution. Shangguan Shangfeng only dared to snatch the pills from you due to your lack of support in the sect, right? Do you think he'd dare to do this if you were my master's disciple? If you become my junior brother, Shangguan Shangfeng will definitely return the 2 auspicious pills he snatched from you." Chapter 3695 Duan Ling Tian's temporary departure from the Hidden Fog sect. While Long Xiao feigned frustration over Duan Ling Tian's misfortune, Duan Ling Tian only thought that Long Xiao looked like a jumping clown. He asked, "What do you mean? Become my master's disciple?" Long Xiao said as his eyes glinted when he saw the flash of interest in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "However, my master is one of the 4 supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Since you'd refused him, he won't easily accept you again. Fortunately for you, there's still a way. If you kneel and kowtow starting from 10 miles away from my master's residence to the entrance, he'll definitely be moved by your sincerity and accept you as his disciple. I know him very well. After all, it'd be best if you don't hold back when you kowtow and let your forehead bleed." Duan Ling Tian nodded expressionlessly and said, "I'll think about it." Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was only playing along to prevent Long Xiao from causing any more trouble like Shangguan Shangfeng did. From what Zhang Jin had said, although Long Xiao was slightly weaker than Shangguan Shangfeng, he was still the top 5 strongest core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. He was an intermediate king of gods capable of defeating ordinary advanced kings of gods. Most importantly, Long Xiao's master was one of the supreme elders. For all these reasons, he knew he would be at a disadvantage if he blindly opposed Long Xiao now. "All right, think about it," Long Xiao nodded and said, "If you do as I suggested, you'll definitely become my master's disciple and my junior brother." At that time, I'll ask Shangguan Shangfeng to return the 2 auspicious pills to you. After Long Xiao left, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it seems like my days in the sect will no longer be peaceful. I should leave the sect temporarily so they can't look for trouble with me. I'm still too weak, after all. I'll return once I'm strong enough. With that, Duan Ling Tian left without even entering his residence. Before he left, he looked for Zhang Tiannu and told him he needed the auspicious pills as soon as possible since he had something important to attend to. Zhang Tiannu was quick to convey the message. Zhang Da then had sent one of his subordinates to pass the auspicious pill to Duan Ling Tian at the entrance of Skywind City. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also sent a message to Wu Feng before he left. Senior brother Wu Feng, I'll be leaving the sect temporarily and will return in 2 months. Please wait for me outside the sect's estate before you leave. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not forget about going to the divine sanctuary that an emperor of gods left behind with Wu Feng. All right, Wu Feng replied, unaware of Duan Ling Tian's predicament. After receiving Wu Feng's reply, Duan Ling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect. Since he possessed a core disciple's identity token, he could easily pass through the formations guarding the sect estate. After obtaining the auspicious pill from the subordinate of the Qin clan at the entrance of Skywind City, Duan Ling Tian left immediately. He traveled west where the emperor rank force that controlled the Hidden Fog sect was based. The western region was prosperous due to the existence of the emperor rank sect. Till go to King Descending City, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. King Descending City was one of the larger cities around the emperor rank sect's estate. Not only was the city large, but it was prosperous as well. He did not go to the largest city in the area due to the long distance. It would take him a month just to travel back and forth, which was a waste of time. Who knew if he would be able to find more auspicious pills in King Descending City? His journey was smooth, and he did not encounter any bandits. Perhaps, it was due to the control of the emperor rank force. Duan Ling Tian traveled at top speed for 5 days and 5 nights before he finally arrived at King Descending City. King Descending City was much larger than Skywind City and was surrounded by mountain ranges. If one flew at a low altitude, one would have missed the city. To Duan Ling Tian, the mountain ranges served as nature's protection of the city in all directions. With this, it would be difficult to breach the city's defenses. The emperor rank sect that controls the Hidden Fog sect is located west of King Descending City. A lord rank clan and a lord rank sect lie north and south of the city respectively. Similar to the Hidden Fog sect, they were all under the control of the emperor rank sect. King Descending City could be considered a central hub for the emperor rank sect and its various lord rank forces. Duan Ling Tian teleported and arrived at the entrance of the city in just a blink of an eye. Throngs of people were going in and out of the city at this hour. Many people could be seen coming from all directions. Duan Ling Tian looked at the ancient-looking city and was about to enter when a loud voice rang from Duan Ling Tian's back. Then, he sensed a force rushing in his direction, so he hastily teleported to the side. A carriage drawn by 3 identical beasts brushed past Duan Ling Tian. A muscular middle-aged man dressed in a fine robe sat in the center of the carriage. His facial features were prominent, and he had a distinctive knife scar above his eyebrow. Another carriage that was tightly concealed with curtains followed in the wake of the first carriage. "Make way, it's the Yuyang clan," someone shouted. People began to make way for the carriages. The Yuyang clan. At this time, he finally saw the word Yuyang emblazoned on the sides of the carriages. "The Yuyang clan is too domineering," someone whispered. "Well, they're strong enough to be domineering," another person said as he shook his head. "The clan is one of the strongest king-rank clans with multiple kings of gods. Most importantly, the clan's young master is the disciple of a second elder of a lord-rank force, the 10,000 Devil sect, and he's greatly doted on by the elders." Duan Ling Tian instantly recalled the incident in the Zhou clan's auction house in Skywind City. At that time, the person who wanted to attack him was called Han Ligang, the second elder of the 10,000 Devil sect. For that reason, Yu Chuzan had severed Han Ligang's arm. In the end, Han Ligang was forced to kneel and apologize to him. He could still remember the scene of Han Ligang being humiliated. The young master of the Yuyang clan is Han Ligang's disciple. The Yuyang clan's carriages drove past in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to it. After all, he was not strong enough to avenge such a small slight. He would not risk his life unnecessarily. However, for things close to his heart, he would gladly risk his life. For example, when Yunqing Yan from the divine offering land came to take Ka away, he knew he was no match for Yunqing Yan at that time, but he still did not hesitate to put up a fight. Till find an inn to settle down in before I consume the auspicious pill. Duan Ling Tian followed the crowd and entered King Descending City before he found a medium-sized inn. After he settled down in his isolated room, he consumed the auspicious pill and began to cultivate on the bed. In just a moment, his body absorbed the efficacy of the pill, strengthening his divine energy. Chapter 3696 Ka, is it you? Duan Ling Tian absorbed the efficacy of the auspicious pill in just an hour. As he had expected, he had reached a bottleneck. After breaking through the bottleneck, he would become a rudimentary king of gods. With the consolidation divine fruit, he would be able to stabilize his cultivation base quickly after becoming a king of gods. At that time, his strength would rise tremendously, and he would no longer have to be wary of people like Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. Although he was just a rudimentary king of gods, with his comprehension of the law of space, he would at least be able to fight to a draw with the duo even without using his seven orifices exquisite sword, a prominent divine artifact. If he used the seven orifices exquisite sword, he was confident he would be able to kill them, with Wanzher's help even if they joined forces. What a pity! Duan Ling Tian felt it was truly a pity that his two auspicious pills were snatched away by Shangguan Shangfeng. Otherwise, he would have already broken through and become a rudimentary king of gods by now. Shangguan Shangfeng, Long Xiao. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his narrowed eyes glinted coldly, both of you will pay for what you did. Just wait for it. Duan Ling Tian was naturally angered by Shangguan Shangfeng's actions. He only chose to endure since the loss of the pills would only delay his cultivation slightly and revealing his trump cards would be fatally disastrous. A slight delay in his cultivation base was nothing compared to his life. Let's see if I can obtain auspicious pills in King Descending City. If I can obtain them, I should be able to become a rudimentary king of gods before going to the divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods. I'll be able to obtain more treasures if I were stronger. Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to exploring the divine sanctuary that Wu Feng, an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, mentioned. Divine sanctuaries were created by powerful lords of gods and emperors of gods to keep their treasures and possessions when they were not certain they would be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Most of these lords of gods and emperors of gods were sectless cultivators. Those who belonged to a force would naturally leave their treasures and possessions behind to benefit the future generations of the force they belonged to. After becoming a king of gods, one would have to undergo the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Moreover, the intensity would increase with each passing tribulation. Needless to say, if one's strength stagnated, one would eventually be killed by the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulations would continue until one became a supreme powerhouse. Even supreme gods were not exempted from the heavenly tribulations. In fact, advanced supreme gods, who were only second to supreme powerhouses, in the realms of gods were not as old as people thought they were. After all, age was not the factor in becoming a supreme god. As long as one continued to improve and survive the tribulations, one would be able to become a supreme god. One could live as long as heaven and earth if one did not become a king of gods, since one would not have to go through the heavenly tribulations. After becoming a king of gods, one had to continuously strive to increase one's strength. Otherwise, one would eventually be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Even the supreme powerhouses could never interfere with the heavenly tribulations. Legend had it that a supreme powerhouse once tried to interfere with the heavenly tribulation. As a result, he attracted a heavenly tribulation and died a horrific death. With that as an example, the other supreme powerhouse naturally did not dare to interfere and could only watch as their descendants underwent the heavenly tribulations. Clearly, the heavenly tribulation was a natural force that far surpassed supreme powerhouses. It should explore the city. Duan Ling Tian left the inn in search of auspicious pills. Since he had reached a bottleneck, there was no point cultivating for the time being. He wandered the streets of King Descending City and saw many elders and disciples from the Hidden Fog sect. He chose to avoid them so his whereabouts would not be leaked to Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. His efforts would be in vain if those two discovered his whereabouts. Moreover, Long Xiao would be even more angered after realizing he had been tricked the other day. Although there were rules in the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei, a supreme elder, would definitely protect Long Xiao. No one would dare to oppose Elder Lei, a supreme elder, if he insisted on protecting Long Shao. At that time, they might even sacrifice him to appease Elder Lei. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had been considering whether he should return to the Hidden Fog sect. After all, there was nothing tying him to the sect. Till decide whether to return or not after I come out from the divine sanctuary. Even if I don't return to the sect, I'll still be able to return and seek revenge after I've grown strong enough. In fact, there's no need for me to return to the sect to seek revenge. I can kill them when they leave the sect. Duan Ling Tian knew he could act impulsively. He wanted to kill members of the Hidden Fog sect in the sect estate. He would have to be a powerful lord of gods at least. After all, apart from having to deal with the lords of gods in the sect, he would have to deal with the sect guarding formations as well. Over the past 1.5 months, Duan Ling Tian had explored King Descending City and even participated in 2 auction events, but he still did not find any auspicious pills. He even approached a few king rank forces comparable to the Zhang clan and offered a mediocre divine artifact for the pills, but there was still no result even if some of them had enthusiastically promised him that they would look for the pills. The auspicious pills were not expensive since only gods could use them, but they were really rare. 'Twas really lucky that the Zhang clan had so many auspicious pills. It's really too bad that the clan had used up 4 of their 5 remaining pills. During this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the identity of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect was rather useful. He had deliberately put his core disciple's identity token on display when he visited the king rank forces in the city. The identity tokens could not be faked, and the Hidden Fog sect was a force to be reckoned with in King Descending City, so the leaders of the forces he visited would personally welcome him. Even if the leaders of the forces were not present, the next strongest person in the forces would come out to welcome him. After all, the status of core disciples was comparable to an inner elder. How could core disciples not be respected? For example, even the Zhang clan was respectful toward Tang Chun, an inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian received a message. He was surprised when he heard Tang Wuyan's voice. "Where are you?" Tang Wuyan had been waiting to hear from Duan Ling Tian. However, after waiting in futility for so long, she decided to take the initiative to contact him first. "Twent to look for you, but you weren't there," Tang Wuyan said. "Tay left the sect temporarily and will return after some time," Duan Ling Tian replied. "All right, feel free to look for me if you need my help," Tang Wuyan said. "Okay," Duan Ling Tian replied curtly. He had long decided to maintain a distance between him and Tang Wuyan. After all, a hint of disappointment could be seen on Tang Wuyan's beautiful face as she muttered to herself, "Does he not find me attractive? I really wonder how beautiful his wives are." While Tang Wuyan moped over Duan Ling Tian's indifference, Duan Ling Tian was just leaving a shop with a bitter smile on his face. "TT seems like I won't be able to obtain another auspicious pill before I have to go to the divine sanctuary." Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked up after he left the restaurant when a carriage drove past him. The side window was facing Duan Ling Tian, and when the curtains were blown to the side, he saw a beautiful woman. As though she could sense his gaze, the woman looked at him with a slight frown on her face before she looked away and drew the curtain close. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he could barely hold back his excitement. His face was slightly flushed as he chased after the carriage. Duan Ling Tian flew out and blocked the carriage in just a blink of an eye. The carriage came to an abrupt stop as a middle-aged man pulled the reins of the beasts drawing the carriage. The beasts' hooves left deep trenches on the ground when they were suddenly pulled to a stop. "Do you have a death wish?" the middle-aged man barked as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man. His eyes were firmly trained on the carriage. He tried to suppress his excitement as he asked, "Kier, is it you?" His eyes flashed with excitement, and his breathing grew rapid as he waited for a reply. Chapter 3697 Lingu Qingzi. The peerless beauty Duan Ling Tian had a glimpse of through the side window of the carriage looked exactly like Ka. Everything about her was like Ka except for the hairstyle. He was very familiar with his wife, after all. Each of the woman's facial features was exactly like Ka's. With that, how could he not stop the carriage? "Kier, is it you?" Duan Ling Tian did not care about the angry middle-aged man and the agitated demon beasts at all at this moment. All he cared about at this moment was the beautiful woman sitting in the carriage. What's going on?" A hoarse and old female voice rang from the carriage at this moment. You know the young miss isn't feeling well and can't be stressed out. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he said fearfully, Elder Qingzi, I didn't mean to frighten the young miss. An unknown man suddenly appeared and blocked our path. Do you really need an old lady like me to personally resolve such a trivial matter? The old lady said impatiently. Of course not, Elder Qingzi, the middle-aged man hastily replied. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression and bellowed, Get lost, brat. Otherwise, don't blame me if the carriage runs you over. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he discovered that the carriage was protected by a formation that blocked his voice. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man grew impatient and angrier when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. He no longer cared and drove the carriage forward toward Duan Lingtian. The onlookers were shocked by this. The young man seems distracted. Is he crazy? Not only did he block someone's carriage, but he even ignored the warning and is standing there for the carriage to run him down. Look at the token hanging on his waist. He seems to be a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. The onlookers were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's identity token. With the status of the core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect, the sect definitely would not let the matter slide if their core disciples were harmed. Moreover, there were not many core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. In the history of the sect, there had never been more than 100 core disciples at one time. Currently, there were fewer than 70 core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. A core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he overheard the conversations in the surroundings. When he saw the identity token on Duan Lingtian's waist as well, he hurriedly pulled the reins again. See. The old woman exclaimed angrily, What's wrong with you? Do you feel it's too easy to drive the young miss around and you prefer to be assigned a tougher job? It seemed like formation did not prevent the middle-aged man's voice from entering the carriage. Elder Qingzi, that's not it. See, the middle-aged man said anxiously before he hastily explained, the young man blocking our path is a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I can't just run him down. A core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. With that, a figure alighted from the carriage. It was an old lady with a full head of white hair who was dressed in a long plain robe. Her face was filled with wrinkles, and she had a valiant air about her. One could tell she must have been a beauty when she was young. The old lady looked at Duan Lingtian before she shifted her gaze to his identity token. She raised her hand, and an invincible force brought the identity token to her hand. Duan Lingtian, the old lady seemed surprised after confirming the authenticity of the identity token and saw the name on the token. She looked at him and said, You're the prodigy who joined the Hidden Fog sect recently and ranked first in the Heavenly Stairs battle for inner disciples who are gods. You've become a core disciple. From what I know, the last god who became a core disciple was Shui Haichuan, and that happened 10,000 years ago. I didn't expect someone like him would appear again after 10,000 years. The old lady had clearly heard a lot about Duan Lingtian but was unaware that he had become a core disciple. Since he had just recently become a core disciple, the news did not spread far yet. The onlookers were shocked by the old lady's words. He's Duan Lingtian, the prodigy who recently joined the Hidden Fog sect. He used to be a student of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He obtained the recommendation from Mirong Sui Feng, the dean of the academy who's also the vice leader of the Hidden Fog sect. Then, he became famous after ranking first in the Heavenly Stairs battle and killed Qi Yu, one of the strongest gods among the inner disciples. People have been wondering if he had passed the core disciples test. Well, clearly, he passed the test. He's the second god to have become a core disciple in the history of the Hidden Fog sect. This means Duan Lingtian has a high chance of becoming like Elder Shui Haichuan. Everyone revealed respectful expressions on their faces when Shui Haichuan was mentioned. After all, he was a famous elder in an emperor rank force. How could the people in a city like King Descending City not be in awe of such a person? At this time, the old man solemnly asked, Duan Lingtian, why are you blocking our Lingu clan's carriage? Even if you're a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, there's no denying your action is inappropriate. Moreover, you tried to breach our carriage's noise-canceling formation using your divine energy. What's the meaning of this? Lingu clan. The onlookers broke into an uproar again upon hearing the old woman's words. They're from the Lingu clan. The Lingu clan was a famous clan located on the outskirts of King Descending City and was comparable to the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect. The Hidden Fog sect was located east of King Descending City, the 10,000 Devils sect was located south of the city, the Emperor rank force that controlled Eastern Ridge Mansion was located west of the city, the Lingu clan was located north of the city. The Lingu clan, the Hidden Fog sect, and the 10,000 Devils sect were the three major Lord rank forces located near King Descending City. As one of the three major Lord rank forces, the Lingu clan's strength and wealth were on par with the Hidden Fog sect. The middle-aged man addressed her as Elder Qingzi. Could it be that she's Lingu Qingzi? The famous, Black Widow, that shook the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Heavens, the Black Widow, she seems to be an advanced king of gods. In fact, many advanced kings of gods had died in her hands. I didn't expect her to still be alive. After disappearing for so long, I thought she died. Based on her past strength, I think she should be a lord of gods by now. Lingu Qingzi, the Black Widow, was famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion 10,000 years ago. Even the Emperor rank forces knew her, although she was only from a Lord rank clan. In fact, she was famous not because of her strength. After all, she was only an advanced king of gods, and there were plenty of those around in Lord rank forces, let alone Emperor rank forces. She gained notoriety because she killed her childhood sweetheart. Rumor had it that her lover betrayed her and abandoned her for another woman. She retaliated by killing all the women who had any connection with her lover. In the end, she killed about 1,000 people, of which at least a dozen were advanced kings of gods. An elder from an emperor rank force thought that the matter had gone on long enough, so he stepped forward to stop the massacre and put an end to the matter. After that, a lord of god from the Lingu clan apologized to the elder and promised to punish Lingu Qingzi. After that, Lingu Qing's vanished and nothing was heard from her ever again. At this time, Duan Ling Tian ignored the hushed conversations in his surroundings. He was only focused on finding out if the woman inside the carriage was his wife Ka. He called out, "Senior." Chapter 3698. I'm almost certain she's Ka. After regaining his senses, Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands respectfully at Lingu Qingzi and asked, "May I ask who's the young woman inside the carriage?" Lingu Qingzi was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, she replied indifferently, "She's Chu Yin, the young miss of our Lingu clan." Young miss of the Lingu clan? Chu Yin? Duan Ling Tian wondered if the young man was just a lookalike. However, was it possible for two people to resemble each other to such an extent? Their facial features were the same, and their temperaments were the same. Could there really be such a coincidence? Naturally, they could be identical twins. Even Ka had an identical twin. Nonetheless, their behavior and temperaments were different. However, when Kier recovered her lost memories and regained her power, her appearance had undergone subtle changes, hence, she no longer resembled her twin sister in the mundane realm. She had said her appearance would gradually revert to what it was in the past, which meant that she would no longer have her appearance from her current life. Before Ka regained her memories, she looked like her identical twin sister. However, after regaining her memories and powers, her appearance is only 60% to 70% similar to her twin. The woman in the carriages resembles Kier in her previous life. Is the Ka's twin sister from her previous life? No, Ka. had said that she was an only daughter. She had an elder brother but no sisters. So is she just a lookalike? Thoughts continued to race through Duan Ling Tian's mind. Was there an accident in the diving offering land so Ka had to come to the profound energy land? Since I could even come here with the closure of the passages, it's not impossible for Ka to come here. Although the woman didn't show any reaction when she saw me, it doesn't mean she's not Kier. Perhaps, something happened to her and she lost her memory. Duan Ling Tian recalled the time he had briefly lost his memories when he was in the mundane realm. In fact, even Feng Tianwu had lost her memories for a short time. "TM almost certain she's Ka." Duan Ling Tian thought to himself over and over again. It was as though he had lost his rationality at this moment. After all, he had longed for his wife. From the time he was in the mundane realm to the Devata realms in the realms of gods, he only had one goal: to reunite with his family. How could he not lose himself when he finally saw a woman who completely resembled his wife, Ka? Their resemblance is even greater than Ka and Gan Ruyan's resemblance. Their temperaments are so alike. Moreover, after being in a realm of gods for so long, I'm sure Ka must have changed slightly as well. The more Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the more certain he was that the woman in the carriage was his wife, Ka. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves again. Young Miss Chu Yin of the Lingu clan, the #1 beauty in the Lingu clan. It's said that young Miss Chu Yin appeared in the Lingu clan about 200 years ago. It's said that the second madam of the Lingu clan, who had been missing for many years, brought her back, saying she's her daughter. If the second madam of the Lingu clan didn't disappear in the past, perhaps, the clan leader of the Lingu clan would be another person today. Heard that young Miss Chu Yin only has average comprehension skills. She's only a god. No one knows how old she is, but her talent shouldn't be high as well. Wonder what secrets she's hiding. It's said that only a few people in the clan are privy to her real age. The surrounding conversation sent a jolt through Duan Ling Tian's body when he heard that the woman had only appeared in the Lingu clan 200 years ago and that her age was unknown. With this, he was convinced he did not recognize the wrong person. Here, Duan Ling Tian called out as his eyes shone brightly. However, he soon saw the disgusted and displeased expression on Lingu Qingzi's face. Hence, he said, "Senior, I wonder if I can say a few words to young Miss Chu Yin face to face. Hope you'll allow this, Senior. Inconvenient, we can look for a private place to talk." Although Duan Ling Tian's words were sincere, Lingu Qingzi said contemptuously, "I didn't expect that a prodigy like you is no different from ordinary men. In any case, you should dismiss all ideas about the young miss. Although you have a high innate talent and comprehension skills, our second Madam has prohibited most people, especially men, from approaching our young miss. Moreover, second Madam has also said that the young miss won't marry and will stay by her side so you can forget about it." As soon as Lingu Qingzi finished speaking, she raised her hand, releasing a wave of energy. Duan Ling Tian could not resist and was sent flying into the distance. The onlookers parted, avoiding Duan Ling Tian. A lord of gods. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he sensed the wave of energy that had swept him away. He did not expect her to be a lord of gods. Let's go, Lingu Qingzi said. With that, the carriage began to move again. "Senior," Duan Ling Tian called out as he wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. He staggered before he hurriedly caught up to the carriage. "Senior, you misunderstood me. I merely saw that young Miss Chu Yin resembles my wife whom I was separated from almost 1,000 years ago. I only want to confirm if she's my wife. If she's not, I'll gladly take the devil heart blood oath to not see her again." Duan Ling Tian was extremely anxious at this moment. He spoke without considering his words. In his mind now, he thought that as long as he made his intentions clear, Lingu Qingzi would understand and allow him to meet Chu Yin. If he confirmed that the woman was not Kir, even if he would be disappointed, he naturally would no longer pester her. It was not a problem for him to swear on the devil heart's blood oath. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lingu Qingzi turned around and said with a scoff, "Brat, I'm not interested in listening to your pathetic excuses. I've heard many of these excuses before. Many men have claimed that our young miss resembles their deceased wife, childhood sweetheart, or fiancé, whom they were separated from. Fortunately, our young miss can't hear you. Otherwise, her ears would have been sullied. Don't try to stop us again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Senior, I'm truly not making up excuses." Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said when he saw the other party had misunderstood him again. "I can even swear the devil heart's blood oath now to prove that I'm not lying. I'm willing to bear the wrath of the supreme powerhouses if I'm lying." "Enough," Lingu Qingzi said, refusing to listen to Duan Ling Tian. When he drew close, she struck again, sending him flying back. Then, she said impatiently, "Duan Ling Tian, stop committing the same offense over and over again. If you approach again, I'll kill you. Everyone saw how you're causing trouble again and again. Even if I kill you, the Hidden Fog sect won't be able to say much." Lingu Qingzi's voice was frosty. There was no doubt she would really kill Duan Ling Tian if he approached the carriage again. Chapter 3699 Lingu Chu Yin. Millions could die as a result of the wrath of the Lord of Gods. This was not an exaggeration. Hence, Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder upon hearing Lingu Qingzi's voice that was laced with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses at this moment. He had been so overwhelmed by his emotions that he had behaved irrationally. He forced himself to stay still as he watched the carriage drive away. He knew Lingu Qingzi would not hesitate to kill him if he were to approach again. Moreover, so many people saw him causing a commotion, even if Lingu Qingzi killed him, the Hidden Fog sect would have no grounds to avenge him. Duan Ling Tian, a middle-aged man standing nearby, said as he shook his head, based on your innate talent and comprehension skills, there's no need to sacrifice your life for a woman. As the first god to become a core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years, your future is incomparably bright. You're even qualified to marry the daughters of high-ranking officials of emperor-rank forces. There's no need for you to waste time on the Lingu clan's Chu Yin. That's right, Elder Shui Hai Chuan, the first god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, is now married to the granddaughter of a supreme elder of an emperor-rank sect, another person chimed in. Young Miss Chu Yin is the most beautiful woman in the Lingu clan. Her mother, the second madam of the Lingu clan, was known to be rebellious in her earlier years. She was also very talented, the top among her generation. At that time, even her elder brother, who was the clan leader of the Lingu clan.At that time, did not dare to disobey her. It's said that the second madam is even stronger than the former clan leader and on par was the clan's ancestor. Her words carry a lot of weight in the clan. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Qingzi has made it clear that you don't stand a chance with young Miss Chu Yin. It's best if you don't pester her anymore. You have a bright future, so don't throw your life away for such a trivial matter. The onlookers advised Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Similar to Lingu Qingzi, they thought he had fallen for Lingu clan's young Miss Chu Yin. However, he did not care to explain and left King Descending City. Since his identity had been exposed, it was no longer safe for him to stay. Now that he had left the sect, Long Xiao might even be bold enough to try and kill him since he had tricked Long Xiao previously. Based on the current situation, I can't rush things. If Chu Yin is truly here, based on Elder Qingzi's reaction, I don't have to be worried about her safety. I'll slowly try to find a chance to meet her in the future. Let's see how it goes after I return from the divine sanctuary. Who knows if I'll have a breakthrough there. Once I grow stronger, a lot of things will be easier to deal with. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian left King Descending City decisively. Grandmother Qingzi, did something happen? Why did it take you so long to return? The young woman who resembled Ka asked curiously when Lingu Qingzi returned to the carriage. Due to the noise-canceling formation and Lingu Qingzi blocking Duan Ling Tian's voice that had been imbued with his divine energy, the young woman was unaware of what had happened. She only felt the carriage bump violently a few times. It's just a small matter. I've already dealt with it, Lingu Qingzi replied with a smile on her face. A doting expression could be seen on her face as she said, "Young miss, we'll return now that things are settled. It won't take long." The young woman was none other than Lingu Chu Yin, the most beautiful woman in the Lingu clan. After Duan Ling Tian left, word of what happened spread like a wildfire. Did you hear? The prodigy from the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian, passed the core disciples test. He's the first god to become a core disciple in 10,000 years. Why did he block the Lingu clan's carriage? Feared it's because he's fallen in love with young Miss Chu Yin, the most beautiful woman in the Lingu clan. It's only natural for men to pursue beauties. With his achievements so far, he's more than a match for young Miss Chu Yin. It's a pity young Miss Chu Yin is prohibited from marrying by the second madam of the Lingu clan. She assigned the Black Widow, who's infamous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, to stay by Miss Chu Yin's side so men can't approach her. Black Widow, you mean Lingu Qingzi? That's right, the eyewitnesses even said that based on her energy when she attacked Duan Ling Tian, she's now a lord of gods. If Lingu Qingzi is a lord of gods, can you imagine what the second madam's status is like for her to be able to order Lingu Qingzi around? Feared that in the past, Lingu Qingzi was sentenced to death due to the massacre. However, she survived because the second madam pleaded for her life. Naturally, this is just a rumor. Perhaps, if it was just an ordinary man who blocked the Lingu clan's carriage, everyone would think the man was overestimating himself. However, Duan Ling Tian was more than qualified to marry the daughter of the clan leader of the Lingu clan, let alone Lingu Chu Yin. What a pity that the Lingu clan's top beauty is banned from marrying. What a waste. Feared that the young master of the 10,000 Devils sect intends to ask for her hand in marriage. I guess he has no choice but to give up now. The incident in King Descending City became a hot topic. Most people were discussing how Duan Ling Tian had become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect and how Lingu Chu Yin had been banned from marrying. Most people thought Duan Ling Tian, who was the first god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years, was more than a match for Lingu Chuyin. Apart from that, they thought there was nothing wrong with Duan Ling Tian pursuing a beauty. If they were in shoes, they would have done the same thing. Duan Ling Tian is in King Descending City. The elders and disciples managing the Hidden Fog sect's properties in King Descending City were stunned when they heard the news. Didn't he just become a core disciple recently? Why did he come to King Descending City? Those from the king rank forces that Duan Ling Tian had visited when he was searching for auspicious pills were shocked as well. That purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian, would have prepared a feast and gotten him drunk before sending my daughter to his bed if I knew he was Duan Ling Tian. What a wasted opportunity. In fact, if they had probed Duan Ling Tian with their divine consciousness, they would have been able to connect the dots. However, they did not dare to do such a thing when they saw his core disciple identity token. They also assumed he was a king of gods, which meant they would be easily discovered if they tried probing him. They might end up offending if they did such a thing. No one expected him to be the first god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. In the Hidden Fog sect, news of what had happened in King Descending City finally spread to the sect. After all, there were many members of the sect in the city. Duan Ling Tian wants to pursue Lingu Chuyin. Tang Wuyan felt a pang in her heart when she heard the news. It took her a while to regain her senses. Didn't he say he's unwilling to accept another partner because he's married? Tang Wuyan had heard about this from her granduncle, Tang Chun. In the end, she could not help but send a message to Duan Ling Tian and asked, do you know Lingu Chuyin? Chapter 3700 Long Xiao is furious. Duan Ling Tian made his way north after leaving King Descend City. He settled down in a city that was about the same size as King Descending City in the end. He would wait it out here until it was time for him to go to the divine sanctuary with Wu Feng. He still had half a month to go before the day of departure. He planned to leave the city 10 days earlier since it would take him some time to return to the Hidden Fog sect. After he checked into an inn, he finally received Tang Wuyan's message. Do you know Lingu Chuyin? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by Tang Wuyan's abrupt message and simply replied, no. After a moment, he realized that Tang Wuyan must have heard about what had happened in King Descending City. Since Tang Wuyan had heard about it, Long Xiao must have heard about it as well. You don't know her, and yet, you like her. Tang Wuyan said with a hint of sadness. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to her question. Instead, he only said, "Till talk to you another time. I'm about to enter closed-door cultivation." He deliberately avoided the question so Tang Wuyan would misunderstand him. He wished she would stay away from him since he did not have the time nor energy to deal with matters of the heart. Tang Wuyan was naturally angered by Duan Ling Tian's lack of response. "TM, the most beautiful woman in Hidden Fog sect. How dare you ignore me?" Tang Wuyan felt resentful and unwilling. She had many pursuers who cherished her like a treasure, and yet, Duan Ling Tian treated her like weed. Due to her pride, she no longer contacted Duan Ling Tian. As Duan Ling Tian had expected, since Tang Wuyan had heard of the matter at King Descending City, Long Xiao had already heard about it as well. Long Xiao had heard about it from Shangguan Shangfeng, who came to visit him. "Long Xiao, it seems like Duan Ling Tian was only being perfunctory with you. He's fled to King Descending City, that's why you couldn't find him," Shangguan Shangfeng said with a mocking smile. "It seems like he doesn't take you and Elder Lei seriously at all." Long Xiao's expression darkened. Previously, he had bragged to Shangguan Shangfeng that Duan Ling Tian would definitely agree to his demands. He had confidently said that Duan Ling Tian would definitely kneel and kowtow to beg his master to accept him as a disciple. He had also been looking forward to humiliating and killing Duan Ling Tian after his master refused Duan Ling Tian, who knew Duan Ling Tian would leave the Hidden Fog sect. He could not find Duan Ling Tian, and no one knew where he went. Hence, he had been stewing in his anger for more than a month. Moreover, since Duan Ling Tian was not in the sect, he could not vent his anger at all. After almost 2 months, Shangguan Shangfeng told him Duan Ling Tian had gone to King Descending City. How could his anger not erupt? "TM going to King Descending City. I'm going to torture him to death once I find him," Long Xiao said furiously when he saw the mocking smile on Shangguan Shangfeng's face. Long Xiao did not even bid farewell to Shangguan Shangfeng and left the Hidden Fog sect for King Descending City immediately. It only took him a king of gods, a day and a night to arrive at King Descending City since he traveled at top speed. He directly went to one of the properties owned by the Hidden Fog sect to inquire about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. Was Duan Ling Tian, the new core disciple, really here? Where's he now? Long Xiao asked without beating around the bush. Since Duan Ling Tian did not go to any of the properties owned by the Hidden Fog sect, Long Xiao's efforts were all in vain. Nonetheless, he did not give up. He visited the king rank forces in the city and asked for their help to search for Duan Ling Tian. Those who provided information about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts would be greatly rewarded. Long Xiao even went to the properties of the Linggu clan and the 10,000 Devils sect to ask for help as well. Since Long Xiao's master was a supreme elder of the Hidden Fog sect, all of them were very willing to help him. One could see how influential his master was when even Lord rank forces agreed to help him. In just a matter of days, Long Xiao used nearly all of his connections in King Descending City to search for Duan Ling Tian. Alas, their search was futile since Duan Ling Tian had already left King Descending City. In fact, while Long Xiao was still waiting in King Descending City, Duan Ling Tian had already left the city north of King Descending City to meet Wu Feng near the Hidden Fog sect. Before his departure, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Wu Feng to confirm the time and location of their meeting. They agreed to meet at the peak of a mountain outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate. When Duan Ling Tian met up with Wu Feng chuckled and said, "Junior brother Duan, as soon as I emerged from closed-door cultivation, I heard a lot of rumors about you. I heard that you boldly blocked the Linggu clan's carriage because you've fallen in love with the most beautiful woman in Linggu clan. I heard you were rather relentless in your pursuit." Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. "Senior brother Wu Feng, you heard about it as well. It seems like that matter has already spread to the sect." Although Duan Ling Tian had expected this, he still felt rather embarrassed when Wu Feng brought up the topic. It would have been fine if he really intended to pursue Linggu Chuyin. However, that was not the case at all. He only wanted to verify if Linggu Chuyin was truly his wife, Ka. Based on what he had seen and heard, he was rather certain she was Ka. Hence, he had not given up on approaching Linggu Chuyin. How could he give up if he could not verify the truth? What if Linggu Chuyin was Kir and had only lost her memories? Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, "Although it's normal for men to chase after beauties, you've gone overboard this time. Moreover, as the top prodigy of the Hidden Fog sect and the first god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years, second only to Senior Shui Hai Chuan, you can even marry the daughter of the clan leader of the Linggu clan, let alone Linggu Chuyin." Duan Ling Tian sighed before he said, "Senior brother Wu, let's talk during our journey there. Things aren't what you think they are." Wu Feng was naturally curious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. As the duo traveled, Duan Ling Tian explained what had happened. He did not think there was a need to conceal the truth. Hence, he openly told Wu Feng that Linggu Chuyin resembled his wife whom he had been separated from for many years. "My wife has no twin sister in the realms of gods. Tell me, how can two people look so alike? Not only that, but their temperaments are really alike as well. However, she didn't seem to recognize me when she saw me. Perhaps, she has lost her memories. Moreover, I heard she was only brought back to the clan by the sister of the former clan leader. I was separated from my wife about 600 years ago." Duan Ling Tian naturally did not mention how Ka was forcefully brought to the divine offering land and the other matters. It was enough to tell Wu Feng the reason behind his actions in King Descending City. "So that's what happened," Wu Feng said as he nodded. "You didn't even spare a glance at junior sister Wu Yan even though she's a beauty. I was wondering why you would suddenly pursue another beauty. After all, both of their appearances should be on par with each other. As it turns out, you have your own reason. Everyone, including me, has misunderstood you. It doesn't matter." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, "I'll find a way to meet Linggu Chuyin to confirm if she's my wife or not. It'd be great if she is. If she's not, I naturally won't have anything to do with her anymore." Wu Feng chuckled and said, "I heard from Elder Tang Chun that junior sister Wu Yan has been depressed lately. This must be the reason why. Her mood will surely improve once she knows about this." Since Wu Feng had a close relationship with Tang Chun, he was naturally privy to such matters. Not only did Tang Chun tell him about this, but Tang Chun had also told him about how Tang Wuyan had fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Wu Feng, there's no need to tell Elder Tang Chun and Tang Wuyan the truth, Duan Ling Tian hastily said, afraid that Wu Feng would tell the duo the truth. It's impossible for me to be with Tang Wuyan. Instead of giving her hope, it's best to seize this opportunity so she'll give up completely. Chapter 3701 Impressive Reincarnation Skills. Duan Ling Tian, do you realize how many people in the sect see Tang Wuyan as the lover of their dreams? However, our sect's top beauty is really nothing in your eyes. Wu Feng was speechless. Senior brother Wu Feng, I'm already married, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. In this world where the strong are revered, it's normal for powerful men to have many wives. Even some women have come to accept this, Wu Feng said. Powerful women have more than one lover as well. Everyone has different opinions, Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Alright, I won't tell her about this since that's what you want, Wu Feng said as he shook his head. It was clear that Duan Ling Tian was determined to sever Tang Wuyan's feelings for him. Duan Ling Tian changed the topic and asked, Senior brother Wu, how did 5 of you discover the divine sanctuary? To be precise, it wasn't just 5 of us, Wu Feng said, shaking his head. Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled, didn't you say there's 5 of you? Moreover, you each hold a key. Lonely said 5 of us because the keys are in our hands, Wu Feng explained. In fact, there were about a dozen of us who discovered the divine sanctuary. Everyone wanted the keys, so a fight broke out. Only 10 people can enter the divine sanctuary, after all. In the end, only 5 of us survived. Those who were eliminated were 2 rudimentary kings of gods who had just broken through, and the others were advanced gods. When we obtained the key, we came to an agreement to each bring a companion to the divine sanctuary. However, the people we bring can't be stronger than a rudimentary king of gods since all 5 of us are only rudimentary kings of gods. Duan Ling Tian had a better grasp of the situation after listening to Wu Feng's explanation. It was a coincidence that we came across the divine sanctuary. We accepted a mission and formed a temporary team to kill demon beasts with the strength of rudimentary kings of gods in Heaven Bell City. There were 16 people in the team, there were 7 rudimentary kings of gods, and the others were advanced gods. After we completed our mission, someone accidentally knocked on a stone wall. When the stone wall crumbled, it revealed a path leading into a mountain. We followed the path, and it did not take long before we saw an entrance to an independent realm. As you've guessed, the divine sanctuary is located in the independent realm. At that time, there were 5 keys at the entrance. Then, the 5 of us who were the strongest in the team made a move immediately and obtained the keys. The others naturally wanted to enter the divine sanctuary as well, so they began to negotiate. However, we soon discovered that only 10 people could enter after reading the inscription on the stone tablet near the entrance. With that, the atmosphere turned tense immediately. The 5 of us discussed the matter and concluded that we had to kill the others. They were strangers, and it was impossible to bring everyone in there even if we were willing. If we don't kill them, they might even spread news about the divine sanctuary out of dissatisfaction. Hence, 5 of us joined forces and killed them before swearing on the devil heart's blood oath that we'll only reveal the divine sanctuary to the person we're bringing with us. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he asked again, what makes you think the divine sanctuary was left behind by an emperor of gods? Wu Feng shook his head. In fact, it's just our speculations, we have no evidence supporting it. There's a disciple from the 10,000 Devils sect among the 5 of us. He had read about divine sanctuaries in memory jade slips. He said, based on the reaction when our divine consciousness probed the divine sanctuary and the intricate patterns carved on the entrance, it's likely that it was left behind by an emperor of gods. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened to what happened and how they discovered the divine sanctuary suspected to be left behind by an emperor of gods. Why did you say it's suspected to be left behind by an emperor of gods? It wasn't confirmed, asked Duan Ling Tian. Wu Feng shook his head. We haven't entered it, so how could we verify it? However, a 10,000 Devils sect's disciple among us had read about the divine mansion in an ancient memory jade slip. He said that based on the reaction when our divine consciousness touched the divine mansion and by looking.At the shape and intricate patterns on the gateway of the divine mansion, it's suspected to be a divine mansion left behind by a powerhouse stronger than an emperor of gods. He paused before he continued to say, however, there are also certain factors that suggest our speculation is wrong. Logically, if a rudimentary king of gods probed a divine sanctuary left behind by a lord of gods, the rudimentary king of gods would suffer a backlash, which did not happen to us. Wu Feng continued to say as his eyes gleamed with excitement, we have two different pieces of evidence that contradict each other. In any case, whether the divine sanctuary was left by an emperor of gods or lord of gods, there would still be treasure in there. The only difference is that the treasures would be better if it was left by an emperor of gods. After that, 5 of us set a date to enter the divine sanctuary. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was even more eager now to explore the divine sanctuary. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng continued chatting as they traveled. Since he was curious about Duan Ling Tian's origins due to Duan Ling Tian's high innate talent and comprehension skills, he asked Duan Ling Tian about where he came from. Junior brother Duan, you came from one of the Devata realms. Wu Feng was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's reply. He was even more shocked than Marong Sui Feng, the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, when Marong Sui Feng learned about Duan Ling Tian's origin. Heavens! Junior brother Duan, with your innate talent and comprehension skills, you're already considered monstrously talented in the realms of gods. You must be even more heaven-defying in the Devata realms. Although Wu Feng had never been to the Devata realms, he had naturally read and heard about it. Moreover, the creator of the profound energy land was a supreme powerhouse who came from one of the Devata realms as well. Needless to say, it was rare for inhabitants of Devata realms to become supreme powerhouses, unlike the inhabitants of realms of gods who were more talented. Wu Feng had many prodigies who came to the realms of gods from Devata realms. It was unfortunate, but those prodigies were just average after coming to the realms of gods. Senior brother Wu, you're overpraising me. I was just lucky to come across a few fortuitous encounters, Duan Ling Tian modestly replied. Wu Feng said, Junior brother Duan, you're too humble. I'm not ignorant. I know that someone as talented as you is rare in the Devata realms. Most inhabitants of Devata realms can't compare to inhabitants of realms of gods. After all, inhabitants of realms of gods possess the chance to trigger bloodline powers before they reach the age of 10,000. Needless to say, once they've passed the age of 10,000, it'd be impossible to awaken to bloodline powers. Senior brother Wu, have you awakened your bloodline power? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. When he fought Ding Yan in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Ding Yan had used his bloodline power, the berserkification vein, that greatly boosted Ding Yan's strength in a short time. He knew there were many kinds of bloodline powers and that not all of them were useful. There were some that were useful in combat, some that were useful in refining pills and forging pills, and some assistive ones that help with daily activities. Thavant, Wu Feng said with a wry smile. Then, he sighed before he continued to say, it's not so easy to awaken the bloodline power. Moreover, the clan I came from isn't even a king rank force. I'm the first king of gods to appear in my clan. Although the inhabitants of realms of gods are descendants of supreme powerhouses, those from weak clans are only distantly related to the supreme powerhouses. As for those from emperor rank forces are stronger, they're usually direct descendants of supreme powerhouses, so it's easier for them to awaken their bloodline powers. Most of them managed to do it before reaching 1,000 years old. Even the less talented ones were able to awaken their bloodline powers before turning 10,000 years old. Sometimes, I really wish I'd be able to reincarnate into the direct descendants of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian was reminded of his time on Earth when he heard these words. On Earth, those who came from humble beginnings had to struggle to rise in life, while those who were born in privilege had an advantage over everyone. He remembers there was trending news about a young man in his early 20s who had inherited tens of billions worth of assets from his family before he even graduated from college. At that time, he had commented under the article that the young man had impressive reincarnating skills and cleverly reincarnated into such a powerful family. Well, I don't know about reincarnation. What we can do is try our best to provide the best for our children so others will be envious of them, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Chapter 3702 The Flying Ship, a Divine Artifact. Children, Wu Feng smiled, clearly embarrassed. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Feng in surprise. Senior brother Wu Feng, you're not married. Wu Feng looked rather young for his age, but Duan Ling Tian knew Wu Feng was close to 10,000 years old. Hence, he found it surprising that Wu Feng was still single. That's normal, right? Wu Feng asked in rhythm. It's normal for men to stay single before they accomplish great things in life. I'll only consider starting a family after I've become the sect's inner aide at least. I've told my parents about this as well. A hint of warmth could be seen in Wu Feng's eyes when he mentioned his parents. Senior brother Wu, have you considered returning to your clan and helping your clan become a king-rank clan? With your current strength, that's not impossible, Duan Ling Tian said. He thought it was better if Wu Feng helped his clan become a king-rank clan since his clan would be able to obtain better cultivation resources that way. He had visited many king-rank forces, and he knew the cultivation resources they possessed were not insignificant. Apart from that, some powerful king-rank forces could even rule a small city. Tay discussed this with my father previously. However, my father thinks our clan is too weak. Even if I lead the clan, there'll still be problems since our foundation isn't strong, Wu Feng said with a sigh. Hence, my father wants me to focus on my cultivation for now. He said he'll consider letting me lead the clan if I become a Lord of Gods. After all, I'd be able to recruit many kings of gods if I were a Lord of Gods. With that, our foundation will be stable. Duan Ling Tian thought that Wu Feng and his father made a very good point. In comparison, he seemed to have lacked foresight. You're right, I truly lacked foresight. Your father has thought things through and considered many things in the future. It's true that it'd be difficult for your clan if you're the only king of gods in the clan. It was naturally dangerous for a king-rank force to only have a king of gods. If anything happened to the king of gods, it would be over. The consequences would be deadly as well since there would be other king-rank forces that harbored ill intentions. Take the Skywind City's Zhang clan as an example. Since they had multiple kings of gods in their clan, they did not need to worry even if they lost one or two of their kings of gods. Wu Feng nodded. It's not easy to establish a king-rank force. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng encountered several groups of bandits. However, despite having numbers on their sides, the bandits would retreat once Wu Feng displayed his strength as an intermediate king of gods. After all, even the strongest among the bandits they encountered were only rudimentary kings of gods. Moreover, since the duo was from the Hidden Fog sect, the bandits knew it would be troublesome to kill the duo. They would have to leave their territories. Since Wu Feng did not want to waste or risk getting injured, he let the bandits go with a warning. When they were done dealing with the last group of bandits, Wu Feng said solemnly, "Thankfully, we're not far away from the sect. If we continue making our way to the west near the Emperor-ranked sect, the bandits we encounter likely would be lords of gods. There'd be many intermediate and advanced kings of gods among them as well." After a few uneventful days of traveling, when Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng heard the sound of wind whistling in the air, they looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ship sailing in the air toward the direction they were heading. 3 words could be seen on the side of the ship: 10,000 Devil Sect. That's the 10,000 Devil Sect's flying ship. Duan Ling Tian was aware that in the realms of gods, there were flying ships. They flew in the air like planes on earth, but they looked like ships that sailed on the sea. Flying ships were considered divine artifacts as well, but they were ranked differently. Other divine artifacts were divided into primitive divine artifacts, mediocre divine artifacts, and prominent divine artifacts. However, for flying ships, they were divided into god-grade flying ships, king-grade flying ships, lord-grade flying ships, emperor-grade flying ships, and supreme-grade flying ships. All these flying ships were fueled by divine rocks. A god-grade flying ship's maximum speed was that of an advanced god, a king-grade flying ship's maximum speed was that of an ordinary advanced king of gods, and so on. The higher the grade, the faster the speed would be. Similarly, the higher the grade of the flying ships, the more divine rocks would be needed to fuel them. For a king-grade flying ship, if it flew at the speed of a rudimentary king of gods for a day, it would need to be fueled with 50 tails of divine rocks. If it flew at the speed of an intermediate king of gods for a day, it would need to be fueled with 200 tails of divine rocks. Finally, if it flew at top speed, which was the speed of an advanced king of gods, for a day, it would need to be fueled with 500 taels worth of divine rocks. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he first learned about how many divine rocks it took just to fuel a flying ship. He thought it was just a divine rock-burning toy. Moreover, apart from the large number of divine rocks needed to fuel the flying ships, it cost a fortune to buy a flying ship since it was not easy to build a flying ship. Even Lord-rank forces possessed a few flying ships at most. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng raised their guards when the king-grade flying ship, a divine artifact, slowed down as it approached the duo. "Wu Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here." A voice rang from the ship, accompanied by a burst of laughter. Following that, a tall young man with a jade-like complexion who was dressed in a fine robe emerged from the flying ship. He was accompanied by a gray-clad middle-aged man who followed closely behind him. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary, and had a medium build. He looked indifferent, and his eyes were dull. Du Yan, Wu Feng sighed in relief when he saw the young man. Then, he said pointedly, "It seems like you're not just an ordinary inner disciple of the 10,000 Devils sect like you claimed. To be able to use the sect's flying ship, I'm pretty sure Du Yan isn't even your real name." Previously, the young man had said his name was Du Yan, which Wu Feng had never heard of before. However, he was not suspicious since there were inner disciples in the 10,000 Devils sect. It was impossible for every inner disciple to be famous. "Is that important?" Du Yan asked with a smile before he said, "Since I've sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath, it's impossible for me to break my promise and expose our secret. So what if I hid my identity?" Du Yan continued to say, "Moreover, there's no guarantee your name is really Wu Yishan, right?" Previously, Wu Feng had already told Duan Ling Tian that he had used the pseudonym Wu Yishan. Hence, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he heard the name, Wu Yishan. Seeing that Wu Feng ignored him, Du Yan was not annoyed. Instead, he asked, "Is that person next to you going into the divine sanctuary with us?" Then, Du Yan shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian, sizing Duan Ling Tian up before probing Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness. Upon sensing Du Yan's divine consciousness, Wu Feng said, "Du Yan, are you looking for trouble?" "Calm down," Du Yan said with a smile as he withdrew his divine consciousness, "I mean no harm. In any case, Wu Yishan, were you unable to find a rudimentary king of gods to accompany you in the divine sanctuary? Otherwise, why did you bring an advanced god? He'd be a burden to you in the sanctuary since you'd have to take care of him. If I knew your circle of friends is so small, I would have introduced some rudimentary kings of gods to you. I know many of them in the 10,000 Devil sect, after all." Despite his words, Du Yan's dazzling smile clearly showed he was happy that Wu Feng had only brought an advanced god. "Eyes none of your business," Wu Feng said tonelessly. Then, he looked at the gray-clad man standing behind Du Yan. The gray-clad middle-age remained indifferent. He did not even look at Wu Feng. Du Yan, who was in a good mood, said enthusiastically, "Since you're here, why don't you and your friend join us on the flying ship?" Chapter 3703 Yong Qianyi. Upon hearing Du Yan's invitation, Wu Feng asked skeptically, "Sure, but you won't make me and my friend bear the cost to fuel the flying ship artifact, right? From what I know, even if it travels at the speed of a rudimentary king of gods for a day, it'd still take 50 taels of divine rocks to fuel it." Du Yan was slightly taken aback by Wu Feng's words. When he recovered, he said with a laugh, "Wu Yishan, I didn't know you have a humorous side to you. What kind of person do you think I am? Since I have a king-grade flying ship, do you think it'll lack divine stones to fuel it? It wouldn't even be a problem to travel to the divine sanctuary at the speed of an advanced king of gods. It would take 500 taels of divine rocks to fuel the flying ship if it flew at the speed of an advanced king of gods for a day." Based on Du Yan's words, he clearly did not lack divine rocks. "Thank you very much then," Wu Feng said with a slight smile before he gestured to Duan Ling Tian to board the flying ship, joining Du Yan and the middle-aged man. The flying ship was very spacious and could easily accommodate dozens of people. In fact, if everyone squeezed together, it could accommodate hundreds of people. Since there were only the four of them on board the flying ship now, it was even more spacious. Du Yan led everyone into the cabin of the ship. When the flying ship began to fly, 4 mirror images that reflected the outside surroundings appeared immediately. These mirror images were the results of a formation. Du Yan looked at Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian, who were sitting at the side, and said with a smile, "Wu Yishan, after I went back, I looked up memory jade slips related to divine sanctuaries. From what I've learned, it seems even more likely that the divine sanctuary we found was left behind by an emperor of gods. However, I don't know if it's a rudimentary, intermediate, or advanced king of gods." Wu Feng's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian figured out that Du Yan must be the person who had first speculated the divine sanctuary was left behind by an emperor of gods whom Wu Feng had mentioned during their journey earlier. Nonetheless, even if it was only left behind by a rudimentary king of gods, the treasures in there would still be precious. Duyan said as his eyes flashed with a hint of respect and excitement when he mentioned a rudimentary emperor of gods. After all, even the Lord-ranked sect he belonged to, the 10,000 Devil sect, did not have an emperor of gods. How could he not feel excited now that he was about to enter the divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods? Even the sect leader and elders of the 10,000 Devils sect would have been excited to enter a divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods. Wu Yishan, we shouldn't have sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath with the other 3 people. With our strength combined, those 3 can't do anything to us, Duyan said regretfully. If we could tell our elders about this, we'd be able to obtain more treasures in the divine sanctuary. With our strength alone, I'm not sure how many treasures we'll be able to obtain in there. Wu Feng shook his head slightly and said, I understand your thoughts, but at that time, if we didn't swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath, do you think the other 3 would have cooperated with us to trigger the opening of the divine sanctuary at that time? They might not be able to do anything to us, but we won't be able to snatch the keys away from them as well. No matter from which angle you look at it, we had to cooperate with them. Duyan fell silent upon hearing Wu Feng's words. After a brief moment, he said, among those 3, I'm most wary of that two-faced guy. If it weren't for him, we could have exploited the loophole in the first oath we swore. It's unfortunate he discovered the loophole in the oath and made us swear on another oath. A trace of fear could be seen in Duyan's eyes as he continued to say, during our mission, he'd given us countless suggestions. It was because of his suggestions that we completed the mission easily. He's definitely not simple. Even if he's not as strong as us, he's definitely very smart. Upon hearing Duyan's words, a hint of envy could be seen in Wu Feng's eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting at the side, could not fully understand the duo's conversation. Wu Feng, who had seen the confused expression on Duan Lingtian's face, explained, Junior brother Duan, I told you earlier that we swore on the Devil Heart's blood oath to only reveal the existence of the divine sanctuary to one person whose cultivation base is lower than that of an intermediate king of gods, respectively, and bring them into the divine sanctuary. Wu Feng continued to say, however, one of us found a loophole and made everyone swear that we had to make the companion we had chosen swear to keep the secret before we're allowed to reveal the existence of the divine sanctuary. Indeed, now that Duan Lingtian thought about it, there was a loophole in the first Devil Heart's blood oath. Since he did not think too deeply into it, he did not discover the loophole earlier. If he were one of the 5 at that time, he would have discovered the loophole as well. After all, it was a pretty huge loophole. For example, if the other person did not make everyone swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath again, Wu Feng could only tell Duan Lingtian about the divine sanctuary, but the loophole would allow Duan Lingtian to tell others about the divine sanctuary. With this, Wu Feng would not be considered breaking his oath. With the second oath they had sworn, it ensured that only 10 people would know about the divine sanctuary. At this time, Duyan glanced at Duan Lingtian briefly before he shifted his gaze back to Wu Feng and said, Wu Yishan, previously, I considered joining forces with you in the divine sanctuary so we can obtain more treasures. However, seeing that you brought such a weak advanced god, I have no choice but to change my mind. After entering the divine sanctuary, it's best that you keep an eye on him. Otherwise, the other 6 people might seize the opportunity to kill him. With that, there'd be one less person to compete for the treasures there. A hint of mockery could be heard in Duyan's voice when he spoke. Even if you really proposed to join forces with me, I might not necessarily agree to it, Wu Feng calmly said, unfazed by Duyan's words, you think too highly of yourself. Moreover, based on your status in the 10,000 Devils sect alone, I wouldn't join forces with you. After he finished speaking, Wu Feng looked around the flying ship meaningfully. Duyan chuckled. Wu Yishan, you seem to think I have high status in the 10,000 Devils sect. I'll be honest with you. I borrowed this flying ship from my senior brother. He's the pride of the 10,000 Devils sect. He's the one with high status in the sect, not me. I'm sure you've heard of him as well. He's Yang Qianyi. Yang Qianyi. Wu Feng's eyes widened slightly upon hearing Yang Qianyi's name. Duan Lingtian was surprised as well. He had heard of this name as well while he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. He had overheard a few Hidden Fog sect disciples talking about the 10,000 Devils sect's Yang Qianyi. Yang Qianyi was not only the pride of the 10,000 Devils sect, but he was also the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. He was the strongest core disciple in the sect and had become an advanced king of gods before reaching the age of 10,000. Apart from those who were lords of gods in the sect, very few people, including core elders of the sect, were a match for him. Hence, he was recognized as a peerless genius in the sect. He was even more outstanding than the hidden fog sect Shui Haichuan. There were also rumors that many emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion had tried to recruit Yang Qianyi. Duan Ling Tian looked at Du Yan briefly. The fact that Yang Qianyi lent Du Yan something as precious as a king-grade flying ship showed that Yang Qianyi and Du Yan had a very good relationship. Even so, you're definitely not just an ordinary disciple in the 10,000 Devil sect, Wu Feng said as he looked at Du Yan warily. You must have a very good relationship with Yang Qianyi for him to lend you a king-grade flying ship. If your surname is Du like you said, then I'm pretty certain you must be Dupo Jun, the grandson of Duzan, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil sect. Chapter 3704 Du Qian Jun. What else do you know? Du Yan asked Wu Feng with a smile on his face. He did not seem flustered at all. It was as though Wu Feng had guessed wrongly. Wu Feng frowned. You're not Dupo Jun. Do you not know what Dupo Jun's cultivation base is now? Du Yan asked in return. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng fell silent for a moment. Dupo Jun was about the same age as Yang Qianyi, but he was not as strong as Yang Qianyi even though he was also an advanced king of gods. Nonetheless, he was still one of the 10 strongest core disciples of the 10,000 Devil sect. For this reason, he was rather famous as well. Du Yan continued to ask, even if I'm Dupo Jun, why would Yang Qianyi lend me something as precious as a king-grade flying ship? Wu Feng looked at Du Yan and replied honestly, when I was traveling, I'd overheard the conversation between a few 10,000 Devils sect disciples. Although Yang Qianyi is the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, he had learned a lot from Duzan when he was young. For that reason, he treats Duzan like his biological grandfather. He likely treats Duzan's grandson as a brother as well. With this, isn't it normal for him to lend a king-grade flying ship to Duzan's grandson? However, you're right, you can't be Dupo Jun. It's an oversight on my part. Your words reminded me that Dupo Jun is an advanced king of gods. Since you're an intermediate king of gods, you can't be Dupo Jun. You're rather well informed about the 10,000 Devils sect despite not being a member, Du Yan said with a smile. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. My real name is Du Qian Jun, and I'm Dupo Jun's younger brother. My name is even a combination of my brother and brother Qianyi's name. As for this king-grade flying ship, it's a birthday gift from brother Qianyi. It was obvious that Du Yan, or more accurately, Du Qian Jun, respected Yang Qianyi a lot. Yang Qianyi was not only his idol, but his goal as well. See. Wu Feng nodded. You must have a really good relationship for Yang Qianyi to give you a king-grade flying shi. Of course, my relationship with brother Qianyi isn't any worse than my relationship with my brother, Du Qianyu said proudly. Wu Feng said, Yang Qianyi and Dupo Jun are quite famous, but I've never heard of you. Du Qian Jun was not offended at all. He said, it's only natural that you've never heard of me. Even in the 10,000 Devil sect, not many people know about me even though I'm an inner disciple. After all, I've always cultivated quietly by my grandfather's side. My grandfather is rather strict with me. The last time we met, I actually snuck out without my grandfather's knowledge. He was even more strict with me after he found out about it. If I didn't come up with such a good plan, I wouldn't have been able to sneak out this time. At that time, none of you would have been able to enter the divine sanctuary. Wu Feng grew even warier after discovering Du Qian Yun's identity. Upon seeing this, Du Qian Jun said helplessly, you're the one who insisted on guessing my identity. In fact, it would have been better not to know so much. Your real name is clearly not Wu Yishan. If you turn against me and escape, it'd be hard for me to look for you even if I know you're from the hidden fog sect. After all, there are so many disciples in the sect. After a moment, he said, nonetheless, even if I find you, the hidden fog sect is unlikely to hand you over to me even if my status is extraordinary. After all, our sects have always been at odds. After saying that, Du Qian Jun chuckled as he said, if the old geezer in my family knows that I'm fraternizing with a hidden fog sect disciple, I'll definitely receive an earful of scolding. The conflict between our sects started so long ago, so it has nothing to do with me. I have no enmity with the hidden fog sect. Don't worry, in my eyes, you're now my comrade. Moreover, I'm not sure I'd be able to take you down even if I joined forces with the others. Based on Du Qianzhen's words and behavior, it was clear that he lived a sheltered life. This could be seen from his frankness and innocence. Perhaps, if an experienced person had said the words he said, he or she would have come across as blunt. Well, I'm glad that you're aware of the limit of your strength, Wu Feng said with a slight smile. After that, the duo no longer continued talking. Instead, Wu Feng was talking to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Junior brother Duan, just give them a pseudonym later if anyone asks for your name. Since Du Qianzhen's identity is rather special, it's best we don't start any conflict with him when we're in the divine sanctuary. Of course, if he takes the initiative to provoke us, there's no need for us to be polite. Even if he's the grandson of the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect, the Hidden Fog sect won't hand us over since our sects are at odds with each other. At the most, we only need to be more careful when we leave the sect's estate. How high is Duzan's status in the 10,000 Devils sect? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. You've heard it yourself earlier. Duzan is a supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. His status in the 10,000 Devils sect is naturally the same as Supreme Elder Lei, Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Yun, and Supreme Elder Wu of our Hidden Fog sect, Wu Feng said. It was understandable why Wu Feng was wary of the grandson of the 10,000 Devils sect. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng cultivated alternately. They would take turns protecting each other while the other person cultivated. There were a few times when Wu Feng was cultivating, Duan Ling Tian noticed the eagerness in Du Qianzhen's eyes. It was as though Du Qianzhen was thinking about seizing the opportunity to attack Wu Feng. Nonetheless, Du Qianzhen did not make a move, and their journey was relatively peaceful. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. At this time, Du Qianzhen maneuvered the king-grade flying ship and came to a stop above a towering mountain range. Upon hearing Wu Feng's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian awakened from his cultivation. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. I was so close. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian had been trying to break through to become a king of gods. He had hoped to have a breakthrough before arriving at the divine sanctuary. With that, he would have an easier time in the divine sanctuary. Alas, he failed to break through before they arrived at their destination. After disembarking from the flying ship, Du Qianzhen put away the flying ship with just a wave of his hand. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, it's best to hide my king-grade flying ship from the others lest they target me after we enter the divine sanctuary. Even if they don't know about your flying ship, they'll still likely target both of us, Wu Feng said solemnly. Well, I hope you'll be able to divert their attention away from me, Du Qianzhen said with a laugh. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man with Du Qianzhen. From the beginning until the end, the middle-aged did not speak at all and followed Du Qianzhen around with a vacant gaze that made him look like a walking corpse. If he did not notice the middle-aged man staring at Du Qianzhen while Du Qianzhen was looking at Wu Feng, he would have thought the middle-aged man was a walking corpse. Coincidentally, Wu Feng looked at the middle-aged man standing behind Du Qianzhen and curiously asked, Du Qianzhen, what's the name of your companion? Du Qianzhen replied with a smile, he's one of my senior brothers. He's a direct disciple of one of my grandfather's disciples. My senior brother is very taciturn, so I didn't bother making introductions before this. He'd just ignore you anyway. Wu Feng furrowed his brows slightly, but he no longer continued with this topic. Instead, he said, let's go. I'm sure at least one or two of them have arrived. Duan Ling Tian and the middle-aged man followed Wu Feng and Du Qianzhen's lead and flew to the bottom of a canyon between the mountains. As soon as they descended, Duan Ling Tian saw 4 figures standing in pairs. They were 2 middle-aged men, 1 young man, and an old man. When the 4 people noticed Duan Ling Tian and the others, they looked up. Du Qianzhen said with a smile, it seems like not everyone has arrived. One of the middle-aged men looked at Wu Feng and Du Qianzhen said, no, both of you are the last to arrive. Sima Han and his companion are waiting for us at the entrance of the divine sanctuary. Chapter 3705 Entering the Void Gate. Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said through voice transmission, Simon Han is the person I was discussing with Du Qianzhen previously. He's the one whom Du Qianzhen called two-faced. Duan Ling Tian naturally remembered Sima Han, whom Wu Feng and Du Qianjun thought was incredibly intelligent, to the point where the duo was very wary of him despite him only being a rudimentary king of gods. It was clear that the duo did not think they were as intelligent as Sima Han. This is Wu Yishan, a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. This is Du Yan from the 10,000 Devils sect. Among the people present, only Duan Ling Tian was aware of Wu Feng's real name. As for Du Qianjun, only his companion, Wu Feng, and Duan Ling Tian knew about his real identity. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng would not expose Du Qianjun's identity now. Even if they wanted to do so, they would do it after they had entered the divine sanctuary, when they had a need to divert other people's attention. Wu Feng looked at the middle-aged man and young man as he said to Duan Ling Tian, "This is Lu Dongming, and this is Yu Qi." At the same time, Wu Feng said through voice transmission, "They're likely using fake names as well. They also said they're sectless cultivators, which could also be a lie. The strength they had shown previously was just a little weaker compared to me and Du Qianjun." Wu Feng had said these words because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would underestimate them. After all, after entering the divine sanctuary, not only would they need to face the obstacles left behind in the divine sanctuary, but they had to deal with the threats from the people around them as well. After all, everyone was competing for the treasures and fortuitous encounters in the divine sanctuary. If one managed to obtain any treasure, one should definitely hide it. Otherwise, one would definitely attract trouble. Whether it was Du Qianjun, Wu Feng, the middle-aged man, Lu Dongming, or the young man, Yu Qi, they all tacitly did not introduce their respective companions. It was as though their companions did not matter. After all, it was pointless to do such a thing when they very well knew everyone was using fake names. Lu Dongming's companion was another middle-aged man who bore resemblance to him, while Yu Qi's companion was an old man who was clearly very respectful to Yu Qi. It was as though he was Yu Qi's servant. "Since we're all here, let's go," Du Qianjun said with a smile before he took the lead and walked into the fog shrouding the valley with the dull middle-aged man. The fog was clearly part of an illusory formation. Wu Feng was not in a rush to follow Du Qianjun. Instead, he said to Lu Dongming and Yu Qi, "Both of you can go ahead with your companions. My companion and I will bring up the rear." With this, the 8 people walked in groups of 2. In the eyes of the others, since Wu Feng and Du Qianjun were both from Lord rank forces, they were sure the duo were on the same side, at least for now. For this reason, when Lu Dongming and Yu Qi exchanged a look upon hearing Wu Feng's words, nevertheless, they still turned around and followed Du Qianjun. After passing through the fog, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his vision. He saw a giant cave that emitted a faint light in front of him. At this time, Du Qianjun and his companion had already reached the entrance of the cave. This time, he did not say anything and walked into the cave immediately. Lu Dongming and Yu Qi walked into the cave wordlessly as well. However, their companions turned around and walked backward into the cave, guarding Lu Dongming and Yu Qi's backs. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and fear as they looked at Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian. "They're very cautious." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. However, he thought it was reasonable and smart for them to be cautious. The keys to enter the divine sanctuary left behind by a powerhouse could not be kept in spatial rings, so they had to carry it with them. If they were not careful, not only would there be a chance that they would lose their keys, but their lives as well. After all, if Duan Ling Tian, Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, and the middle-aged man joined forces to steal the keys from Lu Dongming and Yu Qi before snatching the key from the remaining person in the cave, they would have fewer competitors. After all, the human heart was unpredictable, and it was best to be cautious. "Is the gate to the independent realm where the divine sanctuary is located?" Duan Ling Tian asked when he finally saw the source of the light in the cave. The faint light came from a door that shone with a gray light in the deepest part of the cave. It was called the Void Gate. The door was suspended in the air, and it was neither big nor small. It was the width of 3 average adults standing side by side. The door was also engraved with countless exquisite dot and complex patterns and shrouded in mist, making it look mysterious. "Wu Yishan, bring your companion here," Du Qianjun said as he stood by the Void Gate. "I don't want you and your companion to be killed by these 4 people after my companion and I walk through the Void Gate. Moreover, after entering, who knows if my companion and I will be ambushed by Sima Han. We'll lose if we have to face the 6 of them at once. Let's go." Junior brother Duan, Wu Feng said before he walked past the 4 people toward Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man. Then, he asked without beating around the bush, "Do you want to go in first or do you want us to go in first?" Lu Dongming said solemnly, "We'll enter first. Who's to say you won't act against Sima Han and his companion after you enter? If 4 of you join forces, Sima Han and his companion won't be able to hold out for long." "That's right, we'll go first," Yu Qi said with a nod. "TM fine with this." Wu Feng shrugged before he looked at Du Qianjun to ask for his opinion. Du Qianjun shrugged as well. "I don't care either." With this, Lu Dongming, Yu Qi, and their respective companions walked into the void gate. In just a blink of an eye, their figures disappeared from sight. "They're really very cautious," Du Qianjun said with a chuckle. Then, he said to Wu Feng, "Wu Yishan, let's go." "All right," Wu Feng nodded. Since the void gate connected the profound energy land to the independent realm where the divine sanctuary was located, if the void gate was destroyed, those inside would be trapped. Needless to say, it was not so easy to destroy the void gate. One had to be stronger than the creator of the void gate to destroy it. Apart from that, those who were trapped inside could also find other means to leave the independent realm. The independent realm relied on the stability of the profound energy land to exist. Once the void gate was destroyed, cutting off the realm's connection to the profound energy land, the instability would cause tears in the void in the independent realm. With that, one could use the spatial tears to return to the profound energy land. However, one could not control where one would be sent to in the profound energy land when leaving through the spatial tears. The realms of gods are different from the Devata realms. There are many teleportation formations, and formations masters can easily draw a teleportation formation. However, in the realms of gods, no one, apart from supreme powerhouses, can set up a teleportation formation since realms of gods are the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. After all, only the owners of the little worlds have full control of them. It's also because of this that one can't travel to the realms of gods from the Devata realms through teleportation formations and can only do so through spatial passages. Duan Ling Tian had learned this from the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements in his body, long before he came to the profound energy land. He also learned that the teleportation formations in the realm battlefield were all created by supreme powerhouses. For example, the teleportation realm in the base of the realm battlefield that Duan Ling Tian used to go to the profound energy land was created by the supreme powerhouse who created the profound energy land. Similarly, the teleportation formations that led to the various realms of gods were also created by the respective owner of the realms of gods. At this moment, Wu Feng said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "The void gate is actually a spatial passage and not a teleportation formation. Generally, one has to be a lord of gods at least to open up this spatial passage." Chapter 3706 Opening the Divine Sanctuary. A vast world opened up before Duan Ling Tian's eyes as soon as he stepped out of the void gate. When he turned around to look at the void gate, he discovered the void gate looked no different from the other side. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw a huge palace suspended in the air nearby, looking like a huge beast looking down on the land beneath it. The tightly closed palace doors were huge, occupying 1/3 of the front of the palace. It looked ancient, and its architecture was exquisite. Each and every place, from the small doorknob to the huge doors, were covered with complex lines and patterns. 6 people hovered in the air in groups of 2 at this moment. 4 of them were Lu Dongming, Yu Qi, and their respective companions whom Duan Ling Tian had met earlier. There were 2 unfamiliar faces there. One of them was a thin and frail young man who looked as beautiful as a woman. He was dressed in a white robe and held a folded fan in his hand. He looked like an elegant and erudite scholar. The other person was a handsome young man dressed in a red robe. He carried a long saber at his waist. He was tall and muscular, and his face was equally as masculine as his body. The 2 young men's appearances complemented each other. The young man in white and Sima Han. Wu Feng's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Needless to say, even without Wu Feng's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian knew the white-clad young had to be Sima Han whom Wu Feng and Du Qianjun had described as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of the 2 young men, the white-clad young man fit this description more. Although the red-clad young man was handsome, he did not look like the deceptively frail person that Wu Feng and Du Qianjun had spoken about. "It's been a while since we last met, but all of you still look as good as ever," Sima Han said as he nodded at Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, and the two men. His smile looked sincere and was like the refreshing spring breeze. He truly looked harmless with his frail physique and feminine facial features. Nevertheless, he had an air of majesty about him that made it seem like he towered above everyone. He was the kind of person that others would have a hard time trying to figure out how to attack. Although it was just a fleeting feeling, Duan Ling Tian could tell Sima Han was not easy to deal with and was extraordinary. After meeting Sima Han, he agreed with Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's words. Based on his first impression of Sima Han and the unconcealable confidence in Sima Han's eyes, he could not help but put his guards up. In fact, he would not have felt so vigilant if Lu Dongming and Yu Qi joined forces. Sima Han was clearly harder to deal with. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that when Sima Han spoke, the red-clad young man had subconsciously looked at Sima Han with a respectful and fearful expression on his face. Although the expression appeared for just a moment, it did not escape his notice. He could tell the red-clad young man's reverence and fear were not feigned. With this, it was easy for him to see that the red-clad young man truly acknowledged Sima Han's capabilities. Previously, Wu Feng and Du Qianjun had said that strength-wise, Sima Han was no match for them. When Duan Ling Tian recalled their words, he thought to himself, Sima Han is definitely hiding his strength, and he must be incredibly smart and cunning. I have a feeling he's rather evil as well. Duan Ling Tian grew even warier of Sima Han. He had a feeling that out of everyone present, Sima Han was the most dangerous. Even Du Qianjun, the grandson of Duzan, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil sect, who possessed a king-grade flying ship, was nowhere close to being as dangerous as Sima Han was. After living two lives, Duan Ling Tian trusted his instincts very much. Those gave him the feeling that Sima Han gave him always ended up being incredibly strong and evil. Sima Han, stop talking nonsense. Du Qianjun did not seem to have a good relationship with Sima Han. He did not even pretend to be cordial. He said impatiently and bluntly, since we're all here, let's open up the divine sanctuary so we can enter. After that, it's every man for himself. As soon as Du Qianjun's voice fell, he heard a sigh being transmitted through voice transmission before a voice said, Elder Duzan has always been calm and composed. Why is his grandson so hot-tempered and impatient? Du Qianjun, if you don't rein in your temper, you'll get in trouble sooner or later. Upon hearing the voice transmission, Du Qianjun's eyes widened and his expression soured immediately. He looked at Sima Han in disbelief as he asked through voice transmission, how do you know my identity? Did Wu Yishan or his companion tell you about it? After saying that, Du Qianjun instinctively turned to look at Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian with anger and vigilance shining in his eyes. Wu Feng noticed Du Qianjun's abnormal reaction and asked with a frown, what's wrong? On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Since he had been looking at Sima Han, he had seen Sima Han looking at Du Qianjun before Du Qianjun suddenly changed. He wondered inwardly, what did Sima Han say to Du Qianjun to make Du Qianjun react in such a way? When Duan Ling Tian saw the anger and wariness in Du Qianjun's eyes, he frowned slightly as he turned back to look at Sima Han. At this time, Du Qianjun suddenly calmed down. Then, he said, Sima Han, did you hear what I said? Let's go. Of course, if the other two are fine with this, then we can go in now, Sima Han said before he smiled at Lu Dongming and Yu Qi. Lu Dongming and Yu Qi said in unison, we can go whenever you're ready, Sima Han. Based on the duo's words, it was clear they were going to follow Sima Han's lead. Naturally, this did not mean anything. They would not hesitate to attack Sima Han if they had any conflicts of interest in the divine sanctuary. They only temporarily decided to follow Sima Han's lead due to the presence of the disciples from the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect, which were Lord-rank sects. Are you ready? Du Qianjun asked as he looked at Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian. Alright, let's just open the divine sanctuary now, Wu Feng said. The entire point of this was to enter the divine sanctuary, after all. There was no need to waste time unnecessarily. Alright. The five of us who hold the keys will open the door while our companions will destroy the formation. With this, we can also ensure we won't be stabbed in our backs, Sima Han said. Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, and the other two men naturally did not have any objections. Duan Ling Tian and the other four men's companions stepped back as the other five people walked toward the door of the divine sanctuary. They watched as the five men brought out a copper key each before inserting them into the five keyholes on the door. the 5 keyholes shone with a different color light each: gold, green, blue, red, and yellowish-brown. The colors corresponded to the 5 elements, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were trained on Sima Han and Du Qianzhen's backs. What happened earlier was still on his mind. He had a feeling that something important must have transpired between the duo earlier. Du Qianzhen clearly looked at senior brother Wu and me with anger and vigilance earlier. What did Sima Han say to make him look at us in that manner? He obviously thinks we've done something. What is it that he thinks we did? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian said to Wu Feng through voice transmission, "Senior brother Wu, did you tell anyone through voice transmission about Du Qianzhen's identity?" Wu Feng, who had just inserted the key into the keyhole, was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he replied through voice transmission, "No." Why? Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Wu Feng. After receiving Wu Feng's reply, many thoughts appeared in his mind. He speculated inwardly, Sima Han may have long found out about Du Qianzhen's identity and said as much as through his voice transmission to Du Qianzhen. However, after a while, Du Qianzhen calmed down visibly. At that time, Sima Han must have told him that we didn't expose him. With that, the matter has passed. However, Duan Ling Tian did not fail to notice that after Du Qianzhen calmed down earlier, he had looked at Sima Han with a slightly shocked and complex expression on his face. With this, he speculated that Sima Han's identity must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, there was no reason to explain why the grandson of the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Devils sect would react in that manner. At this time, Sima Han suddenly said, "Move back." When Wu Feng and the other 3 retreated, a thunderous sound rang in the air, interrupting Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Chapter 3707 Dispute. After Wu Feng, Sima Han, and the others retreated, the doors of the divine sanctuary slowly swung open. In just an instant, a dark vortex appeared in front of them, blocking the entrance that had just opened up. With this, none of them could see what was behind the doors. Nevertheless, none of them was surprised. How could the divine sanctuary be normal and reveal itself so easily? Outwardly, it resembled a palace, but who knew what it was like inside? The possibilities were endless after all. At this time, Wu Feng, who had returned to stand next to Duan Ling Tian, asked again through voice transmission, "Why did you ask me that?" Earlier, junior brother Duan. Naturally, Wu Feng knew Duan Ling Tian did not want the others to listen in on their conversation, so he had used voice transmission to communicate. "Senior brother Wu, I'm afraid Sima Han's real identity is likely quite extraordinary. Moreover, I suspect that he's also aware of Du Qianzhen's real identity and that Du Qianzhen has just found out about his identity as well. Most importantly, Du Qianzhen seems to have grown slightly more respectful after learning of Sima Han's identity." Is that so? Wu Feng was naturally surprised. Although he did not believe it when Sima Han previously said that he was a sectless cultivator, he did not think Sima Han had an extraordinary identity. Moreover, it was to the extent that even Du Qianzhen was respectful of Sima Han after discovering Sima Han's identity. Du Qianzhen was the grandson of Duzan, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect, after all. His brother and senior brother Du Po-jun and Yang Qianyi, 2 famous prodigies of the 10,000 Devils sects. One had to be as strong as Du Po-jun at least to be able to garner his respect. However, if they were outsiders, not only did they have to be as strong as Du Po-jun, but they would also have to have high status for Du Qianzhen to respect them. With this, one could imagine how extraordinary Sima Han's identity was. Duan Ling Tian continued to voice his speculations through voice transmission to Wu Feng. "I suspect Sima Han is also hiding his strength." Before Wu Feng could reply, Sima Han said to Wu Feng, "Now that the doors of the divine sanctuary have been opened, Lu Dongming, Yu Qi, Wu Feng, and their companions will enter first. Du Yan and I will bring up the rear. Do you have any objections?" "TM fine with this." Lu Dongming and Yu Qi were pleased by Sima Han's suggestion. After all, those who entered the divine sanctuary suspected to be left behind by an emperor of gods would have a chance to get their hands on the treasures first. Without Duan Ling Tian's reminder, Wu Feng would have thought Sima Han's idea was good. However, now, he did not reply and looked to Duan Ling Tian subconsciously, waiting for Duan Ling Tian's decision instead. Duan Ling Tian looked at Sima Han and said, "In my opinion, Wu Feng and I should go with you and your companion so we can look after each other. I don't want to be killed by the four of them after entering the divine sanctuary. We don't know if we'll be sent to the same place or not after entering. Moreover, how can you be sure Du Yan won't turn against you? I won't be a threat to you if I go with you. After saying that, Duan Ling Tian deliberately mobilized his divine energy that showed he was just an advanced god. An advanced god. Lu Dongming, Yu Qi, and their companions' eyes widened in surprise when they sensed Duan Ling Tian's divine energy. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes were brimming with contempt and mockery. Wu Yishan, I didn't expect you to choose an advanced god to accompany you here. Lu Dongming looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, do you not have any friends who are rudimentary kings of gods? There are quite a lot of rudimentary kings of gods in the Hidden Fog sect, but you only brought .An advanced god. You must be an outcast in the Hidden Fog sect. After Lu Dongming finished speaking, he laughed mockingly. Although Yu Qi did not speak, he did not conceal the mockery in his gaze. On the other hand, Sima Han frowned slightly. He and his companion did not seem shocked at all that Duan Ling Tian was an advanced god, as though they had long known about it. At this time, Du Qianjun said with a scoff, "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? If Sima Han or whoever is worried about making a move, I can swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath that I won't kill anyone outside of the divine sanctuary. My companion can also swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath." Upon hearing Du Qianjun's words, Lu Dongming and Yu Qi sighed in relief inwardly. They were also worried about Du Qianjun killing Sima Han, breaking the precarious balance between them. If they were transported to the same place and if Du Qianjun killed Sima Han, they would fall into a disadvantageous position. When Du Qianjun and Wu Feng joined forces to deal with them, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Du Qianjun before he said, "That's not necessary. I'd rather Sima Han swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath instead." From what I heard, Sima Han made everyone swear on an additional Devil Heart's blood oath previously. A sarcastic smile could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he spoke. Du Qianjun was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, there was nothing wrong with Duan Ling Tian's request. If he had not reached an agreement with Sima Han in private earlier, he would have definitely agreed with Duan Ling Tian. If he protested too strongly, he would arouse everyone's suspicion. The reason I asked Wu Yishan and Du Yan to swear on an additional Devil Heart's blood oath was to ensure everyone's safety. However, if you insist, I have no objection to going with you. I think Du Yan won't have any objections either, Sima Han said as he looked at Du Yan. Du Yan nodded immediately, but a trace of unwillingness could be seen in his eyes. I have no objections. Duan Ling Tian thought he had successfully foiled Sima Han and Du Qianjun's plans when Sima Han suddenly said, "How about this? Since you and Wu Yishan aren't in a hurry, then I, Lu Dongming, Yu Qi, and our companions will go in first. Du Yan, are you okay with this?" Upon hearing this, Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. However, he shrugged and said, "I'm okay with this." "TM not okay with this," Duan Ling Tian said again. This time, everyone frowned. "Brat, what's the problem now?" Lu Dongming asked in a deep voice, clearly annoyed. "You said you didn't want to go in first, then now that we've acquiesced, you changed your mind again." Yu Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian impatiently as well. "If we're all transported to the same place after entering the divine sanctuary, won't I and senior brother Wu Feng be at a disadvantage then? We won't be able to react in time if all of you decide to attack us at the same time." Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "In my opinion, like you said, we should split into two groups to go in. Du Yan, his companion, senior brother Wu, and I will be in a group. Senior brother Wu and I will enter first. Then, the other group can choose 2 people to go in after we go in. After that, the remaining 6 people can go in. Due to my strength, senior brother Wu Feng and I are definitely not a match for any of you, so all of you don't have to worry about us being a threat. Du Yan and his companion are strong. He should be able to protect himself against all of you as well when I enter." Duan Ling Tian did not forget to praise Du Qianjun when he spoke. "All right, so be it. How annoying," Du Qianjun said. "Oh, wait," Duan Ling Tian said, changing his mind again. "I just noticed that the entrance can accommodate all 10 of us. Why don't all of us go in at the same time?" This time, the red-clad young man next to Sima Han scoffed. He said frostily, it's too chaotic for 10 of us to enter at the same time. Moreover, it doesn't stop another person from attacking. For example, if Wu Yishan arrives just a second later, the others can still attack you. It's better to go in separately. Lu Dongming and Yu Qi nodded in agreement. Then, we'll go with your first suggestion, Sima Han said to Duan. Ling Tian, Wu Yishan and you can go in first. Then, Sima Han looked at Lu Dongming and Yu Qi and said, both of you can decide whether you both want to go in together, or if you prefer to go in with your respective companions. Chapter 3708 The Death of Lu Dongming. No, we won't let our companions stay behind. Lu Dongming and Yu Qi exchanged a look before they looked at Duan Ling Tian, clearly angry that Duan Ling Tian forced them into making such a choice. Nonetheless, the duo finally reached an agreement. Let fate decide then. Sima Han, toss this jade token. If it lands on head, my companion and I will go in first. If it lands on tails, Yu Qi and his companion will go in first. Yu Qi, are you okay with this? Lu Dongming said as he tossed a jade token to Sima Han. Yu Qi nodded. I'm okay with this. Sima Han did not waste time and tossed the jade token immediately. Then, he grabbed the jade token in the air at lightning speed. When he opened his hands, everyone saw the jade token had landed on tails. Yu Qi laughed before he said, too bad, Lu Dongming. Although Lu Dongming was slightly unhappy, he did not protest. He was the one who had come up with this idea, after all, so he could only accept the outcome. After returning Lu Dongming's jade token, Sima Han looked at Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng before he said, all right. Wu Feng, you and your companion will enter with Yu Qi and his companion first. Then, the 6 of us will enter after that. This time, Duan Ling Tian no longer objected. Along with Wu Feng, he leapt into the dark vortex at the entrance of the divine sanctuary. Following that, Yu Qi and his companion hurriedly entered as well. When Duan Ling Tian leapt into the dark vortex, he felt dizzy. Fortunately, the feeling was fleeting. When he came back to his senses, he looked to the left and the right. He had arrived in a spacious cave with 2 paths that led to unknown places. Compared to the cave outside, this cave was rather bare. This cave looked like it belonged to a ruffian while the other cave looked like it belonged to an emperor. Junior brother Duan, Wu Feng called out. When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he saw Yu Qi and his companion had arrived as well. He saw the murderous expressions on their faces when they looked at him, but their murderous intent seemed to grow weaker when they looked at Wu Feng. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said to Wu Feng through voice transmission, Senior brother Wu, it seems like Yu Qi is wary of you. Otherwise, he and his companion would have attacked us. Wu Feng smiled as well. Junior brother Duan, that's only because they don't know how strong you are. Otherwise, they won't dare to think about attacking you. Then, he asked curiously, Junior brother Duan, why did you make such a huge fuss earlier? Let's talk as we walk, Duan Ling Tian said. He took the lead and walked into one of the paths. Seeing this, Wu Feng naturally followed after him. The old man next to Yu Qi asked, Master, should we follow them? Yu Qi shook his head. We're all rudimentary kings of gods. Although Wu Yishan's companion is only an advanced god, Wu Yishan is very strong. Even if the 2 of us manage to injure him, we definitely won't be better off. It's not worth it to make a move now. It's best to wait for Sima Han and Lu Dongming to come in. It's too dangerous for the 2 of us to explore the place alone. We'll let them deal with the obstacles, and when they're exhausted, we'll seize the chance and reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, the old man smiled wryly. I'm afraid they aren't so stupid. Then, just wait and see who'll have the last laugh, Yu Qi said confidently. After waiting for a long while, Yu Qi began to frown when Sima Han and Lu Dongming had yet to arrive. Why aren't they here yet? They should have entered after us. There's no reason for them to take so long. Even if that 10,000 devil sects Duyan attack them, it's strange that none of them are here. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng looked around vigilantly as they walked. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, Senior brother Wu, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Dongming and his companion won't have a chance to enter the divine sanctuary at all. Wu Feng agreed with Duan Ling Tian. If Sima Han and Du Qianjun have decided to work together, then they would definitely kill Lu Dongming and his companion to get rid of the competition. In the beginning, Sima Han and Du Yan wanted to bring up the rear. If I'm not mistaken, they plan to kill the group that's going to enter before them. That's what I thought. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That was why I made a huge fuss earlier. I don't want any conflicts with them before we enter the divine sanctuary. This way, they'll continue to underestimate me. If we meet them later, my strength will be our greatest trump card. Wu Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. No wonder you made such a huge fuss earlier. As it turns out, you've already planned everything out. I'm such a fool that I didn't even understand your thoughts. A sheepish expression could be seen on Wu Feng's face. Earlier, he had thought Duan Ling Tian was behaving unreasonably for no reason as well. However, he naturally did not speak up against Duan Ling Tian since they were a team. Now that he heard Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, he felt relieved. Outside the divine sanctuary, after Duan Ling Tian and the others disappeared into the divine sanctuary, Lu Dongming turned around to look at the others. When he saw that Sima Han was still standing still, he said impatiently, "Come on. We should go in as well." "There's no rush," Sima Han said with a slight smile. "Lu Dongming, don't you think it's better if only 4 out of 6 of us go in? With this, we'll have fewer competitors." Lu Dongming was briefly startled by Sima Han's words. Then, he instinctively looked at Du Qianjun and said, "You mean?" The thought had just appeared in Lu Dongming's mind when Du Qianjun and his companion made a move. "Sima Han, you actually wanted to get rid of us? Damn you!" Du Qianjun roared as he flew toward Sima Han and Lu Dongming at lightning speed. The middle-aged man followed closely behind Du Qianjun as he mobilized his divine energy that was that of a rudimentary king of gods. Based on the profundities he had cast as well, it seemed like he was not much weaker than Du Qianjun. Lu Dongming hurriedly mobilized his divine energy upon seeing this. Then, he sneered as he said, "Du Yan, do you think both of you are a match for 4 of us? What a fool." Lu Dongming rushed out immediately. He knew he would be at a disadvantage if his opponent drew close since his opponent was stronger than him. Even if he had numbers on his side, it would still be dangerous if his opponent managed to come close to him. When Lu Dongming and his companion rushed out, their backs were completely exposed to Sima Han and his companion. They did not think to watch their backs since they were under the impression that Sima Han and his companion were on their side. They did not doubt that Sima Han and his companion would help them to deal with Du Yan and his companion. "Lu Dongming, we'll help you," Sima Han said before he and the red-clad young man flew out as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongming and his companion became even more fired up. Their divine energies skyrocketed immediately. It was as though their confidence had been boosted by Sima Han. A golden saber, a primitive divine artifact, appeared in Lu Dongming's hand. Then, he imbued it with his divine energy and the golden energy from the law of metal. Lu Dongming's companion brought his primitive divine artifact out as well. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The blue energy from the law of water shrouded it, making it look like a water dragon. "It's useless," Du Yan sneered. Then, a 3-foot-long green saber appeared in his hand before it unleashed saber rays. Du Yan's companion brought his divine artifact out as well. It was a pair of hammers. When he threw them out, they sailed in the air like 2 bright meteors. The 4 people clashed. At the same time, divine energies and various laws intertwined in the air as they fought fiercely. Soon enough, Lu Dongming and his companion were pushed back. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. They were no match for their opponents. After all, not only were Du Yan and his companion had a more profound comprehension of the law, their divine artifacts were mediocre divine artifacts, which was superior to their primitive divine artifacts. Sima Han, they both possess mediocre divine artifacts. "Let's just go," Lu Dongming shouted. He wanted to enter the divine sanctuary immediately. After all, he thought that even if they were 4 of them, they might not be able to kill Du Yan and his companion. He exchanged a look with his companion, intending to retreat now that they discovered they were seriously outmatched. Alas, just when Lu Dongming and his companion turned around, they saw Sima Han and the red-clad young man charging toward them. The duo's movements were decisive and ruthless. In just a blink of an eye, they had beheaded Lu Dongming and his companion. Before Lu Dongming died, there was only one thought in his mind: why? Chapter 3709 Chu Han. Lu Dongming and his companion were killed in just a blink of an eye. Lu Dongming had no intention to fight Du Qianjun as soon as Du Qianjun and his companion brought out mediocre divine artifacts. Initially, he thought the person he knew as Du Yan who had a similar cultivation base with him would also have a primitive divine artifact. However, not only did his opponent has a mediocre divine artifact, but his opponent's companion also had a mediocre divine artifact. Moreover, Du Qianjun's companion was not any weaker than Du Qianjun. With this, the difference between their strength was too wide. Nonetheless, at that time, Lu Dongming did not panic. After all, he thought he still had Sima Han and his companion supporting him. He thought with Sima Han and his companion's help, the four of them would be able to safely escape into the divine sanctuary. Who knew that when he turned around to ask for help, Sima Han and his companion had already lifted their swords. Previously, Sima Han had shown that he had comprehended the law of water. However, why was he so skilled at the law of ice? Most importantly, he did not understand why Sima Han would suddenly turn on him. Alas, before Lu Dongming could figure out the answer, he had already been killed. Similarly, Lu Dongming's companion was killed by the red-clad young man next to Sima Han. The red-clad young man comprehended the law of thunder. With just a wave of his hand, he also beheaded Lu Dongming's companion. Then, he collected Lu Dongming and his companion's primitive divine artifacts. As for the spatial rings, they had self-destructed as soon as their owners died. After the red-clad young man returned to Sima Han's side, Sima Han shook his head as he said to Du Qianjun, "Qianjun, since you came with Wu Yishan, why didn't you kill them during the journey here? With both of your strength, it's not difficult to kill them." Sima Han only mentioned Wu Feng, whom he had known as Wu Yishan. He did not mention Duan Ling Tian at all, as though Duan Ling Tian did not exist. In his eyes, an advanced god was nothing, after all. Upon hearing these words, Du Qianjun said with a bitter smile, "Young Master Chu, I wasn't aware of your identity before, so I thought keeping the two alive will help me guard against 6 of you." He paused briefly before he continued to say confidently, "If I had known about your identity, I would have killed them immediately. In any case, it's not a problem. With the two of us joining forces, it won't be difficult for us to kill Wu Yishan later. As for the advanced god with him, there's no need to worry about him at all. I can kill him with just a move. There were too many people previously, so I didn't have a good look at you. However, when I saw you today, I realized how much you resemble your grandfather. Since my master mentioned something about Elder Duzan having 2 grandsons, it didn't take long for me to figure out your identity." Sima Han, whose real name was Chu Han, was a disciple of the emperor-ranked sect that controlled the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Lingu clan. Since the 3 Lord rank forces would regularly pay tribute to the emperor-ranked sect, the 3 Lord rank forces were naturally under the protection of the emperor-ranked sect. Moreover, they would regularly send young talents to the emperor-ranked sect as well. Despite having to pay tribute regularly, the 3 Lord rank forces were not dissatisfied. After all, if the emperor-ranked sect decided to make a move against them, they would be powerless to exist. Since paying tribute bought them peace, how could they feel dissatisfied? Although the purple-clad young man next to Wu Yishan is just an advanced god, he's very clever, Chu Han said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. It might seem like he was being unreasonable earlier, but he had, in fact, avoided the danger. After all, we plan to strike at as many people as we can, when they turn their back to us. With his meddling, we only managed to kill 2 people in the end. That brat is so annoying, Du Qianjun said coldly. He better pray he doesn't meet me in the divine sanctuary. Otherwise, I'll definitely skin him alive before I kill him. A hint of killing intent flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he said, "Let's go. Who knows, we might be transported to the same place as Wu Yishan and Yu Qi. They might even still be there." Du Qianjun laughed. "It'll be great if that's the case. We can kill all of them in one fell swoop, leaving 4 of us to explore the divine sanctuary." Yu Qi and his companion had grown impatient and were about to leave. They thought perhaps the second group of people was transported to another place. After all, the destinations for spatial passages were not always fixed. However, they suddenly saw the void rippling before 4 figures appeared in front of them. "Why are there only 4 of them?" Yu Qi frowned. Then, he called out, "Sima Han, where are Lu Dongming and his companion?" Yu Qi looked at Du Qianjun and his companion vigilantly as he brought the old man with him to stand next to Chu Han and the red-clad young man. Upon hearing these words, Chu Han looked around in confusion before he said, "Huh? Where are they? Didn't they come in with us?" As soon as Chu Han's voice fell, Yu Qi and the old man who were looking around for Lu Dongming and his companion saw divine energy surging out of Du Qianjun's body. Following that, Duqianzhen brought his divine artifact out and cast the profundities from the law he comprehended before he attacked Yu Qi and his companion. Although Yu Qi was wary of Duqian Yu, he did not expect Duqianzhen would dare to attack with Sima Han around. He hurriedly mobilized his divine energy as he shouted, "Du Yan, what's the meaning of this?" The old man standing behind Yu Qi stepped forward and brought out his divine artifact as well. Flames burned around the divine artifact immediately, indicating that he had comprehended the law of fire. "What do you think? Obviously, I'm trying to kill you," Duqianzhen said as he attacked along with the middle-aged man. Then, what happened to Lu Dongming and his companion happened to Yu Qi and the old man as well. Blood splattered everywhere in just an instant. The old man lay on the ground lifelessly next to the red-clad young man's feet. This time, Chu Han did not make a move. Duqianzhen and the middle-aged man attacked Yu Qi at the same time. Yu Qi's attacks were useless and easily deflected. He was sent crashing against the cave wall. When he slid down to the ground, he was panting heavily, unable to get up. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he looked at the four people in front of him in disbelief. He did not expect Chu Han, whom he had known as Sima Han, would collude with Duqianzhen from the 10,000 Devils sect. After all, to him, Sima Han was a sectless cultivator like him. He did not understand why a sectless cultivator would ally with someone from the .10,000 Devil sect. "Why?" Yu Qi asked in a deep voice as he looked at Chu Han. "Chu Han, you betrayed my trust." .1. Before Chu Han replied, Duqianzhen said with a scoff, "Trust? Yu Qi, don't you feel embarrassed saying such a word? Don't tell me you didn't plan to take advantage of young Master Han in the Divine Sanctuary. Or did you plan to give up on the treasures?" Upon hearing the way Duqianzhen addressed Chu Han, Yu Qi's expression changed. "Young Master Han, Sima Han, you're from the 10,000 Devils sect as well?" Chu Han did not reply to Yu Qi. Instead, he looked at the two paths in the cave before he asked Yu Qi, "Where did Wu Yishan and his companion go?" Yu Qi did not reply to Chu Han as well. He asked, "Were you the one who killed Lu Dongming and his companion?" Chu Han nodded indifferently. At this time, Duqianzhen walked to Yu Qi before he stomped his foot on Yu Qi's chest. Then, he asked icily, "Didn't you hear young Master Han's question? Hurry up and answer him." Chu Han was the disciple of a high-ranking official of the Emperor-rank sect. Moreover, Chu Han's master was also someone Duqianzhen's grandfather respected. If they followed the hierarchy, Duqianzhen even had to address Chu Han as junior uncle. "Tell me, what's your relationship? Otherwise, even if I die, I won't tell you where Wu Yishan went," Yu Qi said after he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you," Duqianzhen said indifferently. "My real name is Duqianzhen. I'm the grandson of Duzan, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect." Yu Qi's eyes widened when he learned of Duqianzhen's identity. He did not expect that he had been scheming against a person with such a background. After all, as a sectless cultivator, he was rather respectful of some with Duqianzhen's status. Chapter 3710 The Statue. Who was Duzan? He was one of the strongest supreme elders in the 10,000 Devils sect. A big shot in the sect that even the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect was respectful to. Hence, even if his grandson was a good-for-nothing, no one would dare to provoke him. "I didn't expect you to be Supreme Elder Duzan's grandson," Yu Qi said bitterly as his eyes shone with regret. "If I knew about your identity earlier, I wouldn't even enter the Divine Sanctuary with you." After all, entering the Divine Sanctuary with a person with such an identity was no different from looking for trouble. "It's too late," Duqianzhen said nonchalantly. When Yu Qi recalled that Duqianzhen had addressed Chu Han as young master, he asked, "What about him? Is he also from the 10,000 Devils sect?" Duqianzhen looked at Chu Han with a smile and asked, "Young Master Han, do you want to tell him or should I do it for you?" "You can tell him," Chu Han said indifferently. Duqianzhen looked down at Yu Qi whom he was trampling beneath his feet and said with a scoff, "Young Master Han isn't from the 10,000 Devils sect. There are no rudimentary kings of gods in the 10,000 Devils sect who are worthy of my respect." Yu Qi's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. "Then who is he?" Yu Qi shuddered when he thought about what kind of identity Chu Han had for someone like Duqianzhen to be so respectful. He regretted coming to the Divine Sanctuary even more at this moment. Young Master Han's real name is Chu Han. He's a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, an Emperor-rank sect. His master is an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, Du Qianjun said in a raised voice. In fact, his master is my grandfather's senior brother, who originally came from the 10,000 Devils sect. His master was a proud prodigy of our sect when he was young. Yu Qi's face turned pale upon hearing Du Qianjun's words, a disciple from the Flying Dragon sect. The Flying Dragon sect was the emperor-ranked sect that ruled over the 3 lord-ranked sects in the area. At this moment, Yu Qi finally realized why Du Qianjun had joined forces with Chu Han. As it turned out, the duo had such a relationship. In terms of seniority, Du Qianjun even had to address Chu Han as junior uncle. However, Chu Han thought the form of address made him sound old, so he told Du Qianjun to address him as young Master Han. After all, he was few hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. Tevei already answered all your questions. Now, tell me, which path did Wu Yishan and his companion take? Du Qianjun asked as he looked down at Yu Qi coldly. Yu Qi inhaled deeply before he spat out a mouthful of blood. A strange smile appeared on his face before he said, "Fools, now that I've tricked you, I can die in peace." Du Qianjun was briefly stunned by Yu Qi's words. His expression changed drastically when he regained his senses. Yu Qi had mobilized his divine energy, preparing to self-destruct. Yu Qi exploded in just a blink of an eye. The cave shook violently. Du Qianjun hastily protected himself and easily deflected the force of the explosion. After all, Yu Qi was weaker than him, to begin with. Coupled with Yu Qi's injuries, the force of his explosion was easily dealt with by Du Qianjun due to his quick reflex. Damn it, Du Qianjun stomped his foot, frustrated. That's enough. Why stress yourself out over a nobody? Du Qianjun inhaled deeply to calm down. Then, he forced a smile on his face as he said, "Young Master Han is right. I got carried away. What should we do now?" Chu Han flew toward the 2 paths, pacing back and forth in front of them. He shook his head as he looked at the ground and the walls of the cave. Then, he said to Du Qianjun, "There's no dust on the ground and entrance. There are no traces at all. It's impossible for us to tell which path they took. Since there are 2 paths, the 4 of us should split up into groups of 2 and take a path each. There are only Wu Yishan and his companion left anyway. Since his companion is just an advanced god, it'll be easy for any of us to kill them. If 4 of us take the same path, we might miss them." L'agree, Du Qianjun said. In fact, he was reluctant to take the same path as Chu Han. After all, Chu Han's strength was not only on par with him, but more importantly, Chu Han had a higher status than him. If he traveled with Chu Han, he would definitely have to give in to Chu Han and suffer a loss if they come across any treasure. Hence, he was very agreeable to Chu Han's suggestion. Chu Han said with a smile, "In that case, you can choose which path you want to take. Junior brother Chen and I will take the other path." No, young master, you should choose which path you want to take," Du Qianjun said. It was enough that he did not have to travel with Chu Han, so he did not care which path he took. Moreover, he had to show respect to Chu Han since Chu Han was his junior uncle. "Stop refusing me, it's the same. You can choose first," Chu Han said as he shook his head. Since Chu Han insisted, Du Qianqun and the middle-aged man simply chose a path. The path he had chosen was not the one Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian had taken. After the duo vanished down the path, Chu Han called out to the red-clad young man, and they both walked down the other path. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng continued walking. They had no idea where the path was leading them. It was so dark that they had to conjure up a small flame to light the way, since Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the law of fire. He easily conjured up a small flame that would not drain his energy to maintain. "Junior brother Duan, I feel like it's the calm before the storm. It shouldn't be so quiet in the divine sanctuary," Wu Feng said solemnly. He slowed down as they were approaching the end of the path. "TM prepared for it," Duan Ling Tian said as he nodded and smiled. "After all, it's only by overcoming obstacles in here that we'll be able to obtain the treasures. Since the powerhouse who left the divine sanctuary here didn't place his treasures in a spatial ring before burying it, it shows that he didn't want people to easily obtain his treasures. It's likely that we'll encounter our first obstacle at the end of this path." Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation when he finished speaking. After all, Du Qianjun, the disciple from the 10,000 Devil sect, had somewhat confirmed that the divine sanctuary was left by an emperor of gods. The treasures of an emperor of gods would definitely not be quotidian. Well, we'll know once we reach the end of the path, Wu Feng said before he picked up his pace. Soon after, the duo arrived at a spacious hall. There was an eye-catching statue in the center of the hall. The statue was of a middle-aged man dressed in a loose long robe. His eyebrows made him look heroic and valiant, and he had a firm expression on his face. His right hand was lifted, pointing a sword in the direction of his gaze. The statue's craftsmanship was very good considering how lifelike the statue was. Is the statue of the powerhouse who created this divine sanctuary? Wu Feng muttered to himself as he stood in front of the towering statue and looked at it with bright eyes. Who knows? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then, he began to inspect his surroundings as he moved around. Apart from the opening where they had exited, the entire place was enclosed. There was nothing in the hall except for the statue. Senior brother Wu Feng, do you think there are treasures hidden in the statue? I can't check what's inside with my divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian said after he returned to Wu Feng's side. He circled the statue as he continued to say, why don't you try probing the statue with your divine consciousness instead? Perhaps, you'll have more success than I did. All right, Wu Feng nodded. He looked at the statue with a solemn expression. After a few moments, he shook his head and said, I can't probe it as well. There must be a formation blocking our divine consciousness. Chapter 3711 The Truths Revealed. Should we try attacking the statue? A hint of excitement could be seen in Wu Feng's eyes when he looked at the statue. Such a huge statue could hold a lot of treasures, after all. No, what if the statue is protected by a killing formation, and our attacks trigger the formation? Duan Ling Tian asked. Wu Feng fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. In the end, Duan Ling Tian said, let's look around first. Then, the duo carefully inspected every inch of the hall. However, in the end, they still did not find anything useful. It seems like we're left with no choice, Wu Feng said with a wry smile. We can only attack the statue. Otherwise, we can only return to the cave and explore the other path. Even then, we might just end up in the same situation. Duan Ling Tian remained silent. He looked at the statue and carefully studied it again. He looked in the direction the sword was pointed but found nothing as well. In the end, he nodded and said, we'll have to attack it then. Like Wu Feng said, they were left with two options. They could return to where they came from or they could take the risk and attack the statue. At this moment, Wu Feng's expression changed slightly as though he had sensed something. Although Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was a rudimentary king of gods, after all. His senses were slightly more acute compared to Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was fully focused on studying the statue, so he did not sense that something was amiss. Someone's coming. Who could it be? Wu Feng said. Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian exchanged a glance and tacitly stood side by side as they faced the opening. Could it be Yu Qi and his companion? The thought of hiding at the side to ambush the newcomers briefly appeared in their minds, but they quickly dismissed their ideas. After all, the newcomers could easily sense their presence with their divine consciousnesses. When the newcomers appeared at the entrance, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng were rather surprised. They were none other than Chu Han and the red-clad young man. Wu Yishan. Chu Han looked at Wu Feng, completely ignoring Duan Ling Tian. There are only two of you? Wu Feng asked as he raised an eyebrow and looked behind Chu Han to see if there were any more people. Yes, it's just the two of us, Chu Han said nonchalantly. Speaking of which, you should thank me and Du Qianjun for getting rid of 4 of our competitors. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Chu Han's words. On the contrary, Wu Feng's expression changed. You and Du Qianjun killed 4 of them. Chu Han nodded. That's right, you should thank your companion. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even be able to enter the divine sanctuary. Aren't you a sectless cultivator? Why would you join forces with Du Qianjun? Wu Feng asked with a grim expression on his face. Chu Han said with a faint smile on his face, don't you know better than to trust an outsider's words? Did your elders not teach you this? Who are you exactly? Although Wu Feng had been mentally prepared by Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he was still surprised that Lu Dongming, Yu Qi, and their respective companions had perished so quickly. Moreover, Sima Han had clearly shown earlier that he intended to ally with Lu Dongming and Yu Qi. Are you curious? Chu Han looked at Wu Feng as he said, well, since you're going to die anyway, there's no harm in satisfying your curiosity. Wu Feng's expression darkened upon hearing these words. My real name is Chu Han, Chu Han said arrogantly. I'm a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, and my master is an inner elder of the sect. Wu Feng's expression changed drastically upon hearing Chu Han's words. Hints of fear could be seen in his eyes at this moment. A disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that Chu Han was a disciple of the emperor-rank Flying Dragon sect. The Flying Dragon sect controlled not only the Hidden Fog sect, but the 10,000 Devil sect and the Lingu clan as well. Since many powerhouses and prodigies from the Hidden Fog sect had joined the Flying Dragon sect, he had naturally heard of the Flying Dragon sect. Shui Hai-chun, the prodigy from the Hidden Fog sect, had precisely joined the Flying Dragon sect and became an elder of the sect. He was so famous that stories about him were still circulating in the area east of the Flying Dragon sect where the Hidden Fog sect was based. Although Duan Ling Tian had briefly considered Chu Han might be from the Flying Dragon sect, he was still surprised when Chu Han personally confirmed it. You should roughly understand now why I joined forces with Du Qianjun, right? Let me further explain it to you. Chu Han said. After a brief pause, he continued to say, initially, when we obtained the key, I didn't have a good look at Du Qianjun, so I didn't know who he was. When I saw him today, I realized he resembled the young man whose portrait was hung in my master's room. The portrait was of Duzan, who's my master's beloved junior brother when he was still in the 10,000 Devil sect. Realization dawned on Wu Feng. Chu Han said, after considering Du Qianjun's cultivation base and his resemblance to the young man in the portrait, it's not difficult for me to guess his identity. After that, I only needed to verify it with Du Qianjun through voice transmission. Initially, he thought you'd given his identity away until I explained everything to him. Chu Han shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian before he continued to say, then, Du Qianjun and I plan to let everyone enter first by saying we'd attack the formation. We plan to catch a few of you off guard and kill you to reduce the competition. Alas, due to the ruckus your junior brother kicked up, our plan was foiled. Otherwise, you would have died. Anyway, we came up with a new plan. After all of you entered the divine sanctuary, Du Qianjun and I killed Lu Dongming and his companion. When we entered the divine sanctuary, we were delighted when we saw Yu Qi and his companion were waiting for us. Just like Lu Dongming and his companion, the duo died as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, so you and Du Qianjun split into groups of 2 and took a path each. Coincidentally, you're the one who ran into us. That's right, Chu Han nodded. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, now that I've answered your questions, you should be able to die in peace, right? Wu Feng's expression darkened as his eyes flashed. Are you confident you'd be able to kill both of us? After all, Du Qianjun can't help you now. Wu Feng, I remember you don't even have a mediocre divine artifact. As such, I don't need any help to kill you, Chu Han said with a scoff. As his divine energy surged out from his body, a chilling energy swept out to the surroundings. The energy was a combination of his divine energy and the frost, elemental profundity from the law of ice. The surrounding temperature plummeted in just an instant. Seems like you fooled everyone. Who knew you're skilled in the law of ice instead of the law of water? Wu Feng said as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Previously, Wu Feng had told him that Chu Han had comprehended the law of water. However, not only was that not the case, but he could also sense Chu Han's comprehension of the law of ice was rather high as well. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Indeed, I didn't have a mediocre divine artifact previously, but I have one now. Wu Feng raised his hand, and the mediocre divine sword that he had exchanged for with Duan Ling Tian appeared in his hand. At the same time, divine energy surged from his body. Oh, I didn't expect you to obtain a mediocre divine artifact. I guess, your status in the Hidden Fog sect isn't that low, after all, Chu Han said with a hint of surprise. Soon enough, a sneer appeared on his face as he said, alas, it's useless. At most, you'll end up fighting to a draw with me. I have my junior brother with me, his strength is comparable to mine. You, on the other hand, only brought an advanced god here. Who do you think has the advantage here? Chapter 37:12 You have no choice. Wu Feng was one of the stronger rudimentary kings of gods, and his strength was on par with Du Qianjun. Although Chu Han's innate talent and comprehension skills were better than Du Qianjun, he was only slightly stronger than Du Qianjun due to him being almost 1,000 years younger than Du Qianjun. If he were the same age as Du Qianjun, there was no doubt he would be much stronger. Hence, strength-wise, he was still slightly lacking compared to Wu Feng, who was older than Du Qianjun. Junior brother Duan, they're clearly underestimating you, Wu Feng said through voice transmission. After witnessing Chu Han's law of ice, Wu Feng knew Chu Han could very well be on par with him. Moreover, as a disciple of the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect, Chu Han would definitely have a mediocre divine artifact. At this moment, he was truly glad he managed to obtain a mediocre divine artifact. For himself during his previous trip back to the Hidden Fog sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, although Wu Feng had never witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength before, he had certainly heard more than enough about it. He had naturally heard about how Duan Ling Tian had killed Tu Feng, an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Similar to him, Tu Feng was a rudimentary king of gods as well. For this reason, he was confident Duan Ling Tian was even stronger than him. This was the reason he felt rather confident. Isn't that good, senior brother Wu? I'll come and help you once I deal with his companion, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Wu Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. He had heard that Duan Ling Tian was able to kill Tu Feng so easily because Tu Feng had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. If Tu Feng did not underestimate Duan Ling Tian, perhaps, Tu Feng might have been able to hold on for 10 breaths and surrender. With this in mind, how could he not feel happy when he saw how Chu Han and the Red Clan young man did not spare Duan Ling Tian a glance at all from the beginning until now? Luckily, junior brother Duan is on my side, Wu Feng thought to himself as he sighed in relief inwardly. At this time, Chu Han looked at the red-clad young man and said, "Junior brother Chen, kill that advanced god and help me deal with Wu Yishan." "Don't worry, senior brother Chu. It'll only take one move for me to kill a mere advanced god," the red-clad young man said confidently. Then, flames burst forth from his body as he charged out. Since he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as possible, he brought his divine artifact that resembled a fencing sword as well. At the same time, Chu Han flew out as well. Dazzling ice lotuses bloomed in his wake as he moved. His speed was rather fast, and in just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Wu Feng. Wu Feng's divine energy surged as he flashed back. Upon seeing this, Chu Han's eyes flashed coldly. He was about to make a move again when a voice trembling with fear and disbelief rang in the air. Chu Han was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice and saw his junior brother's body had been severed at the waist by Duan Ling Tian. Following that, terrifying spatial energy burst forth from the mediocre divine sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and turned the remains of his junior brother's body into a mist of blood. Just like that, his junior brother, who was only slightly weaker than, had died. T2 triple fused profundities from the law of space. There's the sword Dao as well. Chill ran up Chu Han's spine immediately. He could sense a unique and formidable aura. Based on his knowledge, the aura was from the weapon Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Although it was just a rudimentary sword Dao, its power was formidable. Combined with the 2 triple fused profundities from the law of space, Duan Ling Tian's strength was unimaginably strong. How's this possible? Even if you're strong, you shouldn't be able to kill my junior brother so easily. Chu Han was shocked. After Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was clearly lower than his junior brother's, but Duan Ling Tian was able to kill his junior brother so easily. Even if Duan Ling Tian was very strong, his junior brother should still be able to fight to a draw with Duan Ling Tian. That's right. At this moment, Chu Han suddenly recalled that he and his junior brother had underestimated Duan Ling Tian from the very beginning. He rationalized that Duan Ling Tian was only able to kill his junior brother because Duan Ling Tian had caught his junior brother off guard and his junior brother did not go all out when faced with Duan Ling Tian. The only reason he's able to kill junior brother Chen is due to junior brother Chen's carelessness. I would have suffered the same fate if I had faced him first. After all, I wouldn't have used all my strength to deal with an advanced god. Meanwhile, Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise and admiration as he said, "Junior brother Duan, I've only heard about your strength. I have to say that you're much stronger than what I've heard." Duan Ling Tian only smiled in response. Then, he flew toward the opening to prevent Chu Han from fleeing. At this moment, how could Chu Han not know he was no match for Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng? He could have held his ground against Wu Feng, but with Duan Ling Tian joining the fray, he had no hope of winning at all and would certainly die. While Duan Ling Tian blocked the opening, Wu Feng stepped forward to confront Chu Han. He said with a smile, "It's really unfortunate that you won't get what you wished for, Chu Han. Wu Yishan, if you kill me, my master definitely won't let you go. You should know that the Hidden Fog sect is nothing faced with the Flying Dragon sect." Chu Han said grimly. Wu Feng laughed before he said, "Chu Han, how will your master find out if we killed you or not? There's no way to make contact with the outside world after entering the divine sanctuary. So, how are you planning to tell people about this?" Previously, Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian discovered they could not communicate with the outside world after they arrived at the hall. It was clear that there was formation that prevented them from sending messages out of the divine sanctuary. Your master could have left his divine mark on you if you weren't a god. However, you're already a rudimentary king of gods, this means that you can't bear the divine mark. How's your master going to find out that we killed you?" Wu Feng said as he looked at Chu Han as though he was looking at a fool. Chu Han's expression turned unsightly upon hearing Wu Feng's words. "Wu Yishan, it's better to gain a friend than an enemy. If you spare my life, I, Chu Han, swear I'll owe you a favor. With this, you'll be handsomely rewarded in the future. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath." Wu Feng sneered. "The Devil Heart's blood oath only works when we're in the realms of gods. We're in the divine sanctuary now." Chu Han hastily said, "We can leave the divine sanctuary now for me to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath. Do you think I'm stupid? Once we leave this place, it'd be easy for you to send a message to your master." Wu Feng smiled contemptuously. Chu Han's eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Unless you're capable of killing Du Qianjun and his companion, they'll still be able to inform my master about this. At that time, my master will surely go to the Hidden Fog sect to deal with you." Before Wu Feng could respond, Duan Ling Tian suddenly said, "Senior brother Wu, he has a point." "Junior brother Duan." Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. On the other hand, Chu Han's eyes brightened immediately now that he saw a glimmer of hope. Inwardly, he swore to himself that if he survived this, he would not rest until Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian died. It was impossible for him to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath. He was confident his speed was any slower than the duo's. As long as he could leave the divine sanctuary, he was confident he would be able to escape from them using the law of ice. The problem was it was difficult for him to leave this hall that only had one exit. "Senior brother Wu, since Du Qianjun chose a different path, we can only kill him if we run into him. However, there's no guarantee we'll run into him. If we don't, Du Qianjun will definitely report this matter to his master, and in return, his master will report it to Chu Han's master. In my opinion, we should spare his life," Duan Ling Tian said as he narrowed his eyes that flashed with greed. "However, Chu Han, don't you think you should show your sincerity since we're sparing your life? Your mediocre divine artifact and spatial ring would be a good token of your sincerity. You can have all my possessions. However, how do I know you won't go back on your words? Let me remind you that if I die, my spatial ring will self-destruct, and you'll be left with nothing." Chu Han said, "How do you know you won't kill after getting your hands on my possessions?" Upon hearing Chu Han's words, Duan Ling Tian laughed before he said, "You have no choice but to do as we say." Chapter 37:13 I renege on my promise. You have no choice but to do as we say. Chu Han fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Indeed, he was in no position to refuse or negotiate since he was at their mercy. After a moment, he said grimly, "I hope you keep your promise." Chu Han no longer dared to underestimate Duan Ling Tian just because Duan Ling Tian was an advanced god. After all, ordinary rudimentary kings of gods were no match for Duan Ling Tian. With that, he relinquished his spatial ring and mediocre divine artifact and handed them to Duan Ling Tian. After receiving Chu Han's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian dripped a drop of his blood on the ring to claim ownership over it. He went through what was inside, ignoring the divine rocks. As a disciple of an inner elder of an emperor rank sect, it was not surprising that Chu Han possessed a lot of divine rocks. Nonetheless, he was not interested in them since he had more divine rocks than Chu Han. His divine rocks were comparable to those of a king rank force. Previously, the king rank Zhang clan from Skywind City had compensated Duan Ling Tian with a huge number of divine rocks that numbered in the millions. Additionally, he already had some divine rocks in his possession. Hence, he was not lacking in divine rocks. Even some of the inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect, who were advanced kings of gods, did not have as many divine rocks as him. There are no auspicious pills. Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed. In fact, he only wanted Chu Han's spatial ring to check for auspicious pills. After all, he only needed one more auspicious pill to break through and become a rudimentary king of gods. You're really poor, Duan Ling Tian said as he weighed the spatial ring in his hand. Then, he tossed the spatial ring and the mediocre divine artifact back to Chu Han. Chu Han was stunned and puzzled by Duan Ling Tian's actions. You can have your things back, I renege on our promise, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Chu Han's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to raise his hand to catch his things, Duan Ling Tian made a move. A mediocre divine sword appeared, releasing sword rays formed from spatial energy. In just a moment, Chu Han was caught off guard, so he did not even have time to resist. Due to Duan Ling Tian's 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian could mobilize his divine energy at a much greater speed. You tricked me. Chu Han's thunderous voice that was filled with despair rang in the air. Before he could even mobilize his divine energy, he was turned into a mist of blood like his junior brother by the terrifying spatial energy. Wu Feng was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing Chu Han in just a blink of an eye. Initially, he had been worried that Duan Ling Tian's decision to spare Chu Han would bring them trouble in the future. It was only at this moment that he realized Duan Ling Tian was only deceiving Chu Han. Duan Ling Tian only wanted to go through Chu Han's possession before killing Chu Han. When Wu Feng regained his senses, he gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up as he said, "Junior brother Duan, you're amazing. It would cost us a lot of time and energy to kill him if you didn't trick him. In the end, you even managed to kill him with just a move." Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly as he said, "Senior brother Wu, I just wanted to see if he had any auspicious pills in his spatial ring." Alas, he didn't even have one. Duan Ling Tian collected Chu Han's spatial ring again as he shook his head and said, "I'm willing to trade everything in his spatial ring for just one auspicious pill." Wu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Junior brother Duan, you only need one more auspicious pill to become a rudimentary king of gods." Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was no need to keep this matter a secret. No wonder you were willing to trade a mediocre divine artifact for 2 auspicious pills with me back then. Wu Feng exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly when the 2 auspicious pills were mentioned. Then, he shook his head and said, "Senior brother Wu, I didn't consume those 2 auspicious pills. Otherwise, I would have already become a rudimentary king of gods." Wu Feng was puzzled. "Why didn't you consume them? Did you give them away?" "No." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "They were robbed from me." "Robbed?" Wu Feng was stunned. In the sect, Wu Feng's expression darkened. "Who has the audacity to do such a thing?" "Junior brother Duan, since you're a core disciple, the sect will definitely seek justice for you if you make a complaint. I'm sure our sect leader will help you. Senior brother Wu, the person who robbed is Shangguan Shangfeng. Do you still think the sect will help me regain those 2 pills?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Wu Feng's expression changed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian mention Shangguan Shangfeng. Shangguan Shangfeng was an intermediate king of gods who was a core disciple. Moreover, he was one of the 3 strongest core disciples and was stronger than most of the Hidden Fog sect's inner elders. Most importantly, his master was a supreme elder of the Hidden Fog sect, one of the highest-ranking officials in the sect. It was no secret that Supreme Elder Feng treated him like a grandson. "Senior, Shangguan Shangfeng robbed you of the auspicious pills." Wu Feng instinctively addressed Shangguan Shangfeng as senior out of habit, but when he recalled Shangguan Shangfeng's actions, he forcibly changed the way he addressed Shangguan Shangfeng. "Why?" Wu Feng was puzzled. "As an intermediate king of gods, he has no need for the pills at all." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "In the past, Supreme Elder Lei wanted to accept me as a disciple, so he sent Shi Tongming to speak to me, but I refused him. As a result, I offended Supreme Elder Lei's first disciple, Long Xiao. I heard that Shangguan Shangfeng has a good relationship with Long Xiao. So I suspect it has something to do with Long Xiao. I confirmed my suspicion when Long Xiao looked for me and told me to kneel and kowtow for 10 miles to beg his master to accept me as a disciple. If I do that, he promised he would return me the 2 auspicious pills." "I see." Wu Feng's expression darkened even more after listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation. "Junior brother Duan, previously, you said you had to leave the sect due to urgent matters. Did it have anything to do with this?" It was during the time when you went to King Descending City and met Lingu, Chu Yin, who resembles your wife. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's right. After Long Shao looked for me, I had perfunctorily agreed to consider his request. However, I left the sect after that. In fact, I only plan to return once I become a rudimentary king of gods. Wu Feng said gloomily. Junior brother Duan, Long Shao and Shangguan Shangfeng are intermediate kings of gods, and they're quite strong. In fact, they're comparable to ordinary advanced kings of gods. This is especially true for Shangguan Shangfeng. Are you confident you'll be able to defend yourself even after becoming a rudimentary king of gods? Otherwise, it's best that you wait until you become an intermediate king of gods before returning to the Hidden Fog sect. I'm not afraid of them even if I'm just a rudimentary king of gods, Duan Ling Tian said confidently. What I'm worried about is their masters. It won't matter if I'm a rudimentary or intermediate king of gods if their masters make a move against me. The confident expression on Duan Ling Tian's face was replaced with one of fear when he spoke about Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. Upon hearing these words, Wu Feng shook his head and said, Junior brother Feng, you're overthinking things. Although the two Supreme Elders favor their disciples, it's impossible for them to act excessively. As long as you have strength comparable to Long Shao, it won't be easy for the two Supreme Elders to make a move against you. Don't forget that we still have another two Supreme Elders in the Hidden Fog sect. I know you don't intend to accept a master, but you don't mind being a nominal disciple, right? With your potential, it won't be difficult for one of the two Supreme Elders to accept you. Chapter 3714 The Early Bird Gets the Worm. Nominal disciple. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly. Senior brother Wu, from what I know, the Supreme Elders don't accept nominal disciples. Although nominal disciples can't compare to true disciples, nominal disciples still enjoy some of the benefits of a true disciple. For example, the protection of their nominal masters. For this reason, most people did not see a point in accepting nominal disciples. Wu Feng said, but you're different, junior brother Duan. Once you become a rudimentary king of gods, if you show that your strength is comparable to Long Shao and Shangguan Shangfeng, who are intermediate kings of gods, everyone will know you're a rare genius. Moreover, you're not even 3,000 years old. With all these factors, there's no doubt that you have a bright future ahead of you. As such, Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu will likely make an exception for you and accept you as their nominal disciple. After all, they would have a share of your glory as well in the future even if you're just their nominal disciple. Wu Feng's eyes brightened as he continued to say, most importantly, once you become their nominal disciple, you'll be under their protection. Hence, you only need to deal with Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao. The Supreme Elders will definitely keep each other in check. Moreover, Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu's relationship is rather good. Whoever you decide to choose as your nominal master, you'd still gain the favor of the other one. After a pause, Wu Feng continued to say, on the other hand, Supreme Elder Feng has a good relationship with Supreme Elder Lei. However, Supreme Elder Feng's relationships with Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu are only average. In fact, I heard that they were rivals in the past. As for whether they had let go of past grudges, I'm afraid only they have the answer to that. Hope shone in Duan Ling Tian's eyes after he heard Wu Feng's words. When he calmed down, he said, to be accepted by Supreme Elder Yun or Supreme Elder Wu, I must first display outstanding talent and potential. To do that, I have to become a rudimentary king of gods first, at the very least, to show that I'm not inferior to Long Shao and Shangguan Shangfeng. Hence, the most important thing for me now is to break through and become a rudimentary king of gods. A hint of anticipation flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he continued to say, I really hope to have a fortuitous encounter in the divine sanctuary. It'd be even better if I can have a breakthrough in here. Don't worry, brother Duan. If you don't break through in here, I'll help you obtain an auspicious pill. My connections outside the sect aren't too bad. I can help you ask around, Wu Feng said. Many thanks, senior brother Wu, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, he looked at the statue in the center of the hall and said, we've yet to find any treasure so far. In any case, we've only just entered the place so we still have plenty of time. There's still a chance of me breaking through in here. That would naturally be the best, Wu Feng said with a smile. Then, he followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and looked at the statue as well. After a moment, he frowned slightly as he said, Junior brother Duan, feel like we should try to attack it. We can start by using a slight force. With that, if there's a formation, the backlash won't be too strong. We have to be careful, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Let's stand near the exit so if anything goes wrong, we can retreat. With that, the duo flew toward the exit and looked at the statue from afar. At this time, Wu Feng suddenly said, "Junior brother Duan, look at the ground." Duan Ling Tian looked down and saw countless red dots converging on the ground, forming a stream that flowed to the statue. "Eyes there blood," Wu Feng suddenly exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian could smell the stench of blood in the air from earlier. However, it was only after Wu Feng had pointed it out that he discovered Chu Han and his junior brother's blood had strangely converged before it flowed toward the statue. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. At this moment, when the blood finally arrived near the statue, it formed a circle at the foot of the statue. Following that, a red light shone up, shrouding the entire statue. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng continued to look at the statue that was now cast in a blood-red light. Soon after, the ground began to quake. However, it did not take long before the duo realized that it was actually the statue that was shaking violently. The blood-red light flashed before it suddenly vanished without a trace in the next moment. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he discovered that the statue seemed to have come to life. He watched as the statue moved its move before a voice rang in the air. "Welcome to the divine sanctuary I created." Wu Feng was similarly shocked by this sudden turn of events. "Tm Chin Wu. I'm a sectless cultivator who came from a distant land. Although I had joined a few forces in the past, in the end, I still preferred to be alone, living a carefree and unrestrained life. After becoming a king of gods, I, like many other kings of gods, had to face the heavenly tribulations that come every 1,000 years. Hence, I didn't dare to relax or slack off in my cultivation. I passed one tribulation after another as I continued increasing my strength. In my life, I had no friends nor did I accept any disciples. I lived an unfettered life. It could be considered impressive that I made it so far with no one to rely on. In any case, 30 years before I created this divine sanctuary, I had a premonition that I wouldn't be able to survive the next tribulation. For that reason, I created this place for the fateful person who would stumble onto this place. This life of mine ended when I was still a rudimentary emperor of gods." After listening to the statue's words, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng exchanged a look. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes now that it was confirmed that the divine sanctuary was indeed left behind by an emperor of gods. Even if the emperor of gods was a sectless cultivator, the treasures he possessed were not something ordinary people could imagine. The statue continued to speak. "TD used all my divine rocks to maintain this divine sanctuary, so if you came hoping to find divine rocks, you'll be sorely disappointed. All I left behind are my treasures, including my prominent divine artifact that had accompanied me for many years. The divine artifact was already in the process of birthing a soul. It's unfortunate that I couldn't see its complete soul. This is also one of my biggest regrets. Apart from the treasures, I have also left behind my cultivation methods. The best among them is an emperor-grade cultivation method. It's this technique that helped me become an emperor of gods. Perhaps, if had a few more thousand years, I'd be able to become an intermediate emperor of gods. Alas, the heavenly tribulations wait for no one. My speed of improvement still fell short of the heavenly tribulations. Alright, I'll stop talking about these matters and go straight to the point. I'd been alone for so long, so I had no one to talk to, even though it was by choice. Now that I'm staring at death in the face, I can't help but speak a little more than usual. After entering the divine sanctuary, there are two paths leading to different places. Nonetheless, the two destinations look the same. If two people travel on each path, the one who activates the statue first will be given the chance to obtain the things I left in here. As for the other person who fails to activate the statue first, he or she will be forcefully teleported out of the divine sanctuary. My possessions are in the depths of the divine sanctuary. I will now open up a spatial passage that will lead you there." At this moment, the statue suddenly stabbed the sword in his hand out. Following that, a dark vortex, similar to the one at the entrance, appeared in the void. A smile filled with schadenfreude appeared on Wu Feng's face as he said, "This means Du Qianjun has been teleported out of this place, right?" "I guess so." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly as he looked at the dark vortex with a complex gaze. Who knew we'd accidentally activate the statue and gain the chance to obtain the treasures in this place? Wu Feng laughed happily. Du Qianzhen will surely vomit blood if he knows about this. At the destination of the other path in the divine sanctuary, Du Qianzhen and his companion who had been attacking the statue in vain were shocked and frightened when they saw the statue coming to life. The statue is alive. Chapter 37:15 Duzan, the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. Earlier, Du Qianzhen and his companion had traveled down the other path that led to a spacious hall that was similar to the one Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were at. Similar to the other hall, there was a statue in the middle of the hall as well. When Du Qianzhen tried to inspect the statue with his divine consciousness, he discovered that it was futile. He hesitated briefly over attacking the statue, afraid of the consequences. Hence, he tried to attack the statue lightly with his divine energy. He discovered there was no movement and even his divine energy was blocked. Following that, after determining it was safe, Du Qianzhen and his companion attacked the statue with all their might. Alas, there was still no movement. What should we do now? Should we turn back? Since they had given their all in attacking the statue and yielded no results, they decided to turn back. However, they had just taken several steps on the path when they felt a resistant force that blocked their way. Seems like there's no turning back. Under such circumstances, Du Qianzhen and his companion could only turn around and look at the statue again before trying to look for hints everywhere. When the statue finally came to life, Du Qianzhen and his companion were naturally startled and frightened. How could a statue come to life? The paths, the destinations, and the activation methods are similar. Alas, you were left behind. All I can say is that you have no fate with me, Qin Wu. Nonetheless, since you've made it this far, I can't just let you leave. I need to at least introduce myself for courtesy's sake. My name is Qin Wu, and Ima, sectless cultivator from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. I was in a few forces in the past. The statue repeated the things it had told Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng earlier, except for a few slight differences. My life came to an end when I was a rudimentary emperor of gods. Du Qianzhen and his companions' expressions changed as soon as they heard the words, no fate. With this, they knew they had lost this opportunity. They were too slow, and the other group beat them to it. "Till send you out of this place now," the statue said before pointing his sword in the air. A dark vortex appeared, pulling Du Qianzhen and his companion into it. "No, I won't leave the divine sanctuary." Du Qianzhen was naturally reluctant to leave. He tried to resist the pulling force, but the dark vortex was incredibly fast. Not only that, it suddenly moved, shrouding Du Qianzhen and his companion at the speed of light and transporting them out of the divine mansion. When Du Qianzhen and his companion were transported out, they saw the door to the divine sanctuary was closed. Not only that, but the 5 keys were gone as well. Damn it, Du Qianzhen cursed. He rose to his feet and pounded on the doors, hoping to open them. However, no matter how much force he used, the doors did not budge at all. Du Qianzhen's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. He gradually calmed his surging emotions as he thought to himself, the statue is definitely that of the person who created the divine sanctuary. Moreover, he was a rudimentary emperor of gods. Du Qianzhen felt distressed when he thought about it. He could already the kind of precious treasures that were in a rudimentary emperor of God's divine sanctuary. Since someone has activated the statue first, is it young Master Han? It has to be young Master Han, Du Qianzhen wondered as his eyes glinted. Since Du Qianzhen did not meet Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian, it stood to reason that the path Chu Han had taken was the one Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian had taken. If those 4 met, he had no doubt about the outcome. Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Du Qianzhen sighed. He smiled bitterly as he extended his divine consciousness into his spatial ring to check on Chu Han's soul pearl that he had obtained earlier. However, it did not take long before his expression froze. How's this possible? Chu Han's soul pearl had shattered. Why young Master Han died? What happened? Du Qianzhen could not understand how Chu Han could have died. Wu Yishan and his companion are definitely no match for young Master Han and his companion. Was young Master Han ambushed by his junior brother? However, could his junior brother really betray him? Du Qianzhen's expression was extremely grim. It doesn't matter if I was transported out and young Master Han obtained the treasure in there. He was my junior uncle after all. However, If young Master Chu Han's junior brother ambushed him and killed him for the treasures, I won't let him get away with .It. It's a pity I can't tell my grandfather about the divine sanctuary due to the devil heart's blood oath. However, I can make up a story about that boy killing young Master Han. With that, even if he returns to the Flying Dragon sect, he won't have a good outcome. With that, Du Qianjun and his companion left the individual realm and returned to the profound energy land. He brought out his king-grade flying ship and flew toward the 10,000 Devil sect at top speed. At the same time, he sent a message to Duzan, his grandfather. "Grandfather, your junior brother's disciple, Chu Han, is dead." Duzan, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil sect, replied immediately, "What nonsense are you spouting? You can't simply joke about things like this. If your senior granduncle hears about this, he'll be displeased. Most importantly, how dare you sneak out again? Where are you? Get your ass back home immediately, you brat." Despite the harsh tone, Duzan clearly cared about Du Qianjun. Du Qianjun smiled bitterly as he replied, "Grandfather, I can't tell you where I'd been since I've sworn on the devil heart's blood oath. However, I really did meet Chu Han, and we even exchanged soul pearl. I'm not joking with you. Chu Han's soul pearl is shattered." It took a long time before Duzan replied, "How do you know if you haven't met him before?" After I told him I'm from the 10,000 Devil sect, he managed to guess my identity since it resembles your portrait when you were young that hangs in his master's room, Du Qianjun said. Wait for a moment. Duzan, the intermediate lord of gods, felt easy and anxious at this moment. He gritted his teeth and sent a message to his senior brother, who was Chu Han's master. "Senior brother, did something happen to Chu Han?" The reply came swiftly. "How do you know, junior brother? My disciple is dead. I'm investigating his death now. I'll speak to you when I'm done." Senior brother, Duzan smiled bitterly. He could tell his senior brother was not as calm as he had sounded. Duzan thought to himself, I better not bring up what Qianjun said yet. After all, I can't confirm if it's true. I'll wait for that brat to return first. Meanwhile, after the statue opened up a path, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng entered the inner sanctuary of the divine sanctuary. The inner sanctuary was where Qin Wu, the rudimentary emperor of gods, had left his possessions. Qin Wu said his prominent divine artifact that has an incomplete soul is in here. It seemed like he decided to face the heavenly tribulations without help back then. Wu Feng said as he surveyed his surroundings. He barely survived the previous tribulation and could heal his injuries in time before the next tribulation. Hence, he knew he would not be able to survive. Hence, no matter what he did, the outcome would be the same. With that, he likely thought it was best to leave everything behind. After all, if he had brought his prominent divine artifact, which was in the process of birthing a soul, with him, it would only end up being destroyed in the tribulation. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete soul, said. The soul was born from the prominent divine artifact. Considering how lonely he was, he must have treated the soul like his child, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh when he recalled Qin Wu's words. He remembered Qin Wu's voice had turned gently when Qin Wu spoke about the soul that was almost formed. Qin Wu's tone at that time was like a father talking about his child. Chapter 37:16 Qin Wu, the Emperor of Gods, reappears. A prominent divine artifact. Wu Feng's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. However, they dimmed slightly when he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Wu Feng's reaction. He said with a smile, Senior brother Wu Feng, if we find the prominent divine artifact, you can have it. Junior brother Duan. Wu Feng was stunned. He felt ashamed that he had coveted the prominent divine artifact while Duan Ling Tian was so selfless. Due to his guilt, despite his desire, he said, Junior brother Duan, you don't have to do that. After seeing Duan Ling Tian's sincerity, Wu Feng dismissed his desire and said, let's just be fair. Whoever contributes the most should have the prominent divine artifact. With Wu Feng's words, Duan Ling Tian definitely deserved the prominent divine artifact more. Not only was Duan Ling Tian stronger than him, but Duan Ling Tian had contributed greatly as well during their time in here. Contrary to Wu Feng's expectations, Duan Ling Tian shook his head vehemently and said, Senior brother Wu, I've already made up my mind. You should have the prominent divine artifact. Moreover, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here. I only have one request. Will you let me have the first pick of the treasures? Of course, that's not a problem. However, I still feel like I'm taking advantage of you. All treasures in here likely can't compare to the prominent divine artifact with half a soul, Wu Feng said. He felt even guiltier after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. Senior brother Wu, I'm very determined. Since I've already said so, I won't change my mind. The prominent divine artifact is yours, and I'll get to choose 3 treasures first, Duan Ling Tian said firmly and earnestly. Needless to say, if we don't find the prominent divine artifact, this agreement will be void. Like I said, Senior brother Hua, if it weren't for you, I won't even have a chance to come here. Duan Ling Tian had no desire for the prominent divine artifact, not because he already possessed a prominent divine artifact of his own. After all, he could have kept it for his family and friends or traded it for something with equal value. Prominent divine artifacts were so precious that they could be traded for various rare treasures. Moreover, it was true that without Wu Feng, he would not even be here. However, he was determined that Wu Feng should have the prominent divine artifact, because if it were not for Wu Feng, he would not even be able to come to the divine sanctuary at all. Since he was indebted to Wu Feng, this was also a way to repay the favor. It was perfect for someone like him who did not like owing others favors. Wu Feng said with a wry smile, Junior brother Duan, there's no need for you to think of it like this. I decided to bring you here because I feel I'd taken advantage of you by exchanging 2 auspicious pills for a mediocre divine artifact. Moreover, even if I chose another companion, they might not be as good as you. It's my fortune that I have you as my partner. If it were someone else, it's likely that Chu Han and his junior brother would have killed me and whoever else I brought. Duan Ling Tian only looked at Wu Feng silently with a determined expression on his face. Eventually, Wu Feng had no choice but to give him. All right, we'll do as you say. However, I'd like to add another 2 conditions before I agree with you. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked, listening carefully. Wu Feng said solemnly, even if we don't find the prominent divine artifact, you can still choose 3 treasures first. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After all, he was planning to choose the treasures based on necessity, not their value. With this, Wu Feng would not suffer any loss. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had agreed, Wu Feng continued to say, if we find the prominent divine artifact, you can have all the treasures in here. I don't want them. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Wu Feng's second condition. He said with a wry smile, there's no need to go to such an extreme, senior brother Wu. There are many things here, and I don't need all of them. I'll just take what I need, and the rest will be yours. What do you think? Even if you don't need them, you can exchange them for something else. If you don't agree, I won't have the prominent divine artifact, Wu Feng said. Duan Ling Tian tried to convince Wu Feng otherwise, but it was useless. In the end, he only said helplessly, all right, I agree. All right, let's go then. If I'm not mistaken, the obstacles will appear soon now that we're at the inner sanctuary. After passing the obstacles, we'll be able to obtain the treasures. Although this was the first time Wu Feng had entered a divine sanctuary, he had read about them from the ancient memory jade slips in the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, the huge and dazzling gates of the inner sanctuary swung open, revealing a huge luxurious hall. After passing through the gates, they saw a round formation with a diameter of about 10 meters that was powered by divine rocks. The energy from the divine rocks snaked around the rocks. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng stepped into the formation, it shook momentarily. Then, the entire place, including the dazzling gates, sank into the ground. Soon enough, the duo found themselves standing on a barren land. Then, they saw a familiar figure in the air. It was a projection left behind by Qin Wu. Soon enough, Qin Wu's familiar voice rang in the air. "Twant waste your time. The formation I left behind will generate the appropriate obstacles after I determine the number of people here and their cultivation bases. The stronger you are, the more obstacles you'll be able to pass. In order to obtain the most valuable thing in here, the prominent divine artifact, you'll have to pass all of the obstacles. Needless to say, the obstacles won't be easy to pass. When I was alive, no one in the Eastern Ridge Mansion managed to overcome all the obstacles. Nevertheless, if you're an emperor of gods, the obstacles will just be like a walk in the park for you. After all, I'm just a rudimentary emperor of gods." Following that, an invisible energy appeared and blew against Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng like a gentle breeze. So there are 2 people, one's a rudimentary king of gods, and the other one is an advanced god. Good luck. With that, Qin Wu's projection gradually faded away. The obstacles are determined by the number of people in their cultivation bases. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng were stunned. However, they were excited when they regained their senses. Junior brother Duan, based on your capabilities, it'd be easy for you to pass all the obstacles. Wu Feng said confidently. However, I didn't expect we'd have to face the obstacles separately. However, it seems like I have to take advantage of you again to help me obtain the prominent divine artifact. I don't know if I'll be able to pass all of the obstacles. Thought you're right, senior brother Wu, Duan Ling Tian said. Although he was confident, he did not know what the obstacles for an advanced god would be like. Hence, he was modest with his words. Chapter 37:17 Du Qianjun returns to the 10,000 Devils sect. Junior brother Duan, just try your best. Regardless if you manage to overcome all the obstacles and obtain the prominent divine artifact or not, my promise to you will never change, Wu Feng solemnly said. I'll try my best to obtain the treasures for you as well. Even if the treasures were ordinary, they would still be valuable since they were left behind by an emperor of gods. Senior brother Wu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't overcome an obstacle, don't hesitate to give up. We don't know if the obstacles are life-threatening or not, after all, Duan Ling Tian said. Wu Feng's expression turned grave upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, the duo was forcibly separated by a forcer. With this, they knew it had begun. Junior brother Duan, we'll act accordingly. If it's too difficult, we'll just give up, Wu Feng hastily said. Following that, the duo vanished into thin air. Although the rudimentary emperor of gods had perished for many years, the duo were still unable to resist the force that brought them away. With this, they realized the immensity of the power of an emperor of gods. At this time, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged were flying toward the 10,000 Devils sect on the king-grade flying ship at the speed of an advanced king of gods. Previously, Du Qianjun had traveled to the divine sanctuary at the speed of a rudimentary king of gods. Now that the flying ship's speed was 10 times the speed it was before, it only took them 3 days and 3 nights to arrive at the 10,000 Devils sect. Grandfather. Du Qianjun looked for his grandfather, Duzan, a supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. As soon as he returned to the 10,000 Devils sect, Duzan was an old man. However, he looked rather young despite his white hair and white eyebrows. In fact, he looked more like a middle-aged man and could even pass for Du Qianjun's father. He was dressed in a blue robe. He was tall and burly just like Du Qianjun. Du Qianjun resembled Duzan the most. Even Duzan's son and his eldest grandson, Du Po-jun, did not resemble him so much. Perhaps, it was due to this reason that he doted on Du Qianjun very much and had protected and kept Du Qianjun by his side since Du Qianjun was young. Previously, when Duzan discovered Du Qianjun had snuck out of the 10,000 Devils sect, he had been so anxious that even complained to the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, causing the sect leader to punish the elders and disciples guarding the sect entrance for dereliction of duty. Brat, you're really bold. How dare you sneak out again after you were punished previously for sneaking out? It seems like you didn't learn your lesson, Duzan said reproachfully as soon as he saw Du Qianjun. Nevertheless, the love in his eyes could not be concealed at all when he looked at Du Qianjun. Du Qianjun was naturally not afraid of Duzan at all. He knew his grandfather had a soft spot for him. There was a pressing matter at hand now, so he looked at Duzan and grimly said, "Grandfather, Chu Han really died." "I'm not joking. He died shortly after we went our separate ways. Look, this is his soul pearl." He brought out the shattered soul pearl from his spatial ring before he continued to say, "Before it shattered, I even sent him a message. He was fine at that time." "What happened exactly?" Zan's expression turned grim as well. "Qianjun, you know how serious this matter is. Your senior granduncle and I are close, so this matter isn't something you can lie about." Du Qianjun shook his head. He said solemnly, "Grandfather, I know I'm mischievous, but I know my limits. I won't lie or joke about something like this. Since I was young, I knew you have a good relationship with senior granduncle. Then, tell me what happened." Duzan's expression was gloomy at this moment. Du Qianjun said with a grave expression on his face, "Grandfather, when I snuck out previously, I went to one of the cities in the periphery and carried out a mission with a group of people. We discovered something precious. Long story short, only 5 of us survived. Then, the 5 of us swore on the devil heart's blood oath not to reveal what we found. and we were only allowed to bring a companion with us whose cultivation bases aren't higher than that of rudimentary kings of gods. Then, we promised to meet up again in 3 months to explore the place we found. We also had to make our companions swear on the devil heart's blood oath not to reveal what we discovered. That was why I said I couldn't tell you about my whereabouts. Du Qianzhen naturally did not reveal the divine sanctuary or its location due to the devil heart's blood oath. He would only die if he broke the oath. Hence, he had no choice but to tweak the story a little. Chu Han was one of the 5 who survived. I couldn't recognize him, and he didn't have a good look at me in the beginning. Moreover, all of us used fake names. We only recognized each other later on when he realized that I looked like the young man in the portrait in his master's room. After he probed me out, that's when we discovered each other's identities. It was then I found out he was Chu Han, senior granduncle's youngest and most beloved disciple. What happened after that? Duzan asked. Du Qianzhen replied, after recognizing each other, he proposed we join forces to eliminate the competition. We managed everyone except for 2 people. After that, Chu Han and a red-clad young man, whom he addressed as junior brother Chen, went after the 2 people. Shortly after that, I discovered Chu Han's soul pearl had shattered. Since there's nothing for me to gain by staying back, I hurried back here to report to you. Duzan asked in a low voice, how strong are those 2 who survived? Did those 2 kill Chu Han? Upon hearing this, Du Qianzhen shook his head vehemently. Impossible, grandfather, those 2 are from the Hidden Fog sect. One of them is Wu Yishan, but I'm sure that's not his real name. Wu Yishan's strength is about the same as mine, both cultivation base and comprehension skills alike. I'd only seen him with a primitive divine artifact, but even if he has a mediocre divine artifact, he'd only end up in a draw with me if we fought. With Chu Han's strength, it won't be easy for Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han even if he has a mediocre divine artifact. Most importantly, Chu Han's junior brother, whom Chu Han brought as his companion, is as strong as Chu Han. Hence, it's impossible for Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han. Du Qianzhen said confidently. Didn't you say the Hidden Fog sect disciple brought a companion as well? Duzan frowned. We can just ignore that person, Du Qianzhen said disdainfully, he's just a mere advanced god. Even an ordinary rudimentary king of gods can easily kill him, let alone people like me, Chu Han, and his junior brother. An advanced god? Duzan furrowed his brows. From what I heard recently, there's an advanced god in the Hidden Fog sect who's capable of killing rudimentary kings of gods. In fact, the person he killed at the extreme martial arena was the 2nd disciple of an inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect. They heard about that as well, Du Qianzhen said dismissively. Even if it's true, that 2nd disciple must have been careless. I think his name was Tu Feng. I wouldn't have heard about him if it weren't for that incident. This means he was just an ordinary rudimentary king of gods. Du Qianzhen was familiar with the famous prodigies of the Hidden Fog sect, after all. However, he had never heard of Tu Feng before. Clearly, Tu Feng was just an unremarkable disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. However, we can't overlook that matter. Otherwise, how did Chu Han? Duzan shook his head. His frown deepened as he mulled over the matter. Grandfather, I suspect Chu Han was betrayed by his junior brother. I think his junior brother killed him. Du Qianzhen voiced out his speculation. Chapter 37:18 Kuang Tianzheng. His name's Chen He Lian. After recognizing each other, Chu Han had introduced the red-clad young man to Du Qianzhen. All right, I'll speak to your senior granduncle immediately. He's rather upset and anxious. Duzan did not waste time and sent a message to his senior brother in the Flying Dragon sect. His senior brother used to be a renowned prodigy of the 10,000 Devils sect before joining the Flying Dragon sect. Although his talent was not considered outstanding after joining the Flying Dragon sect, he still managed to become an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. It was not easy to become an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, after all. One had to be a lord of gods at least to become an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Duzan's senior brother's name was Kuang Tianzheng. Similar to Duzan, he was also an old man with a youthful appearance. However, unlike the tall and burly Duzan, Kuang Tianzheng had a medium build and was more reserved in nature. Chen He Lian, Kuang Tianzheng was taken aback after listening to Duzan's message that contained valuable information. Previously, he could not find any clues at all even after expending a lot of effort to investigate the matter. Senior brother, My grandson is quite mischievous, but he knows his limits. I believe what he said, Duzan said. After all, Kuang Tianzheng had never met Du Qianzhen, and he would also sometimes complain about how mischievous and unreliable Du Qianzhen was to Kuang Tianzheng. Hence, he was worried Kuang Tianzheng would doubt Du Qianzhen's words. You've always been meticulous in everything you do, and I trust your judgment, Kuang Tianzheng said with a smile. However, his smile vanished as he continued to say, indeed, after my investigation, I found that Chu Han had left with Chen He-Lian. However, Chen He-Lian is dead as well. Moreover, based on the timeline, he died earlier than Chu Han. That's all I managed to find out. There are no clues at all. The information you provided me matches some of the information I found. Duzan's expression changed upon hearing Kuang Tianzheng's reply. Du Qianzhen noticed the change in his grandfather's expression, so he asked, "What's going on, grandfather?" Duzan glanced at Du Qianzhen and said, "Your senior granduncle just confirmed that Chen He-Lian is dead as well. In fact, he died before Chu Han died." Du Qianzhen was shocked and confused. He did not expect Chen He-Lian to die. After all, he had been convinced that Chen He-Lian had killed Chu Han after Chu Han and Chen He-Lian killed those two from the Hidden Fog sect. To him, Chen He-Lian must have betrayed Chu Han out of greed. However, since Chen He-Lian was dead, what happened exactly? Could it be that after they killed the two disciples from the Hidden Fog sect, they were killed by the obstacles in the D? Du Qianzhen trailed off immediately with a horrified expression on his face. He had almost broken the devil heart's blood oath. Duzan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Du Qianzhen and asked, "What's the name of the advanced god from the Hidden Fog sect?" Duzan could not help but feel that the advanced god was the monstrously talented advanced god who had appeared in the Hidden Fog sect recently. That disciple even became the first advanced god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. I didn't know his name. Du Qianzhen shook his head. I only heard Wu Yishan addressing him as junior brother Duan. Hence, his surname must be Duan. Wu Yishan didn't mention his name at all. Even then, the name might be fake. Grandfather, you think that advanced god joined forces with Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han and Chen He-Lian? That's impossible. He's just an advanced god whom I can kill with just one move. The first advanced god to become a core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years is called Duan Ling Tian, Duzan said in a low voice. It's said that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended two triple fused profundities from the law of space. He has even comprehended the rudimentary sword Dao. With such capabilities, he's much stronger than an ordinary rudimentary king of gods. Du Qianzhen frowned. You're saying Wu Yishan's companion is Duan Ling Tian, the first advanced god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years? We can't dismiss the possibility. Moreover, they share the surname, and coincidentally, come from the Hidden Fog sect. Du Qianzhen's eyes flashed coldly. Even if he's as strong as you said, his strength is on par with mine at most. Even if he joined forces with Wu Yishan, they would only be able to fight to a draw with Chu Han and Chen He-Lian. You missed a pawn, Duzan said. Weren't you dismissive of him when you discovered he's an advanced god? Chu Han and Chen He-Lian were likely dismissive of him as well. It's likely that they underestimated him and did not use their full strength when they attacked him. With that, it'd be easy for him to catch them off guard and kill them. Duzan had lived a long time. He naturally knew that there were many factors, apart from strength, that determined the outcome of a battle. There was no lack of people who underestimated their opponents and were killed in a moment of carelessness even if they were stronger than their opponents. He had seen such things many times in his life. Du Qianzhen fell silent upon hearing his grandfather's words. After giving it a second thought, he knew if he were in Chu Han's shoes, he would have also been careless and underestimated his opponent who was just an advanced god. At that time, if that purple-clad young man who had been pretending to be weak seized the chance and attacked while he was careless, he would surely die as well. Du Qianzhen was drenched in cold sweat when he thought about this. He muttered to himself, no wonder Wu Yishan brought an advanced god with him instead of a rudimentary king of gods. He deliberately misled us. How despicable. Duzan shook his head. That's not despicable, it's just a strategy. If I were Wu Yishan, I would have done the same as well. An advanced god with the strength of a rudimentary king of gods has much more uses compared to a true rudimentary king of gods. Grandfather, so you're sure that those two from the Hidden Fog sect killed Chu Han and Chen He-Lian? Du Qianjun asked again. There's a possibility that's the case, Du Zan said with a nod, however, nothing's confirmed. Since there's no witness, it's difficult to say with certainty that they killed Chu Han and Chen Lian. After all, they were all in some secret place. There are likely to be killing formations in places like that. Grandfather, are you going to tell senior granduncle about this? As well, Chu Han was his youngest and most beloved disciple. He won't let this matter go, Du Qianjun asked. Te already told your senior granduncle about this, Du Zan said with a nod. He'll come here before going to the Hidden Fog sect to see if those two disciples died as well. If they died, at least, Chu Han has company. If they're alive, he's going to confirm if they truly killed Chu Han. If they did, they'll definitely suffer the consequences. Senior granduncle is coming. Du Qianjun's eyes widened in shock. After all, he did not expect Kuang Tianzhen would return to the 10,000 Devils sect because of his disciple, Chu Han. Kuang Tianzhen had not returned to the 10,000 Devils sect for a long time now. From the time Du Qianju was born, until now, Kuang Tianzhen had never visited the 10,000 Devils sect. Usually, his grandfather would go to the Flying Dragon sect to meet Kuang Tianzhen instead. Du Zan nodded. He wants my help to investigate the identities of the two disciples from the Hidden Fog sect first. Although that advanced god shares the same surname as Duan Ling Tian, it doesn't mean anything. As for Wu Yishan, that's clearly not his real name as well. Come with me, I'll ask the sect leader to help us investigate this matter as well. Du Zan brought Du Qianjun with him and left his cultivation ground in search of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. Since the 10,000 Devils sect had spies in the Hidden Fog sect, they would be able to verify the identities of the two disciples from the Hidden Fog sect through the spies. Chapter 37:19 Uncle, my condolences. After more than 2 months, Long Shao finally left King Descending City with regret and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Over the past 2 months, he had used all his connections in King Descending City to search for Duan Ling Tian, the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, so he could kill Duan Ling Tian. Alas, his search bore no fruits. Ever since Duan Ling Tian revealed his identity on the streets of King Descending City and openly showed his interest in Lingu Chuyin, the first beauty of the Lingu clan, he had disappeared without a trace in King Descending City. It was as though he had never been there in the first place. Initially, Long Shao waited patiently for Duan Ling Tian to show up, but when it was clear he would not be able to find Duan Ling Tian, he finally decided to return to the Hidden Fog sect. It's best if you never return to the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, I, Long Shao, will definitely kill you. Long Shao muttered to himself as his eyes shone with killing intent. As soon as he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect, the first thing he did was to confirm that Duan Ling Tian was not in the sect. Only when he confirmed Duan Ling Tian was not in the sect that he returned to his cultivation ground, which was also the cultivation ground of his master, Supreme Elder Lei. Not long after Long Shao's return, Long Shao went to look for Shangguan Shangfeng. As soon as Long Shao saw Shangguan Shangfeng said teasingly, Long Shao, you wasted so much time, but you didn't get so much as a piece of news about him. It seems like he's smart enough to hide from you. It didn't come to be mocked by you, Long Shao said with a slight frown on his face. Then, he asked, during the time I was away, did Duan Ling Tian return to the sect? No, Shangguan Shangfeng shook his head. His voice took on a playful tone as he said, if he came back, I would have notified you. Do you think I'd help him? Shangguan Shangfeng continued to say, however, recently, there have been a few inner disciples and core disciples inquiring about Duan Ling Tian. I don't know what their intentions are though. Long Shao sneered. He said contemptuously with a hint of pride, they probably intend to curry favor with him since he's the first advanced god to become a core disciple in 10,000 years. If I openly announce that Duan Ling Tian is my enemy, they'll definitely sever all ties with him. Is it possible that he doesn't plan to return to the sect? Shangguan Shangfeng asked before he said, after all, you probably frightened him previously. I'm sure he knows the sect won't punish you even if you violate the sect rules due to Supreme Elder Lei. He should know that he'd die sooner or later if he continues staying in the sect. Long Shao scoffed. He said, filled with cold killing intent, it's best if he doesn't return. If he dares to return to the sect, I definitely won't let him go. In the inner sanctuary of the divine sanctuary that was left behind by rudimentary Emperor of Gods, a soft thud rang in the air as Wu Feng an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, appeared. His expression was one of regret at this moment. However, it did not take long for it to be replaced with a smile as he murmured, as expected of an emperor of gods. The treasure he left behind might not be anything much in his eyes, but they're rare treasures in my eyes. What a pity, I was so close to passing that obstacle. If I had succeeded, I would have gained another treasure. I managed to pass 7 obstacles and obtained 9 treasures from Qin Wu, the emperor of gods. However, junior brother Duan might be able to overcome all the obstacles and obtain the prominent divine artifact, Wu Feng said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Although he had failed to overcome all the obstacles, he was rather confident Duan Lingtian would be able to go further than him and obtain more treasures. After a moment, Wu Feng's expression turned solemn as though he had just recalled something. According to the statue of Qin Wu, Du Qianjun and his companion who had taken the other path would be transported out of the divine sanctuary. Due to the Devil Heart's blood oath, they won't be able to say anything about the divine sanctuary to anyone, but they can still talk about Chu Han's death. I'm sure they'll be able to come up with a story to spread news about Chu Han's death. Based on junior brother Duan's words, Du Qianjun and Chu Han had likely exchanged soul pearls, so Du Qianjun must be aware of Chu Han's death. Once Du Qianjun finds a way to tell his grandfather about Chu Han's death without revealing the divine sanctuary, Chu Han's grandfather will definitely tell his senior brother, who's also Chu Han's master. With all that, it won't be difficult for them to discover my and junior brother Duan's identities. The more Wu Feng thought about it, the more solemn his expression became. It was just as Wu Feng thought. At this time, the people of the 10,000 Devil sect, who had been sent by the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect, had already confirmed Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng's identities based on the clues given by Du Qianjun. At this time, a member of the 10,000 Devil sect reported his findings to the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect. The sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect was a gentle and elegant middle-aged man who was dressed in a white robe. Sect leader, our spy in the Hidden Fog sect has sent news that Duan Lingtian, a new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, had left the Hidden Fog sect quite a while ago. He hasn't returned to the sect for months now. The last time he was seen was in King Descending City, where he openly expressed his interest in Lingu Chuyin, the most beautiful woman in the Lingu clan. Another member said, "Sect leader, I've investigated all the rudimentary kings of gods, core disciples, and even the outer disciples. However, there's no one with the name Wu Yishan. However, a few months ago, Duan Lingtian exchanged for 2 auspicious pills with a mediocre divine artifact from an inner sect disciple called Wu Feng. The two became friends since then and even exchanged soul pearls. Received news that both Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng aren't in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the time Wu Feng left the sect coincides with the time when Wu Yishan disappeared. With this, it's likely that Wu Feng is Wu Yishan. As for the person whom Wu Feng addressed as junior brother Duan, it's likely that he's Duan Lingtian, who rose to fame in the Hidden Fog sect not too long ago." The eyes of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect brightened upon hearing the reports. He did not waste time and went looking for Duzan, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. "Uncle, I've received some news. Based on the clues you've told me, I'm almost certain Wu Yishan is Wu Feng, an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. As for his companion, I'm also certain he's Duan Lingtian. In the Hidden Fog sect, only Duan Lingtian has the capability to fight with a rudimentary king of gods despite being an advanced god." Duzan nodded and passed the news to his senior brother, Kuang Tianzheng, who was in the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Lingtian, Wu Feng, they're disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Kuang Tianzheng's reply was swift. "Very well. After attending to a few urgent matters, I'll personally confirm this." After receiving Kuang Tianzheng's reply, Duzan thought to himself, it seems that the matter must be very urgent. Otherwise, with senior brother's personality, he would have come over as soon as he could. Kuang Tianzheng visited the 10,000 Devils sect half a month later. As soon as Kuang Tianzheng arrived outside of the 10,000 Devils sect's estate, a group of high-ranking officials led by the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect was already waiting for him. In fact, they had been waiting for him for 2 days and a night. All of them greeted him respectfully as soon as they saw him. "Junior uncle, welcome back to the sect." Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, bowed to Kuang Tianzheng, and his voice was filled with reverence when he greeted Kuang Tianzheng. In terms of seniority, Kuang Tianzheng, just like Duzan, was his junior uncle. Lan Qing's master had higher seniority than Kuang Tianzheng and Duzan and had joined the 10,000 Devils sect earlier than the duo. In the past, the duo would address Lan Qing's master as senior brother. However, Lan Qing's master passed away many years ago during one of the heavenly tribulations. Welcome back, Elder Tianzheng. The group of high-ranking officials behind Lan Qing greeted Kuang Tianzheng after Lan Qing was done with his greeting. They bowed and looked at him in awe and admiration. After all, many of them grew up listening to stories about Kuang Tianzheng, so they idolized him. Just like how Shui Haiquan was a legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect, Kuang Tianzheng was a legendary figure in the 10,000 Devil sect. Kuang Tianzheng nodded slightly at the high-ranking officials before he said with a slight smile, "Lan Qing, I haven't seen you for so many years, you didn't change at all." However, Lan Qing could see the smile on Kuang Tianzheng's face was rather forced. Hence, he said with a sigh, "Uncle, my condolences." Previously, Duzan had told Lan Qing about the death of Chu Han before asking him to investigate the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Condolences. The high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Devils sect were stunned upon hearing Lan Qing's words. They were unaware of what had happened. They were only gathered here because they heard Kuang Tianzheng was returning to the 10,000 Devils sect for a visit. However, they did not know the purpose of his visit. Chapter 37:20 Kuang Tianzheng's confidence. TM going to see that kid, Duzan. Everyone watched as Kuang Tianzheng nodded at Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, before leaving like a gust of wind, vanishing before everyone's eyes. No one was surprised that Kuang Tianzheng referred to Duzan, the respected supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect, as that kid. Everyone knew Duzan was Kuang Tianzheng's junior brother. After all, Kuang Tianzheng could be considered to have raised Duzan, and they were as close as biological brothers. When Kuang Tianzheng was still in the 10,000 Devils sect, everyone had combined Kuang Tianzheng and Duzan's names and referred to them as the Zheng-Zan duo. To this day, stories about the Zheng-Zan duo were still circulating in the sect. After Kuang Tianzheng left, the high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Devils sect looked at Lan Qing curiously one after another. Sect leader, what's going on? Sect leader, did something happen? Why did Elder Kuang suddenly return to the sect? Why did you give him your condolences earlier? Sect leader. Chu Han, a disciple of Uncle Tianzheng, had died. It's suspected that he was killed by a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Uncle Tianzheng returned to the sect for this very reason, Lan Qing said as he shook his head before he left. The high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Devils sect only regained their senses after Lan Qing had left. Chu Han, he was Elder Tianzheng's last disciple, right? I said that Elder Tianzheng doted on his last disciple a lot. I didn't expect Chu Han to die. Moreover, he was killed by a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Doesn't this mean Elder Tianzheng will help us to deal with the Hidden Fog sect? You're overthinking things. Although Elder Tianzheng is an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, there are also many inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect from the Hidden Fog sect. Most importantly, the Hidden Fog sect has Shui Haichuan in the Flying Dragon sect. Although Shui Haichuan isn't as strong as Elder Tianzheng yet, his status isn't any lower than Elder Tianzheng's in the Flying Dragon sect. That's right, I heard that the Hidden Fog sect Shui Haichuan is an important figure in the Flying Dragon sect. At this time, Kuang Tianzheng had already met up with Duzan. Senior brother. Although the duo had kept in touch through messages, they had not seen each other for many years. As such, Duzan could not help but feel excited when he saw Kuang Tianzheng. Junior brother. A hint of joy could be seen in Kuang Tianzheng's eyes as well when he saw Duzan. The two men exchanged a hug before Kuang Tianzheng patted Duzan's shoulder. Meanwhile, Du Qianzhen stood at the side as he studied Kuang Tianzheng. He had heard about Kuang Tianzheng and seen Kuang Tianzheng's portrait in his grandfather's room, but he had never met Kuang Tianzheng prior to this. Qianzhen, come over and greet your senior granduncle. Make sure you apologize as well. After being reprimanded by Duzan, Du Qianzhen hurriedly stepped forward and kneeled in front of Kuang Tianzheng. Greetings, senior granduncle Tianzheng. Senior granduncle, I apologize for not doing a good job looking after junior uncle Chu Han, resulting in his death. I'm willing to accept any punishment you deem suitable. Kuang Tianzheng's eyes softened when he looked at Du Qianzhen. After all, Du Qianzhen was the grandson of his junior brother whom he regarded as his younger brother. In his eyes, Du Qianzhen was also like a grandson. With a wave of his hand, energy surged out and pulled Du Qianzhen to his feet. Then, he looked at Du Qianzhen kindly and said, "This is our first meeting, Qianzhen, but I didn't bring you a gift. I have a primitive divine artifact that has already formed half a soul. I'll give it to you." As Kuang Tianzheng spoke, he brought out a sword from his spatial ring and handed it over to Du Qianzhen. There were two distinct auras in the primitive divine artifact, one belonged to the sword, and one belonged to the half-formed soul. A primitive divine artifact with half a soul. Du Qianzhen's eyes lit up. Although it was just a primitive divine artifact, its value was high due to the fact that it had already formed half a soul. Not only was it the best among the primitive divine artifacts, but it was even better than mediocre divine artifacts without artifact souls. Apart from that, after forming a soul, there was a possibility that the primitive divine artifact would be able to evolve into a higher grade divine artifact. A primitive divine artifact with half a soul was equivalent to 5 mediocre divine artifacts without a soul. A primitive divine artifact with a complete soul was equivalent to 10 mediocre divine artifacts without souls. Nonetheless, Du Qianzhen did not immediately reach out for the primitive divine artifact. Instead, he looked at his grandfather. Duzan smiled and said, "Aren't you going to thank your senior granduncle for the gift?" Duzan knew his senior brother's gift was sincere. Moreover, due to their close relationship, there was no need for courtesy. "Thank you, senior granduncle," Du Qianzhen said respectfully as he took the primitive divine sword from Kuang Tianzheng. After Du Qianzhen accepted the primitive divine artifact, Duzan dismissed Du Qianzhen, leaving only him and Kuang Tianzheng in the room. Then, he said with a sigh, "My condolences, senior brother. Do you have any news? Have Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian returned to the Hidden Fog sect?" Kuang Tianzheng asked. "No." Duzan shook his head. "Then, are they dead? We should have people in the Hidden Fog sect who can check their soul pearls, right?" Kuang Tianzheng asked. "Some of the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect have Wu Feng's soul pearls, so I've determined that Wu Feng is still alive," Duzan said. "However, not many people possess Duan Ling Tian's soul pearls. Our people are still working on finding out if Duan Ling Tian is still alive. See." Kuang Tianzheng nodded. "I'll stay here for now. Meanwhile, we can catch up as well. When Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng return to the Hidden Fog sect, I'll pay them a visit." Kuang Tianzheng's eyes flashed coldly when he mentioned Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng. "Senior brother, I've spoken to you about Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng's strengths before. No matter how strong they are, at most, they would have fought to a draw with Chu Han and his companion. It'd be difficult for them to kill Chu Han. Of course, there's the possibility that Chu Han and his companion had gotten careless. What I mean to say is that there's a chance those two aren't responsible for Chu Han's death." Upon hearing Duzan's words, Kuang Tianzheng smiled icily as he said, "Unless they can prove without a doubt that they didn't kill Chu Han, they must die. No one from the Hidden Fog sect can protect them. They were with Chu Han, but they managed to survive while Chu Han died. They can only blame themselves for not dying with Chu Han." Kuang Tianzheng was clearly determined to kill Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng. Duzhang inhaled sharply when he heard Kuang Tianzheng's words. He said with a hint of fear, "Senior brother, I know you're furious and saddened by Chu Han's death. However, if you kill the two disciples from the Hidden Fog sect indiscriminately, aren't you afraid that the Hidden Fog sect and the Flying Dragon sect will hold you accountable for your actions?" Kuang Tianzheng said indifferently, "Perhaps, if the Flying Dragon sect stops me beforehand, I might have to give up on killing those two. However, as long as I kill them before anyone from the Flying Dragon sect stops me, they won't hold me accountable for my actions. At most, I'd have to apologize. They won't do anything to me because of two unknown disciples. Moreover, my second disciple is now a couple with the daughter of Vice Sect Leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect, and they're already discussing marriage. With Vice Sect Leader Shui on my side, I'm not afraid." Duzan's eyes brightened upon hearing Kuang Tianzheng's words. He finally realized why Kuang Tianzheng was so confident. "Congratulations, senior brother," Duzan said happily. Then, he said, "Senior brother, how can you not inform me of such big news? This matter isn't just good news for you, but for the 10,000 Devil sect as well." The vice leader of the Flying Dragon sect was a core figure in the Flying Dragon sect, after all. With someone like that on Kuang Tianzheng's side, the 10,000 Devils sect would naturally benefit from it as well. Kuang Tianzheng smiled faintly. I didn't say anything since I wasn't sure if their relationship would last. You know how the younger generation is like. I wasn't worried about my second disciple, but I was worried that the daughter of the vice sect leader would change her mind. They only confirmed their relationship not too long ago and began to discuss marriage. I'll let you know once we have a date. You should attend his wedding as well. This was also the reason I didn't come to the 10,000 Devils sect immediately. Since my disciple is about to get married, as his master, I had to help him deal with some trivial matters. The smile on Kuang Tianzheng's face faded as he said frostily, Chu Han had a very good relationship with his second senior brother. Now that his second senior brother learned about his death, I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Shui will help us to deal with this matter. Chapter 37:21 Wu Feng's Change. In the divine sanctuary left behind by Qin Wu, the Emperor of Gods. Is this the prominent divine artifact that Qin Wu, the Emperor of Gods, mentioned? Duan Ling Tian had overcome all the obstacles for advanced gods from the formations in the divine sanctuary. After successfully overcoming the final obstacle, he finally saw the reward that Qin Wu had mentioned. It was a prominent divine artifact that had formed half a soul. The weapon looked rather peculiar. It was a blade without a hilt that emitted a blue light. It looked like it had been broken. Nonetheless, it looked extremely sharp. When Duan Ling Tian used his divine consciousness to probe the prominent divine artifact, he could sense an incomplete aura. He looked at the prominent divine artifact in his hand and thought to himself, it must be the aura of the incomplete artifact soul. At this moment, a voice rang by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian had already grown familiar with this voice. It belonged to the late Emperor of Gods, Qin Wu. When he looked up, he saw the projection of Qin Wu. Qin Wu smiled at him and said, "Congratulations. You're the first person to overcome all the obstacles in the divine sanctuary. In addition to the prominent divine artifact, I'll reward you with a fortuitous encounter." A fortuitous encounter. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, the projection of Qin Wu turned into a streak of light and shot into Duan Ling Tian's body. The next moment, he discovered a powerful force in his body where his soul resided. What's happening? What are you trying to do? Duan Ling Tian was alarmed when he discovered the force seemed to be trying to occupy the place where his soul resided. It attacked fiercely as though it was trying to remove and replace his soul. The force was so strong that he could not help shuddering. The difference in their strengths was too wide. This is just a remnant of my soul. Don't worry, even if I want to, I won't be able to replace your soul with it. I'm only trying to imprint my memories into your soul by integrating my soul with yours. Apart from gaining my memories, your soul will also be strengthened. Your body will still be yours, and your soul won't be affected by mine, Qin Wu said. No, Duan Ling Tian refused without any hesitation. What a joke. Even if it was just the remnant soul of a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, it would still have some subtle influence on him once it was integrated with his soul. Even if his soul was dominant, there would inevitably be changes in his personality as well. For this reason, he refused without any hesitation. Don't be in a hurry to refuse me, Qin Wu said. After my soul integrates with yours, it'll be greatly beneficial to you. For example, when comprehending laws in the future, you'll be able to yield twice the result with half the effort. The remnant soul of an Emperor of Gods isn't like that of ordinary people, after all. Moreover, Qin Wu did not finish speaking before Duan Ling Tian fortified the defenses of his soul, forcing Qin Wu's remnant soul out. Although the force of Qin Wu's remnant soul was strong, ultimately, it was just a remnant. Duan Ling Tian was very decisive and determined regarding this matter. Soon enough, Qin Wu's projection appeared again. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said in a deep voice, "Brat, how can you repay my kindness with ingratitude? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Senior," Duan Ling Tian calmly said, "I'm very grateful for the opportunities and treasures you left behind in the divine sanctuary. However, integrating your remnant soul with my soul isn't acceptable to me. Please forgive me. There's no way I'll agree to it." Qin Wu fell silent for a moment before he said, "Forget it. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when Qin Wu's projection finally disappeared. In the next moment, he found himself back in the hall of the divine sanctuary. Senior brother Wu. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to notice Wu Feng. However, He frowned when he saw Wu Feng standing motionlessly in a daze. He recalled what had just happened to him and wondered if Qin Wu was speaking to Wu Feng at this moment. After a long time, Wu Feng finally returned to his senses. However, there was a strange light in his eyes, and he seemed slightly different. All of Wu Feng's subtle changes did not escape Duan Lingtian's notice. Although Wu Feng still felt familiar to him, there were some subtle changes as well. Did senior brother Wu allow Qin Wu's remnant soul to integrate with his soul? Junior brother Duan, Wu Feng, who had regained his senses, called out with a smile. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. How did it go? Did you manage to get anything precious?" "Of course." Duan Lingtian laughed before he brought out the blade, the prominent divine artifact, from his spatial ring and handed it to Wu Feng. However, contrary to Duan Lingtian's expectations, Wu Feng did not reach out to take to the prominent divine artifact. Instead, he brought out the 9 treasures he obtained and said with a smile, "Junior brother Duan, I don't know if you're luckier or I am luckier. Among the 9 treasures I obtained, one of them is something you desperately need. Although it's not an auspicious pill, the effect is the same as the auspicious pill. This fruit, which is called the auspicious divine fruit, is equivalent to 9 auspicious pills." As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at a fruit glowing with a yellow light that resembled a peach that Duan Lingtian was familiar with back on Earth. Needless to say, despite the similar appearances, the auspicious divine fruit was not something ordinary peaches from Earth could compare to. The auspicious divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened immediately, and he gasped upon hearing Wu Feng's words. Despite their similar effects, the auspicious divine fruit was much more potent than the auspicious pill. Even a new rudimentary god with an average talent could become a king of gods in a day after consuming the auspicious divine fruit. In fact, the fruit was even more potent than 9 auspicious pills, combined. "Thank you, senior brother Wu Feng." Duan Lingtian thanked Wu Feng profusely as they exchanged the treasures they had obtained. To him, the value of the auspicious divine fruit was much higher than the prominent divine artifact that had already formed half a soul. "Junior brother Duan, I should be the one who thank you instead. You've been a big help to me," Wu Feng said as he stared at the prominent divine artifact in his hands with bright eyes. The sword in his hand with an incomplete soul was a priceless treasure, after all. Even in the realms of gods, such a thing was extremely rare and precious. "If had this earlier, Chu Han and his companion wouldn't have been a match for me even if they joined forces," Wu Feng murmured. With just a thought, the blade transformed into a saber ray that circled his body. It looked very dazzling. Wu Feng controlled the saber ray with ease. "Of course," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "In fact, you'd be able to deal with Chu Han and his companion even if you only had an ordinary prominent divine artifact without a soul, let alone a prominent divine artifact that's already in the process of forming a soul. Although an incomplete soul can't manifest yet, it still adds a lot of power to the prominent divine artifact." Thanks to Wanzher, the artifact soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was rather knowledgeable about divine artifacts. Suddenly, Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange look and said, "I wonder if I'd be able to defeat junior brother Duan with this prominent divine artifact." Duan Lingtian was momentarily stunned by Wu Feng's words. When he regained his senses, he looked at Wu Feng intently before he changed the subject. "Senior brother Wu, it's time for us to leave." With that, Duan Lingtian entered the dark vortex. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with greed as he watched Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, a guilty expression appeared on his face. He was suddenly overwhelmed by the contradictory feelings in his heart. Duan Lingtian, who had already returned to the outside world through the spatial passage, narrowed his eyes at this moment as he thought to himself, "It seems like Qin Wu's remnant soul had fused with senior brother Wu's soul. Otherwise, knowing senior brother Wu, he would not have said such words earlier." Chapter 37:22 Breaking Through and Becoming a Rudimentary King of Gods. Soon after, Wu Feng was transported out of the divine sanctuary as well. He asked, "Junior brother Duan, will you return to the sect with me or do you plan to return after breaking through and becoming a rudimentary king of gods?" At this moment, Wu Feng seemed to have returned to his normal self. Earlier, he had said those words that were out of character because of his curiosity and the influence of Qin Wu's remnant soul. Under the influence of Qin Wu's remnant soul, he had been overcome with greed for Duan Lingtian's treasure. The remnant soul had felt it was best to kill Duan Lingtian so his host could obtain all the treasures. Fortunately, Wu Feng was able to regain control of his emotions and did not let the remnant soul dictate his actions. Moreover, he was aware that even if he killed Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring would self-destruct. Senior brother Wu, I won't return to the sect with you, Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head. I plan to find a quiet place to break through and become a rudimentary king of gods first. After that, I'll consider whether to return to the sect or not. Duan Ling Tian still planned to return to the Hidden Fog sect eventually. After all, he had yet to resolve the enmity between him and Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao. He was determined to settle the accounts with them in the future after he had gotten stronger. Alright, Wu Feng respected Duan Ling Tian's decision and did not try to persuade him to return. Before parting, Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Junior brother, thank you again. Not only did you give me the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete soul, but you also gave the remnant soul of Emperor of Gods Qin Wu to me. I'll definitely return this favor in the future. Wu Feng finally revealed that his soul had fused with Qin Wu's remnant soul. Although Duan Ling Tian had already suspected this, his expression still turned solemn upon hearing Wu Feng's words. He reminded Wu Feng out of concern and said, Senior brother Wu, I understand that you think it's beneficial to let Emperor of Gods Qin Wu's remnant soul integrate with yours, and that is indeed the case. However, I hope you'll be able to stay true to yourself in the future and not let the remnant soul affect you. I hope you won't let the remnant soul's subconscious thoughts affect your decisions and actions. You have to remember that you're you, not Emperor of Gods Qin Wu. Don't worry, I know what to do. Wu Feng nodded. Alright, don't underestimate the remnant soul. It came from an Emperor of Gods, after all, Duan Ling Tian said before he left. Now that Qin Wu's remnant soul had integrated with Wu Feng's soul, no one could tell what would happen in the future. Apart from raising his comprehension skills, no one knew how big of an influence the remnant soul would have on him for now. However, no matter what, it was impossible for the remnant soul to take over Wu Feng's body. After all, it was just a remnant soul that Qin Wu left behind. In this world, no one wanted to die, not even emperors of gods who had lived for a long time. After separating from Wu Feng, Duan Ling Tian took a huge detour before he found a remote valley and decided to cultivate there. Consume the auspicious divine fruit first to break through and become a king of gods. After that, I'll decide whether to return to the sect immediately or not. Once I return, I'll display my strength before recommending myself to be a nominal disciple of Supreme Elder Yun or Supreme Elder Wu. Before Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate, he asked Wanzhi, the artifact soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, to protect him. After receiving the mysterious bead from Yang Yunshao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, a Devata realm, Wanzhi had been refining the bead, and in turn, improving the quality of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. She had only managed to completely refine it not too long ago. With this, according to Wanzhi, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had reached the limit of a prominent divine artifact. Apart from that, her strength had also increased. Accordingly, since Duan Ling Tian was an advanced god, Wanzhi's cultivation base was also that of an advanced god. However, since her comprehension of the law was more profound than Duan Ling Tian's, coupled with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, she was stronger than him. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian felt at ease with Wanzhi guarding him. Moreover, if Wanzhi could not deal with her opponent, it was even less likely that he would be able to deal with the opponent. Wanzhi, hide in my body. If Wu Feng shows up and intends to harm me, kill him, Duan Ling Tian said decisively. He had trusted Wu Feng, but he did not trust the Wu Feng whose soul had been integrated with Qin Wu's remnant soul. He could clearly feel the negative changes in Wu Feng. For this reason, he did not think it was impossible for Wu Feng to secretly follow him here to ambush him while he was cultivating. However, he thought that Wu Feng would severely injure him at most. After all, if Wu Feng killed him, his spatial ring would self-destruct, and Wu Feng would lose the treasures in his possession. Yes, master, Wanzhi replied respectfully. With that, Duan Ling Tian felt relieved. He consumed the auspicious divine fruit and focused on his cultivation. He could feel the divine energy in his body surging as soon as he consumed the auspicious divine fruit. He quickly circulated his divine energy according to his cultivation method before he guided it to break through the bottleneck. With the help of the auspicious divine fruit, Duan Ling Tian easily broke through the bottleneck that he had tried breaking thousands of times in the past. So fast. Although Duan Ling Tian knew about the potency of the auspicious divine pill, he still did not expect the breakthrough to come so quickly and smoothly. After the breakthrough, he could clearly feel his divine energy undergoing a qualitative transformation. His divine energy was clearly richer than before. Duan Ling Tian released a surge of his divine energy and saw the void ripple in its wake. He could clearly feel the divine energy was much stronger than before. Tunli used up a small part of the divine fruit's efficacy. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Since the auspicious divine fruit was only helpful to gods, now that Duan Ling Tian had become a king of gods, the remaining efficacy from the auspicious divine fruits dissipated immediately. If people were to find out that Duan Ling Tian had used the auspicious divine fruit when he was just a step from breaking through and becoming a king of gods, they would surely think he was being wasteful. However, to Duan Ling Tian, he did not think he was being wasteful. Although he was just a step away from becoming a king of gods, he did not know how much time it would take. What he lacked most was time now. Nawi, I'll consume the consolidation divine fruit to stabilize my cultivation base as a rudimentary king of gods. Then, I'll cultivate further. Among the treasures I obtained, there are some that can help the cultivation of a king of gods, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a thought appeared unbidden in his mind. In the realms of gods, one can be considered crossing the threshold to become a powerhouse after becoming a king of gods. After becoming a king of gods, one would have to face the heavenly tribulations once every 1,000 years. However, when one first becomes a rudimentary king of gods, one would have to face the first heavenly tribulation 3 days later. It was as though now that he had become a rudimentary king of gods, he could sense when the next heavenly tribulation would be. Under normal circumstances, as long as one has comprehended the profundities of Allah to the mastery stage, it should be easy to pass the first heavenly tribulation after becoming a rudimentary king of gods. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this a while ago. In the realms of gods, those who had a high aptitude in cultivation might not necessarily have a high comprehension skill. There were many advanced gods who had yet to comprehend all their profundities from the laws to the mastery stage. For this group of people, even if they could break through and become a rudimentary king of gods, they would not do so since they would not be able to pass the first heavenly tribulation. On the contrary, the first heavenly tribulation after he became a rudimentary king of gods was not a problem at all. He was confident he would be able to easily pass the tribulation. The consolidation divine fruit will help me stabilize my cultivation base as a rudimentary king of gods in just a day, Duan Ling Tian murmured as he looked at the consolidation divine fruit in his hands with bright eyes. He was rewarded with the consolidation divine fruit when he first became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, when he had selected the consolidation divine fruit as his reward, the inner elder had been puzzled by his choice. After consuming the consolidation divine fruit, Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate again. The efficacy of the consolidation divine fruit did not disappoint Duan Ling Tian at all. Just as the rumors said, he managed to stabilize his cultivation base as a rudimentary king of gods in less than a day. After stabilizing my cultivation base, my divine energy has grown even stronger and richer than before. Compared to when I'd just broken through, it's about 30% stronger now. Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied with his improvement after stabilizing his cultivation base. Since the heavenly tribulation would come in 2 days, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he looked through the treasures he obtained from the divine sanctuary. Among the treasures he obtained, he only recognized a few of them. Moreover, he did not have time to study them carefully. Chapter 37-23 Overcoming the Heavenly Tribulation with a Punch. Senior brother Wu Feng obtained a total of 9 things. One of them is the auspicious divine fruit, which I'd already consumed. I managed to obtain 23 things, and one of them is the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete soul, which I'd given to senior brother Wu. In other words, Duan Ling Tian still had 30 treasures from the divine sanctuary. Over the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian carefully studied the treasures that he did not have the time to study before. There were still a few treasures that he was not familiar with. The remaining treasures he could identify could only be used when he became a lord of gods. In fact, more than 90% of the treasures he obtained could only be used by lords of gods or those who were stronger. He did not find it surprising. After all, Qin Wu, who created the divine sanctuary, was a rudimentary emperor of gods. It was only natural that Qin Wu would not have kept items that were useless to him. In fact, he was certain that Qin Wu did not have time to trade the treasures that could only be used by lords of gods for something more useful. The only thing that can help with my cultivation now among the treasures is the heavenly divine pills. It can help kings of gods improve their strength. As for these two treasures, they're completely useless to me. The two treasures that Duan Ling Tian mentioned could only help with comprehending the profundities of certain laws. Unfortunately, the law of space was not one of them. The heavenly pills' efficacy will start to decline after the third pill, and they'll become completely useless after the 10th pill. Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as he looked at the 6 heavenly divine pills. The treasures I obtained this time are pretty good. It's just that I can't use most of them now, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. When he was putting away the pill bottle, his eyes suddenly lit up as he raised his head to look at the sky. The heavenly tribulation will come in 2 hours. Although there were still 2 hours left, Duan Ling Tian flew up into the sky. He sat cross-legged in the air as he closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the time to pass. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the flowers and the leaves on the trees in the valley to sway. After a while, it began to drizzle lightly. When the raindrops were a certain distance away from Duan Ling Tian, they would flow to the sides, avoiding him. This was due to his current cultivation base. Even if he did not consciously mobilize his divine energy would automatically form a barrier around him. Let alone a slight drizzle, even if it stormed and there was torrential rain, his divine energy would still keep him dry. After 2 hours had passed, dark clouds began to gather above the remote valley. At the same time, purple lightning bolts like purple pythons began to flash in the sky. The sound of the thunder shook the earth. Birds and the beasts on land began to flee, foreshadowing a disaster. There was a small commotion in the valley. After a quarter of an hour, the lightning and the thunder grew even more intense. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the plants, there were no living things in the valley. It's finally here. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and looked at the dark sky that flashed with lightning. A thunderous noise rang in the air as 9 huge lightning bolts that looked like dragons struck down from the heavens toward Duan Ling Tian. No one knows when the first heavenly tribulation would come after becoming a king of gods. It may take a few days, 10 days, half a month, or even a few months. However, it won't take more than a year. As for the remaining heavenly tribulations, they would come every 1,000 years. There would be 10 strikes from each heavenly tribulation. For the first strike from the tribulation, there'll be 9 lightning bolts. The second strike will have 19 lightning bolts that are even more powerful. The numbers and strength would increase with each strike. During the 10th strike, there'll be 99 lightning bolts, and their strength is 11 times stronger than the ones during the first strike. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this long before he broke through and became a rudimentary king of gods, so he was rather calm now that he was facing the heavenly tribulation. It looked as though he was not the one facing the heavenly tribulation. It's rumored that if one resists the heavenly tribulation, all the force from the heavenly tribulation would be released at once. Before coming to the realms of gods, I remember Sister Water telling me that I might be able to comprehend the law of thunder through the heavenly tribulation. When the 9 lightning bolts struck, Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet and teleported higher up into the sky. He kept teleporting until he was close to tribulation clouds. Then, he stared at the dark clouds and muttered to himself, if I try to disperse the clouds, it'll release the force of the heavenly tribulation all at once. This is the most efficient and fastest way to pass the heavenly tribulation. After that, Duan Ling Tian mobilized the space elemental profundity and fisted his hand. It was as though he was imbuing his fist with the force to shatter space. At this time, the 9 lightning bolts struck again at Duan Ling Tian. This time, he did not teleport away. Instead, he ignored them. Following that, he punched his fist out, releasing a violent spatial energy with the force of a mountain toward the dark clouds from the tribulation. As soon as the spatial energy dispersed the dark clouds, the thunder and the lightning suddenly disappeared. It was like the calm before the storm. Following that, the tribulation clouds gathered again. This time, they glowed with a purple light before they burst forth with a terrifying force. An earth-shattering noise rang in the air following the outburst of power that stirred up a mushroom cloud, as thunder clapped and lightning flashed in the sky. Duan Ling Tian faced the immense force of the explosion from the tribulation clouds. A spherical space barrier protected Duan Ling Tian, blocking the explosive lightning bolts that struck at Duan Ling Tian. In the barrier, he looked at the center of the explosion that flashed with a white and purple light that grew in intensity with every flash. It looked like a firework, and it was the most dazzling firework he had seen in his 2 lifetimes. After a while, the force of the explosion gradually died down, and everything returned to normal. In just an instant, the dark clouds disappeared, revealing clear blue skies. Duan Ling Tian, who was still hovering in the air, was completely unharmed by the explosion earlier. Even his purple robe did not move. The combined force of the heavenly tribulation is truly terrifying. Even Chu Han, the disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, wouldn't have been able to withstand such an explosive force without the help of a divine artifact if he were in my shoes. Instead of using a divine artifact, Duan Ling Tian's mastery Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, had helped him easily overcome the heavenly tribulation as well. After all, due to the commotion in the sky, even if there were people around, they would not be able to see that he was using his mastery Dao. Is this the thunder elemental profundity? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw a mysterious energy flashing with purple lightning bolts snaked out. Earlier, when he was looking at the flashing lightning bolts in the middle of the tribulation clouds, he had been comprehending the law of thunder and managed to comprehend the thunder elemental profundity. Sister Water is right, I can comprehend the law of thunder through the heavenly tribulations. When he was still in the Devata realm, the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him about this, but he felt rather skeptical. After all, based on his experience, it was not so easy to comprehend a law. However, he managed to comprehend a profundity from the law of thunder to the rudimentary stage, which he had never encountered before, in such a short time. Chapter 37-24 Lingu City. It was a pleasant surprise to Duan Ling Tian that he managed to comprehend the law of thunder. Although it did not add to his strength, it was undoubtedly beneficial to comprehend additional laws. TL consume the 6 heavenly divine pills and cultivate for a while. After that, I'll decide between returning to the Hidden Fog sect or going to the place where the Lingu clan is located. With just a flash, Duan Ling Tian appeared on the other side of the forest near the valley. Due to the commotion from the heavenly tribulation, he knew he could not continue staying in the valley. Duan Ling Tian traveled for a day before he came to a stop near a cliff and dug a cave to cultivate in. Although the efficacy of the heavenly divine pills will weaken after the 3rd pill, it's better than nothing. Duan Ling Tian wasted no time in swallowing all 6 of the heavenly divine pills that he had obtained from Qin Wu's divine sanctuary. Then, he began to cultivate again. With Wanjie standing guard, he was completely focused on cultivating and absorbing the efficacy of the heavenly divine pills. Now that he had become a rudimentary king of gods, he wanted to become an intermediate king of gods as soon as possible. He completely lost track of time while he cultivated, and in just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the 10,000 Devils sect's estate, an elder hurried into the main hall and said, "Sect leader, our spies in the Hidden Fog sect sent news that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog sect." Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, frowned slightly upon hearing the report. "What, about Duan Ling Tian? There's no news about him," the elder said as he shook his head. "However, according to the news we received a few days ago, Duan Ling Tian is alive. Unless he died within these few days." The spies that the 10,000 Devils sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect had a hard time finding out about Duan Ling Tian's status since very few people possessed his soul pearls in the Hidden Fog sect. It was not until a few days ago that they managed to find out that Duan Ling Tian was alive. "That's unlikely." Lan Qing shook his head. Duan Ling Tian was a prodigy that appeared once in 10,000 years in the Hidden Fog sect. Since he did not die when Chu Han died, how could he suddenly die within the past few days? So he didn't return to the Hidden Fog sect with Wu Feng. Lan Qing muttered to himself before his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he looked at the elder in front of him and said, "Tell our spies to confirm again that Duan Ling Tian is alive." After the elder left, Lan Qing hurried over to Duzan's cultivation ground. Naturally, he was looking for Kuang Tian Zheng, not Duzan. As soon as Lan Qing arrived, Duzan appeared. It was Duzan's cultivation ground. After all, Duzan asked, "What's the matter? Do you have news, junior uncle?" Lan Qing greeted Duzan before he nodded in response to Duzan's question. "Follow me to see my senior brother," Duzan said without wasting time. At this time, Kuang Tian Zheng was sitting quietly with his eyes closed in the tranquil courtyard. When he sensed Duzan and Lan Qing, he opened his eyes. Duzan stood outside the courtyard and said, "Senior brother, Lan Qing has news." After Duzan and Lan Qing walked in, Kuang Tian Zheng's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Lan Qing and asked, did those two return to the hidden fog sect? Lan Qing could not help but shudder inwardly when he saw the cold look in Kuang Tianzheng's eyes, even though he knew it was not aimed at him. Although they were both lords of gods, he was just a rudimentary lord of gods while Kuang Tianzheng was an intermediate lord of gods. At this level, even the smallest gap represented a huge difference in strengths. Hence, it was only natural that he felt pressured by Kuang Tianzheng. After a moment, he said, Wu Feng has returned to the hidden fog sect. Wu Feng, just him? Kuang Tianzheng frowned. Lan Qing nodded. Yes, it's just him. Duan Ling Tian has yet to return to the sect. It's likely that he has something else to attend to. Although it's not very likely, he might have died since the last time we checked his soul pearl. Impossible, Kuang Tianzheng said. In any case, confirm his status again. Te already ordered my men to confirm his status, Lan Qing said. Uncle, are you going to take action against Wu Feng first, or do you plan to wait until Duan Ling Tian returns to the hidden fog sect? Till wait until Duan Ling Tian returns before I act, Kuang Tianzheng said. If I deal with Wu Feng now, it might frighten Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian is dead, I'll look for Wu Feng immediately. Otherwise, we'll wait until Duan Ling Tian returns to the sect. After waiting for a few days, the spies in the hidden fog sect sent news again, confirming that Duan Ling Tian was still alive. Since Duan Ling Tian is alive, we'll continue to wait until he returns. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that apart from the hidden fog sect's Long Shao, an inner elder from the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect was also waiting to kill him. In the cave that he had dug out, he cultivated quietly. It had taken him longer to absorb the efficacy of the first 3 heavenly divine pills. The remaining 3 were easier to absorb due to their weakened efficacy. The combined efficacy of the last 3 pills was less than 1/10 of the efficacy of any of the first 3 pills. When he finally absorbed the efficacy of all the heavenly divine pills, he opened his eyes and said with a wry smile, if I had known the efficacy of the last 3 pills was so negligible, I wouldn't have wasted my time consuming them. Even if he knew the efficacy of the 3 final pills would not be as strong as the first 3 pills, he did not expect the effect to be so insignificant. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian quickly recovered from feeling regretful. After all, what had been done had been done. There was nothing he could do to change it. Duan Ling Tian sighed. After becoming a rudimentary king of gods, the speed of my improvement has slowed down a lot. Although my cultivation has improved with the heavenly divine pills, I'm not even at the halfway mark of becoming an intermediate king of gods. At most, I'm 1/3 of the way there. To think I only made this much progress after taking the heavenly divine pills that are considered one of the 3 best pills to help the cultivation of kings of gods. After a while, he asked Wanzher, the artifact soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Wanzher, how long have I been in closed-door cultivation? 3 months and 21 days, Wanzher replied. Nearly 4 months. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He did not expect to lose track of so much time. After all, with the auspicious pills and the auspicious divine fruits, it took him less than a day to absorb their efficacy and for his strength to skyrocket. To ordinary people, the progress he had made during these 4 months was not bad. However, to him, due to his previous experience, he found it slightly lacking. The cultivation path after one becomes a king of gods is truly much more difficult than that of a god. No wonder people say that one would only be crossing the threshold to become a powerhouse after becoming a king of gods. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian did not intend to cultivate anymore. He thought about whether he should return to the hidden fog sect or go to the place where the Linggu clan was located to try and meet Linggu Chuyin first before returning to the sect. When he thought that Linggu Chuyin might be Ka, he could barely hold back his emotions. With this, he easily made up his mind and headed to the area in the vicinity of the Linggu clan's estate. The Linggu clan was a lord-rank force that was on par with the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect. With King Descending City in the center, the Hidden Fog sect was to the east, the 10,000 Devils sect was to the south, and the Linggu clan was to the north. As for the Emperor-rank Flying Dragon sect, it was located to the west of King Descending City. The Flying Dragon sect ruled over the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Linggu clan. Hence, similar to the 2 sects, the Linggu clan had been sending their prodigies to the Flying Dragon sect. With this, the 3 lord-rank forces had somewhat of an influence in the Flying Dragon sect. Unlike the estates of the 2 sects that were hidden, the Linggu clan's estate was located in a prosperous city that was named Linggu City. The city was named as such since it was founded and built by the Linggu clan. Linggu City was not smaller than King Descending City and was much bigger than Skywind City and the other cities that Duan Ling Tian had visited in the past. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base, it only took him half a month to arrive at Linggu City. Linggu clan. As soon as he arrived, he wasted no time in finding out the location of the Linggu clan's estate. After asking around, he found out that the Linggu clan's estate was located in the east of the city. When he arrived at the estate, he discovered that the Linggu clan's estate occupied more than 1/5 of the entire Linggu city. Chapter 3725. Can I tell a story? The Lord rank Linggu clan's estate was located in Linggu City, which was founded by them. Outsiders were prohibited from approaching the large eastern area in the city that the estate occupied. The elders and disciples of the Linggu clan patrolled the area outside of the estate and would appear as soon as outsiders approached. If the outsiders did not resist, they would only be driven away. Needless to say, if the outsiders put up a resistance, the elders and disciples of the Linggu clan would not hesitate to attack or kill them. For this reason, very few people dared to come to the eastern part of the city. After all, just one careless move could get them killed. The Linggu clan was the most powerful force in Linggu City, after all. Unless it was someone from an emperor rank force, they would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Even the Lord rank Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 Devils sect were only comparable to the Linggu clan. Even if I know where the Linggu clan's estate is located, I can't rashly approach it. I'll have to think of a way. Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to act after arriving at Linggu City. He found an inn to stay in before he went out to ask around for the information he needed. It's not difficult for me to sneak into the Linggu clan's estate since many of their members go in and out every day. However, due to the size of the estate, it'd still be difficult for me to find Linggu Chuyin after sneaking in. Moreover, there's the risk of being discovered before I can find her. Although I am not a rudimentary king of gods, there are much stronger powerhouses in the Linggu clan. They have quite a few lords of gods, after all. After thinking about it briefly, Duan Ling Tian dismissed the idea of sneaking into the Linggu clan's estate. It seems like I only have two choices for now. First is to wait for Linggu Chuyin to leave the Linggu clan's estate so I can confirm her identity. However, this isn't ideal since I'm not sure if that old woman from before would be with her. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he recalled the old woman who accompanied Linggu Chuyin previously. That old woman was a lord of gods. With his current cultivation base, he was definitely not a match for the old woman. The second way is to befriend someone from the Linggu clan. It's best if it's a direct descendant of the Linggu clan. With this, I'll be able to openly visit the Linggu clan's estate. As a friend of a member of the Linggu clan, I don't have to worry about being attacked by the clan's powerhouses. As long as that direct descendant is willing to help me, it shouldn't be difficult for me to meet Linggu Chuyin. In the end, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask around about the Linggu clan and their descendants. After half a month, Duan Ling Tian finally found someone from the Linggu clan he could befriend. The person was Linggu Yun, the fourth son of the current clan leader of the Linggu clan. He was only a 10-direction celestial emperor, and it was rumored that due to his internal injuries, he had no possibility of becoming a god. His internal injuries caused him to be unable to cultivate, resulting in the stagnation of his current cultivation base for the rest of his life. He had sustained the injuries when he blocked a fatal blow for his father in the past. Due to this incident, the clan leader of the Linggu clan doted on him a lot even though his cultivation base was only average. The descendants and members of the Linggu clan took very good care of him as well to curry favor with his father. Since it's pointless for Linggu Yun to cultivate, he no longer wasted time cultivating. I heard he has a hobby of listening to storytellers in tea houses. There was a tea house in Linggu City that was owned by the Linggu clan. It was called Cloud Tea House. Storytellers would come by every few days to tell stories. It was said that the Linggu clan opened the tea house so Linggu Yin would have a place to listen to stories. Hence, the tea house continued running even though its profit was negligible. At Cloud Tea House, it was rather deserted at the tea house at this moment. There were only a few dozen guests at this moment. At the back of the hall, there was a room that was decorated opulently. The chairs and the tables were expensive and exquisite. A curtain covered the entrance room, hiding it from prying eyes. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a medium build sat cross-legged at one end of the hall. He held a book in one hand while the other hand stroked the goatee on his chin as he said, "The arrogant Lord of Gods who came to the Eastern Ridge Mansion 2,000 years ago intended to conquer the Eastern Ridge Mansion." Despite his cultivation base, he looked down on the major emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Needless to say, he was easily suppressed by one of the powerhouses from an emperor rank force and was almost killed. He only managed to survive because he swore on the devil heart's blood oath to serve the emperor rank force for 10,000 years. And, who was that person? The middle-aged paused dramatically before he said, "Actually, there was no such person. I made up the entire story." The guests in the tea house rolled their eyes when they heard the middle-aged man's words. This storyteller hired by the tea house is really terrible. Is there a Lord of God who's bold enough to challenge an emperor rank force? Moreover, he didn't even leave us room for our imaginations and directly told us it's made up. That's right, he's really terrible at storytelling. His stories aren't immersive at all. Feared he's very stubborn. The tea house had offered to pay him a generous number of divine stones if he would just stop telling the audience his stories made up, but he refused to do so. While the guests were discussing among themselves, a purple-clad young man walked into the tea house. He found an empty table and took a seat, listening to the conversations in his surroundings. Meanwhile, a young man dressed in a blue brocade robe sitting in front of an exquisitely made table in the private room frowned slightly as he said, "I've already told him off so many times, but he refuses to listen. Since he's so stubborn, tell him to pack up and leave." The blue-clad young man was very pale, and his voice contained a trace of anger when he spoke. "Yes, fourth young master," a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing said respectfully before leaving the room. An old man sat next to the blue-clad young man. His eyes were closed, looking as though he was resting. After the middle-aged man left, he opened his eyes and said to the young man with a smile, "Yun, if you make him leave, you won't have any stories to listen to these few days." "So what? It's just a few days. We'll be able to find someone new." To be honest, his stories aren't all bad, but he really likes ruining the mood, the young man said. "I don't think I'll be able to hold back from beating him up if I listen to another story from him again." Outside the room, the middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing approached the middle-aged storyteller who was sitting cross-legged on the stage before he shook his head and said, "The fourth young master asks you to leave. This is your pay for today." The middle-aged man was the manager of Cloud Tea House. He knew that the tea house only existed to relieve the boredom of Lingu Yun, the fourth young master of the Lingu clan. The Lingu clan could have invited storytellers to their estate, but Lingu Yun liked listening to stories with other people so he could listen to their discussions after the story was finished. Most stories are made up. Did you think they were real? How foolish. I have my own principles, and I won't mislead people into thinking the stories are true." The middle-aged storyteller said angrily as he picked up the divine stones on the ground and left without looking back. The 3 tables of guests rolled their eyes as the storyteller left. The middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing looked at the guests and said apologetically, "Everyone, we apologize for the terrible story today. Don't worry, we'll find a better storyteller in a few days. Manager, you're doing the right thing by looking for another storyteller. Before you hired that man, there have never been less than 10 tables of guests coming here to drink tea and listen to stories. Look, there are only 4 occupied tables today. Out of the 4 tables, one of the tables was occupied by Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, the storyteller was already at the end of his story. Just based on what he had heard, he could already predict the guests' reactions. Although stories were mostly made up, one of the joys of listening to stories was immersing oneself in the story. When one was immersed in the story, one would come up with various theories and speculate about the characters in the stories. What fun would be left if the storyteller directly confessed the story was made up? What would there be to discuss? While the manager of Cloud Tea House spoke to the other guests, Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet and walked to the stage as he asked, "Can I tell a story?" Although it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was asking his permission, his actions clearly showed otherwise. Chapter 37-26 Duan Ling Tian telling stories. "Can I tell a story?" Everyone was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Even Lingu Yun, the 4th young master of the Lingu clan, and the old man sitting next to him in the private room were startled by Duan Ling Tian's sudden question. When everyone regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already sat cross-legged on the stage. Did he ask if he can tell a story? He's going to tell us a story. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt as they looked at the handsome purple-clad young man on the stage. The young man possessed an extraordinary bearing and looked as though he came from a noble family. Without waiting for a response, Duan Ling Tian began to tell the story. It said that heaven and earth were one until a giant named Pan Ji Yu appeared and divided heaven and earth. After splitting heaven and earth, Pan Ji Yu collapsed to the ground. His blood became the rivers and vast oceans that we know in. Duan Ling Tian told the story of how Pan Ji Yu created heaven and earth. As he continued speaking, the doubts in everyone's eyes disappeared, replaced with curiosity and interest. Duan Ling Tian took half an hour to finish his story. Although he did not go into details, the guests were fascinated and hooked by his story. The guests were fascinated by the story of a giant splitting heaven and earth, and how the giant formed everything they knew on land. A few moments after Duan Ling Tian finished his story, a middle-aged man smacked his hand on the table before he gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up as he said, "Amazing. What a compelling story. Little brother, you don't seem to be from around here." Remarkable, the guests discussed fervently among themselves. As men, we should be like Pan Ji Yu who created heaven and earth. My weapon is an axe like Pan Ji Yu. Perhaps, I should create a new technique and name it, splitting heaven and earth. This story is truly creative. Duan Ling Tian had told the story on a whim, drawing inspiration from the stories on earth. He did not expect the guests to like the story so much. Even the manager of Cloud Tea House's eyes were bright as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he suddenly looked toward the private room. He had just received a message from Ling Yun. Ask him to tell another story. If his second story is equally as fascinating as the first one, no, as long as it's not too boring, we'll hire him and triple what he's usually paid. Yes, fourth young master. The manager replied respectfully. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you mind telling us another story?" All right. Duan Ling Tian instinctively glanced at the private room when he heard the manager's request. Since the room was hidden by a curtain, he could only vaguely see two figures in the room. The guests looked at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation in their eyes as Duan Ling Tian began to tell another story. This time, he told a long story. The story was from his favorite author in his past life. After living two lives, he had wondered if the story was true since it matched his experience. He even wondered, in the past, if he might be able to meet the author if the story was not fictional. Duan Ling Tian slowly said, "In the mundane realm, there is a beautiful blue planet called Earth. A crazy cultivator brought a young man away from an unknown planet to Earth that was located far away. After arriving on Earth, the young man began his glorious life. 1,000 years later, he became the strongest person on that planet and was only a step away from becoming a divine being. Alas, an accident happened, causing him to travel back to 1,000 years ago." The story Duan Ling Tian told was a novel called The Eastern Emperor. In the past, he had read the book while he was on a mission. He was so engrossed in the novel that he had lost track of time, causing him to almost fail his mission. Hence, he was confident the guests of Cloud Tea House would be similarly hooked by the story. Most importantly, he was sure the story would arouse the interest of Ling Yun, the fourth young master of the Lingu clan. When the sky outside turned dark, Duan Ling Tian finally said, "That's all for today." Duan Ling Tian's story had started at noon, so he decided it was time to end it. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the guests finally regained their senses after being immersed in the story for so long. "Little brother, you have to continue the story. What happened after that? Was that ungrateful Chen Tong Tong punished by karma?" "That's right, you have to continue. I'm dying to know if Chen Dong Huang manages to seek revenge from Chen Tong Tong." "Little brother, please, I want to know if Chen Dong Huang manages to reunite with his biological parents and save them." The guests looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly, hoping he would continue with the story. "Manager," Duan Ling Tian said to the manager of Cloud Tea House through voice transmission, "the tea house has passed its closing time, right?" The manager, who had been engrossed in the story, imagining himself as the main character of the story, was pulled back to his senses by the voice transmission. Throughout the story, he had experienced highs and lows. He hesitated for a moment before he finally said to the crowd, "Dear guests, it's Cloud Tea House's closing time now. I'll speak to this little brother here and persuade him to return tomorrow to continue the story." The guests, who were displeased that they did not get to hear the end of the story, perked up when they heard the end of the manager's words. Manager, you must make sure he returns tomorrow. I'll bring 5 of my friends here tomorrow if he returns, I'll bring 10 people with me. Manager, I'll return tomorrow. However, if he's not here, I'm not going to come to the tea house ever again. Before the guests left, they all spoke to the manager one after another. Some threatened him, and some tried to coax him. Nonetheless, he could empathize with them. After all, he was also eager to know the ending of the story. When everyone left, the manager ordered one of the employees to shut the main door before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "Little brother, what's your name?" Duan Lingtian replied honestly. He did not hide his true identity since his plan required him to use his true identity. Duan Lingtian, the manager furrowed his brows slightly. The name sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. In the private room. Duan Lingtian, I think I've heard of this name before. Ling Yun frowned slightly as well. Duan Lingtian, it's him, the old man sitting next to Ling Yun exclaimed. Grandpa Zan, you've heard of him? Ling Yun asked curiously. Yun, do you remember the news from King Descending City a few months ago? The old man asked with a smile. Ling Yun's eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. I remember now. A few months ago, Elder Qing Zi and Sister Chu Yin went to King Descending City and ran into a hidden fog sect disciple. That disciple is the first advanced god to become a core disciple of the hidden fog sect in 10,000 years after, Shui Hai Chuan. His name is Duan Lingtian. So it's really him, Ling Yun continued to say, filled with admiration, what a talent. Not only is he highly talented in cultivation, but he's such a good storyteller as well. The old man looked at the purple figure in the hall as he asked with a contemptuous smile, Yun, do you really think his purpose is as simple as telling a story? Grandpa Zan, you're saying he came to tell stories because he has ulterior motives. Ling Yun immediately caught the meaning behind the old man's words. With his identity, I'm sure he doesn't lack divine rocks. Then, did he come for me? A hint of relief could be seen in the old man's eyes when he turned to look at Ling Yun. You're smart. If I'm not mistaken, this young man plans to meet young Miss Chu Yin through you. Ling Yun smiled. Interesting. Then, he said to the manager of Cloud Tea House through voice transmission, bring him in. I want to meet him. Outside the private room, the manager quickly regained his senses after receiving Ling Yun's message and said with a smile, little brother, our young master wants to meet you. Chapter 37-27 Duan Lingtian's deal with Ling Yun. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the words of the manager of Cloud Tea House. The first step of his plan was a success now that Ling Yun, the fourth master of the Lingu clan, asked to meet him. Okay, Duan Lingtian replied as he rose to his feet. The manager led Duan Lingtian to the private room and pulled the curtain aside as he made an inviting gesture and said, little brother, please enter. The manager did not enter the room since Ling Yun had sent him a message asking him to leave them alone. Following that, only Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and the old man were left in the private room. Duan Lingtian, you expended so much effort just to meet me. Ling Yun bluntly said to Duan Lingtian who had yet to take a seat. Fourth young master, you're as smart as rumored, Duan Lingtian said with a slight smile. You're hoping I'd help you to meet my cousin sister? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied honestly. Till give you a piece of advice. Give up, Ling Yun said as he shook his head. Since my aunt brought my cousin back to the Lingu clan, many people have come to ask for my cousin's hand in marriage due to her beauty. Some of them even asked for help from my father. However, all of them were rejected by my aunt. My aunt has announced that my cousin is prohibited from getting married. Ling Yun thought Duan Lingtian would be persuaded after listening to his words. Naturally, that was not the case. Duan Lingtian said, I've heard about that. Do you think my aunt will make an exception for you due to your high innate talent and comprehension skills? You're dreaming. Once my aunt makes up her mind, no one can change it. Let alone my father, not even the ancestor of our clan can change her mind, Ling Yun said as he shook his head. I think you misunderstood my intention, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. I only want to meet Lingu Chu Yin. I have no intention of pursuing her, let alone ask for her hand in marriage. Ling Yun frowned in confusion. You're telling me you went to such great lengths just to meet her and that you have no other intentions? Lingu Yun did not understand why Duan Ling Tian was so persistent about meeting his cousin if Duan Ling Tian did not harbor any intentions toward his cousin. "Want to meet her because she looks identical to my wife who was separated from me for many years." Duan Ling Tian patiently explained everything to Lingu Yun like he did to Wu Feng previously. "Tikam to meet you here because I hope you'll help me meet her so I can confirm if she only resembles my wife or if she's really my wife. Not only do they look alike, but even their temperament and bearing are alike. If you're afraid that I pose a danger to her, you can have this elder by your side present when I meet her. He's a lord of gods who can easily kill me, after all," Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Duan Ling Tian had previously gathered information about Lingu Yun, so he knew Lingu Yun was always accompanied by an old man who was a lord of gods called Lingu Zan. Lingu Zan had watched the clan leader of the Lingu clan grow up, so the clan leader treated Lingu Zan like he would his father. The clan leader even recognized Lingu Zan as his godfather later on. Since Lingu Yun lost the ability to cultivate after saving his father's life, his father had arranged for Lingu Zan, someone whom he trusted greatly, to protect Lingu Yun. Lingu Zan did not have any direct descendants of his own, so he naturally treated Lingu Yun like his grandson. Moreover, Lingu Yun had saved his godson's life. How could he not be willing to protect Lingu Yun? Among the younger generation in the Lingu clan, only Lingu Yun and Lingu Chu Yin were guarded by lords of gods due to special reasons. Lingu Yun was given this privilege due to his inability to cultivate after saving his father, while Lingu Chu Yin was given this privilege due to her mother. "Young man, it seems like you've done your research since you know I'm a lord of gods," Lingu Zan said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. After a moment, his eyes widened imperceptibly as he asked, "You've broken through and became a rudimentary king of gods?" Lingu Zan had instinctively extended his divine consciousness when he spoke to Duan Ling Tian, so he had sensed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I only broke through recently." Then, he looked at Lingu Yun with bright eyes as he said, "Fourth young master, I really hope you'll help me. I'll be indebted to you and owe you a favor." Lingu Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian silently, lost in his thoughts. After a moment, he looked at Lingu Zan and asked, "Grandpa Zan, what do you think?" Lingu Zan nodded. "With me around, he won't be able to play any tricks or do any harm." Upon hearing these words, Lingu Yun turned back to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, I'll bring you to the clan estate and let you meet my cousin. However, apart from owing me a favor, you have to tell me the entire story of the Eastern Emperor. If it's inconvenient for you to do so, you can record it in a memory jade talisman and hand it over to me. I want to know how Chen Dong Huang deals with Chen Tong Tong, who betrayed his foster mother. I also want to know if he manages to change the fate of his biological parents and save them after traveling back 1,000 years. All right, Duan Ling Tian readily agreed to Lingu Yun. I'll record it in a memory jade talisman and hand it over to you after meeting Lingu Chu Yin. As for the favor I owe you, you can contact me when you need me. However, your request cannot violate my personal principles." "Of course, I have my own principles as well," Lingu Yun said with a nod. With that, the duo exchanged soul pearls to facilitate communication in the future. "When will you bring me to meet Lingu Chu Yin?" Duan Ling Tian asked eagerly. If it was possible, he did not want to waste any time at all. "We can go now," Lingu Yun said. "Coincidentally, my aunt isn't in the estate, so only Elder Qing Zi is with my cousin now." Lingu Qing Zi, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. If it were not for Lingu Qing Zi, he would have been able to verify if Lingu Chu Yin was Ka when they were in King Descending City. "Don't worry," Lingu Yun said, "Grandpa Zan will lure her away so you can meet my cousin." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief upon hearing Lingu Yun's words. The trio made their way to the Lingu clan's estate in the east of the city immediately. When they arrived at the boundary of the estate, a group of patrolling elders and disciples appeared and greeted Lingu Yun and Lingu Zan. "Elder Zan, young Master Yun." Needless to say, none of them objected to Duan Ling Tian's presence since he was accompanied by Lingu Yun and Lingu Zan. They did not have the authority to question the guests the duo bring to the estate, after all. "You may leave." Lingu Yun dismissed them. As they made their way into the Lingu clan's estate, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, "Fourth young master, is Lingu Chu Yin your aunt's biological daughter?" "They've no idea." Lingu Yun shook his head. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. "You don't know? Isn't she your aunt? How can you not know?" Ling Yun said with a wry smile, although she's my aunt, prior to her return, the last time I saw her was when I was still a teenager. I only know she went to the divine offering land and lost all contact with us. After a long while, she brought my cousin with her when she returned to our clan from the divine offering land. You're sure she brought Lingu Chu Yin here from the divine offering land? Duan Ling Tian asked as he tried to suppress his excitement. Yes, I'm sure. Lingu Yun nodded. However, I thought the passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms are closed. How did she return to the Lingu clan if she were in the divine offering land? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. Through the realm battlefield, Lingu Yun replied, the barrier in the realm battlefield is thin so you can tear an opening through it. She returned using a compass. A compass, Lingu Yun explained, it's a divine artifact that records the coordinates of various realms of gods. With the compass, you can accurately go to the destination of your choosing. Although the compass doesn't have any other uses apart from that, it's very difficult to make. Due to its rarity, it's considered a prominent divine artifact. Even in the Lingu clan, we only have 2 of such compasses, one of which belongs to my aunt. Duan Ling Tian nodded. With this, it explained how they traveled from the divine offering land to the profound energy land. Chapter 37-28 Lingu Renjia. Lingu Chu Yin is from the divine offering land, and she might not be the biological daughter of Lingu Yun's aunt, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was filled with hope after listening to Lingu Yun's words. With these, there was a high possibility that Lingu Chu Yin was Kir. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes now when he looked at the Lingu clan's estate. Duan Ling Tian, we'll head to my courtyard first. I'll bring you to my cousin after Grandpa Zan lures Elder Qing Zi away. It won't be a problem for me to visit my cousin alone, but Elder Qing Zi definitely won't allow it if I bring you along, Lingu Yun said. Your behavior in King Descending City has left a deep impression on Elder Qing Zi. If she sees you, I'm afraid there's nothing I'll be able to do to help you. Fourth young master, I'll follow your arrangements, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He could wait as long as he could meet Lingu Chu Yin. Grandpa Zan, apologize, but I'll have to trouble you to distract Elder Qing Zi, Lingu Yun said to Lingu Zan. Lingu Zan nodded and immediately left to look for Lingu Qing Zi while Lingu Yun led Duan Ling Tian to his courtyard. After they arrived at Lingu Yun's courtyard, Lingu Yun said solemnly, Duan Ling Tian, although my cousin shares a lot of similarities with your wife, you have to prepare yourself for the possibility that she's not your wife. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I only want to confirm her identity. Fourth young master, rest assured. I won't renege on my promise to you. I, Lingu Yun, am good at discerning people's character. I'm not worried about you reneging on your promise, Lingu Yun said as he shook his head. I just hope you're mentally prepared so you won't be too disappointed if my cousin isn't your wife. While they waited for news from Lingu Zan, Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled something. Hence, he asked Lingu Yun, fourth young master, did your cousin show signs of memory loss? Memory loss? Lingu Yun frowned slightly before he shook his head. I'm not sure. We only greet each other when we meet and hardly interact. Since she came to the clan, she stays in her courtyard most of the time and rarely comes out. Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed when he heard Lingu Yun's reply. He would have to see for himself if Lingu Chu Yin suffered from memory loss. Let's have a seat while we wait, Lingu Yun said as he gestured to Duan Ling Tian to sit in front of a stone table. Then, he asked with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you only recently joined the Hidden Fog sect after being recommended by the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. His anxiety had eased knowing that he would soon meet Lingu Chu Yin and he would be able to verify if she was Ka. Since you've just joined the Hidden Fog sect, is it fair to say you don't have any attachment to the sect? If that's the case, are you interested in joining our Lingu clan? If you agree, you'll be a respected elder in the clan and enjoy privileges like the lords of gods in our clan, Lingu Yun said as his eyes gleamed. Lingu Yun had naturally heard of Duan Ling Tian's feats. He knew that Duan Ling Tian was the first advanced god to become a core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years after. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years old. Such a person would definitely become a lord of gods at the very least if he did not die prematurely. Hence, he could not help but try to recruit Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he replied, Fourth young master, I'd definitely accept your invitation if the Lingu clan is an emperor rank force. I'll be frank with you, I don't plan to stay in the Hidden Fog sect for long. My next step is to join the Flying Dragon sect. The Flying Dragon sect was the emperor-ranked sect that ruled over the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Lingu clan. Lingu Yun was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. He continued to persuade Duan Lingtian, undeterred. I don't expect you to stay for long in the Lingu clan. In fact, we can also help recommend you to the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Lingtian was tempted by Lingu Yun's offer. He did not doubt Lingu Yun's words. After all, Lingu Yun had a huge influence in the clan as the most beloved son of the clan leader of the Lingu clan. Moreover, with his talent, the clan would definitely not mistreat him as well. However, in the end, he said, Marong Sui Feng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, recommended me to the Hidden Fog sect. I'm indebted to him, so I can't leave the Hidden Fog sect for the Lingu clan. I apologize. What a pity. Lingu Yun sighed. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian said, well, I can join the Lingu clan if you can agree to a request of mine. Lingu Yun's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. He said, Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to join the clan, apart from agreeing to your request, I'm ready to write off the favor you owe me as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head. That's a different matter. A favor is a favor. I'll return the favor I owe you regardless. I can join the Lingu clan, and even join the Lingu clan's faction after joining the Flying Dragon sect. However, I need you to send someone to protect me and follow me back to the Hidden Fog sect. An idea had formed in Duan Lingtian's head. Perhaps, he did not need to become a nominal disciple of a Supreme Elder of the Hidden Fog sect to protect himself from Long Shao and Supreme Elder Lei. You need someone to protect you and follow you back to the Hidden Fog sect. Lingu Yun frowned in confusion. Let me explain to you. Duan Lingtian said before he explained his conflict with Long Shao and Shangguan Shangfeng. Then, he said, Long Shao won't rest until I die. Once I return to the Hidden Fog sect. I'm not afraid of him, but I can't afford to offend his master. Since I have no intention of accepting a master, I don't have any support in the Hidden Fog sect. Previously, I had planned to become a nominal disciple of one of the two remaining Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect to gain their protection after I return to the sect. I plan to attract the Supreme Elder's attention by displaying my talent. However, with your invitation, I realize that I have another option. You're not afraid of Long Shao. Do you mean to say you're capable of defeating him? Lingu Yun inhaled sharply upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Long Shao was one of the 5 strongest core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only an intermediate king of gods, he was capable of defeating an ordinary advanced king of gods. Even some of the inner elders in the Lingu clan, who were advanced kings of gods, were not a match for Long Shao. For this reason, how could Lingu Yun not be shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian, an advanced god, imply that he was able to defeat Long Shao? Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had only just become a rudimentary king of gods not too long ago and had not fought Long Shao before, he knew about Long Shao's strength and secret weapon. He was confident he did not even have to go all out to defeat Long Shao. I'll have to discuss this matter with my father first before I can agree to your request, Lingu Yun said before he sent a message to his father. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded in response. There was nothing to lose since he had to wait for news from Lingu Zan anyway. When Lingu Yun received his father's reply, he wasted no time in bringing Duan Lingtian to the Lingu clan's main hall. When they arrived, a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat rose to his feet. He was tall and burly and was dressed in a long silver robe. He was not only handsome and elegant, but his gaze was gentle like the spring breeze. Duan Lingtian, this my father, Lingu Renjia, Lingu said as he gestured to the silver-clad middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you, Lingu Renjia said with a smile before he politely gestured to Duan Lingtian to take a seat before sitting down himself. Chapter 37 29-30 Moves. Lingu Renjia left a good impression on Duan Lingtian immediately. The Lingu clan was a lord rank force on par with the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect, and yet Lingu Renjia, the clan leader of the Lingu clan, was friendly and did not put on airs. This was a rare trait among those who held high positions. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew that Lingu Renjia's friendliness had a lot to do with Lingu Yun as well. Lingu Yun must have already told Lingu Renjia about him possibly joining the Lingu clan and clan's faction in the Flying Dragon sect. There were different factions in the Flying Dragon sect since its members were made up of people from different forces. It was only natural that those who came from the same force would band together to rise in the Flying Dragon sect. Competition would occur wherever there were humans. If Duan Ling Tian joined the Lingu clan's faction in the Flying Dragon sect, it would definitely benefit the Lingu clan. A person like Duan Ling Tian would be well received in forces like the Lingu clan and the Hidden Fog sect. If Duan Ling Tian revealed his talent by defeating Long Shao after returning to the Hidden Fog sect, there was no doubt the sect would highly value him. Most members of the sect would not be able to harm him at that time. It was a pity that he had enmity with Long Shao and Shangguan Shangfeng, and their masters were two of the four supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Most importantly, the supreme elders were the few in the Hidden Fog sect who could easily harm him. If he wanted to stay in the Hidden Fog sect without compromising his principles, as Wu Feng had said, the only way for him to survive was to become the nominal disciple of one of the two supreme elders whom he did not offend. If possible, for Murong Sui Feng's sake, he did not want to betray the Hidden Fog sect. However, there was no guarantee that either one of the supreme elders would agree to accept him as their nominal disciple. Faced with this choice, he naturally would not hesitate to leave the Hidden Fog sect now that he found another way out. Tay heard a lot about you as well, clan leader Lingu, Duan Ling Tian said after taking a seat. Lingu Renjia said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be blunt with you. Yuner had spoken to me earlier. If you're able to prove to me that you're indeed capable of defeating someone as strong as Long Shao, the Lingu clan will send someone to protect you and follow you back to the Hidden Fog sect. What do you think? Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had expected this. After all, it was normal that he would have to prove himself first. At this moment, a tall and muscular young man dressed in a green robe walked into the main hall. He had prominent eyebrows and a pair of piercing eyes. He called out, Father. The eyes of Lingu Yun, who was sitting next to Duan Ling Tian, brightened immediately when he saw the young man. He called out, Third brother. Fourth brother, the young man said as he smiled at Lingu Yun. With this, Duan Ling Tian naturally could tell that the newcomer was Lingu Renjia's third son, Lingu Jun. Lingu Jun had the highest innate talent and comprehension skills among his brothers. He was under 10,000 years old and an intermediate king of gods. He was stronger than most inner elders in the Lingu clan. Despite being an intermediate king of gods, he was the strongest core disciple in the Lingu clan. Even the core disciples of the clan who were advanced kings of gods were no match for him. He had once defeated Shangguan Shangfeng when they were both rudimentary kings of gods in a little more than 100 moves. Moreover, he was about 2,000 years younger than Shangguan Shangfeng. Many people believed that he could now defeat Shangguan Shangfeng in fewer than 100 moves. Duan Ling Tian, this is my good-for-nothing third son, Lingu Jun. Lingu Renjia smiled as he introduced Lingu Jun to Duan Ling Tian. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing Lingu Renjia's words. He shook his head and said, Clan leader Lingu, I've long heard about the third young master's achievements. How's he a good-for-nothing? In my opinion, most, if not all, of the core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect aren't even a match for him. Duan Ling Tian knew that even the strongest core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect could barely defeat Shangguan Shangfeng, who was one of the three strongest disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. This meant that Lingu Jun, who could defeat Shangguan Shangfeng, was stronger than all of the core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lingu Renjia could not help but smile. He was proud of his son, after all. He said with a smile, It seems like you've really heard about my son. Well, you said that you're capable of defeating Long Shao, right? All you need to do to prove your words is to withstand 30 moves from my son. What do you think? Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had yet to test his strength after his recent breakthroughs, so he was very agreeable to Lingu Renjia's suggestion. Alright, let's enter my little world, Lingu Renji said. Duan Ling Tian, Lingu Jun, and Lingu Yun entered Lingu Renjia's little world so Duan Ling Tian and Lingu Jun could spar. Lingu Renji's little world was as vast as the ocean. The trio hovered in the sky above a barren land when Lingu Yun was suddenly pulled away by a gentle and invisible energy to the distant sky. Lingu Jun faced Duan Lingtian and maintained a distance from Duan Lingtian at the same time. He said solemnly, "Duan Lingtian, your reputation precedes you. I heard you're the first advanced god to become a core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years after Shui Haichuan. I heard the people of the sect call you the second Shui Haichuan. The second Shui Haichuan? I don't intend to live in someone else's shadow," Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. How confident. Lingu Jun wore a rare smile on his face. He said confidently, "My father said that you've become a rudimentary king of gods and that you're confident about defeating Long Shao. I've not fought Long Shao, but I'm confident I can defeat him within 10 moves. In order to defeat him, you'd have to withstand at least 30 moves from me." "All right, please start," Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Green energy surged from Lingu Jun's body and shrouded him immediately as he narrowed his eyes. Soon after, the energy raged violently like a tornado as wind blades shot out. Based on this, it was clear that he had comprehended the law of wind. Although Duan Lingtian had already become a rudimentary king of gods, he still felt pressure when faced with Lingu Jun. Lingu Jun must have at least comprehended a few triple-fused profundities from the law of wind. However, I'm not sure if he has comprehended a quadruple-fused profundity. I can't underestimate his bloodline power as well. After all, he's capable of defeating Shangguan Shangfeng. The fact that Lingu Jun could defeat Shangguan Shangfeng, who was 2,000 years older than him, was a testament to how terrifying his innate talent and comprehension skills were. Needless to say, despite the pressure, Duan Lingtian was not frightened at all. At this time, spatial energy raged like a storm around Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he cast the cross-dimensional profundity. 9 spatial tears appeared before terrifying sword rays shot out. At the same time, Lingu Yun, who was watching from afar, asked his father in a hushed voice, "Father, do you think Duan Lingtian is capable of withstanding 30 moves from third brother?" Since they were in Lingu Renji's little world, although he was not by Lingu Yun's side, he could hear Lingu Yun very well. He replied, "As long as he wasn't lying, it won't be a problem. However, although this is my first time meeting him, based on his confidence, I'm certain he's telling the truth." At this time, Lingu Jun shot out. Since he comprehended the law of wind, his speed and offenses were very high. Wind blades that seemed able to cut everything down shot toward Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian mobilized his spatial energy to form a protective barrier. As soon as the wind blades breached his barrier, he teleported away. Chapter 3730 revealing a trump card. Lingu Jun was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian had teleported away. He shot higher up into the sky, occupying the higher ground. Over there, after ascertaining Duan Lingtian's position, Lingu Jun flew out like a flurry of tornadoes to chase after Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian continued teleporting away, but Lingu Jun continued to close the distance between them. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's teleportation could not keep up with Lingu Jun's speed. Duan Lingtian, who comprehended the law of space, was clearly at a disadvantage faced with Lingu Jun, who comprehended the law of wind. This was not surprising since Duan Lingtian's divine energy was only that of a rudimentary king of gods, while Lingu Jun's divine energy was that of an intermediate king of gods. 30 moves. Duan Lingtian smiled inwardly. If he had used both the Space Sword Dao and Mastery Dao, Lingu Jun might not even be his opponent, even if Lingu Jun used his bloodline power. Nonetheless, he did not use the 2 Daos he comprehended, since he had to keep a low profile. It was enough to show that he could fight Lingu Jun to a draw. However, with the strength he currently displayed, it was indeed challenging to end the fight in a draw. After a brief moment, Duan Lingtian decided to cast the triple-fused profundities he had comprehended from the law of space, merging them with his divine energy and the Space Sword Dao he had comprehended to the rudimentary stage. With this, he no longer teleported away. Instead, he faced Lingu Jun's attack directly. His offensive power was now not weaker than that of Lingu Jun. The two opponents exchanged dozens of moves, and both sides did not gain the upper hand. At this time, Lingu Yun, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in shock, "So strong. If third brother doesn't use his bloodline power, I'm afraid the fight will end in a draw." Following that, Lingu Renjia's voice rang in Lingu Yun's ears. "The strength he's revealed so far is indeed not inferior to Long Shao, Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. However, if this is the extent of his strength, you're Third brother will easily win this fight in fewer than 10 moves after he uses his bloodline power. Linggu Renjia was clearly very confident about his third son's strength. Linggu Yun said with a sigh, I heard that he came from the Devata realm and isn't an inhabitant of a realm of gods. This means he doesn't have bloodline power. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand 30 moves from third brother. Linggu Yun and Linggu Renjia fell silent and continued watching the fight. Linggu Jun dodged Duan Ling Tian's attack and retreated into the distance. Duan Ling Tian, Linggu Jun said as his eyes shone with admiration, to be able to fight on even ground with me, you're definitely the strongest rudimentary king of gods I've ever met. Even in the Flying Dragon sect, the rudimentary kings of gods can't hold their ground against me for so long. After a brief pause, Linggu Jun continued to say, alas, you're from the Devata realms and don't have bloodline power. I'm going to use my bloodline power now. Following that, purple lightning bolts appeared around the green energy that shrouded Linggu Jun's body. It was as though he had cast the law of thunder. This was naturally not the case since it was impossible to use two laws at the same time. This held true for those in the mundane realms, Devata realms, and realms of gods. Even supreme powerhouses, who were considered the strongest, could not use two laws at the same time. Wait, this isn't the law of thunder. This is his bloodline power. Duan Ling Tian, who was briefly stunned, quickly figured out what was going on. When Linggu Jun attacked, Duan Ling Tian finally experienced Linggu Jun's terrifying bloodline power. Linggu Jun's bloodline power merged with his law of wind, giving birth to lightning. With this, the force of his attack surpassed that of Duan Ling Tian's triple-fused profundities from the law of space. His strength had instantly risen to another level. Nonetheless, the force of his attack was not as strong as that of a quadruple-fused profundities. Linggu Jun, who had used his bloodline power along with his law of wind, was now stronger than Duan Ling Tian, who had only used his law of space and the sword Dao that he had comprehended to the rudimentary stage. With this, the gap between a rudimentary king of gods and an intermediate king of gods became even more obvious. To fight a draw, I have to reveal one of my hidden trump cards. Which one should I reveal? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian dismissed the idea of using divine artifacts. After all, his opponent was not using one. He would have to reveal one of his ordinary prominent divine artifacts if he wanted to suppress his opponent. Apart from that, who knew if Linggu Jun also possessed a prominent divine artifact? Considering the fact that Linggu Jun's father was the clan leader of the Linggu clan, it was not impossible for Linggu Jun to possess a prominent divine artifact. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian could not use the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Otherwise, there was a possibility that Linggu Renjia might kill him just to obtain the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Pine Willow Divine Tree. Duan Ling Tian thought about the godly image phenomenon he had mastered in the past. However, he quickly dismissed the idea as well. Although it would be able to help him increase his strength, using the Pine Willow Divine Tree would require him to open his little power to draw from the power of the Divine Tree of Life. With that, not only he would expose the Divine Tree of Life, but he would also expose the other secrets he had hidden in his little world. Should I use the Sword Dao at the initial stage, the Mastery Dao at the rudimentary stage, or my quadruple-fused profundity from the law of space? Duan Ling Tian finally narrowed down his options to 3 options. Duan Ling Tian quickly made up his mind when Linggu Jun sent another barrage of attacks his way. He raised his hand, manipulating the spatial energy and turning them into sword rays. He decided to reveal his comprehension of the Sword Dao at the initial stage. Since he arrived at the profound energy land, he had only shown his rudimentary comprehension of the Sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, sending millions of sword rays out. There were so many sword rays that it seemed as though they had completely occupied Linggu Renjia's little world. With this, Linggu Jun did not only lose his advantage, but he fell into a disadvantageous position as well. The sword rays cut off a lock of Linggu Jun's hair and left a small cut on his handsome face. The cut was shallow and did not bleed much. Linggu Jun sighed. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes as he said, I lost. Earlier, Linggu Jun was confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in fewer than 10 moves after using his bloodline power. He did not expect he would lose after only making 2 moves. Duan Ling Tian's first strike had destroyed his attacks, and the next strike cut off a lock of his hair and left a cut on his face. He had no doubt that if Duan Ling Tian had intended to kill him, Duan Ling Tian could have done so with his second strike. At this moment, Lingu Renjia's voice that contained shock and disbelief reverberated in his little world. You comprehended the sword Dao to the initial stage. There was a huge difference between the sword Dao at the rudimentary stage and the sword Dao at the initial stage. After all, as a rudimentary king of gods, Duan Ling Tian could fight to a draw with an intermediate king of gods with his law of space and the sword Dao at the rudimentary stage. With the initial stage of the sword Dao, he could break the stalemate with an intermediate king of gods. The sword Dao was the weapon Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The 4 Daos of heaven and earth were mysterious and powerful. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone could form and comprehend the Daos. There were even supreme gods and emperors of gods who were unable to form and comprehend the Daos of heaven and earth. How could Lingu Renjia not be shocked that Duan Ling Tian, a rudimentary king of gods, had comprehended the weapon Dao to the initial stage? Perhaps one could attribute his comprehension of the sword Dao at the rudimentary stage to luck, but it was impossible to comprehend to the initial stage relying on luck alone. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years old. The initial stage of the sword Dao. Lingu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had suspected this, he was still shocked when he heard the confirmation from his father. As for Lingu Yun, he had yet to recover from his shock. At this moment, Lingu Renjia appeared in his small world. He asked with a hint of concern, apart from the 3 of us here, does anyone else know you've comprehended the sword Dao to the initial stage? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. No, I've only comprehended it to the initial stage recently, so this is my first time revealing it. Upon hearing these words, Lingu Renjia's eyes brightened as he said, good. Very good. Chapter 37-31 Bad News. Lingu Renjia looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly and said, Duan Ling Tian, from today onward, it's best if you don't reveal your sword Dao at the initial stage. Otherwise, I'm afraid there'd be those who want to kill you out of jealousy. In the Eastern Ridge Mansion, I've not heard of anyone who has comprehended any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the initial stage. At most, they had comprehended it to the rudimentary stage. Naturally, there might be those who live in seclusion who have comprehended them to the initial stage. In any case, my point is very few people, if any, comprehended the Daos of heaven and earth to the initial stage in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback upon hearing Lingu Renjia's words. Needless to say, he knew better than to recklessly reveal his sword Dao. Otherwise, he would not have just displayed his sword Dao at the rudimentary stage while he was in the Hidden Fog sect. However, he was surprised by Lingu Renjia's concern and intention to protect him despite having just met each other. He could not help but feel moved. The solemn expression on Lingu Renjia's face was replaced with a smile as he continued to say, Duan Ling Tian, let me know when you plan to return to the Hidden Fog sect. I'll ask Supreme Elder Hengyan, Supreme Elder Huan to escort you back to the sect. With them around, even if the 4 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect join forces, they still won't be able to make you stay. Lingu Renjia was clearly very confident. Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan were 2 of 3 Supreme Elders in the Lingu clan. The 2 Supreme Elders were twins, and their names were Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. Their strength was comparable to any of the 4 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. If they joined forces, they could take on 3 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Needless to say, it would not be a problem for the duo to escape even if the 4 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect joined forces. Thank you, Clan Leader Lingu. Duan Ling Tian bowed to express his gratitude. Then, he said solemnly, after dealing with some matters, I'll return to the Lingu clan with Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan. As long as the Lingu clan doesn't betray me, I promise I will never forget this favor. Duan Ling Tian knew that the reason Lingu Renjia was so willing to help was in part due to his talent. Even if he did not stay in the Lingu clan for long, it would be greatly beneficial to the clan if he joined the Lingu clan's faction in the Flying Dragon sect. I'm glad to hear this, Lingu Renjia said with a smile. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lingu Yun as though he had just recalled something and asked, Fourth young master, is there any news from Elder Zan? Upon hearing this question, Lingu Renjia and Lingu Jun looked at Lingu Yun curiously. Lingu Yun smiled wryly as he said, Duan Ling Tian, I received news from Grandpa Zan while you were sparring with my 3rd brother. As long as the owner of the little world did not deliberately seal it, unlike independent realms, communication with the outside world would remain open. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he asked eagerly, should we head over there now? 1. I'm afraid we can't do that for now, Ling Guyun said with a bitter smile. I have bad news for you. When Grandpa Zan met Elder Qing Zi, he found out that my aunt had brought my cousin out of the estate 2 days ago. I've already sent a message to my aunt, but I have yet to receive a reply from her. There's a possibility she might have left the profound energy land. As for cousin Chu Yin, I can't contact her since I don't have her soul pearl, Ling Guyun explained. Lingu Renjia and Lingu Jun looked at Duan Ling Tian with strange gazes upon hearing Ling Guyun's words. They could not help but wonder if Duan Ling Tian's willingness to join the Lingu clan was due to Lingu, Chu Yin. After all, they had heard about the incident in King Descending City where Duan Ling Tian had stopped Lingu Chu Yin's carriage in the middle of the street. They had been surprised that even an outstanding disciple of the Hidden Fog sect like Duan Ling Tian was entranced by Lingu Chu Yin's beauty. Hence, Lingu Jun said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, you should listen to my advice and give up. My aunt will never allow my cousin to marry. No one, not even my father or the ancestor of the clan, can change her mind regarding this matter. Lingu Renjia nodded. That's right, Duan Ling Tian, there are many beauties in our clan. Although they're not as beautiful as my niece, they're still very beautiful. In fact, my 7th daughter is only slightly lacking compared to my niece. If you're willing, you can meet her first before you decide if you want to marry her. Lingu Renjia's eyes brightened when he thought about the possibility of Duan Ling Tian becoming his son-in-law. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Ling Guyun explained, Father, 3rd brother, you've misunderstood Duan Ling Tian. After Ling Guyun explained everything to Lingu Renjia and Lingu Jun, the duo finally understood what was going on. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lingu Renjia hopefully as he asked, Clan leader Lingu, can you try contacting your sister? Let me try. Lingu Renjia nodded before sending a message to his sister through her soul pearl. Alas, there was no response at all. Yuner might be right. My sister and my niece might have left the profound energy land, Lingu Renjia said as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian was naturally disappointed. Then, after a moment, he asked Lingu Renjia, Clan leader Lingu, do you know for certain if Lingu Chu Yin is your sister's biological daughter? Although Lingu Yun did not know this, Duan Ling Tian thought that Lingu Renjia might know this. Lingu Renjia looked slightly embarrassed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question. He said, to be honest, I've no idea at all. My second sister has been unrestrained and rebellious since she was young. She was hardly .At home. In fact, she left the clan in the profound energy land and stayed in the divine offering land for tens of thousands of years. She only returned to the clan recently. Although I did ask her a few times if Lingu Chu Yin is her biological daughter, she didn't give me an answer. She looked distracted whenever the matter was brought out. I thought it wasn't convenient for her to answer the question, so I didn't bring the matter up again. Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, did you interact much with Lingu Chu Yin? Did it seem to you like she suffers from memory loss? It didn't seem like it to me. However, to be fair, I didn't pay much attention to it. Lingu Renjia shook his head. After listening to Yuner's explanation, I tried to recall the times I interacted with my niece. I have to say, not only does my niece not resemble my sister, but their temperaments and personalities are completely different. When I spoke to my niece, her reactions were somewhat slow as well. At that time, I thought she was distracted, so I didn't think much about it. However, when I thought about it again, perhaps she had suffered from some head injuries that caused her reaction to be slower. Hence, it's not impossible for her to suffer from memory loss. Duan Ling Tian's heart raced in his chest when he heard Lingu Renjia's words. He said anxiously, based on what you said, I think it's highly possible that Lingu Chu Yin is my long-lost wife. Is it possible for you to continue trying to contact your sister? I really want to meet Lingu Chu Yin to confirm her identity. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. Don't worry, I'll help you regarding this matter, Lingu Renjia said with a nod. Upon hearing this, Lingu Yun smiled bitterly. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you won't owe me any favor now. However, can you still record the story of the Eastern Emperor in a memory jade talisman for me? Of course, Duan Ling Tian said. After all, This was nothing to him. It would not take long for him to record the story of the Eastern Emperor in a memory jade talisman. Thank you, Ling Yun said with a smile. He'll hand you the memory jade talisman in 2 days, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, he looked at Lingu Renjia before he continued to say, Clan leader Lingu, I plan to return to the Hidden Fog sect in 3 days. Can you please arrange this with Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan? If there was no way for him to survive in the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian was determined to join the Lingu clan. It did not matter to him even if he was labeled a traitor by the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the Lingu clan clearly valued him more than the Hidden Fog sect did. Most importantly, after joining the Lingu clan, it would be easier for him to approach Lingu Chuyin once she returned to the clan. Based on everything he had learned, he thought there was a high chance that Lingu Chuyin was Ka. He only needed to meet her to verify it. Chapter 37-32 Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian handed the memory jade talisman that contained the story of the Eastern Emperor to Lingu Yun. During the entire time, he had been waiting for news from Lingu Renjia, hoping that Lingu Chuyin would return to the Lingu clan's estate soon. Lingu Yun's eyes lit up when he received the memory jade talisman from Duan Ling Tian. Then, when he saw how distracted Duan Ling Tian was, he said, Duan Ling Tian, don't worry. Although you're not able to meet cousin Chuyin yet, at least you know her safety is guaranteed. With my aunt's strength, my cousin is definitely very safe. Then, a hint of excitement could be heard in his voice as he continued to say, Grandpa. Zan told me yesterday that when my aunt first returned, she sparred with Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan and defeated both of them. You should know the 2 Supreme Elders are as strong, if not stronger, as the 4 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Her strength has improved tremendously during the time she was away. Now, she's the strongest person in our Lingu clan. Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease after listening to Lingu Yun's words. If Lingu Chuyin was Ka, at the very least, he did not have to worry about her safety due to her mother's strength. Hence, he said with a smile, 4th young master, thank you for your words of comfort. Duan Ling Tian, after you join our Lingu clan, I hope I'll be able to hear more stories from you. It won't take me long to finish listening to the story of the Eastern Emperor, Lingu Yun said with a smile. Okay, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Lingu Yun and returned to his room. He had been staying in Lingu Yun's courtyard over the past few days. Duan Ling Tian, the 2 Supreme Elders are waiting for you at the entrance of the estate. Upon hearing Lingu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian knew it was time for him to return to the Hidden Fog sect. He finally felt confident about returning to the Hidden Fog sect. Although Duan Ling Tian could seek protection from Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu by becoming their nominal disciple, his safety was still not guaranteed. Even if Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei could not openly act against him, nothing could stop them from making a move in the dark. At that time, it would be too late for Supreme Elder Yun or Supreme Elder Wu to do anything. If he died, his death might not even be avenged. After all, he would only be their nominal disciple. Moreover, since he was dead, for the good of the Hidden Fog sect, Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu definitely would not look for trouble with Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. Even if they wanted to avenge him, the other high-ranking officials from the Hidden Fog sect would definitely stop him for the good of the sect. The world had always been this cruel, after all. This was why Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush to return to the Hidden Fog sect after becoming a rudimentary king of gods. Nonetheless, he had been determined to return to the sect even if it was risky. However, with the help of the Lingu clan, there was no longer any risk in him returning to the Hidden Fog sect. When Duan Ling Tian emerged from his room, he saw Lingu Renjia waiting outside of the room to escort him out of the clan's estate. When they arrived at the entrance of the Lingu clan's estate, a chubby red-clad old man, who was hovering in the sky, asked, "You're Duan Ling Tian?" The chubby old man had a potbelly, and his face looked kind and amiable. When he smiled, one could hardly see his eyes. "Yes, senior," Duan Ling Tian replied before he instinctively turned to look at the other old man standing next to the chubby red-clad old man. The other old man's height was similar to the chubby red-clad old man, but he was thin. Despite the different sizes of their bodies, their facial features were similar. However, it was still difficult to tell they were twins. Due to the size difference, Lingu Renjia gestured at the chubby old man first as he said, Duan Ling Tian, this is Supreme Elder Huan. Then, he gestured to the thin old man and said, and this is Supreme Elder Heng. He's Supreme Elder Huan's elder twin brother. The thin old man, Lingu Heng, nodded at Duan Ling Tian. He was clearly more reserved than his twin brother, Lingu Huan. Lingu Renji continued to say, Junior granduncles, this is. Lingu Huan waved his hand and interjected, all right, there's no need to introduce him since you've told us about him 3 days ago. You can return now. Don't worry, no one can harm him with us around. The chubby Lingu Huan looked very cheerful and kind compared to the reserved Lingu Heng. I'm sorry to have to trouble you for this matter, junior granduncles. I'll leave this matter to you, Lingu Renjia said. Since Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan were several generations older than Lingu Renjia, Lingu Renji had to address them as junior granduncles. The duo were the pillars of the Lingu clan and was highly respected in the clan. Their status in the clan even surpassed that of Lingu Renjia, who was the clan leader. All right, let's go, Lingu Huan said as he waved his hand. Then, a huge flying ship suddenly appeared out of thin air. Boy, why are you daydreaming? Let's go. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, Lingu Huan placed his hand on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and teleported away. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he was already standing in the flying ship. Following that, Lingu Heng appeared on the flying ship as well. In just a blink of an eye, the flying ship had risen into the air and shot out in the sky. The speed of the flying ship was so fast that the surroundings were a blur. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lingu Huan and curiously asked, Supreme Elder Huan, is this a Lord-grade flying ship? You can tell based on how blurry the surroundings are. Lingu Huan said with a smile that made his eyes look even smaller on his chubby face, you're right. We're now traveling at the speed of an intermediate lord, of gods. We should arrive at the Hidden Fog sect within half a day. Half a day? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The distance between the Lingu clan and the Hidden Fog sect was almost twice the distance between the Hidden Fog sect and the divine sanctuary left behind by Qinwu, a rudimentary emperor of gods. However, with a lord-grade flying ship traveling at the speed of an intermediate lord of gods, they would be able to arrive at the Hidden Fog sect within half a day. He shook his head inwardly when he thought about how many divine rocks were needed to fuel the flying ship. To travel for half a day at this speed, the flying ship would need at least a few thousand divine rocks. Although he possessed a lot of divine rocks, he was still shocked by the number of divine rocks needed for this trip. Even with his divine rocks, he would not be able to fuel the flying ship for 100 days. Duan Ling Tian looked around him curiously. Although the Lord-grade flying ship was superior to Du Qianzheng's King-grade flying ship, the Lord-grade flying ship was not as luxurious as Du Qianzheng's King-grade flying ship. Only the speed of the Lord-grade flying ship was superior to Du Qianzheng's King-grade flying ship. There were only simple tables and chairs in the Lord-grade flying ship. The tables and chairs remained steady, despite the movements of the flying ship. Unless the flying ship was damaged, they would remain unmoved. At this time, the reserved Lingu Heng had already sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could not tell if Lingu Heng was resting or cultivating. On the contrary, Lingu Huan's eyes were bright as he looked at the surroundings. Due to his cultivation base, he could easily see surroundings that were only a blur to Duan Ling Tian. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked, Supreme Elder Huan, how are you and Supreme Elder Heng going to enter the Hidden Fog sect later? Lingu Huan replied, we'll just hide in your little world. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. Then, he said, that's not a bad idea, but what if I die before I can release you from my little world? Lingu Huan looked rather speechless. Your reaction can't be that slow, right? Boy, if you're not confident, then we'll just openly enter the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. He was hoping Lingu Huan would say these words. After all, his little world contained too many of his secrets. Hence, it was impossible for him to let Lingu Huan and Lingu Heng enter his little world. Chapter 37-33 Returning to the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian's little world held important secrets such as the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. It was likely he would die if the secrets were exposed. After all, even supreme powerhouses could not resist the temptation of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Although those two things were useless to supreme powerhouses, it was not impossible for supreme powerhouses to covet those things, since they could give them to their descendants. When Lingu Huan agreed to enter the Hidden Fog sect on their own, Duan Ling Tian naturally heaved a huge sigh of relief inwardly. For the remainder of the journey, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged and rested. Half a day passed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes when he heard Lingu Huan's voice. He looked outside and discovered the flying ship was approaching the Hidden Fog sect's estate. At the same time, Lingu Heng opened his eyes and rose to his feet. His eyes flashed brightly for a moment on his expressionless face. Lingu Huan solemnly said, "Kid, we'll turn invisible and follow you into the sect. You'll have to lead the way. Otherwise, we'll be detected by the Hidden Fog sect's sect guarding formation. Formation aside, no one will be able to detect our presence unless their Lord of Gods are stronger." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had been wondering how the duo would sneak into the Hidden Fog sect undetected earlier. Even if the duo were Lords of Gods, the Hidden Fog sect's sect guarding formation that had been passed down for generations was rather powerful. After listening to Lingu Yuan, he realized that the duo would be able to bypass the detection from the formation as long as he entered first with his identity token, after they disembarked from the flying ship. And Lingu Huan put away the flying ship. Duan Ling Tian watched as the two brothers' bodies rippled like water before they turned translucent and completely turned invisible. The law of water. With this, Duan Ling Tian could tell the duo had used the law of water to conceal themselves. "Now go. Don't look back to avoid suspicion. We'll be following closely behind you." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he made his way into the Hidden Fog sect's estate. He easily passed through the sect guarding formation that protected the periphery of the estate with his core disciple's identity token. In just a moment, he returned to his courtyard in the cultivation ground for core disciples. At this time, rumors had been spreading about Duan Ling Tian's absence in the Hidden Fog sect due to a lack of news about him. Moreover, many people knew Long Shao had gone to King Descending City to search for Duan Ling Tian. However, only a few people knew why Long Shao was looking for Duan Ling Tian. Hence, Duan Ling Tian attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Duan Ling Tian has returned. Duan Ling Tian smirked inwardly. If I'm not wrong, Long Shao should show up soon. Before Duan Ling Tian returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he had received a message from Wu Feng telling him that Long Shao had gone to King Descending City to look for him after receiving news that he was in King Descending City. Just as Duan Ling Tian expected, not much time had passed before Long Shao came looking for him. Duan Ling Tian. Long Shao's furious voice resounded throughout the core disciples' cultivation ground. One after another, the core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect flew into the air. "Isn't that senior brother Long Shao's voice? Heard that he went to King Descending City to search for Duan Ling Tian previously. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has returned." "That's right, I heard some people saw Duan Ling Tian earlier." It did not take long before Long Shao appeared as well. His expression was dark as he glared at Duan Ling Tian's courtyard with a vicious gaze. His divine energy seemed as though it was going to burst forth at any movement. Duan Ling Tian calmly flew into the air and looked at Long Shao from a distance with a faint smile on his face. He asked nonchalantly, "Senior brother Long Shao, what's the matter? After hiding for so long, you're finally willing to return to the sect?" Long Shao said with a frown. When he saw how composed Duan Ling Tian was, he extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. Then, he said with a sneer, "No wonder you returned. As it turns out, you've broken through and became a rudimentary king of gods." Long Shao's words caused an immediate commotion. Duan Ling Tian has broken through. He's not even 3,000 years old, right? To be precise, he's not even 2,800 years old. Heavens! Not only is his comprehension of the law of space incredibly profound, but he also became the first advanced god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Now, he has even broken through and become a rudimentary king of gods. I'm afraid ordinary intermediate kings of gods are no longer a match for him. That's right, he's not a match for an extraordinary intermediate king of gods like senior brother Long Shao. After all, senior brother Long Shao is capable of defeating ordinary advanced kings of gods. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Shao expressionlessly as the core disciples in the surroundings fervently discussed among themselves. He asked, "What do you mean, senior brother Long Shao?" Long Shao sneered, Have you forgotten the promise you made a few months ago? Duan Ling Tian feigned confusion and asked, promise? What promise? Long Xiao's expression darkened immediately. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, it seems like you didn't take my words to heart at all. Duan Ling Tian smiled and politely asked, Senior brother Long Xiao, I really don't remember what I promised you. Can you please tell me what it is? Very good. Long Xiao gnashed his teeth and said, Duan Ling Tian, it seems like after becoming a rudimentary king of gods, you think you can take my words lightly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Xiao calmly. He was waiting for Long Xiao to strike first so he could retaliate. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog sect, he would not be guilty of killing Long Xiao if Long Xiao took the initiative to attack him, it would be considered self-defense. He did not expect that before Long Xiao could make a move, another figure appeared. It was none other than Shangguan Shangfeng. It's senior brother Shangguan. Senior brother Shangguan is here. The core disciples were excited to see Shangguan Shangfeng. After all, he was one of the 3 strongest core disciples. Although he was only an intermediate king of gods, he was much stronger than many inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if he were not Supreme Elder Feng's disciple, he would still be idolized by many people in the Hidden Fog sect. Shangguan Shangfeng smiled at the crowd before he said to Long Xiao teasingly, Long Xiao, why did you call me over? Are you afraid of him? Duan Ling Tian is now a rudimentary king of gods, Long Xiao replied in a low voice, although I don't think he's a match for me, he seems very confident. After all, he dared to openly return to the sect. To be safe, I called you over. Long Xiao was very cautious by nature. It was one of the reasons why he was able to achieve so much and became Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. Moreover, he would rather owe Shangguan Shangfeng than embarrass himself before the crowd. How cautious, Shangguan Shangfeng said before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said nonchalantly, Junior brother Duan, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Shangguan Shangfeng, are you here to return the 2 auspicious pills that you robbed from me? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. What do you mean by I robbed you? Shangguan Shangfeng laughed. Junior brother Duan, didn't I give you a mediocre divine artifact in exchange for those 2 auspicious pills? You can't simply slander me. As a disciple of Supreme Elder Feng, you're really shameless and a disgrace to your master. You don't even dare to own up to your actions, Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. He could barely contain his anger when he saw how shameless Shangguan Shangfeng was acting. The smile on Shangguan Shangfeng's face froze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He said darkly, Duan Ling Tian, I'm warning you. Don't slander me. If you continue, don't blame me for being impolite. Duan Ling Tian laughed before he said, slander. Very well, why don't we swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath to see who's telling the truth? I'm willing to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath to prove my innocence. What about you? Shangguan Shangfeng's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Chapter 37-34 Duan Ling Tian's background. The core disciples who doubted Duan Ling Tian began to waver when they heard Duan Ling Tian was willing to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath. Then, their doubts vanished completely when they saw the drastic change in Shangguan Shangfeng's expression. Nonetheless, everyone shuddered inwardly when they saw Duan Ling Tian openly confronting Shangguan Shangfeng. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian's action was no different from seeking death, after all. Although Duan Ling Tian was a rare talent that appeared once in 10,000 years, he did not have an extraordinary background. On the contrary, Shangguan Shangfeng was the beloved disciple of one of the supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect. With the status of Shangguan Shangfeng's master in the Hidden Fog sect, even if Shangguan Shangfeng broke the rules and killed Duan Ling Tian, Shangguan Shangfeng would only be lightly punished. So, do you dare to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath? Duan Ling Tian asked with a sneer. Meanwhile, Long Xiao, who was standing next to Shangguan Shangfeng, was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's openly hostile and daring behavior. Not only did Duan Ling Tian challenge him, but Duan Ling Tian dared to challenge Shangguan Shangfeng as well. Did Duan Ling Tian think they did not dare to kill him? Long Xiao, he's mine to kill, Shangguan Shangfeng said in a low voice. His body trembled slightly as he tried to suppress his anger. As soon as his voice fell, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Long Xiao was momentarily taken aback. When he regained his senses, he sighed in relief. His goal was to kill Duan Ling Tian to vent his anger. It did not matter to him who killed Duan Ling Tian as long as Duan Ling Tian died. With this, he said loudly, Shangguan Shangfeng, you can kill him, but you owe me a favor. All right, Shangguan Shangfeng replied without turning back. The crowd watched in trepidation as Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao blatantly disregarded the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. They looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity, knowing that Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao would not be punished for their actions due to their master's status in the Hidden Fog sect. They sighed regretfully. What a pity, the Hidden Fog sect is going to lose a prodigy comparable to Shui Haichuan because of Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. At the same time, Zhang Jin, the elder who previously led Duan Ling Tian to the core disciples, cultivation ground, silently watched from afar. As the elder on duty at the core disciples, cultivation ground, he should intervene in this dispute between core disciples. However, he got a case of the cold feet when he saw the parties involved were Long Xiao and Shangguan Shangfeng. He might be punished by the sect for failing to carry out his duty, but he would die if he stopped Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao now. Hence, despite feeling regretful, he could only sigh as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Jin lamented inwardly, Duan Ling Tian, why did you return when you know they want to kill you? Even if you've become a rudimentary king of gods, you're still no match for either one of them. At the same time, the core disciples in the surroundings began to send messages to their friends, telling their friends that Shangguan Shangfeng had openly made a move to kill Duan Ling Tian. News of this spread like a wildfire. Even Tang Chun received news of this. His expression turned gloomy as he thought to himself, when did Duan Ling Tian offend Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao? Did Long Xiao go to King Descending City previously to kill Duan Ling Tian? Heavens, Duan Ling Tian's identity isn't simple. If he dies in the Hidden Fog sect, it'll be. Chills ran up Tang Chun's spine when he thought about the consequences. He had seen how fearful the Zhang clan was of Duan Ling Tian while they were in the restaurant in Skywind City. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that Duan Ling Tian had to have an extraordinary background. He speculated that Duan Ling Tian had to come from a lord rank force at the very least. Since then, he had pestered the ancestor of the Zhang clan repeatedly for answers but to no avail. It was not until recently that the ancestor of the Zhang clan had grown tired of his pestering and told him about how Duan Ling Tian was in the company of a teenage girl who was protected by an expert who was at the very least an extraordinary rudimentary lord of gods. In the Hidden Fog sect, the only 4 extraordinary rudimentary lords of gods were supreme elders of the sect. One could imagine what kind of force the teenage girl belonged to for her bodyguard who was an extraordinary rudimentary lord of gods to only be a personal guard. It was likely that the teenager and her guard were from an emperor rank force. This is bad, Tang Chun thought to himself. He could not help but shudder when he thought about the consequences if Duan Ling Tian was killed by Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. While Tang Chun was panicking, he suddenly received a message from his grandniece, Tang Wuyan. Junior granduncle, you have to save Duan Ling Tian. Tang Wuyan was clearly anxious. Tang Chun regained his senses and hastily responded to Tang Wuyan before he rushed toward the core disciples, cultivation ground. He had to stop Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. Otherwise, unless the Flying Dragon sect was willing to intervene, the Hidden Fog sect would meet with a disaster. At the same time, Tang Chun contacted Murong Sui Feng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy and the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. He quickly recounted what was happening and shared the information he had obtained from the Zhang clan. Vice-sect leader Murong, do you remember the Zhou clan's auction? Do you remember the mysterious teenage girl who was accompanied by a powerful lord of gods? The young man in the room with them who obtained the 3 divine pills was Duan Ling Tian. I verified this matter with the Zhang clan. At that time, someone from the Zhang clan had entered Duan Ling Tian's room and recognized him. Vice-sect leader Murong, I don't have the sect leader's soul pearl. You have to contact the sect leader immediately and tell him to stop Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao from killing Duan Ling Tian. Tang Chun was afraid it would be too late when he arrived at the cultivation ground, so he had hoped Murong Sui Feng would be able to inform the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect to stop Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. The sect leader would be able to quickly contact the 2 supreme elders who would be able to in turn stop their respective disciples. He believed if the sect leader knew of the severity of the matter, the sect leader would definitely stop Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. At the same time, Murong Sui Feng was shocked when he heard Tang Chun's words. He did not waste time and hurriedly sent a message to the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. The expression of the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect changed drastically after receiving Murong Sui Feng's message. He asked, "Are you sure Duan Ling Tian is that young man from the Zhou clan's auction?" Murong Sui Feng and the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect had joined the sect at the same time, so they had a good relationship. They often chatted, so the sect leader was aware of the incident during the Zhou clan's auction. His heart skipped a beat when he thought about how Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao intended to kill Duan Ling Tian. Murong Sui Feng said anxiously, "The members of the Zhang clan in Skywind City can verify this matter. Sect leader, we must stop Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao immediately. It's not too late for us to verify this matter again after we stop them. Otherwise, it'd be too late. Are you willing to risk it?" The sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect quickly regained his senses and sent a message to Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng to stop their respective disciples from killing Duan Ling Tian. Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng were naturally shocked when they learned of the matter. Duan Ling Tian has an extraordinary background. He's the brother of a girl whose personal guard is a Lord of Gods. A personal guard who's a top rudimentary Lord of Gods. Supreme Elder Lei thought to himself, "No wonder Duan Ling Tian refused to become my disciple. As it turns out, he has an extraordinary background. I must stop Shower at once. I must stop Shang Feng." When the two Supreme Elders brought out their respective disciples, soul pearls from their spatial rings, they discovered that their disciples' soul pearls had shattered. Chapter 37-35. He killed them instead. At the core disciples' training grounds, the core disciples and Zhang Jin, the inner elder, were certain Duan Ling Tian was going to die when Shangguan Shangfeng attacked. Although Duan Ling Tian had shown surprising strength in the past and had become a rudimentary king of gods, they did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Shangguan Shangfeng. After all, not only was Shangguan Shangfeng stronger than many inner elders, but his talent and comprehension skills were considered top-notch in the Hidden Fog sect as well. Shangguan Shangfeng's comprehension of the law was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian at all. Moreover, they both had at most a mediocre divine artifact. As a native of the realm of gods, Shangguan Shangfeng had the advantage with his bloodline power. Although Duan Ling Tian had mastered the sword Dao to the rudimentary stage, and it was powerful, it could not make up for the gap due to Shangguan Shangfeng's higher cultivation base and bloodline power. Duan Ling Tian is going to die. Those whom the heavens love die young. When Shangguan Shangfeng charged out, he brought out his mediocre divine artifact and attacked with all his might, leaving no room for Duan Ling Tian to defend himself. Everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity and a hint of sorrow in their eyes. Although the disciples of the four supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect were usually quiet, once they made a move, their targets would surely have a miserable outcome. "You deserve this. How dare you provoke me?" Long Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, it's good to be courageous, but it's foolish to be courageous when you don't have the strength to back it up. If there's an afterlife, hope you learn to be more low-key." Following that, Long Xiao saw Duan Ling Tian make a bold move to counter Shangguan Shangfeng's attack. "It's useless." Long Xiao sneer deepened. Everyone thought it was useless for Duan Ling Tian to struggle as well. "Duan Ling Tian, if you manage to survive my attack today, I'll return you the 2 auspicious pills." Shangguan Shangfeng said confidently and mockingly. "I'm afraid you'll die before you can return them to me," Duan Ling Tian said. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, everyone saw a shocking and terrifying sight. Divine energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body along with his triple-fused profundities from the law of space. His comprehension of the law was clearly superior to Shangguan Shangfeng. At the same time, a divine artifact appeared in his hand as he cast his sword Dao that had been comprehended to the rudimentary stage. His attack completely crushed Shangguan Shangfeng's attack. Shangguan Shangfeng had unleashed everything he had except for his bloodline power. "How's this possible?" Colors drained from Shangguan Shangfeng's face as his calm expression shattered. At the same time, scarlet veins appeared on his body as he was forced to unleash his bloodline power. Alas, it was too late. Duan Ling Tian's move was devastating. Shangguan Shangfeng did not expect that Duan Ling Tian had hidden the depth of his comprehension of the law of space previously. Moreover, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to possess a prominent divine artifact. The prominent divine artifact, coupled with the rudimentary sword Dao, completely overwhelmed him. Levé to flee, Shangguan Shangfeng thought to himself when he realized he was no match for Duan Lingtian. He would die if they continued to fight. Unfortunately, he was too slow. A spatial storm swept out as Duan Lingtian's prominent divine sword released sword rays that had been boosted with his rudimentary sword Dao. They were like dazzling shooting stars when they sailed in the sky. A loud explosion rang in the air as the sword rays easily crushed Shangguan Shangfeng's attack before they landed on him. Arg! A shrill and painful cry that terrified everyone rang in the air as the sword rays tore into Shangguan Shangfeng and turned him into a blood mist. Everyone watched as Duan Lingtian stood in the air with his sword in hand as he said indifferently, "Just because you want to return them to me, it doesn't mean I'll accept them." Duan Lingtian looked proud and majestic like a sword deity at this moment. This. Am I dreaming? Did senior brother Shangguan really die? Senior brother Shangguan is one of the top 3 strongest core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Even the strongest core disciple couldn't kill him so easily, and yet, Duan Lingtian managed to do it. Doesn't this mean that Duan Lingtian is the strongest core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect? Forget about whether he's the strongest core disciple or not. Do you think Supreme Elder Feng will let him go now that he killed senior brother Shangguan? Senior brother Shangguan was Supreme Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. There were rumors that he's the son of Supreme Elder Feng's illegitimate son, which makes him Supreme Elder Feng's grandson. The core disciples who were in shock and disbelief were frightened when they regained their senses. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Jin was stunned. Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had just displayed, Duan Lingtian could easily kill him. Although he was one of the stronger inner elders, his strength was on par with Long Xiao at most, which meant that he was slightly weaker than Shangguan Shangfeng. No, impossible. Long Xiao, who was standing in the distance, was frozen. A shocked and disbelieving expression had replaced his mocking expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He shuddered and regained his senses when he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He turned around decisively to flee. He was not even as strong as Shangguan Shangfeng, he was only asking for death if he continued to stay here. I need to leave now. This was the only thought left in Long Xiao's head at this moment. He had to escape back to his master's cultivation ground. With that, Duan Lingtian would no longer be able to kill him. As he turned around, he hurriedly brought out his master's soul pearl. Duan Lingtian suddenly teleported and appeared in front of Long Xiao, blocking Long Xiao's path. Before Long Xiao could contact his master, Duan Lingtian released a storm of sword rays. Long Xiao did not intend to resist the attack. He only wanted to flee. He knew whatever he did now would be futile faced with Duan Lingtian's attack. Similar to Shangguan Shangfeng, Long Xiao exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The core disciples who had just recovered from their shock were dumbfounded again. At this time, many figures rushed over from all directions one after another. The disciples and elders who had received the news first rushed over. However, they only saw a cloud of mist drifting in the sky as Duan Lingtian stood with his hands on his back. Duan Lingtian had already put away his prominent divine artifact at this moment. The newcomers looked at each other in confusion. When they did not see Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, they felt cheated. Didn't you say Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian? Where are they? Ding Yiming, you lied to me, didn't you? Meanwhile, Tang Chun, who had just arrived, looked relieved when he saw Duan Lingtian. He thought his quick thinking had saved Duan Lingtian. More and more people arrived. At the same time, the core disciples regained their senses one after another. When they heard the messages from their friends whom they had called over, they looked at the purple figure in the sky fearfully before they began to respond to the messages they received. Duan Lingtian just killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. I thought Duan Lingtian was going to die when Shangguan Shangfeng made a move. Who knew Duan Lingtian would kill Shangguan Shangfeng instead? Moreover, when Long Xiao tried to escape, he killed Long Xiao as well. This is bad. Even if he managed to kill those two, Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng definitely won't let him go. That's right. Although Duan Lingtian had only acted in self-defense against Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, we all know things won't be so simple. Duan Lingtian can only blame himself for not having a powerful background. The newcomers were dumbfounded when they heard about what happened. Duan Ling Tian killed Long Xiao and Shangguan Shangfeng. Tang Chun froze when he heard the core disciples' discussion. When he looked at the purple figure in the distance, he felt like he was looking at a stranger. He could not even kill Shangguan Shangfeng with one move. This meant that Duan Ling Tian's strength had surpassed his. At this time, two furious cries resounded through the Hidden Fog sect's estate. Shower. Shangfeng. Chapter 37-36 Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. A commotion broke out in the entire Hidden Fog sect as soon as the two furious cries resounded through the entire sect estate. Except for those who were in closed-door cultivation, everyone heard the furious cries. Shower. Shangfeng. Is it Shangguan Shangfeng? Those who did not receive the news were confused. After asking around, they began to rush toward the core disciples' cultivation ground. Everyone, regardless if they were elders or disciples, made their way there. Even Wu Fengyin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, was making his way to the core disciples' cultivation ground. What happened? Those were Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng's voices. Something must have happened to Long Xiao and Shangguan Shangfeng. Wu Fengyin had been delighted when he previously heard about Long Xiao and Shangguan Shangfeng's intention to kill Duan Ling Tian. Similar to everyone else, he felt Duan Ling Tian would surely die once he was found. After all, this would save him the trouble of having to kill Duan Ling Tian himself. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian not only to avenge his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, but also because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would be a threat to him once Duan Ling Tian grew stronger. If he did not take the initiative to kill Duan Ling Tian, he might not have the chance in the future. Previously, when Wu Fengyin received the news that Long Xiao had gone to King Descending City to look for Duan Ling Tian, he had also gone to King Descending City, hoping to find and kill Duan Ling Tian. Alas, both he and Long Xiao returned without success. When Wu Fengyin heard that Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect today, he was waiting to receive good news. He did not expect to hear the two Supreme Elders' furious cries instead. He could hear the sorrow in their cries as well, so he deduced that something must have happened to Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. What happened exactly? Even if Duan Ling Tian has already become a rudimentary king of gods, it's impossible for him to kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. Did someone help him? However, who dares to help him kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao in the Hidden Fog sect? Wu Fengyin speculated inwardly as he flew toward the core disciples' cultivation ground. Although Wu Fengyin was confused, he was still delighted. In his opinion, now that something happened to Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng definitely would not let Duan Ling Tian get away with it. It seems like I won't have dirty my hands killing him, Wu Fengyin thought to himself happily. He did not care if Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao died as long as Duan Ling Tian died. After all, with Duan Ling Tian's potential, he would definitely be a troublesome enemy in the future. From the moment Duan Ling Tian killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, they were destined to become enemies. At the core disciples' cultivation ground, more and more people rushed over. Tang Wuyan, who had just arrived, wanted to rush to Duan Ling Tian's side but was stopped by Tang Chun. "Girl, don't go over there." Junior granduncle, Tang Wuyan looked at Tang Chun in confusion. "Didn't you hear Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng's voices earlier?" "Duan Ling Tian killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao," Tang Chun said meaningfully. "What? Duan Ling Tian killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao? He's so strong now." Tang Wuyan was shocked. She had heard the two furious cries earlier, but she was so worried about Duan Ling Tian that she did not pay attention to them. Junior brother Duan, Wu Feng, who had just arrived, looked at Duan Ling Tian from a distance with a complex gaze. Then, he said through voice transmission, "Junior brother Duan, you shouldn't have acted so recklessly and caused such a huge commotion. It'd be enough for you to defeat them before you become Supreme Elder Yun or Supreme Elder Wu's nominal disciple. What are you going to do now? Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng definitely won't let you go for killing those two. I really want to help you, but I'm powerless." "Senior brother Wu, thank you for your concern," Duan Ling Tian replied as he looked at Wu Feng from afar. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd. Among the crowd, there were a few familiar faces. All of a sudden, an exclamation rang in the air, catching everyone's attention. "The sect leader is here." Then, everyone turned to look at the distance in unison and saw a figure flying over. In just a moment, that person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the crowd bowed and greeted the newcomer. Greetings, sect leader. The newcomer was none other than Xianxia, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, Xianxia was not his real name. As stipulated in the rules of the Hidden Fog sect, all the sect leaders had to end their names with the word Yan. Perhaps, the predecessors had made this rule on a whim, but no one dared to violate this rule until now. Xianxia was a tall and plump middle-aged man. He was dressed like a scholar and had an elegant air about him. As soon as Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia, he thought about Marong Sui Feng. There was something very similar about them. Perhaps, it was their temperaments. The only difference was Xianxia had a slightly more authoritative air about him. Perhaps, it was due to his position as the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. Are you Duan Lingtian? Xianxia asked. His expression made it hard to tell if he was happy or unhappy. Greetings, sect leader, Duan Lingtian said after he nodded calmly in response to Xianxia's question. Did you kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao? Xianxia asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes, why? They were trying to kill me. Am I not allowed to defend myself? Duan Lingtian asked in return. Xianxia's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. He looked around his surroundings before he said in a deep voice, everyone, except for the core disciples and inner elders, should leave now. Since inner elders was also a broad term for inner elders, core elders, guardians, and supreme elders, despite feeling unwilling, the inner aides, inner disciples, outer elders, outer aides, and outer disciples left the core disciples, cultivation ground one after another. Tang Wuyan withdrew reluctantly after receiving a warning look from Tang Chun. In the end, only the core disciples and the inner disciples were left. Sect leader, since you asked everyone to leave, I'm assuming you're not going to follow the rules and insist that I'm guilty. Duan Lingtian asked with a chuckle. He had remained calm the entire time as he watched everyone leave. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian with a trace of fear in his eyes before he said in a deep voice, since you know this, why did you kill them? It's impossible that you didn't know those two were disciples of Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng. Naturally, Xianxia was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he was afraid of Duan Lingtian's background. After hearing about Duan Lingtian's strength and prominent divine artifact, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's identity anymore. After all, even a Lord rank force only had a few prominent divine artifacts without artifact souls. In the Hidden Fog sect, only he, the four supreme elders, and a few others possessed prominent divine artifacts without artifact souls. I'll say this one more time, Duan Lingtian calmly said, they wanted to kill me so I only acted in self-defense. I didn't expect them to be so weak that they couldn't even withstand one sword strike. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his lips curled up into a sneer. Following that, two figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. One of them was a thin old man dressed in blue robes. His eyes were piercing, and his robes fluttered from the terrifying energy he released. The other person was a tall old man dressed in a purple robe that was embroidered with lightning bolts. He had long white hair, but his face was rather youthful. He could pass for a middle-aged man. It seemed like lightning bolts were flashing in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Supreme Elder Feng. Greetings, Supreme Elder Lei. Everyone, except for Xianxia, greeted the two old men respectfully as soon as they appeared. Clearly, these two were the masters of Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, two of the supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect. In the past, Supreme Elder Lei had sent another one of his disciples to invite Duan Lingtian to become his disciple, but Duan Lingtian refused the invitation. Duan Lingtian is dead. Wu Fengyin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a malicious smile on his face as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chapter 37 I refuse. The four supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Lei, Supreme Elder Yun, and Elder Wu, were the four strongest powerhouses in the Hidden Fog sect. Under normal circumstances, they rarely made an appearance. Hence, for some of the inner elders, core disciples, and inner disciples, it was their first time seeing the two supreme elders. They should let Duan Lingtian go due to his extraordinary background, right? Tang Chun thought to himself as he shuddered inwardly. The two old men were supreme like their titles suggested in the Hidden Fog sect. If they wanted to kill someone in the sect, no one could stop them. Perhaps, if they wanted to kill someone like Duan Lingtian who had an extraordinary identity, all they had to do was be a little more discreet. Are you Duan Tian? The skinny green-clad old man asked. He was Supreme Elder Feng. His eyes were burning, but his voice was calm as he asked, "Why did you kill my disciple, Shangguan Shangfeng?" As Supreme Elder Feng spoke, a terrifying aura swept out from his body. Duan Tian felt the immense pressure, but he managed to hold his ground. He said fearlessly, "I had no interaction with Shangguan Shangfeng previously. However, he stopped for me for no reason in the past and robbed me of my 2 auspicious pills. When I brought this matter up today, he got angry and wanted to kill me. I acted out of self-defense. I didn't expect him to be so useless that he couldn't even withstand 1 strike from me." Tang Chun's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Tian's reply. He did not expect Duan Tian would dare to speak so boldly to Supreme Elder Feng. In just an instant, everyone present on the scene could feel the temperature plummeting in the core disciples' cultivation ground. Supreme Elder Feng's robe fluttered in the wind as he coldly said, "What evidence do you have that my disciple robbed you of your auspicious pills? Isn't it enough if I swear on the devil heart's blood oath?" Duan Tian retorted as his lips curled up into a mocking smile. "Devil heart's blood oath." Upon hearing Duan Tian's reply, everyone looked at Supreme Elder Feng furtively. Since Duan Tian was willing to swear on the devil heart's blood oath, there was no doubt he was telling the truth unless he had a death wish. The temperature continued to plummet as the wind began to pick up speed. Supreme Elder Feng's eyes burned even brighter as his green robe flapped noisily in the wind. At this time, Supreme Elder Lei asked, "Then why did you kill my disciple, Long Xiao? I heard that he didn't attack you, and you were the one who took the initiative to kill him." The ear-piercing soundwave swept out, causing Duan Tian to tremble involuntarily. Nonetheless, he still managed to hold his ground. If he was an ordinary rudimentary king of gods, he would not have been able to hold his ground for so long. After all, he had the divine tree of life that helped him temper his body, making him stronger than most people. He also had the pine willow divine tree and had managed to master the godly image phenomenon. How could ordinary kings of gods compare to him? Long Xiao, Duan Tian shifted his gaze to Supreme Elder Lei and said with a slight smile, "I guess you're unaware of what happened. A few months ago, Long Xiao found me and threatened me to kneel and kowtow for 10 miles to your cultivation ground to beg you to accept me as a disciple. I pretended to agree before I left the sect. When he heard that I was in King Descending City, he went there to search for me so he could kill me. He was in King Descending for a long time before he returned to the sect. As soon as I returned, he came to me, determined to kill me. Since he wanted to kill me, why should I let him go and give him another chance to kill me?" Then, before Supreme Elder Lei could respond, Duan Tian continued to say, "I'm sure you know if I'm telling the truth, Supreme Elder Lei. However, if you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the devil heart's blood oath as well." Upon seeing how calm Duan Tian was, Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei were rather perplexed. Even if he had a strong background, they could not understand how he could remain so calm under such circumstances. Nonetheless, if Duan Tian were an ordinary disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, they would have long killed him without even giving him a chance to speak regardless of his talent. They were only hesitating to take action now because of the force behind him. After Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei consulted with Qianyin through voice transmission, Qianyin straightened his back and said, "Duan Tian, you killed Shangguan Shangfeng out of self-defense, so we can overlook that. However, despite Long Xiao saying he wanted to kill you, the fact is he didn't take action. He might have been joking. You took the initiative to kill him because of his words. This is a violation of the Hidden Fog sect's rules. After discussing with the 2 Supreme Elders, we've decided to imprison you in Supreme Elder Feng's little world. Do you think this is fair?" Qianyin and the 2 Supreme Elders considered the big picture and decided against killing Duan Tian for now. If Duan Tian truly came from a powerful force, Duan Tian would certainly send a message to his elder to save him. At that time, they would release him. However, if no one came to save Duan Tian, they would wait for a while before killing him to avenge Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. The core disciples and the elders were stunned. They did not expect this outcome at all. They assumed Duan Tian was going to be killed immediately. They did not expect he would only be imprisoned for killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. How is this possible? Wu Fengyin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, wore an expression of disbelief on his face. He almost protested until he realized he was not qualified to speak in this situation. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by this decision as well. He thought the two supreme elders would kill him immediately. As soon as they made a move, the two supreme elders of the Linggu clan, Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan, would make a move and bring him away from the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian studied the Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's expressions for a moment, trying to figure out their thoughts. Then, he noticed the faint killing intent in their eyes. He grew even more perplexed. If they wanted to kill him, why did they not just do so? What was stopping them? Could they have sensed Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan? However, how could Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan be so bad at concealing themselves? Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he received Tang Chun's voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, this is a test. The sect leader and the two supreme elders are trying to see if you're going to ask for help from your elders. If the force behind you is strong enough to make them submit, they'll naturally let you go. Otherwise, they'll definitely kill you. It's best if you contact your elders now. Elders? What elders? Elder Tang Chun, what do you mean? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, Tang Chun said, slightly annoyed, Duan Ling Tian, there's no need to pretend anymore. I've heard from someone from the Zhang clan that you have an unusual background. During the Zhou clan's auction, you were with your sister whose personal guard was an extraordinary lord of gods. According to vice sect leader who was present at that time, the personal guard's strength wasn't inferior to the four supreme elders. When I heard that Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao were going to kill you, I contacted vice sect leader Marong so he could get the sect leader and the two supreme elders to stop Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao from killing you. However, I didn't expect that not only did they fail to kill you, but they were killed by you instead. Tang Chun had been so worried earlier. When he found that Duan Ling Tian had easily killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao earlier, he felt rather speechless. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tia after he listened to Tang Chun's explanation. He finally understood why Qian Yin, Supreme Elder Feng, and Supreme Elder Lei did not kill him immediately. As it turned out, it was because of the young girl, Duan Chao Yu, whom he met in Skywind City. Similar to the Zhang clan, the trio from the Hidden Fog sect was also afraid of the force Duan Qian Yu was from. If they knew that I only met Duan Chao Yu by chance, they would have killed me without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Qian Yin saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him for such a long time, his expression soured as he asked again in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian, do you accept the punishment for violating the sect's rules? Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes to Qian Yin and said tonelessly, Sect leader, from today onward, I'm no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, I refuse to accept the punishment. What a joke. How could he let himself be imprisoned in Supreme Elder Feng's body? In truth, he did not come from a strong force, so he had no one coming to save him. If he entered Supreme Elder Feng's little world, it would be difficult for Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan to save him. Chapter 37-38 Duan Ling Tian's obstinance. I refuse. Everyone fell silent again. The core disciples and inner elders who were watching thought Duan Ling Tian was too gullible. At the same time, they were also wondering why Qian Yin or the two supreme elders did not immediately kill Duan Ling Tian. They did not understand what was going on. Duan Ling Tian. Tang Chun's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to reject Qian Yin so bluntly and even said he was no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian decided to sever all ties with the Hidden Fog sect. On the other hand, Wu Feng Yin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, watched with his eyes shining with anticipation. He was certain Qian Yin would kill Duan Ling Tian now. Contrary to expectations, Qian Yin calmly said, Duan Ling Tian, it's your right to leave the Hidden Fog sect. However, even if you're not a disciple of the sect, it's impossible for the sect to let you go after you killed our sect's disciples. Imprisonment is a light punishment considering your crimes. When you're imprisoned in Supreme Elder Feng's little world, you can still communicate with the outside world. You can send a message to your elders to solve this matter for you. We'll naturally let you go once we're satisfied. Qian Yin thought Duan Ling Tian did not understand his good intentions, so he explained everything to Duan Ling Tian. He did not want to offend the force behind Duan Ling Tian, and he wanted to maintain the Hidden Fog sect's reputation. Nonetheless, it was impossible for him to let Duan Ling Tian off the hook. Even if he was willing, Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei would definitely be unwilling. Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei had also compromised because they were wary of the force behind Duan Ling Tian. If the force Duan Ling Tian belonged to was truly strong, they would let him go. If the force was on par with them, they would ask for compensation. Otherwise, they would kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge their disciples. Upon hearing Qian Yin's words, realization dawned on the onlookers. I think Duan Ling Tian must have a powerful background. I knew it. Under normal circumstances, even if sect leader is willing to let Duan Ling Tian off the hook, Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei won't agree to it. However, earlier, the two Supreme Elders actually compromised. As it turns out, they're wary of the force behind Duan Ling Tian. Isn't Duan Ling Tian from a Devata realm? What kind of background would he have in the profound energy land? Don't forget that there is no lack of forces founded by those from the Devata realms in the realms of gods. Among these forces, there are also Emperor rank and Supreme forces. Considering how wary the sect leader and the Supreme Elders are, the force behind him has to be quite powerful. On the other hand, Wu Fengyin's expression changed again and again. His heart turned cold now that he learned that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background that could even make the sect leader and the two Supreme Elders wary. He did not expect his disciple, Tu Feng, to make an enemy out of such a person. He could not help but panic at this moment. If Duan Ling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect today, it would be almost impossible for him to deal with Duan Ling Tian. He considered leaving the Hidden Fog sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, disguising himself, and changing his name. After a moment, he finally made up his mind. He no longer cared about his enmity with Duan Ling Tian at this moment, he just wanted to hide now lest Duan Ling Tian intended to settle accounts with him. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of Wu Fengyin's thoughts. In fact, he had long forgotten about Tu Feng and Wu Fengyin. He looked at Qian Yin and calmly said, "No. Sect leader Qian Yin, you're aware of what had happened. If Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao succeeded in killing me today, what would happen to them if I'm just an ordinary disciple without any support?" A mocking smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, "I'm afraid those two wouldn't be punished even if they clearly violated the sect's rules. Perhaps, only if I have a powerful background would the Hidden Fog sect and the two Supreme Elders be willing to punish them, right?" Duan Ling Tian sneered after he finished speaking. Everyone was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's boldness and confidence. Many inner elders smiled wryly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. They knew Duan Ling Tian was right. If Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao were to kill them, the duo would not be punished at all. After all, the duo had powerful masters. Qian Yin's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, "We won't compromise on this punishment no matter what. It's good enough that we're only imprisoning you." Qian Yin and the two Supreme Elders had come to an agreement before this. It was impossible for them to leave the Hidden Fog sect today. They had to imprison him no matter what. Moreover, they had no concrete evidence that Duan Ling Tian truly had a powerful background. If it turned out that Duan Ling Tian did not have any background, would they not suffer a loss if they let him go now? At this time, Supreme Elder Lei said impatiently, "Sect leader, why are you wasting time with him? Let Supreme Elder Feng capture him and imprison him in the little world after sealing his cultivation base. We'll wait for his elders to come and settle this matter after that." As soon as Supreme Elder Lei's voice fell, Supreme Elder Feng's robes began to flutter in the wind. Following that, a burst of cold wind swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian only stared at Supreme Elder Feng without moving. Everyone thought that Duan Ling Tian was frightened and could not react. This is the best outcome. With this, Wu Yan doesn't have to worry about him, Tang Chun thought to himself as he sighed in relief. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would be freed once Duan Ling Tian's elders came to the sect. During this time, he was certain Qian Yin and the two Supreme Elders would not dare to harm Duan Ling Tian. Supreme Elder Feng's attack was forcibly stopped in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Who is it?" Supreme Elder Lei exclaimed. At the same time, Supreme Elder Feng's expression changed drastically. Qian Yin looked around his surroundings warily. At this time, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Then, a rotund figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. When did the Hidden Fog sect fall so low? To think a few elders are bullying a junior. Linggu Huan. Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's expressions changed slightly when they saw Linggu Huan. Then, they looked around them. Based on what they know about Lingu Huan, it was impossible for him to have come to the Hidden Fog sect alone. Everyone from the Hidden Fog sect, including Qianyin, followed the direction of the two Supreme Elders' gazes. Soon enough, they saw another figure appearing in the sky. Unlike the rotund old man, the figure belonged to a skinny old man. He had clearly restrained his aura. If they did not see him now, they would not have been able to sense him at all. Lingu Heng, Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's expressions turned warier. Why are you here? How dare you trespass into our sect? Are you trying to start a war between the Hidden Fog sect and the Lingu clan? At this moment, the core disciples and the inner disciples whispered fervently among themselves. Earlier, Supreme Elder Lei called the chubby old man Lingu Huan. He must be the second Supreme Elder of the Lingu clan, Lingu Huan. Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. They're one of the strongest people in the Lingu clan. I heard that they're twins. I heard that if they join forces, even the four Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect would find it difficult to defeat them. Why are they here? Moreover, they appeared at such a critical moment. Don't tell me they're here because of Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian comes from the Lingu clan. Impossible. What's the point of him joining the Hidden Fog sect if he's from the Lingu clan? He'd be wasting his time. Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan's names carried more weight compared to the four Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Lei, Supreme Elder Yun, and Supreme Elder Wu. Lingu Huan scoffed as he looked at Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. Then, he said disdainfully, if we weren't here today, the member of our Lingu clan would have been imprisoned by the Hidden Fog sect today. Chapter 37-39 Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Lei, Supreme Elder Yun, and Supreme Elder Wu gather. Everyone's eyes fell on the purple figure standing behind Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan as soon as they heard the words, member of our Lingu clan. So Duan Ling Tian is a member of the Lingu clan. How can this be? What's the point of him joining our Hidden Fog sect then? That's right, even if the Lingu clan wants to send a spy to our sect, they won't send someone as eye-catching as Duan Ling Tian. It'd be counterproductive. Everyone from the Hidden Fog sect knew that Duan Ling Tian had high innate talent and comprehension skills. In fact, his talent had far surpassed Shui Hai Chuan. Meanwhile, Wu Fengyin, who had been panicking, perked up when he heard Lingu Huan's words. If Duan Ling Tian was only a member of the Lingu clan, he would not have to go into hiding. After all, the Lingu clan was just a lord-rank force like the Hidden Fog sect. Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei could hardly control their expressions. After a moment, Supreme Elder Lei asked solemnly, you said Duan Ling Tian is from your Lingu clan. That's right, Lingu Huan said nonchalantly, we're going to bring him away now. I don't think you have any objections, do you? As soon as Lingu Huan's voice fell, Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei mobilized their divine energies that had been boosted by the Law of Wind and the Law of Thunder respectively. Clearly, they were ready to attack. Lingu Huan's expression remained the same, but his voice turned icy as he said, both of you are smart people. You should know that even if Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu were here, you still won't be able to stop us brothers. With just both of you, you don't stand a chance at all. Believe it or not, even if the other two Supreme Elders are here, we can still kill the members of the Hidden Fog sect while we protect Duan Ling Tian. As Lingu Huan was nearing the end of his words, he looked at the core disciples and inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect meaningfully. With this, the core disciples and inner elders hurriedly retreated into the distance without any prompts. Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's expressions were rather unsightly at this moment. Qianyin asked with a sour expression on his face, does the Lingu clan really intend to start a war with the Hidden Fog sect? Qianyin knew very well that Lingu Huan was not boasting. If Lingu Huan joined forces with Lingu Heng, the duo could easily bring Duan Ling Tian away. On top of that, it would not be a problem for them to kill the core disciples and inner elders while they were at it. Even if Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu were present, they still would not be able to make them stay. Start a war, Lingu Huan smiled. Whatever. If there's a war, our Lingu clan will join forces with the 10,000 Devils sect to deal with the Hidden Fog sect. Qianyin's expression changed drastically upon hearing Lingu Huan's words. He no longer dared to speak carelessly. Let's go, kid, Lingu Huan said. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lingu Huan brought out the Lord-grade flying ship. Then, he and Lingu Heng brought Duan Ling Tian onto the flying ship in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Qianyin, Supreme Elder Feng, and Supreme Elder Lei did not dare to act rashly. After all, they knew that despite the chubby Lingu Huan's kind and amiable appearance, Lingu Huan was quite ruthless. If they made a move, Lingu Huan definitely would not hesitate to kill as many members of the Hidden Fog sect as he could. Moreover, Qian Yin and the two Supreme Elders had other disciples among the core disciples present. The two Supreme Elders had already lost a disciple each, so they wanted to minimize the casualties. For these reasons, they could only watch as Duan Ling Tian left with Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. After a brief moment, Supreme Elder Lei asked Qian Yin in a deep voice, "Sect leader, can the sect guarding formation stop them?" It was clear that Supreme Elder Lei was barely able to suppress his anger. "No." Qian Yin shook his head and said helplessly, "Our Hidden Fog sect isn't good at formations. We can find them with the formation, but it won't be able to stop them. It'd be even harder now that the flying ship has left our estate. Damn it, that fatty is too arrogant." Supreme Elder Lei cursed. "Supreme Elder Feng, Supreme Elder Lei, let's talk in private," Qian Yin said after he took a deep breath. As the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, he had suffered a great humiliation earlier. How could he not be angry? Alas, there was nothing he could do for now. After a moment, he said, "I've already told Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu to meet us at my cultivation ground." Earlier, as soon as Lingu Heng appeared, Qian Yin had already sent a message each to Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu, whose strengths were on par with Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. Originally, Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu were making their way to the core disciples' cultivation ground. However, after Duan Ling Tian had been brought away, Qian Yin told them to meet at his cultivation ground since there was no longer anything to be done at the core disciples' cultivation ground. After Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei left, Qian Yin swept his gaze across everyone and said, "Everyone should know what can be said and what can't be said about today's matter. If I find out that any one of you is spreading rumors, I won't show any mercy." The core disciples and the inner elders nodded. Nonetheless, Qian Yin knew his threats would not be able to completely prevent today's matter from spreading. Supreme Elder Yun was the strongest among the four Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. He was a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby body. He was dressed in expensive silk and satin robes and covered in jewels. He looked like a rich man from the mundane realms. Supreme Elder Wu, on the other hand, had a youthful appearance and otherworldly aura. Despite his youthful appearance, his long hair and eyebrows were white. Upon seeing the duo, Supreme Elder Lei said in a low voice, "Both of you came too late. They've left. Even if we came on time, do you think we can stop those two from the Lingu clan?" Supreme Elder Yun shook his head. "Why did those two suddenly come to our sect and bring Duan Ling Tian away?" Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu had learned about the matter from Qian Yin earlier when they were on their way here. Is Duan Ling Tian really from the Lingu clan? Supreme Elder Yun was puzzled. He had heard about Duan Ling Tian for a long time now. He even briefly toyed with the idea of accepting Duan Ling Tian as a disciple after Duan Ling Tian became a core disciple. When he heard that Duan Ling Tian had decisively refused Supreme Elder Lei, he completely dismissed that idea. When he learned that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao today, he was shocked. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to already possess such strength when Duan Ling Tian had only recently become a rudimentary king of gods. Even Shui Hai Chuan, the famous prodigy from the Hidden Fog sect, did not have such strength when Shui Hai Chuan had just become a rudimentary king of gods. Everyone could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian would join the Hidden Fog sect if he was from the Lingu clan. Was he sent here to be a spy? However, would the Lingu clan send such a genius to become a spy at the Hidden Fog sect? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian did not behave like a spy at all. If he was a spy, it would be advantageous to him to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. "No, I don't think so." Supreme Elder Wu shook his head and said, "The sect leader mentioned he has a close relationship with a young girl whose personal guard is likely stronger than us. In the Lingu clan, apart from the mysterious sister of the clan leader, there aren't any female cultivators stronger than me. Moreover, the Lingu clan has no members who are that girl's age." Upon hearing Supreme Elder Wu's words, Supreme Elder Yun nodded in agreement. "That girl is definitely not from the Lingu clan. As for Duan Ling Tian, I can't confirm his background for the time being. All I know is that he and that young girl behaved as though they were brother and sister." Qian Yin said in a deep voice, "I'll speak to Marong Sui Feng regarding this matter." However, now that Duan Ling Tian has gone to the Lingu clan, it'd be even more difficult for us to investigate him. Supreme Elder Lei's eyes flashed coldly as he said, he killed my disciple. If he doesn't have a powerful force backing him, I'll definitely kill him. Even the Lingu clan won't be able to save him. Upon hearing these words, Supreme Elder Feng's eyes flashed coldly as well as he said, I'll find a chance to capture and imprison Duan Ling Tian. At that time, we'll know his background. If he has no one behind him, I'll kill him to avenge Shang Feng. Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei were naturally not as calm as Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu. After all, the duo had lost a disciple each today. Old Man Lei, Supreme Elder Feng said frostily, since we intend to avenge our disciples, why don't we take turns visiting Lingu City? Supreme Elder Lei's eyes lit up. You mean we should wait for a chance to capture Duan Ling Tian at Lingu City? Supreme Elder Feng nodded. His eyes shone with killing intent as he said, I don't believe he'll hide in the Lingu clan's estate forever. Moreover, the lords of gods from the clan won't stay by his side forever to protect him. Chapter 3740 Who is she? Upon hearing Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's words, Supreme Elder Yun shook his head and asked, what's the point? Even if you manage to capture Duan Ling Tian, you can't stop him from contacting others. He'll definitely inform those from the Lingu clan. At that time, the Lingu clan will come to the Hidden Fog sect to demand his return. We don't have to give in to their demands, Supreme Elder Feng calmly said, we can just ignore them. They have no way of saving Duan Ling Tian if we refuse to let him go. What can they do? Capture our Hidden Fog sect's disciples? If they dare to do something like this, I don't mind visiting their clan estate. That's right, Supreme Elder Lei nodded. Moreover, we can just deny everything. Even if Duan Ling Tian contacts them, there's nothing they can do if we don't admit it. In fact, we can say Duan Ling Tian deliberately did such a thing to provoke a conflict between our sect and the Lingu clan. Supreme Elder Yun, Supreme Elder Wu, and Qian Yin could sense Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's determination to avenge their disciples. Clearly, they could not be dissuaded. Suddenly, Supreme Elder Wu, who had been silent for quite a while, looked at Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei and said solemnly, I have to remind you that if you're not completely confident, you better not even think about killing Duan Ling Tian. If news leaks, not only you, but the entire Hidden Fog sect will suffer from your actions if Duan Ling Tian truly has a strong backer. Even if you think you can hide your actions, it's best not to act rashly. Anyone who's not a fool will know both of you have the biggest motive. You can find a chance to capture him, but you can't kill him. Supreme Elder Lei said, Old Wu, you're not the only one who cares about the sect. Why do you think Old Feng and I didn't kill him immediately when he killed our most beloved disciples? Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I said I'll capture him first, not kill him. As long as he leaves the Lingu clan without protection from lords of gods, I'm confident we'll be able to catch him without leaving any traces behind. Seeing the Supreme Elders were on the verge of quarreling again, Qian Yun rose to his feet and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Alright, we'll do as Supreme Elder Feng suggested. We'll imprison him instead of killing him. Once we confirm his background, we'll let him go or kill him accordingly. Junior Granduncle, where's Duan Ling Tian? Just like the other inner disciples who came to watch a show, Tang Wuyan waited outside the core disciples' cultivation ground. Upon seeing the worried expression on Tang Wuyan's face, Tang Chun said through voice transmission, Don't worry. He's fine. Where's he? Tang Wuyan asked. He's been taken away by the Lingu clan, Tang Chun replied. Lingu clan? Tang Wuyan was stunned. When did he get involved with the Lingu clan? Did the sect leader ask for help from the Lingu clan to deal with Duan Ling Tian? Tang Chun was speechless. After a moment, he said, Didn't I say that he's fine? What are you thinking so much for? The Lingu clan saved Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would have been imprisoned in Supreme Elder Feng's little world. At that time, he could only wait for his elders to come and save him. Since the Lingu clan took him away, he doesn't have to trouble his elders anymore. Tang Chun truly believed Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background. It was not just because what he heard had happened at the Zhou clan's auction, but it was also because of Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension skills. It was not strange for a genius like Duan Ling Tian to come from a powerful force. Why did the Lingu clan suddenly appear? Tang Wuyan asked. After Tang Chun recounted what happened, Tang Wuyan said with a frown on her face. As it turns out, it's Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan who came to save him. However, why did they say he's a member of the clan? When did he join the clan? Tang Chun remained silent. He had his own conjectures regarding this, but he did not want to tell Tang Wuyan. However, Tang Wuyan's next words made him realize she had also come to the same conclusion as him. Does it have something to do with Lingu Chuyin? After Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan brought Duan Lingtian away, Tang Chun had racked his brains for the connections between Duan Lingtian and the Lingu clan. Tang Chun was sure Duan Lingtian had no connections to the Lingu clan before this, since Duan Lingtian came from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Otherwise, he could have directly joined the Lingu clan. With his talent, the Lingu clan would definitely accept him. The only incident that connected Duan Lingtian to the Lingu clan was the incident in King Descending City where he had openly shown his interest in Lingu Chuyin, the most beautiful woman in the Lingu clan. He must have planned everything before he returned to kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao. He was so confident because the two supreme elders from the Lingu clan were with him. He must have joined the Lingu clan because of Lingu Chuyin, even if that's not the only reason. He must have also decided to join the clan because he was determined to kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stay in the sect after killing the duo, Tang Wuyan said. Tang Chun nodded. He shared the same thoughts as Tang Wuyan. When he saw the desolate expression on Tang Wuyan's face, he said with a sigh, "Girl, forget about him. He's not the one for you. You're both from different worlds." Duan Lingtian was in a good mood after leaving the Hidden Fog sect with Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. Previously, Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao were like a mountain pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel suffocated. He felt so much better now that he had killed both of them. "Kid, you're quite ruthless. Not only did you kill Old Feng's disciple, Shangguan Shangfeng, but you even killed Old Lei's disciple, Long Shao," Lingu Huan said after he clicked his tongue. "I'm afraid your name will forever be remembered in the Hidden Fog sect due to how unforgettable your actions were. The consequences are the same whether I kill one or two of them," Duan Lingtian said with an icy smile. Duan Lingtian had always abided by the principle of not harming others as long as they left him alone. However, he would repay those who harmed him tenfold. In the past, Shangguan Shangfeng robbed 2 auspicious pills from him, causing his cultivation base to be stuck at the level of an advanced god. Moreover, earlier, Shangguan Shangfeng made a move to kill him first. As soon as he made a move, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced him to death. As for Long Shao, the instigator of the matter, Duan Lingtian knew he could not let Long Shao leave. Based on how Long Shao showed up as soon as he returned, it was clear Long Shao was determined to kill him. He would not allow those who posed a danger to him to live. "How decisive. Kid, your future is bright," Lingu Huan said after a brief moment of silence. He thought about how to respond for a moment before he finally raised his chubby hand and gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. At this moment, Lingu Heng, who had been mostly quiet, suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "They didn't dare to kill you earlier." "That's right." Lingu Huan suddenly recalled the actions of the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Fog sect earlier. He asked curiously, "Duan Lingtian, those 2 supreme elders aren't kind. They would have killed the person who killed their disciples immediately. It wouldn't matter if that person has high talent or comprehension skills. Why did they decide to only imprison you?" Lingu Huan and Lingu Heng were standing quite a distance away, so they did not hear everything that was said. They did not hear Qian Yin's words, so they were unaware that everyone was under the assumption that Duan Lingtian came from a powerful force. Moreover, they could tell that when Supreme Elder Feng made a move to capture Duan Lingtian, the force he used was non-lethal. It was clear to them that he had no intention of hurting or killing Duan Lingtian and only wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. Faced with Lingu Heng's curious gaze and Lingu Huan's words, Duan Lingtian said with a straight face, "They're afraid my sister will look for them to settle accounts if I die." At the same time, Duan Chao Yu's face appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As he remembered the girl he met in Skywind City, he could not help but wonder about her identity again. Moreover, she was insistent that he was her brother and had acted intimately with him as though she was certain he was her brother. Chapter 3741 The Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about Duan Qianyu, Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan were still stunned by Duan Lingtian's reply. "They were afraid my sister would look for them to settle accounts if I die." Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seemed like Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei were afraid of offending Duan Ling Tian's sister. This meant that his sister was not an ordinary person, which also meant Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. No wonder those two old men did not kill Duan Ling Tian immediately, even though he killed their beloved disciples. Lingu Huan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his chubby face and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, who's your sister?" After all, even Lingu Huan and Lingu Heng would have to be wary of someone who could intimidate Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei. Duan Ling Tian smiled and replied, "You'll find out in the future, Supreme Elder Huan." It was clear that Duan Ling Tian did not wish to disclose his sister's identity, so Lingu Huan did not persist with his line of questions. At this moment, Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a different gaze. Previously, they only thought he was a junior who was highly talented. How could they still look at him in the same way now that they found out his sister was someone who could even intimidate Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei? The trio stopped talking, and Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged at the side to rest. It did not take long before a message rang in his ears. "Junior brother Duan, are you alright?" The message was from Wu Feng, who had previously gone to the divine sanctuary with Duan Ling Tian. Wu Feng did not get a chance to meet Duan Ling Tian earlier. Moreover, Qian Yin had driven almost everyone away from the core disciples' cultivation ground earlier, so he did not know what had happened. When he learned that everyone had left, he finally sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. "I'm all right," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Senior brother Wu, thank you for your concern." "You're all right." Wu Feng was puzzled. "Junior brother Duan, did Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei really let you off the hook?" Wu Feng was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian was going to die today. After all, he had killed the two Supreme Elders' beloved disciples. It was a miracle that Duan Ling Tian was alive. "Do you find it miraculous? Then, where are you now?" Wu Feng asked. "Did they imprison you? Are they going to kill you later?" "Junior brother Duan, I'll speak to Elder Tang Chun. Perhaps he can contact Elder Shui Hai Chuan. If Elder Shui is willing to accept you as his disciple, he'll definitely protect you from the Supreme Elders." "There's no need for that," Duan Ling Tian said as warmth suffused his heart. "Senior brother Wu, you seem to be in a better state of mind now. It seems like Qin Wu's remnant soul didn't influence you too much. By the way, I've made some progress in my cultivation recently. I'm only a step away from becoming an intermediate king of gods." "Junior brother Duan, let's put that aside for now. Where are you? Can I come and see you?" Wu Feng asked. Duan Ling Tian replied, "I've left the Hidden Fog sect." "You've left the Hidden Fog sect?" Wu Feng was startled. "Where did you go? The two Supreme Elders really let you go? They naturally want to punish me. However, I didn't return to the sect alone. I brought two other people with me. With them around, the two Supreme Elders could only watch as I left." "Who are they?" Even the two Supreme Elders were helpless against them. They're Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan from the Lingu clan. "Senior brother Wu, I've already announced that I'm no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. After leaving the sect, I joined the Lingu clan. I'll join the Flying Dragon sect under the Lingu clan's banner." "Lingu clan." After a moment of silence, Wu Feng asked again, "Junior brother Duan, have you confirmed if Lingu Chuyin is your wife?" "I haven't met her yet, so I can't confirm it," Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. "One of the reasons I joined the clan is to confirm this matter. Apart from that, it's also because it's no longer possible for me to stay in the sect." Wu Feng sighed. "Back then, you shouldn't have refused Supreme Elder Lei so publicly. You could have found a way to politely reject him in private. With that, Long Shao might not have held a grudge against you. Everything happened because of Long Shao. If it were not for Long Shao, Shangguan Shangfeng would not have targeted Duan Ling Tian as well. Without Long Shao, Duan Ling Tian would have an easy time in the Hidden Fog sect before entering the Flying Dragon sect. Hidden Fog sect will regret their actions one day," Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian planned to join the Lingu clan's faction after entering the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, it would be inevitable for him to clash with those from the Hidden Fog sect's faction. In any case, let's meet in the Flying Dragon sect in the future, senior brother Wu. You have to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, by the time you enter the Flying Dragon sect, I might have already left, Duan Ling Tian said. At this time, Duan Ling Tian recalled the two friends he had met while he was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Ding Yan and Hu Qingning. He remembered the last time he had spoken to Hu Qingning. Hu Qingning said that Ding Yan had suddenly left the Hidden Fog Academy. The only friend he had left in the Hidden Fog Academy now was Hu Qingning. With the Lord Grade flying ship, it did not take long for the trio to arrive at the Linggu clan's estate. After Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Linggu Huan and Linggu Heng, the two left. After all, they had completed their task. After the duo left, Duan Ling Tian met with Linggu Renjia, the clan leader of the Linggu clan. When Linggu Renjia met Duan Ling Tian again, there was a complex expression on his face. Before Duan Ling Tian returned, Linggu Huan had already recounted everything that happened in the Hidden Fog sect to him. Most importantly, he had also learned about Duan Ling Tian's mysterious sister. Nonetheless, he was still rather enthusiastic despite the complex emotions in his heart. "Welcome to the Linggu clan, Duan Ling Tian. It's all thanks to you that I managed to safely escape from the Hidden Fog sect this time," Duan Ling Tian said gratefully. After all, if Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan did not accompany him to the Hidden Fog sect today, he would have been imprisoned or killed. Even if he was imprisoned, he would eventually be killed since he did not have any backers at all. After all, if no one came to save him after a long time, the Hidden Fog sect would find out that he had no backers and kill him. Duan Ling Tian had only coincidentally met Duan Chaoyu. They did not even exchange soul pearls. Even if he wanted to ask for her help, he had no way of contacting her. "The clan naturally has to help you. After all, our clan still needs to rely on you in the future," Linggu Renjia said with a laugh. "As long as it's within my capabilities and doesn't violate my principles, I definitely won't refuse the clan's requests," Duan Ling Tian said. After that, Linggu Renjia personally showed Duan Ling Tian to the spacious courtyard that had been arranged for him. Everything he needed had been placed there. There was even a housekeeper, maids, and servants in the courtyard. During this time, you can cultivate without worries in the clan. If you need anything, you can speak to the housekeeper. If he can't help you, you can look for me, Linggu Renjia said. As for the matter of entering the Flying Dragon sect, although the clan can recommend you to join the sect now with your innate talent and comprehension skills, I don't think it's the right time yet. Linggu Renjia explained. After 26 years, the Flying Dragon sect will be recruiting outer disciples that happens only once every 100 years. At that time, those below the age of 10,000 can participate in the recruitment examinations. If you pass the exams, you'll be eligible to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. The top 100 participants will be generously rewarded by the Flying Dragon sect. The top 3 participants' rewards are even more generous. Only new disciples who pass the recruitment examinations can participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Hence, if you join the sect now, you won't be able to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. After a pause, Linggu Renjia continued to say, for the previous Latent Dragon Grand Contest, the top 10 participants were rewarded with the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. I received news that the rewards for the top 10 participants in the upcoming contest are also Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. The pills are just one of the many rewards for those ranked in the top 10. Needless to say, the higher your ranking, the more generous the rewards would be. Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as Linggu Renjia mentioned the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. "This is the reason why I think you should wait instead of joining the Flying Dragon sect now," Linggu Renjia said. "Naturally, if you wish to join the sect now, I'll respect your wish." Chapter 3742 Duan Ling Tian's Choice. Although the auspicious pills were heaven-defying, they were only useful for gods. On the other hand, among divine pills that were beneficial toward kings of gods, the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill was one of the best. Although the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill would not raise one's cultivation base, it could remove the bottleneck that advanced kings of gods might encounter when trying to break through to become rudimentary lords of gods. Regardless of one's cultivation method, the pill would allow one to easily break through to the next stage. Based on Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill was incredibly difficult to refine. Those from Emperor rank forces usually would only be able to refine one pill in 100 years. How could he not feel shocked that the Flying Dragon sect was giving 10 Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills away during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? Duan Ling Tian asked with an amazed expression on his face. the alchemist in the Flying Dragon sect is able to refine 10 Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. Lingu Renjia replied with a smile on his face. The former sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect has been obsessed with alchemy since he was young. After he retired and became a supreme elder, he had more time to study alchemy since his workload was greatly reduced. 1,000 years ago, he had a major breakthrough. Not only did he increase his success rate in refining Lord Grade Divine Pills, but he even successfully refined the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. Since then, he became famous in the entire Eastern Ridge Mansion. Some of the top Emperor rank forces had tried to recruit him to their sides as well. After all, most alchemists in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could only refine one with great difficulty. However, he could easily refine them. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since the former sect leader of the Flying Dragon had attachments to the sect, he naturally would not be tempted to join the other Emperor rank forces that tried to recruit him. Without his attachments, how could stay in the Flying Dragon sect? Although the Flying Dragon sect was an Emperor rank sect, it no longer had any Emperor of Gods in the present. In fact, many Emperor ranked sects were like the Flying Dragon sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Normally, highly talented alchemists would not join Emperor rank forces without Emperors of Gods. After all, many Emperor rank forces with Emperors of Gods were willing to accept them. In the past, when Duan Ling Tian had just arrived in the realm battlefield after traveling through the spatial tear in the Nine Serenities battlefield, he had met an old man called Yi Bei Yuan who had been kind enough to escort him to the nearest base. At that time, the old man had said he was from the Glorious Heaven sect, an Emperor-ranked sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion that was like the Flying Dragon sect. If I'm a talented alchemist, it'd be easy for me to join any of the top Emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Mansion Ridge. No matter which one I choose to join, my cultivation environment and resources will definitely be good, Duan Ling Tian lamented inwardly. When Duan Ling Tian was in the mundane realm, he was rather skilled at refining pills. After he ascended to the Devata realms, he still practiced refining pills in the beginning. However, as time passed, he spent more time on his cultivation and dealing with the problems he encountered. In the end, he ended up neglecting his pill refining skills. Currently, he had no idea how to refine pills at all in the realms of gods since the methods were different. He wondered if it was time to brush up on his skills again. Perhaps, this skill would help him to join a stronger force. At this time, Lingu Renjia said, Duan Ling Tian, after you consider it, let me know your thoughts. He smiled before he continued to say, in any case, I believe that with your innate talent and comprehension skills, you'll be able to become a lord of gods even without the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. Moreover, there are still ways for you to obtain the pills even if you join the sect now, even if the process would be quite troublesome. Duan Ling Tian said decisively, Clan leader, I'll wait and join the Flying Dragon sect later so I can participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Are you sure? Lingu Renjia asked again, even though he was relieved by this answer. Naturally, he thought it was best for Duan Ling Tian to wait. He was confident that with Duan Ling Tian's talent, Duan Ling Tian would be able to rank in the top 10 now, let alone over 20 years later. After all, Duan Ling Tian was able to kill 2 of the core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect who were among the top 5 core disciples with just a strike each. Although he had heard that Duan Ling Tian had relied on his divine artifact to kill the 2 core disciples from the Hidden Fog sect, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was still hiding his strength. If Duan Ling Tian revealed the full extent of his comprehension of the Sword Dao, his powers would increase even more. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he took out the prominent divine sword he used to kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao from his spatial ring and handed it to Lingu Renjia as he said, Thank you, clan leader. I wouldn't have been able to kill them with a strike if it weren't for this prominent divine artifact that you lent me. After taking the prominent divine artifact, Lingu Renjia shook his head and said, I lent the prominent divine artifact so you don't have to reveal the depth of the comprehension of your Sword Dao. You could have killed them easily with your Sword Dao. Lingu Renjia would have told Duan Ling Tian to keep the sword if it was just an ordinary divine artifact. Unfortunately, the Lingu clan only had a few prominent divine artifacts, so he could not simply give it to Duan Ling Tian. Little did he know, Duan Ling Tian was not short of prominent divine artifacts. In fact, Duan Ling Tian even possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. Duan Ling Tian, I'm confident you'll rank in the top 10 at least during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. You might be rewarded with a prominent divine artifact if you're ranked in the top 3. It's easy for you to rank in the top 10, but it'll be more difficult to rank in the top 3 even if you use your sword Dao. You're not allowed to use divine artifacts and external methods during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Even if you can, there'll be participants who possess prominent divine artifacts as well, so you won't have the advantage. For this reason, you should focus on cultivating and breaking through during this time, Lingu Renjia said with a smile. Don't worry, clan leader. I'm aware of this, Duan Ling Tian said. He had never been complacent when it came to his cultivation. He had come so far from the time he was in the mundane realms relying on his strength. After all, Lingu Renjia nodded. Alright then, Lingu clan will do our best to help you achieve a breakthrough and become an intermediate king of gods. I'll try and help you with your law of space as well. After Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, Lingu Renjia took his leave. At this time, an old servant greeted Duan Ling Tian, young master. My name's Wang Fu. The clan leader has tasked me with serving you over the next 20+ years. Senior Fu, so sorry to trouble you, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile before he nodded at the maids in the surroundings. Then, he asked Wang Fu to lead him to his room. Duan Ling Tian's bedroom was so spacious that it made up for half the size of the building. There was a huge bed and he saw a table filled with pearls. His eyes were instantly drawn to the pearls. Upon seeing this, Wang Fu explained, Young master, these are floating images pearls that the clan leader prepared for you. They contain recordings of duels between kings of gods or stronger who had comprehended the law of space. Duan Ling Tian felt touched by Lingu Renjia's efforts and thoughtfulness. Then, he sent a message to Lingu Renjia to express his gratitude again. The floating image pearls have been a part of our Lingu clan's collection for generations. I hope they'll be useful to you even if they're not as useful as divine fruits that can directly help you with the law of space or stone tablets left behind by experts who comprehended the law of space. Lingu Renjia replied, we have the chambers of law of space, but they won't be useful to you. Considering your comprehension, I'm afraid most chambers of law of space in the Eastern Ridge Mansion won't be useful to you. I'll begin to search for divine fruit and stone tablets that will help you with quadruple fused profundities. Chapter 3743 Kuang Tian Zheng, the Flying Dragon Sect's Inner Elder. Since there were chambers of laws in the Devata realms, it was only natural that the realms of gods had them as well. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this after he arrived at the Profound Energy Land. There were different grades of chambers of laws in the realms of gods. Most chambers of laws had to be constructed on divine rocks, veins, and divine rocks were needed to fuel the chambers when they were in use. The grades of the divine rocks would determine the grades of the chambers. The chamber of laws that Duan Ling Tian visited in the Tidal Temple in the Devata realm in the past was the lowest grade of chamber, and one only needed knowledge of formations to construct it. It could only help one comprehend profundities to the mastery stage and needed a lot of divine rocks to fuel it. Hence, king-grade forces would use this kind of chamber to let their members comprehend the law. Chambers of laws that could help one to comprehend fused profundities had to be constructed on divine rock veins. Usually, only Lord rank forces would own divine rock mines that had divine rock veins. Needless to say, a huge number of divine rocks were needed to use these chambers of laws. For this reason, the Lord rank forces rarely allowed members to enter these chambers of laws. For example, even core disciples and high-ranking officials in the Lingu clan could not simply enter the chamber of law in their clan. To use the chamber of law, they had to obtain special permission. One would be sentenced to death if they entered the chamber of law in the Lingu clan without permission. However, based on Lingu Renjia's words, it seemed like he would grant Duan Ling Tian unconditional access to the Lingu clan's chamber of law. Duan Ling Tian knew that Lingu Renjia's words were sincere, so he said through voice transmission, "Thank you, clan leader." Following that, Wang Fu handed his soul pearl to Duan Ling Tian and said with a bow before leaving, "Young master, you contact me if you need me. I'll take my leave now." After Wang Fu left, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he picked up a floating image pearl. As he focused his mind, a lifelike projection appeared in front of him immediately. He saw two men dueling on a vast plain. One of them was an expert who comprehended many triple-fused profundities from the law of space. Hence, he was very engrossed in watching the projection. After Duan Ling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect and returned to the Lingu clan with Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan, the two supreme elders of the Lingu clan, news of Duan Ling Tian, a core disciple of the sect, leaving the sect and joining the Lingu clan began to spread in the Hidden Fog sect. The news stirred up a huge commotion in the Hidden Fog sect. Since not many people knew the details about what had happened, they were naturally angered by what they perceived was Duan Ling Tian's betrayal. Duan Ling Tian is an ungrateful bastard. I heard that Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei spared Duan Ling Tian after he killed senior brother Shangguan Shangfeng and senior brother Long Xiao because they appreciated his talent. Who would have thought that not only was Duan Ling Tian not grateful, but he even betrayed us and defected to the Lingu clan. How despicable. Alas, I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I'd kill that ungrateful bastard on behalf of the Hidden Fog sect. Most members of the Hidden Fog sect were furious and thought that Duan Ling Tian was an ingrate. There were not many people who took his side. In fact, Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, played a huge part in manipulating everyone's opinions. After all, he was furious that Duan Ling Tian not only escaped unscathed after killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, but Duan Ling Tian even joined the Lingu clan. Hence, he secretly ordered people to slander Duan Ling Tian to vent his anger. Since this was just a petty trick, even if Duan Ling Tian came from an extraordinary force, they would likely not pursue the matter. Moreover, since he had done everything secretly, no one could pin the blame on him. In a corner of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian has left the Hidden Fog sect. He joined the Lingu clan after leaving the sect. I must report back immediately. It did not take long for the 10,000 Devil sect spies to report back to their superiors in the 10,000 Devil sect. After receiving the news, an elder rushed to report to Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect. Lan Qing was shocked by the news. Duan Ling Tian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Lingu clan. After Lan Qing regained his senses, he did not waste time and made his way to Duzan's cultivation ground to speak to Kuang Tianzheng, who had returned from the Flying Dragon sect. Kuang Tianzheng was an intermediate lord of gods and an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. He had returned to the 10,000 Devils sect due to the death of his disciple, Chu Han. He suspected the culprits responsible for Chu Han's death were the Hidden Fog sect's Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian. After Wu Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect, Kuang Tianzheng decided to wait for Duan Ling Tian's return before he made a move. When he first heard that Duan Ling Tian had returned, his eyes lit up immediately. Alas, they dimmed again when he heard Lan Qing's subsequent words. Duan Ling Tian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Lingu clan. Kuang Tianzheng's expression darkened immediately. After all, things had just become more complicated. Not only did he need to go to the Hidden Fog sect, but now, he would have to go to the Lingu clan as well. It's strange that Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei didn't kill Duan Ling Tian immediately even though he killed their beloved disciples. Since there was a long-standing conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the two Supreme Elders' disciples, it's likely that Duan Ling Tian didn't return to the sect to avoid them. As soon as he returned, Long Xiao looked for him immediately. Duan Ling Tian must have made all necessary preparations before he returned to the sect. Kuang Tianzheng muttered to himself, it's likely that Duan Ling Tian brought members of the Lingu clan back to the sect with him. The members who went with him could only be the clan leader's sister or their supreme elders. In my opinion, it's likely the clan leader's sister who followed Duan Ling Tian back to the sect. After all, Duan Ling Tian had made it clear he wanted to pursue Lingu Chu Yin, whose mother is the clan leader's sister. Although she announced that her daughter would not marry, faced with a talented and capable candidate like Duan Ling Tian, it's not impossible for her to change her mind. Lan Qing and Duzan nodded in agreement when they heard Kuang Tianzheng's speculations. Although Kuang Tianzheng's speculations were mostly accurate, it was clear he did not have a good understanding of Lingu Chu Yin's mother at all and had believed the rumor of Duan Ling Tian's intention to pursue Lingu Chu Yin. Junior brother, Kuang Tianzheng said in a low voice after inhaling deeply, go to the Hidden Fog sect on my behalf and bring Wu Feng to me. Tell the sect I want Wu Feng. I'm sure they won't dare to object or refuse me for a mere inner disciple. I'll go to the Lingu clan and deal with them since they treat Duan Ling Tian like a piece of treasure. They won't hand Duan Ling Tian over if I don't show up. After Duzan agreed, Kuang Tianzheng left immediately for the Lingu clan. Duzan did not waste time as well and made his way to the Hidden Fog sect. Kuang Tianzheng traveled to the Lingu clan using the flying ship and flew at the speed of an advanced lord of gods. One could only imagine how many divine rocks it took to fuel the flying ship. It did not take long before Kuang Tianzheng arrived at the Linggu clan. The Linggu clan's members patrolling the perimeters of the Linggu clan's estate were alarmed when they saw a Lord-grade flying ship in the sky. An elder stepped forward and asked Kuang Tianzheng, who just disembarked from the flying ship, "My lord, may I ask for your name?" Those who possessed Lord-grade flying ships were definitely not ordinary people. Even in the Linggu clan, there were only 2 Lord-grade flying ships. One was with Linggu Renjia, and the other was with the clan's ancestor. Not only were Lord-grade flying ships expensive, but they were also a symbol of status. Kuang Tianzheng announced loudly, "Kuang Tianzheng. I'm an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect." Chapter 3744 Linggu Renjia deals with Kuang Tianzheng perfunctorily. Although the elder from the Linggu clan could tell Kuang Tianzheng was not an ordinary person, he was still shocked to learn that Kuang Tianzheng was an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, the emperor-ranked sect above the Linggu clan. "Greetings, Lord Kuang," the elder said as he and his subordinates bowed. He did not doubt Kuang Tianzheng's identity at all, since few would dare to impersonate an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, coupled with the Lord-grade flying ship, he was convinced the other party was not lying. After a brief moment, he asked curiously, "Lord Kuang, may I ask what brings you here to the Linggu clan?" "I'm here to meet your clan leader, Linggu Renjia," Kuang Tianzheng said indifferently. As an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, Kuang Tianzheng's status was naturally higher than that of Linggu Renjia. Hence, when Linggu Renjia learned of Kuang Tianzheng's visit, he came out immediately to welcome Kuang Tianzheng. To become an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, one had to be an extraordinary intermediate lord of gods at least. Such a person was considered not bad in the Flying Dragon sect, alone the Linggu clan. "Elder Tianzheng, please come in," Linggu Renjia said as he made an inviting gesture to Kuang Tianzheng. The elder of the Linggu clan might not have heard of Kuang Tianzheng's name, but Linggu Renjia most definitely had heard of Kuang Tianzheng. The members of the 10,000 Devils faction in the Flying Dragon sect all came from the 10,000 Devils sect. Although the Linggu faction and the 10,000 Devils faction did not have any enmity between them, they were still competitors in the Flying Dragon sect, after all. Nonetheless, Linggu Renjia did not dare to be negligent. No matter what, Kuang Tianzheng was an intermediate lord of gods and an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. After all, Kuang Tianzheng did not plan to enter the Linggu clan's estate, so he said tonelessly and bluntly, "That's not necessary. I only came for one reason." "What is it?" Linggu Renjia asked in confusion. What would an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect need from the Linggu clan? Whatever it was, he was certain it would not be anything good for Kuang Tianzheng to suddenly show up. "I came because I need to borrow a member of yours, clan leader Linggu," Kuang Tianzheng said with a smile. "What do you mean, Elder Tianzheng? Please be direct," Linggu Renjia said with a wry smile. "I want to bring Duan Ling Tian away," Kuang Tianzheng said as he looked at Linggu Renjia meaningfully. Linggu Renjia would not have thought much about it if Kuang Tianzheng had asked for another person. However, Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the Linggu clan not too long ago, but Kuang Tianzheng had already come looking for Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but wonder if the Hidden Fog sect had a hand in Kuang Tianzheng's visit and demand. After thinking about it again, Linggu Renjia thought it was impossible. The rivalry between the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect started many years ago and did not show signs of easing. Their hatred ran so deep that their respective factions in the Flying Dragon sect did not let go of any chances to find fault with each other. Under such circumstances, how could Kuang Tianzheng come on behalf of the Hidden Fog sect? "Elder Kuang Tianzheng, may I ask why?" Linggu Renjia asked when he regained his senses. At the same time, he sent a message to Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, do you know why Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, came for you?" Upon hearing Linggu Renjia's words, Duan Ling Tian quickly deduced that Kuang Tianzheng must be here because he had killed Chu Han in the divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods. He knew that Kuang Tianzheng was Chu Han's master and also the senior brother of Du Qianzheng's grandfather.An. Duan Ling Tian did not intend to hide the truth from Linggu Renjia, so he recounted what happened to Linggu Renjia. After all, he did not explain things properly. Linggu Renjia might think there was no harm in letting Duan Ling Tian leave with Kuang Tianzheng. Although Kuang Tianzheng could not prove that he killed Chu Han, it was likely that Kuang Tianzheng would kill him anyway. After all, it was better to err on the side of caution. What? You killed Kuang Tianzheng's disciple? From what I heard, Chu Han is his youngest and most beloved disciple. He treated Chu Han like his grandson. Linggu Renjia was naturally shocked by Duan Lingtian's confession. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so domineering. Not only did Duan Lingtian kill disciples of the two supreme elders from the Hidden Fog sect, but he even killed the beloved disciple of an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Needless to say, Kuang Tianzheng was different from Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei of the Hidden Fog sect. It was not only the difference in their status, but their strength as well. Even if the four Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect joined forces, they were no match for Kuang Tianzheng. On the other hand, even if Linggu Renjia joined forces with the clan ancestor and the clan's Supreme Elders, they would only be able to fight to a draw with Kuang Tianzheng at most. I didn't have a choice. It was either I kill him or I die, Duan Lingtian said. Linggu Renjia no longer asked any questions. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have made the same choice. After a moment, he said, "Don't worry. I'll handle this." Meanwhile, Kuang Tianzheng hesitated for a moment when he heard Linggu Renjia's question. Then, he replied, "I came for Duan Lingtian because I suspect he's involved in the death of my disciple, Chu Han. I want to ask him how my disciple died." Kuang Tianzheng's eyes flashed coldly when he spoke. When he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, he was almost 100% certain that Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple. Hence, as soon as the Linggu clan handed Duan Lingtian over to him, he would kill Duan Lingtian after leaving the Linggu clan's estate. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian did not confess to Linggu Renjia earlier, Linggu Renjia would have missed the fleeting flash of coldness in Kuang Tianzheng's gaze. He smiled faintly as he replied, "Elder Tianzheng, I'll ask Duan Lingtian about this matter on your behalf." Then, without giving Kuang Tianzheng a chance to speak, Linggu Renjia acted as though he was communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After a while, he looked at Kuang Tianzheng and said, "Elder Tianzheng, I've spoken to Duan Lingtian. He said that he doesn't know your disciple. Could you be mistaken, Elder Tianzheng? Clan leader Linggu, it's best if you summon him here so he can explain this himself," Kuang Tianzheng said. When he glanced at the Linggu clan's estate behind Linggu Renjia, a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. The Linggu clan used to have a monstrous genius in formations in the past. That genius had laid a guarding formation in the Linggu clan's estate. In the past, the formation alone had killed 3 extraordinary rudimentary lords of gods that broke into the clan's estate. Rumor had it that the guarding formation could severely injure intermediate lords of gods and injure advanced lords of gods. For this reason, Kuang Tianzheng did not charge into the Linggu clan's estate to capture Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian were in the Hidden Fog sect, he would have directly charged into the sect. After all, the Hidden Fog sect's 4 supreme elders and their sect guarding formation were no threat to him. The Hidden Fog sect had no experts in formations, so even the 10,000 Devils sect's guarding formation was stronger than that of the Hidden Fog sect. "Elder Tianzheng, it's inconvenient for Duan Lingtian to come out," Linggu Renjia said with a smile. "I'm sure you've heard about what happened in the Hidden Fog sect, right? I'm afraid the Hidden Fog sect might have people lurking outside our estate waiting for a chance to ambush Duan Lingtian." Kuang Tianzheng opened his mouth to speak, but Linggu Renjia interjected, "Moreover, before my second younger sister left he had promised not to step out of the clan estate until it's time for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Hence, as soon as he returned from the Hidden Fog sect, he swore on the Devil Heart's blood oath to show his sincerity. This is why he can't come out. Elder Tianzheng, if you really wish to meet him, why don't you follow me inside? I'll summon him out for you." Kuang Tianzheng's expression turned unsightly as soon as he heard Linggu Renjia's words. He naturally did not believe Linggu Renjia, but there was nothing he could do. He could not force Linggu Renji to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath. Although he could easily kill Linggu Renjia, who was just a rudimentary lord of gods, it would not be without consequences. After all, Linggu Renjia's grandfather was also in the Flying Dragon sect. Most importantly, Linggu Renjia's grandfather was superior to him. Alright then, although Kuang Tianzheng was wary of the Linggu clan's guarding formation, he decided to enter the Linggu clan's estate in the end. He was determined to meet and question Duan Lingtian even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Whether Duan Ling Tian was involved in Chu Han's death or not, he did plan to give up on killing Duan Ling Tian. He was only temporarily putting the matter aside. Duan Ling Tian had sent a message to Wu Feng, who was in the Hidden Fog sect. He had felt relieved when he saw that Wu Feng's soul pearl was intact. Chapter 37:45 Duan Ling Tian's warning. Junior brother Duan. Wu Feng was surprised when he first received Duan Ling Tian's message. His expression changed drastically when he learned that Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, had gone to look for Duan Ling Tian at the Linggu clan. Since he came for me, I'm afraid he might have sent people to look for you as well. I'm guessing they found out about me because you used your surname when addressing me in the Divine Sanctuary. I'll be okay since I have the Linggu clan's protection, but I'm worried the Hidden Fog sect might not be able to protect. Before joining the Linggu clan, Duan Ling Tian had learned a lot about the clan from Wu Feng. He also learned that the Hidden Fog sect guarding formation was much weaker than that of the Linggu clan. The sect guarding formation in the Hidden Fog sect could not even stop Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan if they had chosen to force their way in, let alone Kuang Tianzheng. Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect might not have any intention of protecting Wu Feng, who was just a mere inner disciple, at all. After all, they were unlikely to risk offending someone like Kuang Tianzheng for an inner disciple. Nonetheless, even if they intended to protect Wu Feng, they were not capable of doing so. Duan Ling Tian said, "Senior brother Wu, in my opinion, you should leave the Hidden Fog sect. Why don't you come to the Linggu clan? I'll recommend you to the clan leader." Duan Ling Tian was very grateful to Wu Feng. If Wu Feng did not bring him to the Divine Sanctuary left behind by Qin Wu, an emperor of God, he would have missed out on a lot of things. Junior brother Duan, I appreciate your kindness, Wu Feng replied. I'll leave the Hidden Fog sect immediately. However, I won't be joining the Linggu clan since I have a clan behind me. I'm going back to my clan to help them relocate to a safer place. Junior brother Duan, don't hesitate to get in touch with me if you need my help. I'll try my best to help you. After that, Wu Feng no longer responded to Duan Ling Tian's messages. It was obvious Wu Feng had begun to act. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly received a message from Linggu Renjia. Duan Ling Tian, Kuang Tianzheng is adamant about meeting you. I brought him into the estate, and we're in the main hall now. Please hurry over. Don't worry, we have the clan's guarding formation. Even if he attacks you, he won't be able to kill you. All you need to do is just show up and deal with him perfunctorily, Linggu Renjia said. All right, Duan Ling Tian responded before leaving his room and making his way to the main hall. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the main hall, he saw Linggu Renjia and an old man. The old man had a medium build and looked young for his age. Despite the old man's average appearance, Duan Ling Tian knew the old man's cultivation base was anything but average. Clan leader, Duan Ling Tian called out as he walked toward the duo. Duan Ling Tian, Linggu Renjia smiled. Then, he stood between Duan Ling Tian and Kuang Tianzheng with his back facing the latter before he said, "This is Elder Kuang Tianzheng from the Flying Dragon sect. He's originally from the 10,000 Devils sect and is now a prominent figure in the Flying Dragon sect." After saying that, Linggu Renjia turned to Kuang Tianzheng and said, "Elder Tianzheng, I'm sure you already know about Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian greeted Kuang Tianzheng with a nod. Kuang Tianzheng did not waste time. He looked at Duan Ling Tian pointedly and directly said, "Duan Ling Tian, my junior brother, Duzan, said that his grandson, Du Qianzhen, told him that you and the Hidden Fog sect's Wu Feng were the last ones to see my disciple, Chu Han, alive." Duan Ling Tian feigned a confused expression and said, "What do you mean, Elder Tianzheng? I've never heard of the name Chu Han before. Did you mistake me for another person?" Kuang Tianzheng frowned. If he did not know better, he would have been fooled by Duan Ling Tian. It would be impossible to get any clues from Duan Ling Tian's expressions. Hence, he no longer minced words and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, you killed my disciple, right?" Linggu Renjia's expression changed immediately. He waved his hand, and a translucent barrier appeared, separating Duan Ling Tian and Linggu Renjia from Kuang Tianzheng. This was the Linggu clan's guarding formation. Duan Ling Tian felt completely at ease as soon as he saw the barrier. After all, he knew how powerful it was after listening to Wu Feng. It was capable of killing rudimentary lords of gods. Even intermediate lords of gods would not be able to escape unscathed. Kuang Tianzheng looked at Lingu Renjia pointedly and said, "Clan leader Lingu, you're being too cautious." Despite the calm expression on his face, Kuang Tianzheng was seething with anger inwardly. He felt helpless as well. He was angered by Lingu Renjia's cautiousness, and he felt helpless because of the translucent barrier. In fact, as soon as he asked that question, he was going to make a move to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Lingu Renjia to react so quickly. After he extended his divine consciousness to probe the barrier, he discovered there was no way he could breach it. For this reason, he no longer made a move. "Elder Tianzheng, you told me that you only wanted to question Duan Lingtian," Lingu Renjia said. He did not bother to hide his displeasure at all when he spoke. He continued to say in a low voice, "I only summoned Duan Lingtian here because I believe in your sincerity. I apologize. It's inevitable that I'd act rashly when I think about my disciple who died in vain," Kuang Tianzheng said insincerely. He calmed his surging divine energy before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, I really hope you have nothing to do with my disciple's death. Otherwise, neither the Lingu clan nor the Hidden Fog sect would be able to protect you." After saying that, Kuang Tianzheng turned around and walked out of the main hall. His divine energy surged as he said threateningly before stepping out of the main hall, "I heard you plan to participate in the Flying Dragon sect's Latent Dragon Grand Competition. I'll see you again at that time." Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end, unflustered by Kuang Tianzheng's threats. In his eyes, Kuang Tianzheng was only a small obstacle in his path. If he could not even overcome such a small obstacle, how was he going to rescue his wife, Keller, 300 years later? Even if Lingu Chu Yin was Ka and he was reunited with her, he still needed to prove himself to the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land. Ka might not care about it, but as a man, he was determined to prove himself. "Duan Lingtian," Lingu Renjia said with a wry smile, "not only did you offend Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei from the Hidden Fog sect, but you've also offended Elder Tianzheng. All three of them can't wait to kill you. Before you head to the Flying Dragon sect, you better be cautious. It's best if you don't leave the Lingu clan's estate at all." A grim expression appeared on Lingu Renjia's face after he finished speaking. "I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not so foolish as to leave the Lingu clan's estate. He knew the two supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect would not let things go easily and were likely lying in wait in Lingu City, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, they likely would not rashly kill him until they could confirm he did not have an extraordinary background. The two supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect might be wary of his background, but Kuang Tianzheng was clearly unconcerned. Based on what Duan Lingtian saw earlier, Kuang Tianzheng would have killed him directly given the chance. "I didn't expect to offend such a person before I even joined the Flying Dragon sect," Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Nonetheless, even if there were no Kuang Tianzheng, those from the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon would still see me as their enemy. What? Wu Feng escaped. Shortly after Kuang Tianzheng arrived at the 10,000 Devil sect, he received a message from Duzan. He was furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Duan Lingtian must have warned him. Chapter 3746 Blessed by the Heavens. Previously, Kuang Tianzheng had sent his junior brother, Duzan, to the Hidden Fog sect while he personally went to the Lingu clan. He was in such a hurry to avenge his disciple that he forgot to consider many things. At that time, his mind was occupied by the news of Duan Lingtian killing the disciples of Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei of the Hidden Fog sect. Kuang Tianzheng heard that Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, the disciples of the two supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect, were among the 5 strongest core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Apart from that, despite being intermediate kings of gods, the duo was capable of killing ordinary advanced kings of gods. However, Duan Lingtian, who had just become a rudimentary king of gods, managed to kill the duo. With this kind of strength, Kuang Tianzheng knew Duan Lingtian would not have much difficulty killing his disciple, Chu Han, who was a rudimentary king of gods before his death. Even if Duan Lingtian was just an advanced god at that time, Kuang Tianzheng was so engrossed in thinking about Duan Lingtian after he left the 10,000 Devils sect for the Lingu clan that he completely disregarded other matters. He did not consider that his speed would be much faster thanks to his Lord rank flying ship compared to Duzan's speed. Consequently, news about his visit to the Lingu clan was quickly passed to Wu Feng before Duzan even arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. Duzan looked for Kuang Tianzheng immediately after returning to the 10,000 Devils sect. He said apologetically, "Senior brother, my speed is too slow." "It's not your fault," Kuang Tianzheng said. Although he was angry, he did not let his anger consume his reason. He waved his hand and said, "I didn't consider things properly leading to Duan Ling Tian warning Wu Feng. However, the fact that Wu Feng fled from the Hidden Fog sect further confirms that the junior brother Duan that Qianjun told us about is Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is much stronger than we imagined. He's just a rudimentary king of gods, but he managed to kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao. This shows he's capable of killing opponents with cultivation bases a level or two higher than his. This also means he could kill Chu Han, who was a rudimentary king of gods, when he was just an advanced god. With all these, there's no doubt he's the one who killed Chu Han." After saying these words, Kuang Tianzheng had to inhale deeply to calm his anger. After a moment, he said, "It's fine. There's no rush. I heard from Lingu Renjia that Duan Ling Tian's planning to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest 20 years later. Since he plans to join the Flying Dragon sect, I'll have plenty of chances to kill him once he joins the sect. I can't allow him to grow stronger, so I'll kill him as soon as he enters the sect." Kuang Tianzheng's eyes shone with murderous intent when he spoke. "Can't we kill him while he's in the Lingu clan?" Duzan asked. Then, he said, "Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills are too heaven-defying. It's best to kill him sooner than later." Although Duzan had never met Duan Ling Tian before, he had heard more than enough about Duan Ling Tian. "I want to kill him as soon as possible as well," Kuang Tianzheng said grimly. However, Lingu Renjia is determined to protect him. Earlier, before I could even make a move, Lingu Renjia had already activated his clan's guarding formation. After a brief pause, Kuang Tianzheng continued to say through gritted teeth, that Lingu Renjia dares to act impudently because of his grandfather, the White Dragon Elder, in the Flying Dragon sect. Duzan inhaled sharply upon hearing the words, White Dragon Elder. The White Dragon Elder was originally from the Lingu clan. In the past, his status in the clan was as high as a supreme elder. He was a famous intermediate lord of gods. Regardless of factions, he was rather kind to the juniors who entered the Flying Dragon sect. Kuang Tianzheng looked at Duzan and said, changing the topic, "Junior brother, I heard from Lanqing that Duan Ling Tian came from the Devata realm, so he shouldn't have any family here. However, Wu Feng is native to the Profound Energy land, so he should have family here. He might have already moved his family to a safer place, but investigate it just the same. If we can capture his family, we might be able to threaten him." After a pause, he continued to say, "As for me, I'll return to the Flying Dragon sect first to prepare for my disciple's wedding, since there's no longer any use in my staying in the 10,000 Devils sect." "Don't worry, senior brother," Duzan solemnly said, "even if he relocates his family, I'll do all that I can to find them." Upon hearing this, Kuang Tianzheng nodded with a smile and said, "Then, I'll have to trouble you, junior brother. The wedding banquet for my disciple and the daughter of Vice Sect Leader Shui should be held in 3 months' time. I'll send an invitation to you and Lanqing. Bring Qianjun and Po Jun along with you to attend the wedding," Kuang Tianzheng said. After Kuang Tianzheng left, Duzan muttered to himself excitedly, "Since senior brother's disciple is going to marry the daughter of Vice Sect Leader Shui, our 10,000 Devils sect status will definitely rise. With that, we'll be able to suppress the Hidden Fog sect." When Duzan finally calmed down, he left to look for Lanqing to discuss the matter of searching for Wu Feng and his family. Lingu clan. After Duan Ling Tian joined the Lingu clan, Lingu Renjia, the clan leader of the Lingu clan, treated him very well. Lingu Renjia would try his best to fulfill his requests. For this reason, his opinion of Lingu Renji and the Lingu clan was rather high. During this time, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Lingu clan's estate and focused on his cultivation. Unfortunately, even with the help of various divine pills and divine fruits, his cultivation speed was not particularly fast. In fact, he felt like his progress was quite slow after becoming a rudimentary king of gods. In the end, he decided to take a break from the monotony of cultivating and continued to comprehend the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. Apart from that, he studied ancient records as well. Lingu Renjia had granted Duan Ling Tian access to the Lingu clan's library. He had access to everything in the library except for the core secrets of the Lingu clan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was perusing the ancient records regarding pill refining methods by alchemists in the realms of gods. The process of pill refining here is really intricate, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. After reading about pill refining in the realms of gods, he discovered his knowledge was quite shallow. Similar to the Devata realms, alchemists in the realms of gods had to use the law of fire to form a flame to refine pills. Similarly, their control of the flames was very important. However, as Duan Ling Tian continued reading, he realized that in the realms of gods, pill refining did not solely depend on one's control of the fire. There was also a purification stage in the process of refining the pills that could be done with the help of the law of the wood. Highly talented alchemists can even extract the vitality energy, which is similar to the energy from the divine tree of life, present in the heaven and earth spirit energy, and imbue the pills with it. This will increase the purity of the pills, and in return, improve the quality and efficacy of the pill. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He knew that realms of gods had divine trees of life, and he knew about the vitality energy from the divine trees of life. After all, he also had a divine tree of life in his little world. However, he did not expect that vitality energy could also be extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. In realms of gods, the first stage of refining pills relies on the law of fire, the middle stage relies on the law of wood, and the final stage relies on the law of life. After reading this, Duan Ling Tian realized he was equipped with the laws necessary to become a genius alchemist. Not many people were like him. He was truly blessed by the heavens. In a fight, a deeper comprehension of the law and fused profundities will be advantageous. However, in terms of pill refining, fused profundities from the law of fire are useless. Moreover, fused profundities can cause the temperature to become unstable, causing failure in refining pills. Nonetheless, it shouldn't be a problem to use a fused profundity to heat the cauldron in the initial stage as long as one is careful. It would save a lot of time. It's the same for the law of wood and the law of life. It's enough as long as one comprehends the profundities to the mastery stage. In other words, if I want to refine pills, I don't have to waste too much time comprehending the law of fire, the law of wood, and the law of life. My law of fire is up to standard. As for my law of life, I've comprehended the profundities to the initial stage. However, I've only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wood to the initial stage. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Devata realms, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended all of the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage in the Tidal Temple's chamber of law that was located in an independent realm. However, he did not spend much time comprehending the law of wood and the law of life. He only had shallow comprehension of them. Even then, it was all thanks to the divine tree of life and the clear heaven's divine wood. Seems like I'll have to visit the Lingu clan's chamber of law. With this, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and sent a message to Lingu Renjia immediately, asking if he could enter the chamber of law. Lingu Renjia's reply came swiftly. Duan Ling Tian, with your profound comprehension of the law of space, our clan's chamber of law won't be useful to you at all. It's a waste of your time to enter it. Duan Ling Tian knew Lingu Renjia had misunderstood his intention, so he explained, Clan leader, you've misunderstood me. I'm not comprehending the law of space in the chamber of law. I want to comprehend the law of life and the law of wood. Chapter 3747 Only supreme powerhouses can create them. You want to comprehend the law of life and the law of wood? Are you trying to learn alchemy? Lingu Renjia asked in confusion. Then, he kindly said, not only do you need a basic understanding of alchemy, but you have to take many factors into consideration as well. What divine pills do you need? I'll help you to look for them. There's no need for you to learn alchemy. You should use the extra time to raise your cultivation base instead. Duan Ling Tian appreciated Lingu Renjia's kindness very much. He said with a sigh, Clan leader Lingu, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I need a break. Even then, my mind is filled with thoughts of cultivation even when I can't cultivate. This isn't good for my cultivation, so I need to shift my focus on something else instead. Lingu Renjia said, well, as long as you know what you're doing. I'll tell Wang Fu to give you the token to access the Chamber of Law and lead you there. Wang Fu was the housekeeper whom Lingu Renjia arranged to serve Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, clan leader Lingu, Duan Ling Tian replied. About 15 minutes later, Wang Fu's voice rang outside of Duan Ling Tian's room. Young Master Duan, I've obtained the access token from the clan leader. Please let me know when you want to go to the Chamber of Law. Duan Lingtian opened the room door and said, let's go now. Duan Lingtian was eager to comprehend the law of life and the law of wood. He wanted to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage as soon as possible. However, he had no intention of comprehending their fused profundities for now. The law of space would remain as his main law. Moreover, one could only use one law during a fight. Young Master Duan, please follow me, Wang Fu said as he led Duan Lingtian away. Wang Fu led Duan Lingtian through the Linggu clan's estate before they finally arrived at a vast empty space. There were people in small groups in the area, looking at their surroundings vigilantly. Young Master Duan, this is where our clan's chambers of laws are located. The chambers are underground. After showing the access token to the group of people that approached them, Wang Fu led Duan Lingtian to a stairway hidden behind a stone platform that led underground. Duan Lingtian noticed the stairway and the walls on both sides were carved with intricate patterns. He instinctively extended his divine consciousness to probe them and discovered they were inscriptions for formations. When they arrived at the foot of the stairs, Duan Lingtian saw a long tunnel between two rows of compartments that were about 100 square meters in size. Elder, Wang Fu called out as he handed the access token to an old man. The old man extended his divine consciousness into the access token. With that, Linggu Renjia's projection. He called out, Clan Leader. Fourth Elder, you're on duty today. Linggu Renjia asked with a smile. Yes, the fourth elder of the Linggu clan replied. Similar to the Hidden Fog sect, the elders were divided into inner elders and outer elders as well. Then, inner elders were further divided into ordinary inner elders, core elders, and supreme elders. The fourth elder of the Linggu clan was a core elder who was an advanced king of gods. Duan Lingtian wants to use the chambers of laws. He's allowed to stay as long as he wants, so don't rush him, Linggu Renjia said. Following that, Linggu Renjia's figure disappeared from the fourth elder's mind. Duan Lingtian, the fourth elder of the Linggu clan, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was distracted by Linggu Renjia's projection, regained his senses when he heard the old man's voice. The old man said with a bright smile on his face, Duan Lingtian, I'm Linggu Hua, the fourth elder of the Linggu clan. I heard about you. Although you're not even 3,000 years old, you're already a rudimentary king of gods. Moreover, you're able to kill 2 core disciples from the Hidden Fog sect who were stronger than ordinary advanced kings of gods despite only being intermediate kings of gods. Clearly, news of Duan Lingtian killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao had spread outside of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian smiled and replied modestly, Fourth Elder, I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian, you're too humble. I'm the clan leader's cousin, so I'm privy to many things. I have to say that you made the right choice by joining us. Whatever the Hidden Fog sect can provide you, we can provide you with them as well. Most importantly, we can also provide you with what the Hidden Fog sect can't. Take the Chambers of Laws for example. As you can see, apart from us, there's no one else here. The Chambers of Laws consume a huge number of divine rocks, so even direct descendants of the clan can't simply enter as they please. As for the other members, they need to meet certain requirements before they're allowed to enter the Chamber of Laws for a limited time. However, our clan leader treats you generously and didn't set a limit for your time here. He even told me not to rush you, Linggu Hua said. He was still slightly surprised by Linggu Renjia's earlier words. After all, he had never received such orders from Linggu Renjia. The clan leader is indeed generous, Duan Lingtian said with a nod. He would never forget Linggu Renjia's kindness and hospitality. He would definitely repay this favor in the future if he had a chance. You can enter any of the chambers. You can find out what law they contain as long as you probe them with your divine consciousness, Linggu Hua said. With that, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and quickly found the chamber of law he needed. He planned to comprehend the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage first before he comprehended the law of wood. Meanwhile, Wang Fu left as soon as he completed his task. Those who did not have business there were not allowed to stay for long. Since Duan Lingtian had experience with chambers in the laws, he was familiar with them. Back when he was in the Devata realm, he had spent 3 months in the Tidal Temple's chambers of laws that contained the law of fire and the law of earth. After that, he successfully comprehended the profundities of the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. 4 months later, Duan Ling Tian finally comprehended the profundities from the law of life and the law of wood to the mastery stage. After walking out of the chamber of law, Duan Ling Tian asked Lingu Hua, who so happened to be on duty again, "Fourth elder, the clan doesn't have a chamber of law that contains the law of time." Before Duan Ling Tian entered the chamber of law that contained the law of life, he had briefly sensed the other chambers of laws. In addition to chambers that contained the 5 elements, he sensed chambers with the laws of wind, ice, thunder, death, life, and wood. However, he did not sense the law of time. He was not sure if there was no law of time here or if his senses were not strong enough, but he did not give it much thought at that time. When he was done comprehending the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage and was about to enter the chamber of law that contained the law of wood, he had briefly sensed the other chambers again. Similar to before, he did not sense the law of time. Now that he was done comprehending the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage, he could not help but ask Lingu Hua about it. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had forgotten all about the law of time. He only thought about it again when he arrived at the Lingu clan's chambers of laws. In the past, he had comprehended the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage in a realm left behind by a supreme powerhouse that his master, Feng Qingyong, had found. For this reason, he thought he would be able to comprehend a few double-fused profundities from the law of time in the Lingu clan's chambers of laws. Lingu Hua was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "Duan Ling Tian, are you unaware that chambers of laws that contain the law of time can only be created by supreme powerhouses? Even an advanced supreme god who's skilled in formations can't create a chamber of law that contains the law of time. This is something known to everyone in the realms of gods." Chapter 3748 Duan Ling Tian is disappointed. Only supreme powerhouses can create chambers of laws with the law of time. Duan Ling Tian recalled the chamber of law he had entered while he was in the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Indeed, it was created by a supreme powerhouse as well. His master, Feng Qingyong, had inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse that also included the chamber of law that contained the law of time. Apart from the law of space, the second law he prioritized was the law of time. The law of time, similar to the law of space, was also the strongest among the 4 supreme laws. You plan to comprehend the law of time as well. If our clan has the chamber of law for the law of time, the clan leader and the others would have comprehended the law of time as well. Unfortunately, only supreme powerhouses can construct chambers that contain the law of time. Perhaps, only those supreme rank forces that have close contact with supreme powerhouses have chambers with the law of time. Apart from that, you can only find them in legacies left behind by supreme powerhouses, Lingu Hua said. Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly upon hearing these words. Lingu Hua continued to say, "As one of the strongest among the 4 supreme laws, the law of time is the hardest and trickiest to comprehend. In the history of the Lingu clan, nobody has comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage, let alone comprehend its fused profundities. It's not that no one had thoughts about mastering the law of time. However, those kings of gods who want to do so don't have the time to focus on comprehending the law of time. After all, they have to prepare for the heavenly tribulations. In the realms of gods, only those who are gifted or those who are lucky enough to obtain either the divine fruit of time or the law of time's stone tablet will comprehend the law of time. For most people, it'll take them twice the effort compared to other laws to comprehend the law of time." Duan Ling Tian nodded. It dawned on him how lucky he had been to have entered the chamber of law of time left behind by a supreme powerhouse in the Asura Hell. Even those from the realms of gods could only dream of such an opportunity. He thought that Lingu Hua's words made sense. After all, kings of gods were racing against time. They had to ensure they were strong enough to face the heavenly tribulations every 1,000 years. Otherwise, they would die. Moreover, if they refused to become a king of gods, it would only hinder their cultivation. They would forever remain weak. Even if they managed to comprehend the law of time, it would not give them an advantage due to their low cultivation base. At this time, a voice rang from the stairway. "Young Master Duan." It was Wang Fu. When Duan Ling Tian exited from the chamber of wood and discovered there was no chamber of time, he had sent a message to Wang Fu, asking him to come over. After all, Wang Fu held the access token, so he needed Wang Fu to lead him out of this place. "Fourth Elder, thank you for answering my questions. Since I've done what I came here to do, I'll take my leave now, Duan Ling Tian said, bidding farewell to Lingbu Hua before he left with Wang Fu. All right, Lingbu Hua nodded and smiled as he watched Duan Ling Tian leave. He muttered to himself, our Lingbu clan is truly lucky that the clan leader managed to persuade this young man to join us. Lingbu Hua was aware of how much time Duan Ling Tian had spent here. With the time Duan Ling Tian took, he knew it was not enough for Duan Ling Tian to comprehend fused profundities. Duan Ling Tian had left after comprehending the profundities from the 2 laws to the mastery stage, showing that he did not intend to take advantage of the Lingbu clan's generosity. Not only was Duan Ling Tian highly talented, but his character was good as well. Hence, he thought the Lingbu clan was lucky to have such a member. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his room, he brought out the divine pill cauldron that he previously obtained from the remnant of a realm of gods. In fact, he obtained 2 divine pill cauldrons from that remnant of a realms of god he had encountered in the Devata realm. In realms of gods, divine pill cauldrons were the same. What was important was the flame used to refine the pills and one's control over the flames. If the flames were too hot, one risked burning the herbs before they could be refined. This showed how important it was for one to be able to control one's divine energy and the law of fire. Apart from that, refining pills in the realms of gods relied heavily on innate talent, experience, and one's ability to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. There were many talented and experienced alchemists who were unable to extract vitality energy when refining pills. For this reason, the success rate of their pill refinement was low. Even the pills they successfully refined were low in quality. However, there were also divine pills with no quality distinction that could be refined after being purified from the vitality energy extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy. An example of such pills was the Lord Breakthrough Pill, which was offered as a reward for the Latent Dragon Grand competition by the Flying Dragon sect. Needless to say, success was not guaranteed. It depended if the vitality energy was extracted in a timely manner and if the amount was sufficient. The Flying Dragon sect's alchemist who could refine more than 10 Lord Breakthrough pills was considered a second-tier alchemist in the realms of gods. He was considered rather skilled and was in high demand among Emperor rank forces due to his ability to refine Emperor-grade divine pills even if his success rate was not very high. I'll try to refine the primary, secondary, tertiary divine pills, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled the 3 pills he obtained during the Zhou clan's auction in Skywind City. He had managed to outbid Xianxia, the 4th master of the Zhang clan. At that time, he had just arrived in the profound energy land. The 3 divine pills had greatly boosted his cultivation at that time. He decided to refine the 3 pills because he had all the necessary medicinal herbs in Chu Han's spatial ring. Was Chu Han an alchemist? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. Duan Ling Tian's speculation was correct. Kuang Tian Zheng, the inner elder from the Flying Dragon sect, had taken a liking to Chu Han not just because of Chu Han's cultivation talent, but also because of Chu Han's talent in alchemy. Although Chu Han was just an advanced god, he was already capable of refining ordinary king-grade divine pills. The divine pills of the same grade were further divided into different levels. For example, the Lord Breakthrough divine pill that could eliminate the bottleneck faced by advanced kings of gods before becoming rudimentary lords of gods was an extraordinary lord-grade divine pill. For this reason, it was one of the most highly coveted top lord-grade divine pills by kings of gods. That alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect has to be a lord-rank divine alchemist since he's capable of refining top lord-grade divine pills. However, not all lord-rank divine alchemists are equal. Those who are not talented have a low success rate, so their amount of wastage is rather shocking. As for those who are highly talented, their success rate is rather high and stable. Moreover, their success rate in refining low-grade divine pills is even higher. If I'm not mistaken, that alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect shouldn't be extraordinarily talented. Duan Ling Tian's speculation was based on the Flying Dragon sect's ability to produce so many Lord Breakthrough divine pills within 100 years. In the realms of gods, divine alchemists ranked in descending order were as followed: Supreme rank divine alchemists, Emperor rank divine alchemists, Lord rank divine alchemists, King rank divine alchemists, and God rank divine alchemists. Duan Ling Tian also speculated that Chu Han was a God rank divine alchemist. Let's try to refine the pills. In the realms of gods, pill ingredients were not kept secret since not everyone could refine divine pills. Moreover, even if one knew the ingredients, without knowing the techniques, one would not be able to refine the divine pills. The higher the grade of the divine pills, the stricter the requirements on the techniques would be. The primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills were god-grade divine pills. Since they were rather common in the realms of gods, the ingredients and techniques to refine them were no secret. Although they were relatively easy for decent god-ranked divine alchemists to refine, each step was important. Otherwise, the pill refinement would fail as well. When Duan Ling Tian used the law of wood to refine the 3 divine pills, the cauldron suddenly exploded before the pills formed, wasting the herbs. I failed. Is it because I don't have the talent to become a divine alchemist? Duan Ling Tian looked slightly disappointed as he looked at the wasted and charred herbs. If other divine alchemists heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they would have rolled their eyes. After all, beginner divine alchemists who could successfully refine the 3 divine pills in their first attempt were as rare as a phoenix's feather in the realms of gods. Chapter 37:49-9 The Pill Tribulation and the Limit Divine Pill. Duan Ling Tian was rather upset that he failed to refine the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills since they were only god-grade divine pills. Moreover, he had read the revised technique to refine them from one of the records in the Linggu clan's library. The technique had listed each step in detail, and yet, he still failed. Hence, he was disappointed and upset. Let's try again. I still have enough medicinal herbs to do so. If I fail, then I'll take a break. Perhaps, I just don't have the talent to become a divine alchemist. Duan Ling Tian tried to refine the 3 pills again for the second time. He was even more serious than before and made sure that he followed the instructions exactly. He was also very cautious. When he reached the purification stage where he had previously failed, god-grade divine pills would usually form after the refining stage since there was no need to purify them with the vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. After all, god-ranked divine alchemists did not have the ability to extract vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. Unlike divine pills with higher grades, the success rate of refining god-grade divine pills was quite high because there was no need for the purification stage. Should I purify them anyway? Duan Ling Tian wondered to himself. According to the record, the success rate is 100% if I can successfully purify the pills. Naturally, if I fail in the purification stage, it will result in immediate failure. If I don't purify the pills, the success rate is about 60%. After coming this far, Duan Ling Tian was not satisfied with the 60% success rate. Moreover, he could easily obtain vitality energy from the divine tree of life in his little world instead of extracting it from the heaven and earth spirit energy. All he needed to do was slightly release the vitality energy in his little world to the outside world. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian released the vitality energy in his little world and guided it to the divine pill cauldron. When the pills were done absorbing the vitality energy, he quickly closed his little world again. If a lord-ranked divine alchemist was present, he or she would have been shocked by the large amount of vitality energy that Duan Ling Tian released. They would have been distressed as well if they knew such a large amount of vitality energy was used only to refine god-grade divine pills. After all, even the most outstanding lord-ranked divine alchemist could only extract less than 10% of the vitality energy that Duan Ling Tian released. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was fully focused on the pills that were about to form. After a moment, "It's done." Duan Ling Tian smacked the cauldron lightly before 3 divine pills shot out. He instinctively reached out to grab the divine pills. The divine pills looked exactly like the ones he obtained from the Zhou clan's auction in Skywind City. However, the fragrance of the divine pills was stronger and glowed brighter. What are these? Duan Ling Tian soon discovered that, unlike the ones he obtained from the Zhou clan's auction, there were conspicuous ancient words on the divine pills he refined. The ancient words for primary, secondary, and tertiary could be seen on the pills respectively. I thought that only limit divine pills have ancient words on them. Suddenly, a clap of thunder rang from the sky. At this moment, the helpers in Duan Ling Tian's courtyard looked at the sky in confusion. "Uncle Fu, what's happening?" Wang Fu was shocked when he saw the dark clouds gathering above Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. It seems like the heavenly tribulation. However, I don't think anyone here is facing the heavenly tribulation. None of you are kings of gods, and young Master Duan should have just passed his heavenly tribulation recently, Wang Fu muttered. At this time, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air as something broke through the roof of one of the rooms. "Uncle Fu, look, what's that?" It came from young Master Duan's room. Before Wang Fu could reply, a figure shot up into the sky with a loud boom. Young master, swoosh. Wang Fu flew up into the sky and chased after Duan Lingtian. He had a feeling the strange phenomenon had something to do with Duan Lingtian. At this time, many elders and disciples of the Lingu clan began to gather. Hey, isn't that the courtyard where the new interim elder, revered elder Duan, is staying? I heard that revered elder Duan has already become a rudimentary king of gods. This means he has already passed his first heavenly tribulation. In that case, what's this? Don't tell me the housekeeper of his courtyard broke through and is facing the heavenly tribulation. Oh. No, I know the housekeeper there. He faced his first heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. How strange. With this, many people flew over to Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Since they did not dare to trespass into his courtyard, they only watched from outside. At this moment, a cry rang out in the air. Clan leader. With this, the crowd parted and made way for Lingu Renjia. An old man with white hair followed closely behind Lingu Renjia. His eyes were bright as he looked at the dark cloud in the sky that loomed above Duan Lingtian's courtyard. The lightning bolts that flashed in the dark clouds were rather strange. They were not purple, but they were reddish-brown. Elder Wu, something strange with this heavenly tribulation. This doesn't seem to be a king of God's heavenly tribulation, Lingu Renjia said to the old man. Clan leader, this isn't a heavenly tribulation. It's a pill tribulation that's likely triggered by a limit divine pill, the old man explained. The limit divine pill. Lingu Renjia was shocked. Although he was not a divine alchemist, he knew that the limit divine pill was a top divine pill. Each pill that was refined by different divine alchemists had different qualities. Each of the pills had an ultimate quality that made them the limit divine pill. At this time, accompanied by a clap of thunder, a long lightning bolt stuck at what looked like 3 dots in the sky. Following that, a thicker lightning bolt appeared and struck again. Similar to the one before, it seemed to be absorbed by the 3 dots in the sky. After that, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. At this time, it's a pill tribulation. Good heavens, so this is the pill tribulation triggered by a limit divine pill. There were 2 bolts of lightning earlier. Wait, are those 3 dots the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills? There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the Lingu clan, after all. It did not take long for them to figure out what was going on even if they had not experienced such a thing before. Duan Lingtian. In the sky, Duan Lingtian had just put away the divine pills when he heard Lingu Renjia calling out to him. He instinctively turned around and saw Lingu Renjia and an old man. Clan leader, Duan Lingtian greeted Lingu Renjia. He was surprised when he discovered a crowd had gathered near his courtyard. He had been too focused on the pill tribulation earlier that he did not pay attention to his surroundings. After all, if his pills failed the tribulation, his pills would be flawed. Even then, an imperfect limit divine pill was something anyone could easily refine. Duan Lingtian, is your friend here? Did he refine the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills? Lingu Renjia curiously asked. He looked around his surroundings, trying to find the person who refined the pills. He did not think such a figure would join the Lingu clan, but he thought it was good being able to get to know such a person. Chapter 3750 The Amazing Revered Elder Lin. Not every divine alchemist who could extract vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy were capable of refining limit divine pills even if they were just God-grade limit divine pills, let alone those who could not extract vitality energy. The higher the grade of the limit divine pills, the more vitality energy was needed to refine them. Hence, those who were capable of refining limit divine pills were usually extraordinary Lord-grade divine alchemists at least. These figures were unlikely to join a Lord-rank force like the Lingu clan when they were highly sought after by Emperor-rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect. What do you mean, clan leader Lingu? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Which senior refined the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills? Lingu Renjia asked again. You're talking about these. Duan Lingtian brought out the 3 divine pills from his spatial ring. The pills glowed with a reddish-brown light after they had successfully undergone the pill tribulation. The ancient words on the pills shone dazzlingly as well. That's right, Lingu Renjia nodded as he said, usually, limit divine pills will trigger the pill tribulations after they're formed. You went to the chambers of laws to comprehend the laws of life and would to become an alchemist, right? Did you invite someone here to teach you alchemy? Where is he? A hint of eagerness could be heard in Lingu Renjia's voice as he spoke. Lingu Hua had informed Lingu Renjia as soon as Duan Ling Tian left the chambers of laws, so he knew Duan Ling Tian had just returned to his courtyard today. There's no one here. I refined these, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head and looked at the divine pills in his hand. Lingu Renjia, the old man, and Wang Fu were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. Similar to Lingu Renjia, Wang Fu had also assumed the divine pills were refined by someone else. However, upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, he recalled that Duan Ling Tian had stayed in his room after returning from the chambers of laws. Moreover, there were no visitors. He would have been aware if there was a visitor, after all. Why, young Master Duan, you can refine limit divine pills? Wang Fu exclaimed in shock. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Lingu Renjia looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, are you joking? No, I'm telling the truth, Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head. But, Lingu Renjia stammered, didn't you just comprehend the laws of life and wood and was just beginning to learn alchemy? That's right, Duan Ling Tian said as he nodded, that was my first time refining pills. I failed my first attempt. I don't think I'm very gifted since I failed even though the steps were listed in detail. Lingu Renjia looked at Duan Ling Tian, dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, the corners of his lips began to twitch. Was it not normal to fail during one's first attempt? From what Lingu Renjia knew, even highly talented alchemists from Devata realms who came to the realms of gods were considered extraordinary as long as they were able to successfully refine pills within their first 10 tries. However, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was not gifted just because he failed his first attempt. Even the lips of the old man standing behind Lingu Renjia twitched upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, fortunately, I have enough medicinal herbs to try again. At that time, I thought if I fail my second attempt as well, I'd give up on trying. I was very careful during my second attempt. I didn't expect the divine pills to become limit divine pills and trigger the pill tribulation. Fortunately, they passed the tribulation. Otherwise, I'd question my skills again. Upon seeing how serious Duan Ling Tian was when he uttered those words, Lingu Renjia was suddenly filled with the urge to beat Duan Ling Tian up. Lingu Renjia was not alone. The people in the surroundings were also filled with the urge to beat Duan Ling Tian up after listening to his words. The group of disciples and elders from the Lingu clan began to discuss among themselves. Hey, do you think revered elder Duan is trying to brag or is really unaware of what he's saying? I'm really angry. I'm a king-rank divine alchemist. When I started practicing alchemy, I destroyed more than 20 divine pill cauldrons before I successfully refined my first divine pill. He thinks he's not gifted just because he only succeeded during his second attempt. Why do I think he's just showing off? I really feel revered elder Duan needs to be beaten up. I really want to beat him up. Me too. Upon hearing the discussions in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian finally realized he was actually talented in alchemy. He sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, he did not give up after his first failed attempt. Otherwise, he would not have known he was a talented alchemist. At this moment, the old man standing behind Lingu Renjia asked in disbelief, revered elder Duan, that was your first time refining pills? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he turned to Lingu Renjia and asked, clan leader, he is? Lingu Renjia regained his senses and introduced the old man to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this is our Lingu clan's chief divine alchemist. He's revered elder Lin Yan. He's my best friend, and I trust him with my life. We met when I wandered the world during my younger days. Greetings, revered elder Lin, Duan Ling Tian greeted the old man. Lin Yan's face flushed red upon hearing Lingu Renjia's words. Then, he nodded politely to Duan Ling Tian before he said to Lingu Renjia in a self-deprecating manner, Lingu Renjia, are you trying to embarrass me? How can you introduce me as the chief divine alchemist of the clan to revered elder Duan who had just refined the limit divine pills? Lingu Renjia said, old friend, didn't you hear that this was his first time refining a pill? That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. His eyes were bright as he looked at Lin Yan and said, revered elder Lin, I followed the instructions I obtained from one of the records in the Lingu clan's library. I remember the record has your signature on it. You must have been the one who came up with that new technique. Revered elder Lin, I'm just a beginner so I have much to learn from you. Considering your expertise and experience, I'd appreciate it if you'd advise me. Oh, Duan Ling Tian was genuinely enthusiastic about learning alchemy and was not pretentious at all. However, this made Lin Yan feel even more bitter when hearing the words of the monstrous talent who could refine limit divine pills during his second attempt. He took a deep breath before he shook his head and said, "Revered Elder Duan, I'm not worthy of offering you advice. However, we can exchange knowledge with each other. Revered Elder Lin, you're too modest. How can I compare to the Linggu clan's chief divine alchemist?" Duan Ling Tian said. Lin Yan would have beaten Duan Ling Tian up if it were not for Duan Ling Tian's sincerity and innocent eyes. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down before he curiously asked, "Revered Elder Duan, in order for divine pills to turn into limit divine pills, vitality energy is needed during the purification stage. How did you manage to extract vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy during your first attempt?" Lin Yan decided to change the topic. Otherwise, if Duan Ling Tian continued to talk, he was not sure he could hold back from beating Duan Ling Tian up. Duan Ling Tian said, "It's easy. I just followed the technique I read in the record. I incorporate the law of life into my divine energy before I extract vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. I remember your signature is also on that memory jade talisman. Revered Elder Lin, you're really amazing. Your technique helped me to extract vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy so quickly." "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded, his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yan. "Revered Elder Lin, I followed the instructions listed in the pill formula that's recorded in the Linggu clan's library. The formula has your signature on it, so you must be the one who improvised it, right?" "Revered Elder Lin, I'm just a beginner. There is so much for me to learn from you. Your advice and expertise are highly appreciated." Duan Ling Tian was genuinely passionate about alchemy and did not seem to be pretentious at all. That made Lin Yan feel bitter. A monster who produced the limit divine pill on his first day of refining the divine pill. Lin Yan took a deep breath, then shook his head and said, "Revered Elder Lin, I'm not worthy of offering you any advice, but we can exchange knowledge with each other." "Revered Elder Lin, you're being too humble. How can I match someone like you who is the Linggu clan's chief divine alchemist?" Duan Ling Tian replied. Lin Yan might have beaten Duan Ling Tian up if it was not because of his sincerity and innocent gaze. Lin Yan took a couple of deep breaths. After regaining his senses, he asked curiously, "Revered Elder Duan, in order for a divine pill to become a limit divine pill, the life force energy is required for the purification process. You managed to extract heaven and earth's life force on your first day of refining the pills." Lin Yan shifted the topic. He was afraid he could not retain himself and act out of anger if Duan Ling Tian continued saying. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "That's right, isn't it easy? I followed the techniques listed in the books in the Linggu clan's library. I incorporate my divine energy with the law of life and extract heaven and earth's life force after sensing them," Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. "I remember there's your signature on the memory jade talisman as well, so it must be recorded by you. Revered Elder Lin, you're amazing. Your techniques enabled me to extract heaven and earth's life force in just a day." Chapter 3751. The student has surpassed the teacher. "What?" Lin Yan was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw the serious expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. He asked, You used the technique I recorded in the memory jade talisman to extract vitality energy." Lin Yan was speechless. At this time, Duan Ling Tian used his divine energy and the law of life to extract vitality energy from the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy. Although the vitality energy he extracted now was nowhere close to the amount of vitality energy he had used earlier from this little world, Lin Yan was still horrified by this. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian released the vitality energy in his little world, he discovered that he could clearly sense the vitality energy in his surroundings and that he could easily extract them all if he so pleased. He also discovered the vitality energy he extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy was not as good as the vitality energy from his little world. This was only natural since the vitality energy in his little world came from the divine tree of life. The vitality energy near the divine tree of life was the richest and purest. Hence, he could easily yield twice the results with half the effort. In this regard, most of the alchemists in the realms of gods were inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Lin Yan finally regained his senses when he felt Linggu Ren Jia staring at him. Then, he said with a wry smile, "Even I can only extract a small amount of vitality energy using that technique. The vitality energy you just extracted is already far more than the one I extracted." Indeed, Lin Yan had recorded that technique. However, even if people understood his technique, they would not be able to easily extract vitality energy. After all, they had to learn how to sense the vitality energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy first. Moreover, his technique only allowed one to extract however much vitality energy one sensed. No wonder you're able to refine God-grade limit divine pills. With this amount of vitality energy, all God-grade divine pills will turn into limit divine pills. This is truly amazing. Your ability to extract so much vitality energy isn't inferior to those of top lord rank divine alchemists. In fact, you're comparable to ordinary emperor rank divine alchemists, Lin Yan said in a low voice. His voice was so low that only Lingu Ren Jia and Duan Ling Tian, who were standing close to him, heard his words. Even Wang Fu, who was standing nearby, did not hear Lin Yan's words. Nonetheless, Lin Yan's earlier words had already told the crowd what they wanted to know. Heavens! So revered elder Duan used revered elder Lin's technique. It seems like the student has surpassed the teacher. Revered elder Lin said that revered elder Duan extracted much more vitality energy than he did using that technique. Does this mean revered elder Duan is a lord rank divine alchemist even though he only just began to learn alchemy? I'm not sure about that. However, just his ability to extract vitality energy alone is superior to most top lord rank divine alchemists. Well, isn't the ability to extract vitality energy the most difficult part of refining divine pills? That's right. As for the other steps, it's enough as long as one keeps practicing. However, sensing and extracting vitality energy can't be taught so easily. It depends on one's talent as well. This is also the reason why those who have a good comprehension of the law of life have an advantage in this area. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smirk inwardly upon hearing these words. Although it was true that those who have a good comprehension of the law of life had an advantage, it was just a slight advantage. As for him, even if his comprehension of the law of life was not good, due to the divine tree of life in his little world, he was very sensitive toward vitality energy. In this regard, perhaps, only supreme powerhouses with realms of gods as their little worlds were better than him for now. This was because each realm of gods had a divine tree of life. Without a divine tree of life, a little world would not become a realm of gods. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had wondered where the divine trees of life came from. Then, he wondered if his little world would become a realm of gods with the help of the divine tree of life if he became a supreme powerhouse in the future. At this moment, Lingu Ren Jia swept his eyes across the crowd before he said, "Please leave us alone for now." After listening to Lin Yan's words, Lingu Ren Jia had a lot of questions. With so many people around, it was inconvenient to ask Duan Ling Tian so many questions. Lingu Ren Jia was the clan leader of the Lingu clan, after all. Now that he had given an order to disperse, the others had no choice but to leave even if they felt reluctant. At the same time, many voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Yuan Yu, an elder of the Lingu clan. My courtyard is just 2 blocks north of your courtyard. Please do visit when you're free. We can drink tea and chat. Duan Ling Tian, I am. Duan Ling Tian, I. Many people did not miss the chance to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. Apart from his strength, his ability to refine limit divine pills had made his future even brighter than before. Before this, when Duan Ling Tian had just joined the Lingu clan, he was already known as a monstrous talent. Based on how he was able to extract vitality energy when he had just learned alchemy, it was clear his future was even brighter. Hence, these people knew if they did not try to get acquainted with him now, it would only be more difficult in the future. Meanwhile, when Duan Ling Tian first received the voice transmissions, he had replied to them. However, as the number of the voice transmissions grew, it became impossible for him to reply to all of them. Hence, he gave up in the end and ignored the voice transmissions. When everyone left, silence descended again. In the courtyard, Wang Fu led the helpers away while Duan Ling Tian, Lingu Ren Jia, and Lin Yan sat around a wooden table in a pavilion in the courtyard. After Lin Yan sat down, he asked, "Revered Elder Duan, you already have a foundation in alchemy, right? Did you refine pills in the Devata realms before coming here?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. "That's right. Even before I went to the Devata realms, I was already dabbling in alchemy when I was in the mundane realm. However, after I went to the Devata realms, I hardly refined pills." Those from the mundane realms would have known how much of an understatement Duan Ling Tian's words were. After all, In the mundane realms, Duan Ling Tian was one of the top alchemists. No wonder, Lin Yan said as he nodded, I was thinking earlier that it was impossible for you to turn the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pill during your second try even if you're highly gifted in sensing vitality energy in heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, prior to extracting vitality energy, you can't make any mistakes with the other steps as well. It's impossible for you to not make any mistakes at all if it were truly your second try. However, since you'd refined pills in the mundane realms and the Devata realms, it's not surprising you didn't make any mistakes earlier. Moreover, the technique to refine pills in realms of gods isn't difficult. The most important part is the purification of the pills. Then, Lin Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as he continued to say, Revered Elder Duan, based on what you did today, you definitely have the potential to become an emperor-ranked divine alchemist or a supreme divine alchemist. Duan Ling Tian remained calm upon hearing Lin Yan's words. On the contrary, Linggu Renjia was shocked. After all, even the divine alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect who was highly sought after by emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was just an ordinary emperor-rank divine alchemist. How could he remain calm when he heard Lin Yan say Duan Ling Tian had the potential to become a supreme-rank divine alchemist? Linggu Renjia knew Lin Yan very well. He was certain Lin Yan would not say such words if he did not mean it. In other words, Lin Yan was very optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's future in alchemy. Revered Elder Lin, you're overpraising me, Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head, I'm still a beginner so I still have a long way to go. Revered Elder Lin, I hope you'll guide me in the future. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not deliberately being modest. He truly felt that he was still lacking in regard to alchemy. For example, there were many formulas for king-grade divine pills that he could not understand. In fact, there were many things he could not understand when he looked through the records in the Linggu clan's library. As for the god-grade divine pills he had refined, Duan Ling Tian had relied on his past experience to understand the techniques and formula. He only managed to do so because they were less complicated compared to those of higher-grade pills. Chapter 3752 Supreme Elder Lei's Decision. Upon seeing the unnatural expression on Lin Yan's face, Duan Ling Tian explained the problems he was facing. Lin Yan's expression eased immediately. He said with a smile, Revered Elder Duan, the things you don't understand are just basic things. If you're interested, I can teach you. At this moment, Lin Yan finally believed the purple-clad young man in front of him was not lying when he said he was a beginner. After all, the other party did not even understand some of the basic things about alchemy. However, this was not surprising. Many of the basic information was not recorded and was passed on verbally. Thank you, Revered Elder Lin, Duan Ling Tian gratefully. Lin Yan looked at Linggu Renjia and said, you really picked up a treasure this time. With Revered Elder Duan's foundation in alchemy, once he understands the basics, he'll definitely become an emperor-ranked divine alchemist in no time. At that time, he'll be able to refine those divine pills you want. With his talent, they might even turn into limit divine pills. Once he masters the basics, I'll give him the ingredients to refine the pills. Linggu Renjia nodded. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had learned from Lin Yan that Linggu Renjia had asked Lin Yan to help him refine some divine pills that would help boost his cultivation. Linggu Renjia said to Lin Yan teasingly, it seems like before Duan Ling Tian leaves the clan, we don't need an old fellow like you to refine divine pills. You're just wasting our ingredients anyway. It's better to let Duan Ling Tian use them. Lin Yan was not angered by Linggu Renjia's words. He said tonelessly, very well. Since that's the case, I'll leave the clan and wander the world. Linggu Renjia's teasing smile vanished from his face immediately as he hastily said, I'm just joking, just joking. Duan Ling Tian might be highly talented in alchemy, but he would leave the Linggu clan sooner or later. After all, he had made it clear he would be leaving the Linggu clan for the Flying Dragon sect after 20 years. Duan Ling Tian was highly talented. If he stayed in the Linggu clan, his future would be dim. How could Linggu Renjia be willing to let Lin Yan go? Duan Ling Tian might be able to refine divine pills for him in the coming 20 years, but what happened after 20 years had passed? Over the next period of time, Lin Yan would frequently visit Duan Ling Tian and vice versa. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to master the unfamiliar basics of alchemy in the realms of gods. During this time, news about the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills that Duan Ling Tian refined becoming limit divine pills had also spread throughout the Lingu clan. With that, it did not take long for news to spread to the entire Lingu city. In the history of the Lingu clan, no one had ever refined limit divine pills, not even god-grade limit divine pills. Hence, the news caused a huge commotion in Lingu city. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian really can do it all. Not only is he a cultivation genius, but he's also a genius in alchemy. He became a rudimentary king of gods at such a young age and is able to defeat ordinary advanced kings of gods, and now, he's an expert who's able to refine limit divine pills. The Hidden Fog sect truly suffered a loss this time. On the contrary, the Lingu clan obtained a treasure. The Hidden Fog sect is probably feeling regretful now. If I were the Hidden Fog sect, I'd slam my head against the wall out of regret. Before joining the Lingu clan, Duan Ling Tian's achievements in the Hidden Fog sect had long spread to Lingu city. Everyone knew he was the first advanced god to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Then, he was not even 3,000 years old before he became a rudimentary king of gods. He was someone comparable to Shui Hai Chuan, the first advanced god in the history of the Hidden Fog sect to become a core disciple. The inhabitants of Lingu city also knew that Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect despite having a lower cultivation base than the duo. The two inner disciples whom Duan Ling Tian killed in the extreme martial were not famous, but Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao were different. They were famous and were known to be among the 5 strongest core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. The duo was even capable of defeating most of the inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect who were advanced kings of gods despite only being intermediate kings of gods themselves. How could everyone not be shocked that Duan Ling Tian, who had only become a rudimentary king of gods, recently managed to kill the duo? Initially, when the people of Lingu city heard about Duan Ling Tian killing the duo, they were rather skeptical. However, after he joined the Lingu clan, no one doubted him anymore. After all, if the news was untrue, why would Duan Ling Tian leave the Hidden Fog sect and join the Lingu clan? Only those from the Hidden Fog sect were angered by Duan Ling Tian's perceived betrayal. On the contrary, when outsiders heard about it, they thought Duan Ling Tian had made the right choice. Would it not be foolish if Duan Ling Tian continued to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and wait for Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng to kill him? Now that news about Duan Ling Tian's talent in alchemy spread out, the people of Lingu city were naturally shocked again. In a private room of a restaurant in Lingu city, he refined the limit divine pills. A solemn-looking old man sitting at a table tightened his grip around the teacup in his hand. The teacup shattered, and with a wave of his hand, the fragments shot out like arrows, piercing through the wall. A young man sitting at the table stood up in a hurry upon seeing this. Then, he said worriedly, "Master, calm down." The young man was none other than Shi Tongming. He was the core disciple who came to invite Duan Ling Tian to join his master, Supreme Elder Lei, after Duan Ling Tian killed Tu Feng in the extreme martial arena. After Duan Ling Tian rejected Shi Tongming's invitation, Shi Tongming thought that would be the end of the matter. Who knew it was just the beginning? He did not expect his senior brother, Long Shao, would hold a grudge against Duan Ling Tian because of that matter. His senior brother even roped Shangguan Shangfeng in to cause trouble for Duan Ling Tian by robbing Duan Ling Tian of his 2 auspicious pills. Unfortunately, the duo who sought trouble with Duan Ling Tian was killed by Duan Ling Tian in the end. Tong Min, the old man, Supreme Elder Lei, called out. He asked gloomily, "Do you think your senior brother will resent me and blame me if I give up on avenging him?" "Master," Shi Tongming said with a bitter smile, "senior brother definitely won't blame or resent you." "Master, I've always told you that we shouldn't make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian. He's a monstrous genius. Moreover, if the news is to be believed, his backer is likely an emperor rank force. Although it's said that he's from the Devata realm, can someone from a Devata realm have such heaven-defying talents? He's not even 3,000 years old, but he's already a rudimentary king of gods. Most importantly, with that cultivation base, he's strong enough to kill advanced kings of gods. Now, it's said he's a genius in alchemy as well. Even the most outstanding members his age in emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion aren't as outstanding as him. Master, I know you're furious and sad about senior brother's death. However, think about this. If senior brother didn't deliberately target Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have made a move against senior brother. Shi Tongming sincerely persuaded his master. He really did not want his master to make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian. When he first met Duan Ling Tian, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was extraordinary. He did not pursue the matter as well when Duan Ling Tian rejected his invitation. At that time, he could see there was no changing Duan Ling Tian's mind. When Shi Tongming found out Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect after becoming a rudimentary king of gods and killed his senior brother, Long Shao, and Shangguan Shangfeng, he realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian truly was. Now that he found out Duan Ling Tian had refined limit divine pills, once again, he thought Duan Ling Tian was really terrifying. Even if the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills were only god-grade pills, only extraordinary lord-grade divine alchemists could refine them into limit divine pills. The lord-grade divine alchemists on the Hidden Fog sect were far from being able to refine limit divine pills. Supreme Elder Lei sighed. He looked as though he had aged in just an instant. Then, he said, Tongming, go to the Linggu clan on my behalf. Tell Duan Ling Tian that I will not pursue the matter of him killing Long Shao since he only acted to defend himself against Long Shao. Supreme Elder Lei finally decided to let the matter go due to Duan Ling Tian's mysterious background and heaven-defying talents. Originally, he had come to Linggu City to look for a chance to capture Duan Ling Tian to avenge his disciple, Long Shao. However, he decided to let the matter go. He had a very strong feeling that if he continued to antagonize Duan Ling Tian, not only him and his disciples, but even the Hidden Fog sect would suffer in the end. Chapter 3753 Supreme Elder Feng's Forbearance. Long Shao was just one of Supreme Elder Lei's many disciples. Although Long Shao was his favorite disciple, Long Shao's absence did not affect him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, at all. In fact, he had mostly been determined to avenge Long Shao because of his reputation. How could he not do anything if someone killed his disciple? It would be embarrassing if word of it spread out. However, the more Supreme Elder Lei heard about Duan Ling Tian, the warier he became. After weighing the pros and the cons, he decided it would be bad to make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian. It no longer mattered to him even if it would be embarrassing. Yes, Master, Shi Tongming replied. His eyes lit up as soon as he heard his master's words, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried his master would stubbornly insist on antagonizing Duan Ling Tian. After all, who knew if he would also be targeted because of his master? Even his senior brother, who was much stronger than him, was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian targeted him, it would be over. I'll wait for your return here. After that, we'll return to the sect, Supreme Elder Lei said. I understand, Shi Tongming replied respectfully before he left the restaurant for the Linggu clan's estate. When Shi Tongming was stopped by the patrol team from the Linggu clan in front of their estate, he explained, I'm looking for revered Elder Duan. My name is Shi Tongming, and I'm a disciple of Supreme Elder Lei. I have no ill intention. Shi Tongming could naturally see the hostility in the eyes of the members of the Linggu clan, so he quickly explained himself. Wait here, I'll report this to revered Elder Duan. The eyes of the members of the Linggu clan held hints of respect when Duan Ling Tian was mentioned. Duan Ling Tian was now the #1 prodigy in the Linggu clan. After his talent in alchemy was made known, even more people idolized him. Enmo. Shi Tongming, Duan Ling Tian, who was trying to refine a king-grade divine pill in his room, was stunned when he heard Wang Fu's words. After a brief moment, he said, Uncle Fu, let them bring him here. Yes, young Master Duan. Soon enough, one of the members of the patrol team led Shi Tongming to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room. When he saw Shi Tongming, he said, we meet again. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he last saw Shi Tongming. At that time, he had just killed Tu Feng, the disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, Shi Tongming had come to invite him to join his master, Supreme Elder Lei. Duan Ling Tian remembered Shi Tongming did not look for trouble with him even after he rejected the invitation. At that time, Shi Tongming, as a core disciple, was polite when dealing with him. Nevertheless, Shi Tongming could not hide the superiority that was etched in his bones. However, currently, Shi Tongming was very respectful without any hint of arrogance. Shi Tongming bowed slightly. Greetings, revered Elder Duan. What's the matter? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Revered Elder Duan, I came today on behalf of my master. He's in Lingu City. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He did not seem surprised. Supreme Elder Lei is in Lingu City. What does your master want with me? Don't tell me he wants you to lure me out so he can capture me back to the Hidden Fog sect. Shi Tongming felt slightly embarrassed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It's true that my master came to the city hoping to bring you back to the Hidden Fog sect. He and Supreme Elder Feng came to an agreement, both of them would take turns staying in Lingu City a year each. He paused for a moment before he said truthfully, however, Master heard about you refining the limit divine pills today. After careful consideration, he finally came to a decision. He sent me here to tell you that my senior brother, Long Xiao, provoked you first. Hence, he has given up on the idea of avenging my senior brother. He wants to make it clear that he no longer holds a grudge regarding this matter. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by Shi Tongming's words. He did not expect Supreme Elder Lei would come to this decision just because he managed to refine the limit divine pills. He looked at Shi Tongming with a penetrating gaze as he asked with a smile, "Is Supreme Elder Lei hoping that I'd let down my guard after hearing these words?" Shi Tongming was very straightforward. Instead of explaining, he swore on the Devil Heart's blood oath to prove that he was telling the truth and that he believed Supreme Elder Lei truly did not want to make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian. Very well. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Tell Supreme Elder Lei that I have no grievances with him since it was his disciple that provoked me. Now that Long Xiao is dead and paid the price for his actions, I won't act against Supreme Elder Lei as long as he doesn't go against me. These were the words Shi Tongming was hoping to hear when he came to the Lingu clan's estate. He smiled as he cupped his fists at Duan Ling Tian before he said with a bow, "Revered Elder Duan, I thank you on behalf of my master. I'll take my leave now." After Shi Tongming returned to the restaurant in Lingu City to meet Supreme Elder Lei, the duo did not waste time and returned to the Hidden Fog sect immediately. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, Supreme Elder Lei looked for Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and told Qian Yin about everything he had heard in Lingu City. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, we shouldn't make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian. Even if we disregard his background, someone like him will definitely rise to the peak in the future. In fact, there's a possibility that in just a few years, he'd be strong enough to deal with our sect on his own. Moreover, you know what it means for an alchemist capable of refining limit divine pills." Qian Yin's expressions changed when he heard Supreme Elder Lei's words. Similar to Supreme Elder Lei, after weighing the pros and cons, he came to the same conclusion as Supreme Elder Lei did. He nodded as he said, "You're right. As Long Xiao's master, you've already let go of this matter, there's no reason for me not to let go of this matter." Then, he paused before he said decisively, "The Hidden Fog sect is no longer an enemy of Duan Ling Tian." Supreme Elder Lei nodded before he looked at Qian Yin meaningfully and said, "There's one more thing. Stop the rumors about Duan Ling Tian's betraying our sect. We don't know what consequences these rumors would bring if we let them run rampant." Qian Yin smiled sheepishly. "So you're aware of everything. Have you forgotten that I know you very well?" When Supreme Elder Lei was about to leave, Qian Yin hurriedly said, "Supreme Elder Lei, please speak to Supreme Elder Feng on my behalf. I'm afraid he won't listen to me." "I know," Supreme Elder said toneless, "I'll speak to him now." Similarly, Supreme Elder Lei told Supreme Elder Feng everything he had told Qian Yin. Supreme Elder Feng fell deep into his thoughts after listening to Supreme Elder Lei. He thought about how Supreme Elder Lei and Qian Yin had decided not to make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he nodded expressionlessly, "I understand. Supreme Elder Feng, just let it go. Who knows when we'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation? Do you want to die ahead of time? Although what I said has yet to happen, there's no doubt it'll happen sooner or later," Supreme Elder Lei said with a sigh. "I know." Supreme Elder Feng nodded with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, Supreme Elder Lei left, feeling more at ease. As soon as Supreme Elder Lei left, the smile on Supreme Elder Feng's face vanished immediately and was replaced by a sneer. His eyes shone icily as he muttered to himself, "It's easy for you to let the matter go since Long Xiao wasn't related to you by blood. However, Shang Feng is my grandson. Most importantly, he's my only descendant. How can I give up on avenging my grandson?" After the outburst, Supreme Elder Feng calmed down and thought about how Duan Ling Tian had come from Skywind City. After a moment, he decided to leave the Hidden Fog sect for Skywind City. Skywind City was one of the small cities near the Hidden Fog sect. The most powerful force in the city was the Hidden Fog Academy that belonged to the Hidden Fog sect. When Supreme Elder Feng arrived at Skywind City, he did not go to the Hidden Fog Academy or contact anyone from the academy. For a month, he stayed in the city to gather information about Duan Ling Tian before he returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian has two close friends in the academy, Ding Yan and Huo Qingning. Ding Yan suddenly left the academy without a word, and Hu Qingning is the young master of the King Rank sect. I'll bid my time for now. Perhaps, I can use Hu Qingning to force Duan Ling Tian out of the Lingu clan's estate. Supreme Elder Feng calmed down a lot now that he had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, Supreme Elder Lei and Qian Yin were naturally unaware of Supreme Elder Feng's thoughts. They believed Supreme Elder Feng had dismissed the idea of avenging Shangguan Shangfeng. Qian Yin had also ordered people to stop the rumors of Duan Ling Tian's betrayal. Apart from that, he also made it clear that Duan Ling Tian only killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao out of self-defense. Apart from making it clear that the Hidden Fog sect had no enmity with Duan Ling Tian, he also released a statement wishing Duan Ling Tian well in the Lingu clan. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, one cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.